Friday is here. The weekend is just about upon us. So what better way to kick it off with a bunch of Dota? Welcome back, folks, to Gamers Without Borders 2022. I'm Killer Pigeon here to be hosting and presenting the beginning of the show, but also to be presenting my big brainiacs, because without them, I just couldn't. I don't know how the Dota would even sound amazing. I have, of course, got once again Wagga and Danog joining me. Here they come. Squeezed in together as always. You guys have got been getting cozy the last few days. I mean, you're always so close together.
Yeah, it's been nice. I mean, we didn't really know each other that intimately before, but oof, you know, we've spent some time here now. Hello, Danog. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I was telling you that I was enjoying my my chocolate pudding before this, because I found a great sale on it. So I'm in high spirits. We're about to watch some great Dota, and yeah, upper bracket time. It's going to be pretty keen to see how these top tier teams go up against each other.
I think so. I think your chocolate pudding is probably not the only treat today. I'm excited to see this matchup in the Southeast Asian and Chinese region here.
Yeah, and speaking of, maybe not giving chocolate puddings to people, but giving things over to people. Of course, for those wondering what the hell's going on with this tournament, why we're here, Gamers Without Borders 2022 is all about the giving, not just to the players, but also to those in need, which is why what the players are playing for right now is not just a shot into a LAN slot for several $1 million, $4 million prize pool, in fact, later this year in Riyadh. It's also the fact that $2 million is going to be going across the charities on your screen right now. Per the selection of the teams, depending on where they rank, first, second, third, or fourth, they'll get a allotment of cash that they will then choose the charity they're going to donate to. And honestly, I keep saying it because I've got to say it, like $2 million, I haven't got it, I want to say it, it's like $2 million going to charity, right, off the back of a week of broadcasting, folks. Like that's amazing, right? And of course, we can see the teams on the screen right now. Amazing performance coming out from a few of these. What's been the standout team for you? Let's start with Wagga. What is the team you've been most impressed with so far?
I think the biggest upset to me so far is Enigma Galaxy in Europe taking down, teams that we didn't expect them to show up and be strong, right? So seeing them go in here and beat out Liquid, I think was a clear upset, because Liquid were 6-1 in the DPC and Enigma were 1-6. But I've been pleasantly surprised watching Boom and RNG play. They're honestly two that I have my eyes on as well.
Yeah, I would have to say that, Boom and RNG, they're performing as expected. Honestly, eHome dismantled Enigma Galaxy C yesterday, so the fact that RNG 2-0'd them previously is just even more of a credit towards RNG. But I'm in agreement with you, Wagga. Probably by far the most surprising one was that Enigma Galaxy EU being able to be, taking a victory off a team that had been pretty strong up until this point.
Yeah, and of course, we can check in a little bit on what happened with Enigma Galaxy, because that feels like the two ends of the spectrum, right? Wagga kicked it off by saying, Enigma, I've never really been impressed in here. And then the other end, probably confusing for people first, Enigma, they've also been disappointed, because, of course, we did have the SEA team representing as well. They played the last series yesterday, as they are the first people to go out in the SEA China face-off of the 4 teams.
Yeah, and this was that game, right? eHome taking on Enigma Galaxy C. There wasn't the cross-continental rivalries just yet, still staying within Asia, but it just felt like every single time eHome made the correct choices. Even though Enigma C had the better options for some team fights, most notably this one, they just didn't quite seem to be on the same page, whereas eHome, of course, they've played together a lot. A big part of why they're still doing pretty decently well in the China DPC is just because of their cohesion, and it really served them well in this series.
We talked a bit about how Enigma C, they are playing with a different captain, and they have changed things up though right before this, and honestly, I think you could kind of see it in some of their decision making. Was a little bit questionable. Also, the casters were pointing out that they were a little bit surprised where they decided to go at different times in the game, but eHome looked just stronger in that matchup in both these games.
Also,
I mean, the lane switch up as well, right? That was another big part of it, just making sure that they had the more advantageous matchup, particularly with that Slardar, right? You pick the Slardar to be able to win the game against this anti-mage, and then they just changed things entirely. So it was very nicely done there by eHome.
He didn't look like he was winning the game against the anti-mage there in that situation. Of course, that was the clutch fight that really started to echo the issues in this game. And it was fair as well, folks, for anyone going, oh, well, Nigma had to play on ping. It doesn't seem fair. No, we switcherooed actually, and it ended up being the first game I believe was on eHome server, so they had ping advantage, and then the second game, Nigma Galaxy should have had ping advantage. Still found it phenomenal that the teams that were a ping discrepancy decided to pick Mirana, a skill shot hero, to differing effects here, but didn't really seem to slow down eHome at all.
Yeah, no, I like what they did as well with the Anti-Mage, putting it offlane against the Medusa. I think we've seen it quite a few times now in different regions. Overall, people are just tired of Medusa, and one great way to counter is just have Anti-Mage. Doesn't have to be your hard carry, just make sure Anti-Mage exists in your team, and preferably lane it against the Medusa, and you'll have a pretty good time.
And of course, we talk a little bit about eHome, but really we got to start focusing on Boom and RNG, of course, because they will be opening up the day here. You can see the layout of the brackets right now. eHome will play tomorrow against whoever loses in this series. And then, of course, we'll head through to the grand finals, which is also going to be a best-of-3 format. Remember what they're playing for as well? It is a slot at Riyadh later this year to play in a $4 million tournament. All that to come.
Impressive, right?
It's the biggest outside of TI. I've been told, I've been confirmed 100 times over. Like, the only one that beats it is the international.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild, and it's a crazy timing to have a qualifier for this. During the time that we have a new patch going live. Yesterday we saw some innovation, expecting probably to see even more creativity coming out from teams today, as they might have had more time to do some prep work with the new patch and think about, oh, maybe this can work. Because we definitely saw a little bit of creativity yesterday.
Yeah, is Wraith Pact actually a good item? Who can we pick it on? How are we going to fit it into the draft? Seems pretty good with a Chen that Liquid, for example, are looking to prioritize, as well as some of these other European teams. So let's see if that filters through to some of the other regions as well.
Ooh, good thing you mentioned the European teams, because we need to check in on our schedule, see what's coming up, because of course we're talking all about the SEA China right now, that big hype match. There's plenty of hype throughout the day. Boom RNG to open you up, but we will be following up with the MENA region, where we'll see O1 Esports versus the Boosters. Plenty of familiar faces on those teams, of course, as it's more of a Europe-MENA mix, as they've got a bunch of people from different regions bolstering the team. And then we'll be rounding out the day with Tundra Esports versus Nigma. I want to get your thoughts on that. Let's start with Danog. Would you have expected these to be the two teams in the upper bracket still?
No. I would have probably said the opposite teams would have been the ones that I would have favored for going on into this one. Maybe not so much the Tundra side. I think Tundra certainly are a very strong team. And they're probably one of those ones that do thrive on the fact that, there's a new patch and they're going to be able to use their kooky, complex style to be able to find out what's busted at the very start. So that's not as much of a surprise, but Nigma, absolutely not. So I'm very happy to see them there, happy to see them get more and more opportunities to be able to represent themselves on the LAN stage, because for this second major and the third major, they're not going to be there.
I think you said an important thing there. I think Tundra are one of the teams that are very creative. They have shown that through the last 2 seasons of DPC. And when you have a team with that much, interesting ideas and takes on how to play the game, you could definitely get, a bit of an advantage when new patch comes around, just in understanding stuff. We didn't see too crazy stuff from them, of course, in their first game, because that was before the patch had come. But now we'll see if they bring something new.
And I want to start honing in upon the series that is coming, right? We've got Royal Never Gives Up versus Boom Esports, which is going to kick off in just a few minutes. Let's start to really fixate upon these two teams, because interestingly enough, RNG just played a series and it looked one-sided.
It's LGD. It's LGD. You gotta keep that in consideration. But it was still a pretty convincing LGD victory. I think it was less than 30 minutes in game 1 and 35 or so in game number 2.
Game 2 was a bit closer. They managed to get a bit more kills. I think they only got 8 kills in the first game or something like that. They were kind of shut out. Yeah, I mean, obviously that should hurt them a little bit going in with negative feeling like, oh, we just lost. But on the other hand, yesterday we saw Nigma coming in on the back of a win, and that turned out to a loss. So we're going to see the reverse now, losing and then winning here.
Never know. I mean, they've also got Ghost playing for them, of course, a Malaysian carry for RNG. So I feel like Boom, they're going to have played plenty of pubs against him. They know the sort of style that he has. I mean, he's had a pretty storied history. He was actually part of a SEA/Australian mix stack a while ago called Team Oracle. So even I've, kept a pretty close eye onto him. So we'll see how he goes. But I think game number 1 is also on the Singapore server, so that should give Boomer a little bit of an advantage at the start of the series.
And that's going to be a little bit tough for RNG to deal with because, of course, you know, we have to keep in mind, you mentioned Ghost just now coming in, being fully confirmed for the roster. At the same time, God King and Felix Xiaoba are finally confirmed out. Do we feel comfortable about how RNG are playing with Ghost now in the roster? Do we feel like they've found their flow? Because, of course, when you look across on Boom's side, Danog, this is a squad that's been together for a long time. In fact, if I recall correctly, FBZ alone, he's been the core of the team, right? They've built around him. He's been on Boom since 2018.
Yeah, they call him the CEO. So, like, he's one of those people that no matter what happens with his performance, he's always going to stay there. But he's never actually performed quite poorly. You know, it used to be Fnatic Moon that was the CEO of there, and he was fantastic around TI 9 times, but his performance did drop off a little bit once the pandemic broke out. Of course, he's since moved to SMG. But, yeah, it's great to see that Boom are still sticking with just the sole Indonesians left on their roster, but he's certainly carrying the flag for the country.
I think FBC has been performing good so far as well, looking at this tournament. What we've seen from him, I think he's done his job. He's been frontlining really well. Of course, just doing what you expect from an offlaner, right? Be the one to take the gank or be in front and lead your team. And he's done it really well.
Yeah, and of course, now we've got the draft up on our screen. Just, you know, some familiar faces going in there. IO, I don't feel like that has been prioritized as an opening ban too much so far, right? I think it's usually been the Tinies is the most obvious change, right? After his nerfs in the recent patch, we're not really seeing him as much at the moment.
IO has been banned against teams that you really respect their IO play. There are, you know, certain teams that you just won't give IO to. But now it's more forgiving. The first phase, you can get more of these bans. Like Storm wasn't banned much before the patch. Now it is banned in multiple games that we're seeing after the patch, just because you don't have to worry about DP and Tiny as much. So it frees up some space.
And this is a classic Boom opening as well, right? Just that rotation as soon as you get the Blink Dagger on the DK. They've also got the flexibility to give it over to Yopaj. Obviously, their few playmakers have taken away already. No Storm Spirit, no Ember Spirit, but he could still just like Kunkka, right? Kunkka's still in the pool. It's going to be okay. Like, it wasn't really touched that much this patch relative to some of the other mid laners. And for me, you touch on a good point with the IO Wagga, but I feel like for Boom especially, it goes, having an IO on the other team is just a huge counter to their style. It's very single target, pick off one, and then have the rest of the team fight to be able to overwhelm the rest of the team. So if you're banking too much on single target, IO, of course, with heals on one target, relocates, all this other mechanisms, then it provides a lot of security against that style of play. So I think for Boom, IO is pinnacle in terms of what they want to first phase ban.
A little bit surprising to me almost that RNG, you know, against a team that is so heavily single target burst and they have the DK and the Hoodwink already, that they don't consider going for something like the Abaddon here instead of Pangolier. It could have been something that can, of course, disjoint that chain stun initiation. But they set themselves up to have a nice little team fight. Netherward is really strong. Pangolier ulti is also very good.
Maybe just thinking we already have the Pugna, so we can't really afford to go for another defensive style of support, was the mindset there from RNG. I know you can have Decrep, but even then his cast range was nerfed a little bit on that one, so that's going to harm his possibilities a little. And I mean, once you make the jump, if you just decrep someone to try and save them, there's probably a sharpshooter being channeled up right at your forehead, right? So it's not going to actually do that much to be able to protect him.
Yeah. Very logical ban here on Grimstroke as well when you're playing Pangolier. We also saw an attempt at using Bloodseeker to counter Pangolier yesterday that honestly didn't work out so well for Dyrachio when he bought that Bloodseeker blink. But yeah, they're gonna ban it out anyway because Bloodseeker is a counter. It's just a Zai god. He had the solution.
I'd be surprised if they didn't ban the Bane here on RNG as well. I feel like it's something that Boom play with very well. You can set up for, you know, just easy stun connections if you're the one placing your body out there first. If the Bane dies, it's not as big of a deal. And it's also the Fiend's Grip counter for the Rolling Thunder. Not as effective at earlier levels now that the Fiend's Grip is scales up in duration as you go from level 1 to 2 to 3, but it's still good.
Still decent, and if you have any former ranged right clicker who can just stand there and shoot during that time, you can even do some melee auto attacks actually if you have the right hero for it. But yeah, Fiend's Grip, another one. I think when you pick an early Pango like this, it's smart to prioritize his counters, get rid of them as much as you can. So I like the idea of banning Bane as well.
I guess it fits the theme as well that you were talking about, Danog, right? Like Boom, they like to take these single target focused kind of heroes, right? Bane kind of fits that slot. It feels like most of the time when we see Boom draft, at least 4 of the heroes have stuns, I'd say, on average.
Yeah, I would say so. And like even with the Bane as well for Boom, just mentioning that you've got a Pugna that you're coming up against, right? So you just pop the Enfeeble onto somebody, and that's also a little bit less impactful, right? To be able to have that medic style in the middle of a team fight. So I feel like Bane could be where they're prioritizing. Actually, it's a Weaver. Okay, it's not something that we really see Jackie play all that much. So it seems like this is just one of those heroes that wants to try and bully out. I was about to say bully out the Pugna a little bit, but maybe they just want those multiple attacks for the Netherward in particular, because you don't want to lane a Weaver into a Pugna, in my eyes at least. You know, you're constantly wanting to be using the Shikuchi.
It's not just that. There's a lot of things to mention here. So first of all, you have the Swarm, which is very good against the Rolling Thunder, actually, because it stays on him and keeps ticking. You also have the fact that both Weaver and this Hoodwink are extremely fast heroes. So obviously, the Hoodwink was just fortunate that they had it because Pango was picked after. But with Weaver and Hoodwink, it's hard to get Rolling Thunder connections here. Same way, it's hard to get Decrypt into long life drain from Pugna. So high mobility on Team Boom Esports right now. And I think Royal Never Give Up need to add some good lockdown, some form of control, which is almost ironic that they banned out the Puck, because now it's looking like, oh, Puck would have been kind of sweet to have.
So what do they even get? I mean, yeah, Mars is one of them, I suppose. You can run as much as you want, but if you're stuck within the arena, you're not BKB buyers. So yeah, should be pretty good. I mean, at least for the Weaver, he can time-lapse away, I guess. But the Hoodwink is a lot more vulnerable in that sort of situation.
It's just a stable hero as well. Mars is like the most picked hero in competitive Dota lately. It's, you know, providing what you expect, very versatile. And you can play it either in a more greedy farming way and get strong with, you know, type of armlet Deso builds, or you just play the classic, like get your blink early and then just gank a lot, and it doesn't really matter what level of farm you have, you're providing what you need. Once you get BKB, you're basically set.
I think just go the Lion, just some more of that reliable lockdown that you were asking for, Waga, right? Like the Pango is fine, and the Mars is a little better, I would say, but it does still require that skill shot potential, right? Whereas if you get caught out diving in a little bit too deep on the Weaver, instant Hex, able to burst him down just because he's not going to prioritize a lot of that high armor and survivability for himself.
And finger combo. You now have Pugna and Lion in the same team. You have fantastic damage. All these heroes have magic damage output that can be pretty high. So it can definitely hurt if you get Decrypt. Even just getting like spear pinned to a wall by Mars, that shit hurts now, you know. So we want to see what Boom are going to go with here. There's definitely serious threat of high damage from Royal Never Give Up. But I doubt that they're going to pick anything that's like save related, since they already have Hoodwink, already have Weaver. We're expecting that to be, you know, a 4 and a 5, at least in my eyes. So
you think they might just TA in this?
Yeah.
Do you feel it's a good TA game?
It is pretty clean. Life drain is annoying, and there are things that can be frustrating, but she lanes pretty well against Mars, and they have minus armor synergy with the Weaver, so they could pick TA here.
Yeah, that was the big thing I was looking at. Just more stuff to enable you to go for those Roshan attempts. Boom are playing on the Dire side though, but they just go for the Kunkka, right? They're just all in on this combos that I was talking about, right? You're just going to be focusing in on Tim's, on his Hoodwink for once DK hits that level 3, level 4, let's say, being survivable enough for the safe lane to be able to make rotations through to mid, get a lot of kills early onto Yopaj, secure the power runes. There aren't that many mid laners left in the pool as well, at least not the common ones.
Yeah, this plays into what you were mentioning. The Kunkka is very good with all this chain stun, of course, but there's also something that I was sort of alluding to. They're not going to pick more save heroes, so they're going to have to pick stuff that's very survivable. TA would have fit with her fraction as well, but Kunkka, very, very tanky hero. So you have DK and Kunkka. Probably the last hero is also going to be a difficult one to burst, and at that point, Royal Never Give Up. Sure, you have a lot of damage, but it can still be hard to go through, especially once the BKB comes up. Right now, look at how good BKB is against Royal Never Give Up. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. You might also say Decrypt's quite good as a saving tool, especially if they do go for that TA on Boom side, but it just depends how quickly you get the jump, right? Are you able to get that initial Tidebringer off? Are you able to get the Meld Strike off to set up to then have the follow-up damage coming through from the Hoodwink, for example? So I still think it's a pretty good TA game so far for Boom. I'm just thinking what they might look to go for in this mid lane for RNG. Like the Razor hasn't been banned out. Actually, RNG banned it out themselves. Okay.
Could be Medusa still, right? We don't see Medusa ban. Teams are still prioritizing her a bit, and she's pretty good against big, thick heroes because she is also up there being a big, thick hero, and she can, over time, take them out, and that's going to get banned out by Boom. I think they recognize that it could have been a problem for them. Even if they're sustainable, if Medusa just stands there, you will die eventually.
High armor makes sense, right? Against a lot of this physical damage that's coming through from Boom. I mean, do you still feel comfortable with the TA against this?
It's not the best against TB. It doesn't feel so good. And normally you do want to have a good like carry to carry matchup when you pick your hero. It can certainly fit, but I wouldn't be mad about them going for something that has any form of lockdown and control as well, because preventing that Sunder from going off can be a big key component to bringing down these heroes. So yeah.
You think it's something like a Sven or something like that? I mean, he's got a little bit of buffs coming through. Cleave against TB illusions.
Could go with that. Could also go with the brother, I want to say, the Wraith King. You know, they're very similar in identity, how you play them. They go another way even. They go with the Brewmaster. So this is probably going to be carry Kunkka or carry DK. I guess Kunkka.
Yeah, carry Kunkka. It's something that Boom did a while ago, but they certainly went a little bit away from that strategy. I mean, I suppose with the DK in the mid lane, it's not as flashy for Yopaj for sure, but it still does enable a lot of the rotations to come through from the Hoodwink. And Brewmaster, of course, against a Terrorblade, fantastic, just to be able to deal with the illusions once you've used the Primal Split. They've got an okay amount of lockdown, so he needs to be careful of not getting caught out to begin these team fights, but even just the decrep, right? Being able to protect against that with the Dispel magic as well from the Brew could be quite nice to ensure that you're getting those kills when you commit onto a target.
Yeah, the Dispel is going to be fantastic at clearing out the illusions as well. So yeah, this is strictly a counter pick. You're picking something that's powerful against the enemy last pick. This is why it's so useful to have that, you know, final last pick. Sure, you give up that you didn't get to pick hero first, but you get that hard counter at the end. We'll see if it works out for Boom. I think I favor their draft a little bit here. I like it just a slight bit more, but TB can get out of hand.
All right, well, Daniel, just quickly, what's your thoughts? Which one are you going for here? You got 10 seconds.
I got to show a little bit of bias. Boom, it's on the Singapore server. I'm an SCA fan, and I have faith in the FBZ Brewmaster.
All right, so seeing a lot of Boom fanboys on the panel. It's time to unlock the basement and throw it down to my gremlins dwelling down below. Fog, Lacoste, you there?
Yes, thank you. My other gremlin up above. Yes, it's Boom Esports versus RNG, a series that honestly I was kind of really hoping that we would get early on, and we are getting in the upper bracket finals. So, I mean, just looking at the teams, right, like it's so many top names, so many incredible players. Sure, RNG, they did just switch things up. They did just pick in Ghost. They had a game earlier today that looked, I mean, it was versus LGD, so whatever, you know, we'll give them a little bit of leeway there. But yeah, really excited matchup. What things are you looking forward to?
I'm looking at Lion, Kaka Lion. If anyone can make this hero work, it's definitely gonna be him. I'm a bit surprised the way they went with the last pick on side of Boom. I think they had some other options available, but I'm not sure if this Terrorblade is addressed enough. You know, they went with the Brewmaster. He's gonna be able to deal with the illusions, but I don't think, like, once TB gets to his, like, 3-item timing, that they will have what is needed to be able to bring him down. And also, the rest of the team also seems, like, well synergized. No real answer to Pango's Rolling Thunder. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, I was actually surprised about that too. I know the panel kept suggesting like the bin. It did look like it had a couple different reasons why it looked good versus Pango, and also to reduce like healing effectiveness and all that. It is a very popular Boom hero, but yeah, they went for a different route. I mean, Brewmaster can be quite strong to deal with the TB, just his illusions, but yeah, I absolutely agree. It's like if the game gets to this point when he's got too many items, they don't have the same core-to-core matchup unless somehow our Boom is just way ahead in the gold department. Like,
yeah, they will need to outplay them most definitely, because having Mars just to control them, like you have Lion and Pango, so it's gonna be, I'd say, a bit more difficult.
Nova, a nice four-man reflection pushes them off.
Yeah, look at their HP right now. I mean, they're gonna regen up, but still a lot of damage from that blast and reflection.
Yep. And they did see the reason they fought there. Yeah, they saw the ward get placed, so immediately they put a sentry down. They had to ensure that it wasn't gonna get taken. Tims, Taking a lot of damage. We'll get the bounty rune, though. Yeah, lose about 350 HP just to get that trade-off. And yeah, a little bit of a switch up in the way that we do see the lanes. And no traditional 5 position on Boom. They're actually sending the Hoodwink to be the 5 position, and they're sending the Weaver bottom as a 4. Definitely different from what I've seen. I don't think I've ever seen Hoodwink 5.
I remember seeing it. Yeah, I think when the score was like super popular, when the hero was flexed from the mid lane off lane, it can work. It's a strong laner, especially with the Bushwhack. That ability is just so good. It's gonna be a lot of harassment coming up from Jackie Boys and Skim. Kunkka, strong laner overall, and we can see Skim doing some work on Lion already.
I think they have the exact same starting items. Look at them. 2 sets of tangos, fairy fire, stick, double branch, so almost same base damage
stick charges as well.
Damage. They're like the same hero, duking it out. Same damage from their stuns as well. One just lasts, what, 0.1 second longer, so this is the battle to watch between the two of them. Top is mid. We do glance over there for a second. Somnus versus Yopaj. Pango versus the DK. Kind of boring matchup, I feel like. And bottom, as we see there, the team.
Oh, we're gonna see a
Kaka,
first blood here. Kaka Lion, here we go. Use the healing salve as well, just to get some extra regen. I don't think it was needed, but yeah, Kaka Lion was always a treat to watch. Bringing in 2 extra healing salves, has 200 gold on top of that, and also leaving a bit more XP to his offlaner. Bottom lane, TB doing okay. Panel discussed about the value of the Dispel mechanic. It's gonna be great against not just Terrorblade and the Illusions, the Cripify as well, and also Pango's shield. Like, that's pretty big, because it makes him tanky. If you dispel that, he feels like a normal hero.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the other thing I was looking at least for Boom is when I look at like team fight versus team fight, it's, you know, your Mars and your Pango, they can make your team fight super strong on RNG, but I feel like when you have like a Brewmaster, he's always going to just give you that advantage, because if he throws one of those heroes up, then Boom has huge advantage once the actual 5v5s kick off. But
I'm not getting that.
I don't think Dragon Knight's gonna die on a mid lane. If someone's gonna die here, that's gonna be Pango. I don't think you can get a kill. Maybe with the rotation level 6 on Pango, they can kill a Dragon Knight, because Pango on the mid lane has this like entrance that he can bounce off, especially if you catch him right on the stairs. It's like a guaranteed lockdown. They can't get away. And X Noah, he will drop bottom. They committed with pretty much everything that they got. And TB using meta just to try to force them out, but it didn't work out. They also have like good ways of igniting people with just Shukuchi. It's very easy to set things up.
he's still farming fine though, the TB, right? Like it's the Pugna's job to kind of soak a lot of that mana and a lot of that pressure that comes out so that Ghost can get free farm. Because he's gonna have a good lane versus this anyway. Versus Brew and Weaver, I don't see them being able to slow down Ghost too much. Just kills on Pugna. Fairly even start across the board. We do see DK pulling a little bit ahead of the Pango, kind of to be expected. Tough lane. DK just able to sustain freely. He has double bracer now, so his base damage is even higher than that of the Pango. You can't do that on Pango. That's the thing that kind of stinks. Like you can't go like Wraith Bands in the mid lane on a Pango.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
So you always lose a little bit on base damage. You just have to spam for CS.
It's all about the using your both abilities to clear the creep wave. This hero farms extremely fast, and once he gets that Diffusal Blade, this is pretty big. Burning mana.
Bottom again.
Ooh, what's happening bottom? X Noah dropping low. Seems like he's just gonna take the bugs, and yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Ghost, like they don't have much. This Pugna, as you said, like his job is to die, get a healing salve, maybe get a trade or a return kill possibly, but I don't think they can like stop them, because they, even with the Cripify reflection, I just don't think that's enough to kill these like elusive heroes like Brewmaster and Weaver.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have no stun to kind of push them off of you, right? Your biggest way to deter them from going on you really in this lane is reflection, because they don't really even have the decrep yet, so just spamming reflections to try to get them off the Pugna, it's not working. But X-Nova, it's like you said, even if he dies, he can bring salves to bottom, or he can TP mid, and he fills up the bottle like he just did for Somnus to help out versus that DK. But I think the kills matter though, obviously, because I feel like for FBZ, there's a lane where farming can be a little bit hard. So if you get these kills, you get your earn charges, it's gonna start building up a lot for you. So I feel like Boom is still very happy that they're getting these
oh, for sure.
They're not pressuring TB. Yeah, it's getting them a good lane start.
if Brewmaster gets levels, he's gonna push TB out of the lane very quickly. And also, even if he has level 6, if he's same level as the Brewmaster, he still dies, because you can't just sunder people, you can't sunder their primal split anyway, so...
5 minutes. Rotations coming out. Looks like they're using this siege wave mid. We're gonna have lots of rotation from the supports both sides. Scam versus Kaka. See on the other side, Tims, he's trying to get behind Kaka onto the high ground. This is a nice move. Look at this Weaver. On top of Kaka now, with the bugs. Should be able to finish him off. The bugs just...
He's fine. He has 8 stick charges. Oh! He's okay. He's more than fine. Oh! Okay. That's a lot of damage coming out from Shukuchi. I thought the tower region might actually save him. Hex does nothing against Weaver if if you hex him after he used Shukuchi. And a lot of damage. Yopaj, yeah, he's putting in some work on the tower. 2 points in Dragon's Blood. I know you like this a lot. Just casual Gloves of Haste before like boosts, before Belt of Giant Strength. It gives more value.
Yeah, I love gloves. I think it's like the best item you can buy most of the time on any of the... Like if you go double bracer, the gloves feel way better than going for boots most of the time if you're playing in these type of lanes. I love this move. We saw yesterday a lot. Speaking of that bottom, we do see FBZ get brought down from a nice move from Kaka, but we saw a lot of these moves yesterday that was actually coming before the siege waves, which was a bit interesting. Today now, I mean, especially with DK, we see the emphasis of putting the pressure on the tower early on with that catapult with him.
It's so easy to predict like what the enemy team wants to do when they have a Dragonite on the team, and I like what RNG is doing with every single death. They like, okay, someone died, as you said, like he was refilling the bottle on mid with Pagna, bringing healing salves bottom, and now Kaka, he dies mid, DP's bottom, they get a kill on Brewmaster.
Yeah, it's typical Kaka, really. It's just a super active player. He's playing his most comfortable hero. His like Lion and his Shamans, I feel like this is the way he always plays. He's never in one place at once. He's always just moving from lane to lane. He's all 3 lanes. So, continues to be the same playstyle for, geez, what, 7, 8 years that we've been casting Kaka.
Yeah.
As bottom,
Kaka Lion.
The Sunder. They're on FBZ. He's kind of low, but he's in the tower, and they have a TP coming in. Yopaj easily gonna clean up Kaka, and he wants more. He has a stun. Ghost.
They're gonna find Ghost. Trying to run away, but the stun, maybe a Decrepify could buy a little bit more time, and nice, you realize it.
Oh.
Not nice. Nice from Boom, but good attempt. Maybe if he switched Power Treads to Strength, maybe I think the outcome would be the same, but yeah, they got the kill. I think TB overextended there a little bit. Like he knew that Brewmaster will eventually get level 6, and then it becomes really hard for him to play the lane. Should have bailed before that. And this is going to be another kill. So Yopaj making all the right moves in the game from the mid lane. I mean, mid tower still not dead, but there's no way that RNG defends this tower.
No, and you know, we're talking about Kaka and complimenting him for some of his movements a lot of the time. This time it felt like they forced the aggression bottom onto Brew, and it actually really hurt them with the turnaround coming out from Yopaj TPing in. Somnus now looking to rotate bottom. He has a haste rune. The tower's already pretty much dead. Yopaj will pay with his life, it looks like, for it. They've got a Brew split. Yopaj pretty tanky. 30 HP will get brought down. Kaka looks like he's going to bite the dust as well. Does get decrep, survives for a moment. Nice play from X-Nova. Allows Kaka to survive. He's got a stun now.
Misses. Kaka Lion still alive.
Focus on the good stuff, Lacan. Spear misses, but we were focused on Kaka surviving.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that RNG decided to take that fight. I mean, Somnus did have a haste rune, but like their 2 supports don't provide you with much early on. It's just like Pagna Lion, and Somnus gets a solo kill on Scam. I mean, everything you can get to that Diffusal Blade timing, that's gonna be pretty big. Let's see.
Especially this game, I feel like even like Diffusal is always gonna be the best pickup really for the Pangos, but in this game, he's playing versus 3 strength cores, right? So I feel like that Diffusal is going to be really effective just to keep them low on mana in some situations, particularly Kunkka.
Not just Kunkka, like Brewmaster does not like to have his mana burn, and also Dragonite, if he doesn't have mana, like this hero does absolutely nothing, especially if he's in melee form. Like you can just ignore him.
The reason I said the Kunkka is because if you look, actually, the Brew is already prepared. I think FBZ knows. He went Arcane Boots. It's actually really clever.
It really is, and also eventually you're gonna get to the disassemble mechanic from it and get Eon Disc, so yeah, he knows what's up.
And then he helps his teammates out too, right? So it's like for him, the Arcane Boots are going to be great. And then for, like you said, the DK and the Kunkka, he'll be able to keep them full mana. And even, like, yeah, mentioning DK as well too, he has tumblers, so that's going to help at least early on for his mana pool. But yeah, you can see that Boom, they're thinking about the grand scheme of the game. And we see RNG, they're making moves. Another power rune on Somnus. He's got an Arcane.
FBZ getting caught. No split, no nothing, which means that they're gonna get a kill. First stack of finger damage on Kaka. Not sure if it was needed, but you know, it's like, well, we just want to get it off, like just get something done. It does add up, like it's it did get nerfed, right? It's not as strong as it was before. We didn't see too much of Lion lately. Maybe when there was like a couple of Nyx assassin picks, but I just don't remember seeing Lion.
I mean, he hasn't gotten too much love in quite a long time, sadly. I mean, he is what he is. His shard, I think, is still super cool. I feel like it's still underutilized a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. This finger cooldown level 1 is still so...
I know what you wanted to say. It's so bad. Yeah. Compared to, like, Lina. Lina got some loving on her ulti, on the mana cost as well, and also the cooldown. It's pretty much the same spell. Like, this spell does scale, so I'm not gonna say that it has to have the same cooldown, but, you know, just give him some love and give him something.
Just a little love, a little something, because, yeah, Kaka feels like he's like the only one playing. We're not seeing it much. Now we do see a smoke. I believe that it's the Blink Dagger on Yopaj, I want to say, if they're going to be making the move right now. Yeah, okay, Yopaj has Blink. They have Skem as level 6 on the Hoodwink. Brewmaster also getting involved. They're moving everybody. This might catch RNG off guard. They get
Radiant, they use the scan, so they know exactly where they are. FBZ ready to use the split. We see the initiation from Yopaj, Bushwhack as well. Mars is still alive. X-Noah doing some work with that life drain in the back lines, and the TB, he's coming in hot. Good arena, that's gonna keep him very low. Somnus with some really nice spell usage right there. And yeah, this fight seems a little bit over. Jackie Boys is also coming in. He didn't use the boat yet, but Somnus, he did the damage. And X-Noah still alive. We're gonna take to the Urn Charge. Now we see the boat. Sunder is available. Who's he gonna Sunder? Everyone's like half HP. Maybe he can go for FBZ, and here we go. It is used. Somnus is gonna drop. That's 4 dead already. And can they reset? Can they get a catch with the X mark? They cannot. It looked very promising for RNG though. It did.
It was like a lot of actual damage got negated from the Pugna Ward. I think X-Nova was in perfect placement. He had, I think it wasn't max yet, it was level 3, but that reduces a ton of damage coming out. He got some nice healing connection coming out, but I think it was just like a couple really good spell connections coming out from Boom. I think it was like, what, 3-man Clap, 3-man Torrent, and 2-man Boat coming out toward the end there that allowed them to clean up. Yeah, we see this fight again. So yeah, they're like focusing the wind panel, which is actually pretty cool too from Ghost to make sure there's not anybody thrown up in the air throughout the whole fight. But yeah, Yopaj, Chalice, they drop right away, and then the it's a problem.
That's why, because Pango did not have his Diffusal Blade. Like, the damage output is insane. It's 160 mana burn, and he got a couple of swashbuckles off that would definitely help out a lot. I'd say, like, 2 extra heroes would die if he had Diffusal Blade in that fight.
Yeah, he was just showing. That was them picking the fight, though, right? They scanned, they saw the successful hit onto Boom, but they took the fight anyway, and now they're making their way right back up there. They have Finger available. They have Rolling Thunder again too. Somnus, I think his Diffusal, it is coming out.
It's coming on the career,
so he should be a lot stronger in the next fight. But yeah, they definitely did need it.
Deep ward from Boom, like deep in terms of like this is not gonna get devorded, and it's scouting every single hero from RNG right now, so they can decide whether they want or not to take this fight.
It's right outside the sentry range, like just on the cusp of it. And wow, an Aeon disc already picked up. He just rushed it on the Brew. So I guess he's thinking he's just gonna get focused by Finger and by Mars in most fights. That's cool.
It has to be one of the earliest purchases of the Aeon disc. Yopaj has a haste rune.
They're on the Mars.
It's already done. I think this fight's over for RNG already. I mean, Arena is used, but there's no real follow-up, and Storm Panda did use Cyclone on Ghost.
They're trying to catch more. Jackie? They're considering it, but being hesitant versus this Diffusal pickup. So okay, yeah, the Aeon disc. That's it's really cool. It's very different to go for this like first item. I know we've seen a couple times players do it. I know Nothing to Say, I believe, was like one of the pucks that I saw.
Puck. Oh yeah, second item. Like
yeah, when he was playing
Eon
versus
disc.
like Lion and stuff like that, I saw him doing it. So I can definitely understand why FBZ is trying to do this when he's the main team fighter to round out the team. So yeah, it's cool.
This is gonna be a tower for RNG. Definitely one of the. This has to be like one of the earliest Eon disc pickups because I don't think I've ever seen someone picking it up as a first item. But good thinking. I love the players who think differently, who are like not autopiloting in terms of items. It's just straight up earn into Eon disc. They're gonna ignite Mars. Will bring him down to half HP, and this overtime damage does not allow him to blink out. Eon disc already procced. X-Noah doing what he can. Yopaj with the stun and the shard. A lot of overtime damage. Samus finally gets the Rolling Thunder off, and this is gonna be a kill. And he also connecting on the Hoodwink. He can't get out. There's also, what's it called? The active on the Diffusal Blade? Inhibit. Or something?
Yeah, I know this was clutch heals coming out from X-Nova. Chalice actually would have ticked out. It's very close, but ends up getting the heals. Also, little things always to factor in. Nether Ward reducing some of that damage that was coming out. The Fireball, the Cinder Brew, etc. wouldn't allow him to survive. Lots of nuke damage is something I also wanted to comment on the side of Boom. I've seen a couple times people don't just max Thunderclap first. Sometimes I've seen a couple more points in like Cinder Brew or Drunken Brawler. I really love that FBZ just maxed his nuke. Seems kind of standard, but you see how much it's doing inside the fights versus something like a Squishy V or Pugna, etc.
I think it might come down to the Vord from Pugna where he feels like, oh, I need more damage because that damage is going to get reduced.
Somnus is in some trouble. The boat connects, the Torrent as well. They've easily got him.
What Somnus did in the previous fight was really cool. He understood how much damage he does, so he connects on the Brewmaster immediately and proxies Eon Disc. So that's one way to start a fight. And Eon Disc level 1, really good, and then it starts to add up.
Feels like RNG starting to get a bit overwhelmed, though, from the pressure that's coming out from Boom. They're going to get another catch onto Tim's. Should be able to bring him down. Looks like they'll lose X-Nova for it, but yeah, it just feels like they're... It kind of makes sense, though. Like, they're the ones playing with TB, so they do need a little bit more time. But yeah, the map does feel like it's starting to shrink for the rest of them. The Pango, you see Somnus really struggling. It's starting to feel like Ghost is going to be the only one who can actually get outside the base safely from how much catch and control that Boom has. Yeah,
and Ghost also adjusting his item build correctly, I would say, because he's playing into the spell mechanic, into Kunkka's Cleave. He does not want to get like Manta style. It's mostly because of the spell mechanic from Brewmaster, just to have a bit more status resistance. They do have like stuns, so the Cyclone's not gonna last as long on him as well. Pangolier, he's fallen off a little bit.
Yeah,
I'd say like he went for treads. Yeah, maybe he feels like, okay, I need a bit more attack speed, which equals more damage, equals more mana being burned. Jackie Boys, he caught Pugna.
X-Nova.
Really good kill to get. Both will connect, and there's the Rolling Thunder now connecting on the two. Somnus, he needs to roll back into the fight. There's a Cyclone on the Terrorblade, so he's not dealing any kind of damage right now, and Somnus gets the kill on Yopaj in the end, gets another one, and is thrown into the air. Terrorblade does have Sunder, and he gets to pop it. That's going to be a ton of damage coming around from the TB. I think the fight for Boom right now is over. Once the boat runs off, like they need to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, and that was a BKB just finishing up on the Kunkka. Boom was actually the one picking the fight, but Kaka, I think he landed, what, like a two-man stun? Survives, lands another stun on the Weaver afterwards. He just got like perfect control. Somehow none of them die. So even though they weren't able to get themselves too much on the map with the rest of their team, when they rally around Ghost, can definitely see that power as they shrink that net worth lead, what, 3,000? And now they might even claim the net worth lead themselves. And Ghost soon going to become that strongest hero on the map, if not already.
Once they have BKBs on side of RNG, I think Boom is going to have a really hard time taking these fights. And we're going to see like 2 BKBs. Somnus does have like a built-in BKB with the Rolling Thunder. Might even buy a BKB for himself.
They just caught Yopaj. When we're looking at this replay, they actually are just able to find him with another arena. This is while Meta was on cooldown too. They just kill him with, I mean, the 2 supports and the Mars.
TB is getting massive. I think TB is going to be a huge problem. We talked about him getting his 3 item timings. He has like Dragon Lance. I don't consider Dragon Lance like a real item. It's like half an item. And now getting SNY, BKB, Scotty. Once he gets those items, I just don't see Terrorblade dying. Like damage output from Dragon Knight, Kunkka, and Brewmaster, it's very limited.
Yeah, it really does feel like they're going to have to just isolate him, really. Somehow take out the rest of them, and then they're going to have to deal with Ghost later on, since they are losing these early fights, which their lineup is... Well, they lost this last early fight, which their lineup is all about winning every early fight with the way that they've drafted, right? Brew, Kunkka, DK, it's all early aggression, early teamfight dominance. So yeah, big win there for RNG now in these next few moments, and they might even find Tims. They will. Kaka. Again.
Kaka Lion, just too good. I mean, this hero is not popular, but if you're playing against Kaka, you might consider banning it out. He's been all over the place. He's involved in 14 out of 17 kills, which is pretty impressive. Also, Pango does have a shard for himself, so it's very good defense mechanic against mostly Kunkka, because like you just can't get initiation on him. Maybe if Dragon Knight initiates with a stun into both Torrent combo, then it's fine. Also Bushwhack. This Aeon Disc did work on a Brewmaster, so he's getting the splits off, but it's also delaying his Aghanim Scepter a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of the same, honestly. It's like he bought the Aeon, but it hasn't actually been procced in like a manner where it's like him getting initiated on and it procs and he's able to turn with his split. The one that got procced actually was just like the end of a fight. He didn't have split up. He just got hit by a swash and it procced it. So, you know, we were complimenting it because of the thought process of it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's hurting him quite a bit now in these next few moments.
I think it's also the way RNG is playing around it. Kaka getting caught, Rod of Atos on Tims being picked up. Really nice item, allows you to like have something extra. We've seen like Yule Scepters also being very popular on position 4 Weaver, and the Rod of Atos does allow you to scale, like if eventually you want to go for the Gleipnir.
Yeah, I like it. I know we saw it yesterday and I said I didn't really like it, but that was a 5-position Weaver. I think this game, you're playing into Pango too. You can trip him up. You can force him to use that roll-up sometimes. Mid, X-Nova will get his Decrepified dispelled off from the Brewmaster. FBZ's attempting to look for more. They've got the Atos on Chalice, who does not have his BKB yet. So this is looking like a troublesome spot for Chalice. Skem will finish him off. Tim's still scouting out Ghost, but I think they got what they came for.
Yeah, Boom doing a very good job just going for the pick-offs instead. First they pick off Lion, then they go for Pugna. A lot of investment, I would say, where they go with the split and the boat. So just to throw off RNG a little bit off the mark, I would say, where there's like, oh, well, maybe you don't want to take a fight right now. But we check the mana pool on Brewmaster and Dragon Knight in the top corner. Like, just the Fusel Blade is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, most definitely. They do have the BKB now on Yopaj, so at least dealing with like mana burn inside of the big fights, should be more protected at the very least because of that. But yeah, you're definitely seeing the impact of it. Very close game so far. 17-17, neck and neck. TB, as we said, as the game gets later and later, he's going to start becoming that much stronger versus this lineup that doesn't have your traditional carry. But yeah, really close fights coming out. It's just all about these initiations, it really does feel like. We see RNG, they're smoked, they know Bruce Split is down, they're trying to take advantage of that.
We're doing Courier on the hill. They place the Ward just to get a little bit of vision. That's going to get devorded a bit later on. But let's see if RNG wants to force Roche. Yeah,
without Bruce Split. It's 30 seconds though. And there is quite a bit of poke, and there's also a lot of information that Boom has. They have bugs, they have Torrent. So many different things that they can throw. They have the Acorn as well. They'll get a catch. It's a big one onto Kaka. And they finish him. Somnus is rolling, trying to protect him. Kaka will drop. Somnus connects onto 2. Finishing off Skem. Jackie also getting focused now. Ghost now switches attention to Yopaj. He's got the stun on Chalice. FBZ is backing up with a buyback from Skem. Somnus looking to help out Ghost inside of this Mars arena. They won't be able to finish Yopaj, who gets the TP out.
And now Brewmaster has a split, so I think Boom wants to take another... Oh, Hoodwink's just completely deleted.
For 60.
And also Mars catching that Brewmaster. Aeon Disc is proc, so he will get the split off Chalice. Now in a little bit of trouble. Jackie coming up from that Shadow Blade damage. Chalice still alive. And
Ghost is coming back.
Yeah, Ghost does not have a BKB, does have a Sunder, however, and Pango once again thrown in the air. Xnoa trying to do what he can just to keep him alive with the life drain. And yeah, Ghost finally gets it off. Yeah, now I feel, you know, this fight is now over because he got the Sunder off. BKB is ready in 30. Yopaj has another stun, so maybe TB needs to be a bit more careful.
Kaka's back. Kaka's running back in level 12. They have to be careful of the catch that comes out from him. But all right, scrappy fight. Scam buys back and dies instantly, almost on the hoodwink. Doesn't even really get to commit too much, but a great fight for Ghost. Survives the whole time. Now they're making their way into pit 2, and that was a fight that ends with Bruce split, and they can't actually win the fight even with it.
Yeah, the problem that we mentioned after the draft ended was nothing that can stop the Pangoliers Rolling Thunder, and we can see him causing a lot of issues where they can't really deal with him, and he's also popping the BKBs half HP. Kaka getting caught.
Kaka again.
Double
He's gone,
BKB just to get a kill. Ghost will have his BKB up online, I think, very soon. Somnus also has the Rolling Thunder. Xnova fairly low. Roche down to half HP. Lanes are in a decent spot for RNG, but they might need to fix the mid lane.
They've got the Rolling Thunder back up, though, so Somnus is probably still telling his team to stick on.
Oh, they even pick up the region.
That's nice. Both teams just have to stay in the area here. Jackie, 80 mana. He's got Soul Ring. Also can X himself back and stuff like that. But yeah, they're feeling like they need to back away from the area. RNG still lingering around. Meta back up in 15. This fight has stayed so long that we've meta back up. This whole area. Now 3 minutes they've been in this area.
Well, let's see how Boom approaches this one. Scam will probably go with the Acorn shot. There's already a 3 there. They will cut it down, and Somnus, look at him.
He's forcing him back.
Yeah.
Pushing them away with this, and he's even gonna get a kill out of it.
Nicely done. Blink into roll-up type of initiation, and then going for the Rolling Thunder, because he feels comfortable. He knows that, you know, they didn't have anything, but now overextended a little bit. Blink. Can he blink out? Yes, he can. Somnus with the quick reaction.
What a play.
Captain, Jackie, Sparrow, kind of failing there, but... oh, they might catch him again.
Might catch him now. They should have him.
Okay.
He got greedy.
Oh, yeah.
For the small
he get greedy twice. Jackie popping a BKB, trying to get away. There's nothing that can stop the BKB TP, so he's gonna be fine.
Okay, well that kind of hurts. After a really successful fight and everything, we do see our boy Somnus, our boy Maybe, get a little greedy in mid lane, and then greedy for the small camp gets picked off because of it. Yopaj looks like he's queued up the Aghanims, so wants to get this scaling. Makes sense also versus all this high burst damage that's coming out. And also, he's playing versus Mars, so even more so because you can fly out of the arena, which is great.
Makes sense, you're a dragon, so...
Actually, wait, is that one of the ones that can't? I'm actually feeling stupid now.
I think you can.
I think you can. Okay, I can. So, I mean, it's going to be really effective, but there is one thing that I will say on the contrary is when his BKB is down on DK, and when he gets Aghanims, reflection kills you. Your own reflection, you can't move because of how slow you get from your own attacks from your own Black Dragon. So we'll see if that ends up mattering later on.
They don't have a Dispel, so that's gonna be a bit of problem. Looking at the items, like Weaver is going for very greedy item build, going for Gleipnir, and Hoodwink just doesn't have an item yet.
I mean, they're going for some crazy amounts of scaling to deal with, I think, the problem that they don't have that regular carry. Yopaj, BKB.
There's no Basher yet on Pango. It's gonna be there very soon, but the quick reaction from Yopaj to keep himself alive.
These fights are gonna get crazy. We've got the double split now. We have the Gleipnir from one of the supports on the side of Boom. But we see RNG with a really strong core positioned around it with Xnova, with Ghost. Very strong. Chalice seems to be finding these spears every time on Scam.
FBC also TP'd inside the trees. Kaka getting caught, and Rolling Thunder will connect. They know that there is no BKB on Dragonite, so they will gladly take this fight, and they spear him back. You said Chalice with those spears.
Nice
He's been really on point, and so far he's still living, but not for long. FBC will manage to get the kill with the Storm Panda, thrown into the air. That's a TB that popped BKB, but still has Aegis and Sunder. Is going to use that Sunder. And here comes Somnus in the back lines. He gets the disarm on Jackie, gets the extra damage from the swashbuckle, and it feels very difficult for Boom to take these fights right now, I would say, even though it's a 1k gold lead. Considering their lineup, I would say they're like 5-6k gold, maybe even more behind RNG.
I think the thing is too is they're not addressing the supports really well. I feel like Kaka's somehow getting his spells off when he's being quite reckless. He's actually blinking in and casting his spells and somehow surviving. But I feel like X-Nova should not be able to get these spells off.
Yeah, they need to kill this Pugna.
Pugna's gotta die.
He has 2,000 gold as well, so he's gonna have a defensive item for himself as well, whether that's gonna be like either a Force Staff. I don't think you want to go Eon Disc on Pugna because like you're gonna be training people, and then any kind of damage ticks you. It just procs your Eon Disc. So yeah, I see a Force Staff. I like that quite a lot, just to be able to push people out of Dragon Knight stun, and also against Kunkka's combo.
Yeah, and something we didn't actually point out before is they did buy a relatively early gem. They bought it a couple minutes ago. They've had it on Chalice for the last 2 fights, I believe it was. Now passing it over to Somnus. We're seeing the effect of it for sure. I'm seeing like Tim's always getting caught, but looking at the map also, like just it felt like it's been
small.
It's been small for Boom, and RNG's done a great job of just taking out most of that vision and controlling this top side of the map.
Also, Somnus does have a Basher right now, so those BKBs and the there's just BKB TP out is not an option if he's there. Bottom tier 2 tower, it's gonna go down. They pop a glyph.
Like looking at this last fight, I'm really like, Chalice for me is, I don't know how he's landing some of these spears. Like maybe it's a bit lucky, like that one maybe he was trying to pin, it looked like, but it actually ended up being even better because it throws him down onto the low ground. But yeah, he's been really clutch for the team to get these catches. But yeah, I'm just watching like X-Nova sitting in back, blasting, putting Nether Ward down, getting multiple life drains off too. So I feel like they have to get on top of these backliners. I've watched, like I actually want to give credit, especially to Tim's. I think he's done it every fight. I've seen him go straight for the Pugna, but Scam is struggling. Like I feel like they're not really having the impact from this Hoodwink almost at all this game.
Yeah, looking at the not just net worth, but also how many times the Hoodwink got caught, 8 deaths. It's a position 5, but it's a bit more difficult, I would say, to play position 5 Hoodwink because you don't have items. You need to be closer. Somnus using the roll up and rolling Thunder as well.
They're on FBZ, but he's got A on disc.
They want to proc it first. Here we go with the life drain. He's going to get proc. Ghost using a BKB. Somnus, no rolling Thunder. I think RNG needs to back off a little bit. Just go with this casualty. Leave Kaka alone.
Ghost.
But the FBZ,
he used BKB.
He caught him. There's no BKB, so they need to take this fight. They need to play around him.
Can he reset? They have a lot of stun and control. They have the force. Follow-up stuns. The sharpshooter, he gets the Sunder off. It's onto Tim's. Tim's able to reset. Now inside the Mars Arena, Jackie doing a ton of damage with this cleave. Ghost down to 1/3 HP, getting healed up by X-Nova. Bruce Split still going on. Tim's will get latched. Nice spear again from Chalice. Do they have any way to get any type of return kill? Chalice looks like he's likely to get brought down. Somnus as well.
Ooh, good clap from
really
FBZ.
They will finish off Chalice. X-Nova also to fall. But Somnus is going to survive. I think the heals, the slight heals that came out from X-Nova actually saved him.
I think RNG should be pretty happy how this ended up, because Terrorblade was in a lot of trouble. Kaka had to use the buyback, and he finally got the Sunder on Tim's. Kept himself alive, good arena to force them out of it. Once the BKBs are down, I'd say it's a bit more difficult for Boom to play the game. Kaka getting caught, but...
Another blink. Nice plays.
Blink out. And finally, Somnus coming in with the Rolling Thunder and roll up just to get the angle. And
Kaka, though.
On top of that. Kaka, I mean, they're going to leave them as the casualty. But the big one is going to be FBZ. If he can get this kill, miss chance, evade, they can't. Whew.
Okay. I mean, Kaka for a Boom, for a Jackie, and for a Scam. I think Kaka's all right with that. It was his dieback, so he gets the timer out of the way now, too, for the next follow-up respawn. But still continues to be an unbelievably close game as these fights are so pretty crazy. And it's, like you said, it's almost like a blessing there for, it felt like for RNG that Ghost survived somehow. And now, respawning, they have a DD Rune top. And they do have meta back up in about 20 seconds. And yeah, we'll see again, like Kaka, these blink outs. We saw that this is, first it was Somnus, now Kaka's able to do the blink out from the X-Torrent. But now you can see they're addressing him a little more. I saw both FBZ and Yopaj immediately go for him. But yeah, Ghost able to clean up a lot in these fights.
Somnus is doing a lot of work in these fights. I mean, we mentioned it already 2 or 3 times, but there's nothing to stop the Rolling Thunder. So he can do whatever the hell he wants in these fights.
And it's the way he's initiating some of the fights too, right? He blinks in and then rolls, and then he starts the Rolling Thunder. So there's nothing they can really do to prevent it, because you're gonna dodge almost every stun, right? This game, it's a DK stun that can be instant if he's melee form, but even as range form, you can actually dodge projectile with roll up, etc. Lots of different things. So
Perfect. Found a Mind Breaker as well on Pango, so you will have a guaranteed silence as well. Remember when that spell was silence and disarm and minus armor?
it was a really balanced one, especially with Enfeeble. Remember when Enfeeble buffed it, so it lasted like 20 seconds with Lucky Shot?
Pango was not as popular as Hero back then. I don't think people realize how strong it was to have both, like, silence. Okay, well, here's a silence.
I think like some of these changes for Pango too, maybe they thought it, I don't know, maybe they thought it was a nerf or something, like the roll speed's getting slowed down. I think that was a buff in every way. Like it's so easy to land the roll
It's
now.
much easier to drive at 20 miles per hour than at like 120.
Look up. FBZ's just gonna waltz right into them. He's like, come on, I have Aeon Disc. He's also hit 20, so his Broodlings won't die. Gets the split off, he breaks the full initiation. Ghost is caught inside the Black Dragon. It's jumping right onto the supports. He's on X Nova. We see the DD on the TB though, kind of zoning away the rest of Boom, and they can't actually even get any of the supports. They will throw him in the air and dispel that DD off. Chalice, BKB in the river, holding his ground. And nobody dies. A full reset from both squads.
Ghosts, I don't know if that's Silver Edge or if it's just a Shadow Blade right now.
Silver Edge.
It's a full Silver Edge, so against Brewmaster and the Dragon Knight, this is going to be pretty big. There's still no Dispel mechanic on their side to dispel the Aeon Disc, so that's always going to be a huge problem for them. Maybe Somnus can buy it, maybe Chalice eventually, because
you can hope for an item. You hope for a tier 4, right? You hope for your Witchbane, and then you can proc it and you Witchbane the Aeon Disc off. I mean, that's unless they can get an item for it. I'm just trying to think of the solutions.
yeah, maybe they wait. I mean, new set of items are coming out in the next 15 seconds. They know
Want to fight
exactly.
because meta's down right now, so they're looking for the catch. X Nova in the front lines gets stunned up. We'll be able to force staff reset away. Ghost, as we said, no meta, so he's just kind of waltzing around in Silver Edge. Somnus, Rolling Thunder will go off. They're focusing. Ghost though has BKB. Do see this sharpshooter being revved up. Will still be dodged by the BKB. The focus in the top left. Tims gets hot from Kaka. Kaka will survive for now. Yopaj gets the catch onto him. Tims buybacks. Time lapse is back into the fight. They have another arena. Caught Ghost in the midst of everything, but he's getting dropped down. They're focus firing him. Tims dropping low, but he's sticking onto Ghost. Ghost still alive. X Nova healing him. TB actually gonna TP out, reset away, and they're gonna stick onto Jackie the Kunkka now. Mars with the Pango, almost getting him, dropping to 300 HP. Armlet toggle, now Chalice getting turned on from the Brew split. It does look like Boom will be able to clean up the next two as well, with Yopaj coming in onto Somnus. He will drop. X Nova will kill Scam though in the back.
I mean,
Storm Panda
these
chasing.
Brewlings are so insane. Like, they don't have AoE to deal with them, so they can't kill him. Turblada's not going to use his right clicks just to deal with the Brewlings. So, does he have a refresher yet on Brewmaster? Because it's
Gonna next fight.
okay.
And that's the gem also. So, I mean, somehow, I think they're still probably a little happy on RNG because Ghost got away with 150, 200 HP from the 4 staffs and resets from X Nova. But a pretty crazy fight because that was what, Tim's buyback to join back in with the time lapse after he got killed. Yeah, that was wild.
They need this Dispel mechanic against the Brewmaster just to try to lock him down because he's causing a lot of issues. Like, you get a split, then you get another split, you know, the BKBs are down, and then you can choose, like, how you want to take the fight, who you want to Cyclone, who you want to stun.
But now he has the refresher, the full refresher.
Oh, double Witchbane, here we go.
Oh, they got the Witchbane. Okay, so now we can see, does RNG look to use it? So for people who don't know, I'm sure they're gonna. I see Mars already immediately puts it in. You can dispel off, you can purge people, so you can dispel off that Aeon Disc. That's probably what they're gonna look to do. Also add some nice damage, of course, with that maximum mana. So yeah, eyes on Chalice to get that dispel off if they can actually go for the burst on the Brew in the further situations. Because yeah, I feel like if Brew gets these splits off, they actually will just lose all these fights because he has 4 of them now. And it's how much he's doing in the fights of just like the little things that we can't even point out. It's like the tornado on one hero is obvious, but then these constant dispels just clear the illusions. You're not seeing Ghost ever have conjure images up in the fight. He's even dispelling off of his allies too, right? The reflection, which does matter, as we mentioned, versus like the DK and even versus Kunkka, who now is AC. You're doing a ton of work. This invisible impact from Brew is crazy.
Terrorblade does have his Satanic. He sold Dragonlance, is getting closer to level 25 as well, has the Trickster's Cloak.
Okay.
Big play.
Jump.
Big play from Kaka. Just getting the Eondis proc with the finger. They caught Terrorblade. He's still standing his ground. Good bushwhack. They're in the backlines on 2 of them. Yopa's trying to cut into backlines with the Dragon.
X-Nova.
Gonna get caught. X-Nova. Does he have buyback? He does. Immediately uses it. And the Dragon is getting caught. They're gonna pin him down. Yeah, he's completely isolated. Roshan is up near the Roche pit. Let's see if they go immediately inside of it. That was such a clutch play from Kaka, just to get that Eon Disc off Yopaj using the buyback. FBZ with another split, and the Somnus also going for the backlines, going onto the Schem. Gets a BKB for himself. I love that item so much on Pango. And Ghost, he's focusing the Brewlings finally. Somnus is gonna be more than fine. FBZ, what can he do with the Brewlings? Not much. They need to fall back. No Hoodwink. This is 4 versus 5, and no... Okay, actually, Split is available again.
Yeah, they used 3 there. Cool way to start the fight of proccing the Aeon with just an instant blink finger. They lose X-Nova at the start, but Yopaj gets focus fired. And I did see him get pinned, so I guess like the free pathing, he did get pinned to the Mars Arena anyway. So sorry, that was not one of those flying, so apologies. He does get caught, gets killed, focused. And yeah, you mentioned the Satanic on TB. He also got Trickster. So how do they kill him?
Invasion.
Doing a good job of dancing on him, but
double
where's the damage gonna
invis
come from?
Yeah, magic resistance. Like, he doesn't care too much about the magic resistance. Terrorblade did hit level 25, I believe, in that fight.
So did Pango.
Which talent did he go for on Pango?
Pango took minus Swash, and TB took the meta duration. Fight kicking off, FBZ. He's got the 1 split, getting focus fired. We'll get it off. Boat connects onto 2. The supports now X-Nova as well as Kaka getting focused. They find X-Nova. He's dead for 90. Also seeing Kaka get focused from the Weaver. They've got Jackie caught with the Arena again. Chalice, clutch every single time finding the right target, it feels.
They did go for the backlines. They did manage to kill 2 supports, but Kaka immediately buys back. FBC is just causing a lot of issues. He's gonna get silenced by that Mindbreaker, and with the buyback from Kaka, like the Roshan, both teams understanding how important it is. Like, we've seen, I think around this area, straight up like 5-6 minutes of fighting.
I think the whole game has been around this area, it does feel like. Kaka with the buyback recovers gem. As you said, they got a couple level 25s before the last fight kicked off. Now they have Aegis, they have a shard that's going to be given to, who is it, Chalice or Kaka?
Chalice has it, okay.
Chalice has it, but he looks like he's walking to give it to Kaka. He's like, my friend. Okay.
I mean, if Kaka requires, you know, if he says, I need this shard, he will be given the shard.
Yeah. And he'll pass over the gem. Kaka gonna give that one to Chalice. Also queuing up an Aeon Disc onto the Lion. Yeah, even though they killed the Pugna, right, in the start of the fight, still seeing side of RNG getting
Pugna's ward was still there. Like, he just got the ward off and then died, so still full duration. Ward, Hoodwink does have just a shard and the Force Staff at the moment. Found some good tier 3 neutral item, Psychic Headband, to be able to land those bushwhacks a little bit easier. I see a big item. Aghanim Scepter still a bit far away from it, but if he can farm it somehow... Oh man, Terrorblade is massive. He has 5,000 gold.
Yeah. I don't know how... I'm still getting to the point where it's like... I don't know how they deal damage to him or kill him. Even if they're isolating him at this point too, which you saw, he's still too much of this problem. There's no real big damage coming out from anybody anymore. It's like this gradual, consistent damage that Boom's doing from all 3 of their cores, right? The Brood, the Kunkka, and the DK. No one's really like standing toe-to-toe at all with this Terrorblade. No Catalyst or anything on Kunkka, like...
Double damage spawn bottom. It's gonna get scouted by RNG. Let's see who picks it up. Somnus is also gigantic. Level 26 Pango, Blink Basher, the BKB. I mentioned the BKB. It allows you to stay in the fights. You don't care about the Brewmaster or like... Because they don't have any damage that goes through BKB, so it's kind of a natural item choice for him.
Yeah, he just survives and just continues to survive throughout the fight and able to reset over and over. Ghost going toward high ground. Eats a big Tidebringer, but Satanix back up. And now they're just rallying behind him. A Lincoln's. Chalice actually buying a Lincoln's. That's kind of cool. Not something you see too often on a Mars, but wanting to avoid getting either DK stunned to death or cycloned or any of these really good spells that he can dodge with it. And also just throwing it onto the TB is really nice. But a very not traditional item you see on Mars.
Yeah, usually it's Refresher, or we see these Mars like getting a bit more extra damage, going for like Deso, even Overwhelming Blink in a lot of these situations. Kaka does have Eon Disc, so not sure who's holding the Dispel item on side of Boom. Is even... Can you check?
I didn't see anyone holding it, actually. Oh, okay, they have it on Yopaj. Apologies.
Yopaj
also
decided to... Yeah, he has Shadow Blade, so one extra wave to cut into the backlines, and it's also a defensive item against the Terrorblade once he uses the reflection on it.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Scam. Walks out a bit far. 60 seconds, no hoodwink. Full ag synced, by the way. Ghost, that's what he spent his gold on. So full Aghanims now also on the TB, hitting critical mass. Gonna cause more problems in fights. Already unable to kill him, now they have an extra bit of control, ways to push you off. Also push you away from the supports that we've been talking about so much.
Boom trying to cut to creep wave. Hoodwink tried to do the same thing, and good Aki, X-Mark.
I have to point this out quick. FBZ is constantly backpacking his Aeon Disc just to avoid getting it procced from like a finger or something like that. I've seen him doing it 3 times now so far.
Lion has his number. I mean, there's another Eon Disc once he clicks the refresher, and the Eon Disc will not get procced. I mean, that's a good way to start a fight.
He jumped the backline. Yopaj and Tims, they get right on X-Nova. He's deleted. Kaka as well getting focused. We see the Terror Wave coming out from Ghost to try to protect Kaka, but Kaka is going down. He's dead. 2 supports dead for the entirety of this fight. Now it's 5 versus 3. RNG getting focused on Ghost. In the midst of everything, we'll get a Sunder off, but only heals him up just a bit. Somnus coming
has meta, has BKB, Silver Edge, and Satanic on Terrorblade. They need to help him out. There's no bashers. He's just gonna BKB TP out. Maybe they can catch something else, but good approach from Boom. Just to get that split off immediately, they start a fight, and I mentioned the Shadow Blade on Dragon Knight. We see the value from it. That's exactly what they need to do. They need to kill these 2 heroes in the backlines, so itemization from Boom, pretty on point. Look at this
and Tim's
Black Dragon.
Yeah, and Tim's right before all this too, like he has BKB, so he can actually he sticks on Kaka. It was a perfect wraparound. He put the ward down, put the sentry down, they saw both supports, and immediately just collapsed on him. It was like, it couldn't have been done better from Boom. And now they have the gem, and now they have 40 seconds still without the Lion. Still looking to pressure. 25 on Brew also, so he has the Cinder Brew applies a little mini fear effect. Little extra things to factor in.
Brawlings just don't die. Like they don't have heroes to kill it, so they need to like either dispel and lock him down with Lion and proc that Eon Disc. They won't
Somnus.
On Somnus, he's dropping fairly low, but X-Noah keeping him alive. BKB and Lincoln's dropped on top of him. Ghost also
Another
getting
spear.
controlled, but Chalice is doing a lot of work on this Mars, and now it's their time to chase. FBZ still in split mode, 24/7, 365, pretty much.
Buyback from Tims.
He's gonna buy back.
They're on X-Nova, he's dead. Ghost getting focus fired again, dropping extremely low. He's gone. That was meta popped as well. I think he also used his Terror Wave, so even if he buys back, he has neither. Yopaj able to clean up Somnus now as well. No buyback on Somnus. He bought the MKB.
This might be the game. I mean, Terrorblade still does have buyback, but
he's got to use it.
But you said no meta and no Terror Wave, but he's just gonna be there. You know, use Reflection, maybe drop some illusions. Kaka getting caught using the mini Cyclone. There's a lot of Cyclone abilities in this game. Yeah.
They have to be super careful now, though. It's 70 seconds without Somnus. TB has his BKB in about 15 seconds, but there's about to be a 4th split available. Proc the Aeon once, but an immediate split because who cares? And he has Refresher anyway, so he's going to be able to refresh both out right afterwards.
FBZ Brewmaster. I mean, B in his name stands for Brewmaster, probably.
Another spear, Jackie. trying to go for the chain stun. They are actually gonna get him. No way to protect, no force staff or any save coming out to help out this Kunkka. Okay.
And Brewmaster is such an insane hero when it comes, like, this is pretty much the offlane Doom. When you get your item timings, you get like Shiva's, double BKB, double Doom, Blink Dagger, Shard. This is what Brewmaster becomes. And I mean, it would be a bit different if they had like, I don't
Look at this.
He just pops it, gets
He gets an Arcane Rune. Why not?
Arcane
Like, screw
DD.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty crazy. Like, he didn't even take the Brewlings Gain Drunken Brawler. He took the Cinder Brew one, which I actually like more because it's a, you know, extra bit of control that comes out in the fight. But he actually is doing a lot of damage in fight, so I could have seen an argument for him taking the other one because he's literally killing supports with these Brewlings.
He has Blink Dagger queued up. Do you think he needs a Blink Dagger at this point?
Why not, right? Like, what else is going to fit in? I think he should say buyback, but... Smoke out. RNG looking for a catch. Some good aggressive wards up, everything available for them. As we said, Somnus still no buyback on him, so if he does get caught out of the fight, will be problematic for RNG. And yeah, boom. They're expecting this, all sitting the base. They also don't want to use the refresher. We see that from FBZ, he's holding on to it. He's got his primal split back up in about 30 seconds. We're looking at the replay of all of this, of course.
Terrorblade did pop both meta and his ability, what's it called again?
Terror Wave.
Terror Wave at the same time, pretty much. And the Roshan is up, smoke coming up from Boom.
This is the Agh's Blessing. This is a big one. If Somnus is able to get his hands on that, that could be a lot more damage that he's going to be dishing out inside of the fight, too. And it's dropping. I don't think they're going to make it.
Yeah, he also does have level, like he picked the level 15 talent shield CD in ball.
Yep.
So that's going to be pretty huge. Refresher done on Mars, so double arena.
A cheese on Kaka, too, so a way to protect himself on top. Besides that, Aeon Disc, they're going to focus fire him. They get the Witch Pain Dispel, but he's got the Stormcrafter into a blink. Great play from Kaka.
Kaka has been on point this whole game. What he's been doing with ganking early on, and also just the way he played and proccing the Aeon Disc on a Brewmaster with a finger. Not a lot of players would do that.
Yeah. This was also a really clutch little play. Boom was a bit slow. I think it was actually, Yopaj was a tiny bit slow on the Witchbane to dispel his Aeon Disc, but Kaka just like waited for like 1.5 seconds or so, maybe a little bit longer. Threw himself up with Stormcraft, and then his blink was up. So it was perfectly done from Kaka to protect himself again. I mean, it still continues to be an unbelievably close game. I thought the TV would
37-37
at 52 minutes, but no, it still feels pretty much dead even. As we see, win probability is 50-50 as well.
I don't think we had such an EU game in a long time in terms of 50-50 score and less than 1k gold lead for one team. 53 minutes in.
Less than 1k gold lead. We have one team that just got an Aegis and everything. It still has same win probability. No buildings have been taken inside the bases. Like, this is quite wild. FBZ, we see he's using the ninja gear up in the enemy jungle to kind of scout out a little bit while he swaps the quickening arm in afterwards for his ultimate. Nice plays.
At the value. I've seen like teams give Dragonite CDR neutral items before he pops his ulti, and then he swaps in something just to have a little bit extra value, passing out the river regeneration item early on. It was IG who was doing it during the major. Like, there's so many things in Dota that tend to add up in terms of like efficiency. Jackie.
Ghost. They spot Tims for a second. He's going to jump in with Terror Wave, but he got the Shikuchi off, so he's running away very speedy. Did they get the catch? No bash. It's on the creep, actually. Tims gets his BKB off. We'll be all right. We'll get the time lapse off. Now Chalice pops his own. They actually do get the, I think was that the bash there?
He bashed him once. Yeah, he bashed him once. Ghost blinking in. They know where they are.
Yopaj is getting focused. The arena. They're getting the follow-up, too. Yopaj is just getting completely demolished. He's dead, has a buyback. Ghost is in the air, FBZ. He's just getting ignored. They don't even want to look at this Bruce split now at this point, looking for the further catch. Mars Arena will catch Scam. Spear to follow. Another beautiful one from Chalice.
Chalice having an extremely good game on Mars, catching people off guard multiple times. Dragon Knight did buy back, but he's in melee form.
He is indeed. Another Bruce split. We still have another 2 more splits after that, just to be sure. Stay in your seats.
And the Neon Disc, Kevin's Halberd on Therablade. He's trying to get some damage done on the towers, but the constant cyclones, stuns, bushwhacks, rock throws, whatever they can, they're throwing on this Therablade. Torrents. He didn't hit a tower in the last 45 seconds. They want to go in.
They're keeping their creeps alive. They really want to push the issue here with the Weaver dead and with DK with no ult.
Another disarm, another bushwhack. Does miss, so that's going to be some damage on the tower. Scam getting caught. He bought back, so that's 3 versus 5. Lion still holding on to that cheese, and finally they get some tower damage, and this is going to be the first set of barracks. Jackie,
big fight.
The tidal wave to push them back, push them away, try to buy some time. Chalice did an amazing job. Chalice just on point with his spears. And finally we see Kaka with the shard. BKB, multiple drain. Looks cool, does absolutely nothing. It's fine. Yeah, I'm just memeing a little bit, but it's not so bad.
No, but this is actually really cool. They have Pugna Lion. Lion hit 20 a bit ago, but now they have the heal from the Pugna, and they have the mana restoration from the Lions. Infinite sustain. Look, he's like, all right, here you go, Somnus. Use a swashbuckle. There's your mana back. You're full. Kaka, one of the splits, starting to focus him a tiny bit. Protect from Lincolns. We'll get Gleipnerd. Will Stormcrafter himself up. Aeon Disc does get popped. He's got a blink up, though, but gets hit from the Cinderbrew Fear. But we'll be too far away. Chalice drops the arena to protect his buddies. But they're sticking onto Kaka. He pops the cheese. Will still survive. Does get brought down now from Tims and FBZ. The chase continues. Yopaj looking for more. Gets the stun on X-Nova. They're focus firing him now. He's broken on the DK. He's getting focus fired now himself on Yopaj. X-Nova's actually turning. FBZ will be able to finish him off. Chalice also getting focused, but they will kill Yopaj.
Still alive! Well, never mind. Torrent catches him. Tims gets the ulti off, and Terrorblade once again using that wave of terror. FBZ, can he get the split off? This is the 300th primal split that we've seen in this 57-minute game, and seems like they're not stopping. Ghost, there is an illusion rune. A couple of buybacks, 1, 2, 3 coming out from RNG. Still no Dragon Knight. They know it's 4 versus 5. They know the Dragon Knight will buy back.
He didn't get it. What? That was so lucky from Somnus.
Somnus, you gotta work on those bashes, bro.
Oh, man. Another wild fight, but Yopaj is dead for 80 seconds. So that's the biggest thing to take out of all of it. RNG, they did use 3 buybacks to come back into this one. But yeah, Ghost.
RNG, beautiful spell usage and item usage in the previous fight where they're taking control of everyone, forcing people out. Lotus Orb, Decrepify, Force Staff, Life Drain. Like, they're not overlapping things. Using the Lincoln Sphere, Somnus finds the squirrel in the backline. Spear misses a little bit, but yeah, break mechanic on
Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie's just dead. There's no way he can take this fight. He does have a buyback. We'll use it immediately. And the Brewmaster finally dropping low. Can he get another split off?
1 second till split.
It's up. It's back up online, so he can use it, just regenerating up a little bit. The 2 supports already dead. Teams did one hell of a work on his Beaver to get those 2 supports dead. Ghost?
He's low. He's got Sunder.
He needs to Sunder something. Sunder Chalice. Let's go. Yeah, that's the way to do it. And Chalice using Arena. Pins the squirrel on the edge of the arena. Somnus with the Rolling Thunder. There's... I want to see if he want to go back in and try to kill him again. FBZ, can he die? Finally, after 30 minutes, they get FBZ on a Brewmaster. Hype it up, Giannis, one last time, possibly.
Ghost, he's still alive. FBZ, though, too tanky to deal with. Jackie, he's fighting versus this TB Demon Zeal, standing his ground. More heroes respawning, though. I think finally we will see Ghost die as he's running away with his Silver Edge, gets caught stunned, and he will die. There's a gem on the floor, too. So Boom will be able to pick that one up, but all right.
Almost this is crazy, man. FBZ
still nuts.
Brewmaster, like they can't kill him. Finally they did manage to kill him in the end, but very, very difficult. Roshan can be back up online in 2 seconds. Let's see the spawn. It's immediate spawn. And also tier 5 items in 10 seconds.
Oh, baby. And who? Okay, so buybacks, let's see. So we had Brew buyback there, we had Kunkka buyback, and we had the previous, earlier before that fight, the 3 buybacks coming out from RNG. So you see...
DD also spawned bottom.
Okay. And they picked up the gem. Yeah, DD on either the DK or the Kunkka. We see how much damage. Didn't really get to point it out in the last fight because there's so much going on, but Jackie Boy actually did like 15,000 damage in the last fight as Kunkka, so... Lots of different cleaves that he was able to connect with, but the thing that you implemented inside the mid of the fight was Tim's. He did catch the back line while they were going for the push. And they're actually just going for tier 4s with this DD.
Terrorblade does have buyback. He needs to use it. Like, they need to find an opening so that Terrorblade gets the buyback. Here we go. Ghost using the buyback. In the end, I don't think any tier 5 items have been found so far. Dragonite still pushing onto these towers. Gets hexed. Gets stunned.
He's getting focused.
He's got to get focused down. They try to go for the final Hail Mary play, but Jackie Boys, he's also hitting the throne. They need more control. Tim's also going for it. Couple of dashes. Throne is probably gonna fall down. They're focusing it, and yeah, they're gonna make it. I think Terrorblade, he needed to buy back a little bit earlier. Maybe just maybe he didn't think, you know, they're gonna go for the throne. They're trying to poke things, see what's gonna happen. But in the end, they actually do it. Double damage found by Dragonite and good decision making by Boom. What a wild game, Fogged.
Holy, I mean, that would give me remnants of TI9 final, like, flashback thing where they're, like, or TI8, sorry, it was Spectre, but TI9, no, it was TI9, right? No, Spectre not buying back, right? Ana not buying back in time. This is the same thing, the TV not buying back, they're getting thrown. Oh my God, this game was literally anybody's game. This was such a good game from both sides. Like, great movement around the map from both sides. Like, you could literally highlight pretty much every point in this game, but I would say 30 minutes of this game was spent around the Roche pit. So I think we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Analysts have a lot to go through on the panel, as we'll be going to them in a couple minutes after this break.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज यहाँ दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके वाइफ है। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Game one between Boom and RNG most definitely delivered, and hopefully it's just the beginning of a series going to deliver. I'm tired of the 2-0s, and finally we have a series that looks like it's going to deliver. I'm joined once again by Wagga and Daniel to break down what is an amazing start to this series.
That was fantastic. I mean, I love it. That was a very fun and very hype 60-minute game. Could only have been made better by some big items as well at the end, but what a showdown at the finish there. That, you know, decision to go for the throne. There was a lot to break down. Could TB have saved if you walked back earlier? I think they showed a lot of really good decisions on Boom Esports overall, but they're pretty brave as a team.
See, doubters, where you at is all I have to say about all of that, because Boom, they just seemed like, I would say, the more complete team. You know, the decision-making, their buybacks tended to sync up just that tiny bit better. But man, what a game that FBZ played. He was phenomenal. Just always knowing how far to push that Brewmaster. Of course, you want that from your last pick in the overall draft to be able to counter out the TB. It just felt like his impact was so phenomenal. Using the Aeon Disc to be able to scout, and just he did the most damage on Boom as well. Like,
so hard to play
crazy
against.
how much this Brew did.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to play against the Refresher and Aeon Disc and Aghanims. At that point, he is inevitable, right? There will be Brewmaster split. You cannot prevent it. There, are pretty much no ways to do it unless you have insane chain stun that doesn't care about status resistance and bursting during that, which is not an option for them. We see the early trades here.
Just gonna say, I noticed that comment by Danog, like SEA looking like the more complete team, and maybe that's his SEA fanboy coming for a bit. So maybe you can fanboy the other side, because someone we have to definitely highlight in this game is Xnova, who is of course from SEA as well. So kind of maybe that was the completion for him, is that he had a standout performance here, right? Despite the way this game went, I felt like most of this game we were talking about Xnova with one of the most phenomenal Pugna performances we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, his Pugna was on point, his positioning was super clean, always saving people and pushing himself to the limit. He was working on like 100 HP and 100 mana and still saving his cores left, right, and center. He was absolutely vital to break down, and we saw that from Boom as well. They sent in Yopaj just to try and assassinate him, that Blink initiation, looking for him always.
Yeah, it just forced so much emphasis onto trying to find out Xnova. His positioning, like you said, was on point. And, up to 40 minutes into that game before FBZ really came online, we were talking with each other and I was like, man, I don't care. Even if Boom win this game, FBZ, he's been playing really well, but Xnova, by far for mine, was very close to being that MVP.
The finish where they had the DD rune and they just push it. They try and burst down the DK as fast as possible.
Lives.
Yeah, he lives, stays alive, goes to get some more right clicks, and Brewmaster has another split, and that's gonna do it. They can't really prevent the Brewlings from just auto-attacking down.
We were just yelling about Ghost in that one, right? Like being just cycloned up, not able to do anything in that final fight. I guess one thing to talk about a little bit is Ghost. He had a pretty amazing performance for most of this game. We only saw maybe one mistake before the end there. The question is the buybacks. It was kind of highlighted a little bit by Fogged. Was that a mistake? Should that have came out sooner? Could that have changed the game?
I mean, maybe you could argue that you should buy back earlier. It was a tough decision to make as a carry player in that spot. Like, do I have to? Should I do it? I think for me, he played a pretty clean game. Maybe he could have bought back earlier there at the end. The bigger one for me is I feel like while Xnova was really shining, Kaka was quite often getting caught out of position and dying without having too big impact. I think his positioning online was a little bit off. Or what do you feel, Danog? Why did Boom take this series or this game here?
I think it was a little bit off, and eventually it got better once he picked up that Aeon disc, right? Just to be able to break up a lot of that initiation. Because to be fair, sometimes they just ran into him while they were trying to find Xnova, right? You had Blink Dagger on Yopaj, you had Skem and Tims constantly running in onto the backline. Tims, he himself did a ton of damage. Like, he did 46,000 damage in that game as the position 4 Weaver, right? So it was all about just him popping his own BKB on a support, having that Gleipnir for the extra damage for the backlines, and it wasn't an easy game for either of these RNG supports. So the fact that they had the impact that they did is pretty commendable.
Yeah, and of course, MVP up on the screen. I mean, we were kind of torn on this one, lads, right? Like, it was a bit hard to choose. There were so many standout performances, but run me through what made FBZ so special in your eyes.
I think his overall understanding of how he could push his hero. When he had the Aeon Disc Refresher Aghanims, his positioning was very enforcing the fight. He was like going up and just putting himself in a spot where if you're Team RNG, what are you gonna do? Like, you have to use spells on him, but the more you use on him, the more likely you are to lose the fight. At some point, they used like BKB on Terrorblade on just an initiation onto the Aeon Disc Brewmaster. Like, that doesn't do anything. You're just now without BKB. Overall, I think he had a pretty standout performance towards the later stage of the game.
Yeah, he just did everything, right? Like the Flame Panda, he made sure was always on top of the Pugna, so even if he decrept himself, he would still be taking some of that damage while channeling the Life Drain. He was using the Earth Panda to pop Lincolns on people. He had, of course, the Dispel Magic against the TB Illusions, plus just throwing a vulnerable unit up into the air, and it was so good. Such a good performance. This is what you want to see out of that last pick.
And you know what? It's not our only MVP. We were torn, right? We needed a secondary one. I can't believe this. It's not often that we do this, where we're in a situation where we're talking about someone who sucks.
Oh, good.
Is so good that they have to be MVP. But Xnova was exactly that in this game.
Yeah, Really wish that we could see. Did you get a chance to see the heal number that he did, Danog? You were watching.
16,000.
16,000. I mean, for a Pugna, that is a big number because all the heal that he has is single targeted, like heal when you need it, right? He doesn't get those padded heal numbers by just spamming a mech and like accidentally healing people around you that don't need it so badly. So
I mean, while he was getting dived by 3 people, he just had his nether ward dropped. He was evading them, playing in the tree lines, using the Force Staff, and then turning around and killing them, right? Because even like a Hoodwink obviously needs to use the Acorn Shot and the Bushwhack. That ended up taking a lot of damage going the other way. And then, you know, he solo killed a few of these supports that were going in onto him while still providing that heal impact to the rest of the team. Maybe next time he needs to be a bit more greedy, you know, go the Heart of Tarask build on the Pugna to make sure that you're always able to get those big heals out.
yeah.
Oh. Boys, I think, like, you know, we got to look at the ups and downs here, because despite it being an amazing win for Boom, it wasn't the cleanest of games for them, right? Like, we can say that this was back and forth. That's one way to look at it. But we did notice that maybe Jackie wasn't having the most standout performance of his career in this one. Maybe we want to break that down a little bit. I believe some people were calling him Jackie Sparrow in the chat.
There were a lot of moments where they either didn't use BKB fast enough or they committed to fights that I think they should have avoided. Times when they could have just, you know, accepted the wins that they already gained. There was one standout point to me, which was pretty late. It was like 40-something minutes into the game, right before the 3rd Roshan was taken, where they tried to push high ground as well, and they were just lacking BKB cooldowns, lacking everything, and they just lose Kunkka immediately, and then they get deep-warded on the triangle, and subsequently the 3rd Roshan goes the way of RNG. I think that Boom has a lot of weaknesses and holes in their gameplay still that RNG could, you know, exploit. And this matchup, I'm still not sure who's gonna win. It was a really exciting game 1, but I think RNG are very evenly matched here.
Yeah, it was a good play by Chalice there to be able to catch him out when he was in that vulnerable position with the Blink Spear back. It always is those repositioning tools that can sometimes turn the tide. Even just his early purchase of the Boots of Travel, right, with that fight underneath the Dire Tier 1 tower at top. It just felt he was a tiny bit late towards that engagement where it didn't really work out too well for them. I think they still got like a 2-for-1 trade, but once you'd hit those early timings, once you were against that Terrorblade, it's just like you needed that huge teamfight win to then progress into a tower so that opens up Roche a little bit more strongly for yourself. And there were a couple of misquotes as well, which, you know, if they were playing on the Chinese server, it's forgivable, but they were on Singapore. Game number 2, that's on the China server, so we'll see if that changes things up at all.
Well, that's what was interesting, right? Is that the ping wasn't a dominant detail in this game. I believe we checked it. It was about 70 MS for the away teams, so reasonable to play under Wagger, right? You're not likely to miss too many of your spell combos. It just felt like, especially RNG on the mark with dodging out a lot of the combos coming from Boom.
I mean, obviously having like the lower ping you have, the better. If some players are on like 15 and some are on 70, obviously there's a reason why they play alternating on these servers. But as long as it's under 100, I've heard a lot of pro players say like under 100, you can't really cry too much. If it's over that, obviously it's getting a little bit bad. But yeah, we saw some really quick initiation plays, and in those it can matter quite a bit if you have, you know, no ping disadvantage really.
Yeah, for sure.
So looking forward, game number 2, what kind of switch ups are we gonna see? I think the first thing on my mind, I'm just stuck on him. Maybe I'm sounding like a fanboy, but you know, our boy Yap, did he make the Pugna feel like it's going to have to be banned somewhere in here? Because he came in clutch so many times. Like, is there going to be a switch up in ban prioritization to open up this second draft?
I'm expecting Pugna to get banned in the first phase, probably. If you don't have a first pick yourself as Boom here, you probably need to respect it. And yeah, Xnova, he's a fantastic standout player. I think he has an extremely good understanding of Dota, which is why his positioning was as clean as it was. Like, he was really showing off in this game.
Do you remember what the second hero that was banned by Boom in the first phase? Was it Ember Spirit? Like Ember Io? It might be Io Pugna that they look to get rid of this time around, just because...
Yeah, both the spirits were banned, right? Like Storm and Ember were in the first phase, both of them, I think.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Coddle might have been as well by RNG as the other one on the other side. I also wonder if RNG, they're a roster that likes to play a lot around Somnus, or maybe, right? And this time around, he was playing the Pangolier. He still played fine, right? But it didn't feel like he was going to be the one to carry this game, especially when you consider you're up against a Dragon Knight. Once you pop the Elder Dragon form, you really don't care too much about your mana, especially in the later stages of the game. Say we saw the thing with the Brewmaster, right? You might be able to try and chain lock him down. He had the Aeon Disc to be able to survive and pop the ultimate. Kunkka, I guess a tiny bit more vulnerable, but eventually he even got the Asokuras, which meant that he was able to sustain a lot of that.
Just kill Skem over and over. That's basically what he did. He like went for Skem. He was like, here, I can kill you. I'm gonna burst you real quick. I don't know how many solo kills he got on Skem, but like you said, he does struggle to bring down these big tanky cores, and we were talking about it early on in the draft, saying that against such a burst heavy lineup, getting some really thick cores that don't really get killed was going to be key, and that's exactly what they did as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it means that this game they're going to put a little bit more onto maybe shoulders. You know, is he going to be picking up for himself the Kunkka, the Storm, the Ember, the Lina, the TA, you know, these sorts of heroes that can carry the game in their own right.
I feel if he was on Lina this game, that could have looked quite different. I think it might have been, you know, the continuous damage output and the high damage output that they don't just lift up TB, because that was the downside. TB's illusions, they get cleared out with the Dispel, and then the Tornado or the, you know, Tornado from the Storm Panda just lifts him up. And at that point, you're missing almost all your damage here. Outside of like Mars Spear into Arena and some Finger Death, you're really just lacking damage at that point. So yeah, maybe something more continuous.
One thing I think is pretty cool to talk about is the patience that was being shown on both sides that I think is going to set up a really nice series, right? Like we weren't seeing maybe that over-aggression that SCA in past years has been known for, right? I think on both sides, both from RNG and Boom's perspective, what we saw is exactly what we're expecting out of top teams, right? They took fights, they were very patient about their timings, and I think that's why I'm pretty excited to see how this series is going to go. I don't sense just a 2-0 stomp on the horizon.
No, definitely feels like it could be a 2-1. I think RNG were, for most of this game, looking like they were going to win it. And then at the end, Boom managed to turn around and take the win. That's why I feel, even if Boom won this, still thinking RNG has a very good chance to win the next one. So yeah, we'll see exactly how it's going to play out. So I'm excited to see the next draft. It will really be telling to how the teams are approaching this, if we're going to see Pugna banned or not.
I can tell you, I've got my secret sources, and Pugna is banned, but not by who you would expect. RNG, they've actually gone and banned it out, right? I think it's because Boom have first pick this draft, so they want to take that option away from them.
It's a common move. You play something once, you own with it, and then you ban it because you don't have first pick and don't let the opponent do the same thing. Sadly, they didn't get a W on the back of owning with their Pugna, but yeah, we see Pangolier also being banned out.
So the IO taken out as usual. I mean, that was kind of the funny thing. I felt like the Pugna in that last game kind of had the similar expectation that is put on an IO in a game, right? The amount of saves, the clutch moments, time and time again. But opening up, we are going to get to see the Bane this time around. Something that I believe Danog was expecting last game from Boom.
I mean, Skem plays a really good Bane, but also, again, like I said, they have first pick. They just want to pick something that's very flexible, good at their pick-off style of meta, and decent enough for the laning phase, because when you've got first pick on Boom, I think a lot of the time they're just going to go for that Medusa at the end of this first phase. You've gotten rid of the Pango, one of the great builders of Diffusal Blade, for, of course, the mana burn, and immediately after you pick it up, you're going to be able to ban some of those big counters. I think we can expect to see an Anti-Mage go away, might see an Ursa, for example, if RNG just want to go that really aggressive route, and that's really what I'm expecting to come out here from Boom.
Yeah, and they're gonna go Rasta, so heavy on the disables from both these first picks. What are you gonna pair it up with? The Storm. Yeah, I was thinking, are they gonna take the Storm or not, but still think it's strong enough that you want to go for it, and we'll see how Boom responds to this.
A lot of lockdown, that's for sure, right? So not exactly the lineup that could go for something like the Abaddon or the Omni Knight, considering you've already got the Bane. So it's going to be heavily on Skem's positioning. He did get caught out a couple of times, but it did require, of course, a heavy committal. Actually, they go for the Lina instead. Okay, just really wanting to secure that mid lane. I suppose when we consider what I said before about RNG really wanting to prioritize a little bit more to giving Somnus that win condition, now that you've taken away the good laning matchup for the Storm Spirit, that becomes a little easier.
Yeah, I think Lina and Bane pair up really well too, because you have something that sets up the Light Strike array more easily, make sure that you can land that. She also has a long range of operation as a mid laner. She can actually stand quite far back and deal her damage, which can be good when you play against something like a Rasta. If you play a hero that gets too close too easily, then Rasta can just catch you off guard with a Hex. Much harder for a Rasta to get the jump on Lina. He really kind of needs to have a blink to get that initiation.
And Linas these days, they go boots of travel like almost entirely, right? So it's just going to enable you to connect to any kind of Bane Nightmare pickoffs where he's playing around some of those lane wards. He can just use the Nightmare, Lina TP's right on in, Light Strike, Dragon Slave, Lacuna Blade, kill, you know, and it's a very easy way to get some of those more greedy heroes with this particular pick. So yeah, good for laning stage, good for pickoff, decent tower push, all right, team fight. I think they just really need to secure the remainder of that now.
A bit leading into what you were saying there about the travels and the TP, they also ban out the Beastmaster, which is a very strong combination with Lina for multiple reasons. I mean, even more right click, you know, tons of physical damage if you push together, but also that Roar into Light Strike array. But the Hawk is another target that you can, you know, travel in on, so would lead to very good pickoff and prevent split push Dota. And I think Royal never give up. They want to be able to split push here. Even though there's already the Bane and the Lina, you want to try and make sure that you can play the side lanes a little bit when you have Storm, so that you can make the map open up a little bit. That's when you will find kill potential. Storm can struggle when the enemy team is able to go as 5 all the time, because he really wants to get those pickoff kills. And if you remember Mikke, we saw on his Storm, where he got absolutely nothing, because the enemy team were just going as 5 all the time. That's what we want to prevent. Split push prevents 5-man Dota.
There are a couple of teams that are going like Storm Spirit position 3 in recent times, just to make sure that you have that level of flexibility. You know, it doesn't require too much net worth to have a high level of impact on it, and you can be a little bit more committal, kind of act as that initiator rather than putting it all on the back of your mid lane. And I mean, RNG, they're in a decent spot to be able to have that flexibility, right? They've got second pick, they're going to have the last pick of the overall draft as well as this incoming phase, so it could happen.
Yeah. They are at least able to stay open and flexible in that regard. And yeah, Storm can function as an offlaner just because he does have the potential to initiate. He also does have the lockdown and disable that you usually are looking for from an offlaner. He doesn't have a big AoE disable until he gets the Aghanim, but then he is pretty online. Downside being, Storm is not a tanky offlaner, so you would kind of need a tankier form of either +1 or +2 in that regard.
Yeah. You just need to make sure you're not getting dumpstered in the laning stage as well, right? Because not very tanky, no natural escape before you're level 6, so you got to make sure the lane matchup is ideal for it.
Do you like the idea of Shaman and the Storm Spirit in that offlane combo, or do you think you need some sort of front man for the Storm Spirit?
I mean, I like it better to have the Rasta as a +4 than a +5. So if you're running the Storm +3, I still would want to have the Rasta down there. And it's a pretty high damage dealing lineup. But now with the DK pick, I think we're probably a little bit more likely to not have offlane Storm. Although still possible. Of course, DK can be played +2 or +1 as well.
Yeah, it's not too bad against the Lina, right? You're able to sustain, you've got pretty good right-click damage, so not that you're able to get the Dragon Tail off, I suppose, to be able to secure those last hits and those key denies onto the range creeps, but it's solid. I'm not saying the Storm 3 is gonna happen by any stretch, but it is an option, of course. So against this... I mean, are they just going to pick something really tanky again that's going to survive a lot of the burst jump? I mean, they could Medusa still here, right? Or they might go for something that's good in the laning stage, like the Ursa, specifically against the Dragon Knight. I'm worried that if they don't go something super tanky, like this Bane, this Lina, they do become food for something like the Storm Spirit if you get the initial jump, right? But it puts a lot of emphasis.
I'm wanting to see something like an Abaddon again here. I mean, yeah, you have Bane Abaddon's kind of double defensive in a way, but I want to see some form of protection or like ability to save each other here, because you're looking at such a strong initiation from RNG. Either that, or you full in on having the stronger 5-man lineup and just deter RNG from fighting you in that way. Okay, they're gonna go with Rubik. A lot of good spells to steal for sure. And there's the Tide. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. First of all, you block the Rubik against Ravage, and you're building into what I was saying. Build a 5-man lineup that is powerful, and that can be good against these pick-off heavy lineups.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to 100-0 a Tidehunter, right? And as of right now, until it gets to the super late stages of the game, you're not going to have a Silver Edge buyer on anyone except the Dragon Knight, so you're always going to be able to guarantee the lockdown. Could this be the Disruptor pick, though? I mean, it's great against the Bane for the Fiend's Grip cancel with the Glimpse. They're going to go the TA, but I mean, even against Tidehunter, right? It's one of the few things that can hold you in place and allow the team to actually burst you down.
Last pick support. They're gonna go ahead with last pick either for the POS 5 or POS 4. We'll see the identity of this Rasta. I would assume that this is the last pick for POS 5 actually. Yeah.
I'm really feeling the Disruptor, man.
Disruptor does look really good. I mean, you have Glimpse against Fiend's Grip as well, which is fantastic. And as you were saying, putting down a Static Storm is one of the best ways to control a Tidehunter.
Even just the TA traps, right? For the TPs to lane, glimpse and ride on back with that vision, even if we only get it for a second or two.
You like the idea of the Abaddon for Raw Never Give Up? You already mentioned it, I think on Boom a little bit earlier on, but could that actually be a good choice here against the Bane, against like the lockdown potential to kind of save?
I mean, the thing is, are you thinking, because right now they have both Rubik and Bane, they would have to play core Rubik or core Abaddon?
Sorry, I meant for Raw Never Give
For
Up.
RNG.
Yeah, because
I actually like it, right?
5.
Oh, right.
So you could just manually use the borrowed time when if the Tide ravages you, right? And then you're going to break out of the stun, you can aphotic shield someone else. So it's not too bad as like that turnaround mechanic, as long as you're playing close to the more vulnerable cores that you've got, particularly the Storm Spirit.
For sure. It can definitely work. I think for them, it's pretty open. Like they have a lot of alternatives, what they want to do, I would say.
Going to carry the game for RNG. That's for Boom. That's the real question that I have. So it's not going to be Terrorblade, not going to be Faceless Void, no Monkey King, no CK. Deucer's still in the pool. How do you feel about Deucer into this RNG lineup, Wagga?
I think it looks doable. You have good combo with Tidehunter, of course. I like Tide and Medusa together. But I'm not a huge fan of doing it against these heroes who are so mobile. Like once DK gets Aghanim Scepter and Storm can zip around, Dusa can get kited a little bit, but I think it fits pretty well still.
I mean, Lina can obviously easily be that win condition for you, right? But you are kind of vulnerable. They've got a lot of burst damage. They've got a lot of gap closing to be able to get right in on top of her. And, you know, if you get that blink on the DK, get the instant stun off prior to her being able to activate the BKB of her own, then you're in a really tough spot. So I think they needed that secondary condition with the Medusa.
Yeah,
honestly, the Disruptor's still fine, right? Like if you pop the Stone Gaze and try and run away, you can just as easily glimpse back the Medusa, right? And then she's still kind of there in the middle of a lot of this.
That or Winter Wyvern is an option. I don't see it being bad here as well. I think you can get some great ultis when you play against the team with Lina and Medusa. There's obviously a lot of right-clicking going on. The one downside, Medusa can still be split-shotting onto enemies. But yeah, if you hit like anything standing next to Lina, it's gonna die. I like the possibility for it here.
I'm a Wyvern spammer, and there have been too many times that Rubik's just stolen my Winter's Curse. I know people say just press Q, but you can use Q to... You use your Q to set up for being able to steal it, right? You want to have that... Yeah, I guess. Probably. I'm not healing myself when I curse. There's a celebratory heal after that. Yeah, I think it's going to be either Abba or Disruptor. Those are my two options that they've got. I mean, could they nix into this at all? Grimstroke, okay. I mean, it's pretty good, right? Just gives them an extra way to be able to get it onto those backlines, be a lot more survivable. Even just being able to toss the once you get the Aghanim Shard, the Inkswell onto someone when they get ravaged, you might still take a couple of seconds of it, but you're going to be able to turn it around potentially.
They have some good combos as well for the Soulbind is the big thing. They have the Dragon Tail, which is just huge. You can go for a double Vortex, and also Shadow Shaman is just going to be smiling, you know? Like, he's got 3 abilities, all are great. The Q actually does a ton of damage if you hit it onto a Soulbind, and same with Shackles, of course, holding 2 people.
This is a 5 Grimstroke, by the way, so you're going to get your wish of the 4 Shadow Shaman, Waga?
Yeah, I don't like 5 Shadow Shaman. I feel like it's really weak. Grimstroke works much better without items, so I'm happy to see that. On that note, I will favor Royal Never Give Up for this one.
Me too. I think they've got a more rounded draft. They're playing on slightly lower ping. I feel like they've just got so many ways.
Consideration. Okay.
Very slight. I mean, it was a 60-minute game that we just saw. It was nail biting. So I think it's something that needs to be considered. But yeah, they've just got too many different ways to initiate. They've got good tower taking. They've got great heroes for Roche. I think RNG have got this one.
Oh, my casters, I don't know if it's that they believe in RNG or they just want more good Dota, because if Game 2 even delivers half of what Game 1 gave us, we're in for one hell of a series. It's time to get underway. Game 2, RNG versus Boom. Let's kick it off.
After an absolute banger of a 60-minute game between RNG and Boom last game, we get a repeat. A bit of a different draft, of course. Actually, very different styles from both sides. But a similar concept, at least for Kaka, where he seems to be playing either Lion or Shadow Shaman every single game. I mean, some things don't change.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on this last pick, Grimstroke?
I see the combos that they have with it, and I also do see it's versus Tidehunter. That's one of my favorite things, is the Phantom versus Tide. You can't cracken it off. So mid game and stuff like that, you can actually cause a lot of problems for this Tidehunter. And then also, I mean, I guess like once it gets to like super late, if he gets an Aghanims, it can be kind of. I mean, I want to say it can be kind of cool, but Medusa's not really even that really good of an Aghanims target. But
yeah, she just
I guess the Shard.
Yeah,
I guess it would just be the Shard would be the other timing with the Grim. It's cool. I mean, they have some cool combos with it.
They do. I feel it's okay. I don't think it's like anything special against the like Lina can help out, Medusa can help out with killing the Phantom. In theory, it works well. I think what panel talked about, I guess they were deciding whether that's going to be like a Disruptor. Abba decided to go with the Grimstroke to have a bit, like, because Disruptor is still a very weak hero. Like, even if you like lock him down, if Tidehunter has like one item, if he has a hood, for example, like you still don't die. Ghost?
He's just chilling. Hoping to get it, but wasn't able to.
They couldn't see him there because he's a ghost.
Yep.
Very
nicely done.
And yeah, looking at Boom's draft, it's slow. It's very slow. It's Medusa, Tidehunter. Tidehunter compared to other offlaners is just way too slow. Like he doesn't join fight. Like comparing him to Dragonite, comparing him to Mars. Like these heroes want to get like one item and take a fight. Tidehunter wants to chill and get some farm.
Yeah, it's just very immobile. Like Tide and Deuce on the same lineup overall, it's just like wherever they are, that's where the fight is going to be, right? Like you know that these heroes are not going to like traverse across the map, constantly could make moves all over the place. No, it's like where they are is where the action's going to be. Tim's? Okay, I thought he was going to get Meld hit and eat a bit of damage, but Ghost used it earlier. Yeah, like the other thing about the Tide too is he is playing into Meld. Meld hurts, man. Like Tide is not he's a tanky hero, but when you look at his actual armor, it is quite lackluster, especially early on.
He started with Ring of Protection, which I really like, and also started with the stick, so he knows what's gonna be problem in the laning stage. But I still feel that they should win this lane.
X-Nova, look at him go. Yeah, agreed. I like that he went for the Gush, though. I think this is actually cool, because look, it just prevents, since he saw Ghost went for Meld, it prevents him from like walking up and getting CS well, also from getting melded. Kind of cool.
I'm not saying that they should like stomp this lane or anything, but I feel like they have more kill threat, and like once you get to start getting levels on Tidehunter, you will be like getting, and here we go, Tim's actually gets the first blood, and they're still not done. Like they could potentially turn around Grimstroke buying a healing salve, Tim's using healing salve on his offlaner, so that's gonna be some extra value.
Yep. Nicely done so far. I used to like this lane a lot because of the double damage reduction. It's actually pretty obnoxious versus most carries. You get Anchor Smash, you get Fade Bolt. Looking at mid right now, there's some big bullying coming on. Xamnis actually gets the pull onto Alina, something not too expected. There is a bottle and Fairy Fire. Yopaj will be okay, also getting himself that Water Rune. Xamnis will be able to get his own.
Bottom lane, Bane plus Medusa. This is not a killer lane, but they might like potentially get a trade kill on Shaman. I don't think Dragonite dies in this lane until there's some kind of rotation, because he's just way too tanky. Damage from Medusa and Bane is just not enough to munch through the tankiness of him.
Yeah, looks like the mid and the It's mostly just the bottom lane. The bottom is mostly like the boring lane, where I feel like it's just going to be like Bane and Shaman kind of do same thing of they can trade really well with each other. And Dusa tanks and going to be able to farm. Same thing for DK. Maybe DK will get a couple extra denies because of the stun into deny off of Dusa, but it depends on where Kaka is. Mid, I think, is going to be the biggest disparity, where Yopaj should just get a big advantage over Somnus. And top's the fun lane. I mean, top is the one where they're both just duking it out.
Yeah, top's definitely the lane to watch. Mid lane, it's getting pinged out. They know that there is going to be a rotation, so Kaka already lurking around the mid lane, trying to make something happen.
Okay. Does mean that he's gonna... I mean, DK's not gonna die, like you mentioned, so he knows that this move is available for himself, but does mean that the Deuce is gonna just completely free farm down there without any pressure of anything from Kaka. If they get Yopaj, it's worth it. If they don't, it's just kind of a wasted move from Kaka. And they'll scan.
Still chilling.
Yeah, he knows though. Like, he's gone too long. The scan comes out, catches right on top of him. And they're rotating now. Look at Scam.
Kaka underneath the scan.
They might bait him though. Like, Scam is walking through, but Kaka sees him with the ward. And yeah, Kaka's like, okay, I can't actually go for this.
It's
You
Shaman.
can mess with him on the rune though.
This hero is so slow. And we can see Skem guarding the rune for Lina bottom. You mentioned that the other day, that people do tend to rotate mid lane relatively early on, not just for the runes, but also like 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in, we see a lot of these rotations, and the Chalice putting in some work on Medusa. Every single time he gets close on top of her, the Dragon Tail stun, he feels very safe. Started with Boots of Speed just to be able to close the gap and get that initial stun.
Actually, I really like that he went for Boots. It's like his last hits, maybe they get slowed down a little because of his base damage and all that, but now he's able to actually utilize the stun into walk back and deny, and with the way that Kaka's forcing the Bane out of the lane, it's working nicely for him. I mean, like we said, he can't die or anything like that, but it's just about how much he can prevent from Jackie from getting with these boots to stun and breathe fire and whatnot.
Kaka healing salve on a mid lane, gets the deny. Yopaj was playing very aggressive, using Glyph as well, just to try to put in a bit more pressure on Somnus. But yeah, Kaka, that's the good side of having the tanky offlaner like a Dragon Knight, because you can leave him alone and he's still not gonna suffer.
Yeah, let's see if Tim's looks to do similar. I mean, FBZ has to be a little bit more careful because he is into this TA and this Grim, but if you see from the itemization, FBZ's gone for the Helm of Iron Will. So he actually has enough tankiness even versus Meld and Blightstone and whatnot that he can be left alone, and we'll probably see Tim's do the same thing that we see with the repaid from the bottom from Kaka. Mid, we see Somnus. He's trying to find his level 6. They're trying to prevent that. Yopaj is going to get his Laguna online. Somnus starts farming a small camp. Also has some stacks available in his jungle. I have seen the Grimstroke. We see X-Nova even preparing more at the moment right now. Same thing for Kaka. They're double stacking.
They could potentially evade those stacks.
They can.
Boom, because they have Tidehunter.
Somnus, he's not 6 still. You see Yopaj, he's trying to get the stun. Can't quite.
If that stun connects, I think he's dead.
I think so. Another salve on the Somnus, but now with Catapult, they killed the enemy siege. Yopaj has an illusion rune too. 3 heroes around for RNG to try to hold on to this tower. They're gonna go for a kill, Yopaj. Pulls the illusion. We'll get the Ink Squall connection anyway, and they do have the grab from Kaka, but ooh, bit of a slip up there from Somnus.
They got the kill. He gets the last hit. I think it's worth it in the end. I mean, they were playing around Somnus quite a lot. 2 healing salves already used, both supports rotating just to keep him in the game. Lina, one of those heroes that just dominate pretty much every single matchup that she plays into, and it always feels good to kill Lina just to slow her down, because her itemization most likely gonna be like Boots of Travel, BKB. You want to hit the certain timings. You want to play a bit more aggressive in this game because you have Tidehunter and Medusa, so you need to create some space.
Absolutely. I think he needs to be cautious though, because there's a lot of ways to get on top of him this game. The DK and the Storm. DK, they're going to be gunning for Yopaj throughout all this, so it's not an easy game for him by any means until he does get, in particular, that BKB up. It does feel like it's going to be a little bit tough. Yeah, lots of emphasis put on mid because they can just have, Ghost alone, DK alone bottom. Some really good identification of what to do from RNG. As now Ghost just jungling it up. We see that triple camp about to be worked on from him.
Somnus,
and we are seeing Somnus get active.
Yeah, Somnus wants to get something done. Scam, he looks pretty dead, trying to use the Nightmare, but Dragon Knight will come in, use a stun, and they will give last hit to Somnus. It's very important to just give those last hits every single time you can to Storm Spirit. I don't know, just Storm, even after the nerfs, the hero just still feels bonkers. It's just like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean,
Null Tali is our problem.
Yeah. It's an early game, his damage is quite a lot less. It adds up, right? Like even minus 10 damage when you're level 7, if you did max overload or something like that, it will add up. But a lot of times I'm seeing these guys, they max static remnant, and then once you get like the nulls online, it'll end up being similar. But yeah, small nerfs, small needed nerfs.
What do you think Tide decided to go for Helm of the Dominator this game?
I think he just wanted, it's like a double benefit of where their lineup is all about grouping up. So it's going to be really nice when he's with the Dusa. And then also he just needed armor, right, in the lane versus the TA. The Helm was just a natural pickup. The Helm of Iron Will, that is, before the Dominator.
He also has neutral items, so that's going to be extra 4 armor coming out from that. So we're going to be extremely tanky. RNG's lineup is super strong at snowballing. Like once they get to like Deso, Shaman Wards, Dragon Knight, Storm Spirit zipping in, picking people off, they have the Roche taking potential as well. It could be scary potentially for Boom because they have Medusa Tide, they misuse Ravage, they misuse Stone Gaze, and there's going to be a lot of problems for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Or they just like, they move around the map a little bit wrong, right? And then they're kind of stuck in that place because Tide and Dusa is so immobile that perhaps this like DK and the Shadow Shaman, the way they're able to push lanes out and push objectives, it's like they have to be really smart around how they pick and choose their fights, Boom. They have the strong team fight, but it's just slow to get into those positions and to move around the map. It's RNG. Starting to poke on mid with Chalice. He has the ult available, he's waiting. We will see Ghost start to work on these huge stacks that we were mentioning from earlier on the triangle side too. Hard camp cleaned up, and onto Ancients. We'll have a very early Tried's Dragonlance, pretty standard timing, 10 minutes.
Oh, so gonna stack it even one more time. He cleared the stacks already to the top part of the jungle, and now level 9, 10 minutes in. He's gonna be level 10, 10 minutes in after clearing this stack.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of just like sharing resources and everything, right? As we see Chalice playing aggressive onto Scam. We'll have backup from the Storm with the Power Rune as well. He has a haste, so he can actually jog himself back toward the lane. And with this Grim, he's actually just soaking mid in the meanwhile while they're getting stuff done. So yeah, RNG, a really strong early game here. First 10 minutes looking fresh, 2k lead. And we do watch Jackie now work on his own stacks, of course, on the Dusa, but he is quite behind the TA. Level 7, no Dragonlance stun. TA, as we mentioned, almost 11 actually, with Dragonlance and close to at least 1
They
point.
still have a catapult, which is gonna die. Scam, no Fiend's Grip yet. They will try to go for the Dragon Knight. Ravage is available. They're just gonna toss him back, and yeah, big kill. This
Very
is what
good
they need.
throwback from Tims.
Yeah,
I like that.
They don't necessarily need to take like full 5-on-5 engagements. They need to get some pickoffs, possibly hold Ravage as long as they can, just to have something to play with. Because if Ravage is down, they might not have what it takes. And we see the rotations to the bottom. Kaka dropping wards.
Really really optimistic wards. It's a tier 2 this early with Glyph available. I guess they were trying to maybe get a kill out of it also. Into maybe just like force some reaction. They will force the reaction, but yeah, no wards now. So at least 2 minutes until they'll potentially go for a rush. I think they're probably waiting for Deso on TA before they force rush on anyway, but...
You could see Tim's pinging it out. He was like, well, this is where I'm gonna use my telekinesis, land Dragon Knight down, and we will go for the LSA. Smoke from RNG, their pickoff potential is insane. There's no, like you would expect Medusa to be there because it's 12 minutes in, so they set up a ward and they don't find anything.
He just actually finished up all the stacks, so it's good timing there for Boom for him to actually get that done, and he's now up to that 9.5 after clearing, so he's maybe pretty close with the TA after finishing all that.
Interesting build from Yopaj. He went phase boots instead of boots of travel. I guess he wanted to have a bit more armor against Meld and also like Shaman, Dragon Knight once they jump him. And it also gives him a bit more momentum in terms of getting the BKB. It's 1,000 gold less. So maybe he thinks he needs to be a bit more active with this type of a build.
I haven't seen phase boots on Lina in ages. It's really interesting. A little bit of extra damage and stuff, but yeah, his mobility is gonna be completely stunted. But I guess maybe like we were saying too, it's like their lineup isn't about mobility. It's all about like playing around the Dusa and all that, so maybe looking to play in that. And
yeah, it makes more sense because look at the heroes that they got, like Rubik, Bane. Sure, Bane can set things up with the Nightmare Fiend's Grip on the side lanes, but it's all about that 5-on-5. Have Tidehunter, have Big Medusa, unkillable. Chalice, he already knows what he wants to go for this game. It's gonna be Blink Shard. He's gonna show his Blink. So it seems like they don't want to do anything with the Blink. There's not going to be any smoke action. Going for Shard, BKB, and Heaven's Halberd. Heaven's Halberd just too good of an item against Medusa.
Yeah, almost gets caught. That was super close. Chalice, they do have the Centaur Stomp. They have the Fiend's Grip as well. He actually stuns the Centaur. Too close to tower now. Won't be able to actually get the grab from Scam. No boots on the Bane yet.
Has Windlace, double Fluffy Hat, full Magic Wand, 1200 HP. Super tanky, but in terms of closing the gap, he has issues.
This ward is going to stay alive a long time for RNG. That's one nice thing with that smoke. Even though they didn't get the catch onto the Dusa, they did get this ward down, and they also got the Sentry to block Ancients. So now Jackie's going to be aware of that. He's going to walk over and be like, my Ancients are blocked. He pings it. He's sad. Pings it again. And yeah, they have full vision and full information of now where two heroes are in Boom. So they see Yopaj is alone, and they also see that FBZ is alone. And yeah, we see the Phantom now. As you see, you know, silence the whole time, no Kraken available. That's why it's so good versus Tidehunter.
Especially with Shaman, like holding him, controlling him, and now they're trying to make a rotation in a triangle. This is going to be a relatively easy pick-off. Somnus going in. Nightmare Save's gonna keep him alive a little bit, and they will get the Chalice kill in return.
I think that's actually really nice.
It's worth it.
Yeah, it's really worth it for Boom. The big pickup. And that's was I believe he used DK form a little bit before that, but yeah, DK form when he respawns will be on cooldown for like a minute or so.
So double Fluffy Hat, Magic Wand, keeping Bane alive enough so they can just get a return kill. Sometimes like all these things that you decide to do in a game, they really matter.
Ooh, Kaka. We'll put a sentry down, sees the obs, but he's spotted as well. Look at that rally. Look at it go.
Ravage. They can't. If it was like 13, 12 minutes in, I think he would go for it, but at this point of the game, he can't just afford to use Ravage like that because RNG would run at them.
And they would either run at them or go into Roche, right? Like, you have to be very careful in these next few moments how you do Ravage, because I think the TA's Deso is done, so they should be pretty wary that Deso is going to be done any moment now, too, because she's just been absolutely free-farming, almost 200 last hits on Ghost. So yeah, it's crucial that they don't waste the cooldown. Mid. Look for Chalice again, but now to level 3 lift, so the pullback actually not in time to get it lined up with the Light Strike Array. Don't know if they kill him anyway there. There's a lot of backup could have actually turned on them.
He's a bit too tanky. Also, Grimstroke does have a shard, so it's going to be a dispel mechanic against Ravage, against LSA, pretty much anything that they got. It's going to work so well. So using it on either Somnus, on Dragonite, that's going to jump in. A lot of value coming out from that. Kaka. Look at him farming near the enemy tier 2 tower as Shadow Shaman.
I like it.
No real backup.
I like that he's being a bit greedy and farming, especially like he's 4, but also there is a talent in this game that can really change things also is the Hex Breaks at level 20. This is talking way later, but versus Tidehunter, that's a talent that can just literally win you the game, as we see them trying to force a Roche, so maybe trying to deny it away from RNG. But RNG all at the ready. This is not an easy force here from Boom.
Still not enough in damage department to just sneak Roche in front of them. There was also a trap, so they killed the trap. They planted down the center ward. You know something is up. You know that they are possibly trying to go for this type of a kill. Jackie still doesn't have a big item. Once he gets that Manta style, he's going to be able to like get the trap slow, kill the Phantom easily, and also get rid of the Breathe Fire damage reduction.
Yeah. See, FBZ actually loses his Dominator creep. He actually gives it up and it just sits in the Fireball and then gets stunned. So it does need to find a new creep. A lot of different good options for him. I actually feel like the Ogre Ice Armor could be really nice versus TA in this game in particular. But we'll see what he ends up looking for. He just needs a new creep. As right now, smoked up, looking to resecure their jungle. Right now, no vision over there, so Scam trying to get at least one ward out.
This is why we say Tidehunter is slow. They're gonna go in. Oh, BKB popped immediately. Somnus, like he's not messing around. There's a grip available if they want to go for it. He pops the Ravage in the end, but there is no follow-up whatsoever. Yopaj also gets the BKB, deletes Kaka, finally feeds grip, comes onto the Chalice. Where's the follow-up damage, Jackie boys? Trying to reset the fight with the Stone Gaze, but yeah, there's just gonna be a trade. I'm a bit surprised that Somnus popped the BKB immediately, because he did have Inkswell on top of him.
And they also had the Phantom already on the Tide too, so maybe he just thought maybe they thought they was baiting them, because they didn't see anything either. Maybe he thought like on high ground the Lina was right there, so just wanted to be super careful. But now, no Stone Gaze, no Ravage available, and looking at RNG, they're not really too cooldown dependent. They could look to force that Rosh. With Shadow Shaman wards, with Meld,
this is big.
It's gonna die so fast.
I've always been a fan of this. Rubik stealing Wraith Fire with Fate Bolt and Anchor Smash. Like, if they could get these things on top of someone, like, you actually don't deal damage. Like, you deal 10% damage.
It's also a ridiculous amount of burst damage if he's able to get. But yeah, definitely agree. As Ghost starts to make his way down, we see the smoke, and yeah, this Rosh is going to be a bit tough for Boom, it feels like, to contest. Let's see. Wait for the creep to come in. And they're going to jump. Tims, another BKB used from Somnus. No funny business. Chalice finds a secondary. Easy cleanups. FBZ, as we said, no Ravage. They're sticking on him. Kaka hexes the illusion. Buyback from Tims. Forces all of RNG into a bit of a retreat. 10 seconds until Dragon Form on Chalice.
Yeah, Tims was a little bit too aggressive, maybe. He went in and stole the trap from Templar Assassin, but Somnus not hesitating at all, going in with his 8-second BKB and double damage, and now Deso, Shaman wards, Fireball inside the pit. They caught Tims. If they can kill Tims, like, they're gonna shut him down completely. Like, his item progression is gonna be very difficult. We can see still Tidehunter, you know, he's tanky, he has this damage reduction, he has extra armor coming out from that helm, but still, they could kill him. They can burst him. Somnus picks up the Region Rune, will continue to farm up in the triangle, and Tims, yeah, that was a bit too aggressive. Maybe he was relying on, I don't know, a Nightmare save or something, but he would still get killed.
Yeah, trying to poke and prod, trying to slow them down, because he knows, like, we have no Ravage, we have no way to actually take this fight, but yeah, gets caught, and that's painful. I mean, he's below the 5 position on the side of RNG. Kaka gets a grab onto Scam. Jackie's in the area. Scam's alive. He actually gets the Fiend's Grip turned onto Ghost. This is a 2v5, now a 1v5. Scam surviving because of Jackie with that stuff.
He has this. He's got this. I think Ghost... Oh, never mind. Just kidding. It was close. He almost got... nothing out of it. Maybe one CS on the neutral creep camp.
I'm surprised Tims actually restole, because he had Dragon Tail. He had one of the better abilities I feel like he could have gotten this game, and he steals a Meld.
I think he wants the trap, just to set things up, have a bit more vision. He's not aiming for refraction. Good thing is he found the big boy Philly, so even after that buyback, he's still gonna get some extra gold Chalice. Trying to go for Blink Initiation with the Inkswell on top of him. FBZ maybe a bit too tanky at the moment to be killed.
So good time bought for Boom to get themselves a little bit of more map control, get their cooldowns back on, but RNG doesn't really feel like it hurt them too much. Just continued to farm up the map. Somnus going back for the Witchblade, as we've seen a couple times now on these Storm Spirits, and Chalice is still getting really good farm, almost a BKB done. So, you know, a bit of a wasted Aegis from their over-aggression, but does feel like they're still in an okay spot. But Boom, they're trying to force something. Trying to get something else with this Ravage. Somnus, they're just gonna use it on him, no funny business.
I don't mind that. Fiend's Grip was not available. Getting the Nightmare could be a bit problematic. Yopaj going for Witchblade.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I don't think I've ever seen this type of a build on Lina. I know that people do love to have Witchblade from Intelligence Hero from mid lane to be able to deal with the Templar Assassin's Refraction. True Strike, not so valuable. Like there's no real miss chance, but yeah, it does amplify the damage. We'll see how it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, I've when I saw it on the Storms picked up first, I was very
It's like you are like, oh, what the hell is
at
that?
first. I was like, what is this? But kind of cool because as the game builds up, it gets better and better. So I mean, it's always just a really good item. It's like the old. I'm not even gonna use this comparison anymore, actually, but it's like we used to talk about Blade Mail when it was broken ages ago. Yeah, and the stats on it and everything it gives are actually phenomenal. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if it works. It's definitely gonna be cool, even versus a tanky DK. But RNG.
So he gets extra armor from that. He gets extra armor from the phase boots. I think that's the whole plan, just to be able to get all these small items early on to be able to fight RNG back. Because RNG, they want to keep this pressure going. They know that there is no Ravage, so every single time it's down, they will use the opportunity. Dropping the ward and sentry behind tier 1 tower just to have a little bit more vision.
They seem to know, though. Boom is in very good position to try to turn this FBZ. He's getting focused. The ward trap onto the Lina. Somnus is going into, but he's gripped. Somnus full grip. The Stone Gaze also catches Kaka. And FBZ actually survives. X-Nova also just walks in and gets taken out.
Yopaj, he's just chilling between the orange and the green Shaman wards. They trapped him completely. Overextended a little bit. I think, you know, it's a good plan, but there's still a tier 1 tower, and just fighting into Medusa. If Medusa gets the ulti off, you need to reset. You can't just stand there and take a fight. And Jackie, he's been silently farming. He's very close to finishing off Scotty. Scotty against Dragonite and Templar Assassin, even though it did get nerfed in terms of the move speed slow and the range heroes from 50 to 40%. It's still super strong item.
It's in any way like even better, I would say, for like a Dusa, because like I'm just saying like as a Dusa versus heroes that are like hitting back against you, because now it's even more attack speed slow, so it would help him like hold his ground and fight versus the TA if it ends up becoming that kind of scenario. Yeah, Jackie's huge. Scotty picked up, now Ravage is back up too. Winning a fight without Ravage is huge for Boom, because now the next upcoming fight they'll have it ready. And yeah, the way that the fight kicked off too, right, was a bit scary. Like Yopaj trapped and everything, but he is tanky. As we said, these little items adding up. Also a plate mail. So 32 armor on this Lina. Hey, it's pretty nuts.
He knows, he understands where the damage is coming from. Smoke did get shouted. FBZ gets Ravage off, but Templar Assassin putting in some work on the Tidehunter pops DD, pops the BKB and needs to fall back a little bit. Still, Medusa very strong, standing her ground. Somnus needs to get out of the trouble. Ghost, do they have any kind of reveal? Tim's alone. Some work, but yeah, Jackie seems like he's gonna get isolated and he's gonna drop, so he's gonna... FBZ, one buyback from X-Nova.
Yeah, and back the other way it goes quickly. They completely chain CC'd Yopaj. Even though he's got the 32 armor, as we mentioned right before it, walking up into this high ground, gets chain stunned from the Inkswan, I think the Vortex from Somnus, and yeah, they kill him. And then Jackie's just completely isolated. A great fight from RNG, even though it's the one that Boom this time is the one forcing with a Blink Ravage.
See, it seems like they take better fights when they don't have Ravage.
Yeah. Like Ghost was able to get the BKB off and reset, and you see, yeah, look at Yopaj. He's DD, he's beating on him, but gets hexed. It doesn't have time to get the BKB off, gets comboed.
It's very difficult. Sometimes we see like these BKBs usages for a casual viewer, like, why the hell did he pop a BKB? But sometimes you just have to do it, because otherwise you get hexed, you get stunned, and then you're like, well, why didn't he use a BKB? It's very, very easy to judge. So sometimes popping a BKB 1 second or 2 seconds prematurely might actually do a lot more. Tidehunter going for a BKB. Do you think it's mostly because he's playing into like Shaman and also Grimstroke, just to be able to deal with the Phantom?
I think the Phantom is gonna, he knows it's gonna start causing him some problems. And there is just a ton of like chain stun and stuff too. It's like, so I think it'll be necessary. As I think we're also gonna see like eventually TA Shard, all these little things that are gonna just start being really annoying for him. I think it's a fine pickup.
The good old Shadow Amulet setup from Bane.
He's got it? Okay.
He's got it. He also planted the vision near the tier 2 tower, so that's gonna be easy way to set things up.
Level 18, Chalice finishes his up. How's our Storm, Somnus almost 18. Jackie soon to hit level 20. We didn't really get to talk about his talents, but he did take attack speed and split shot penalty. We do have Tim's with a stolen hex. This could be huge. That's one of those that could really change everything. You're playing versus Storm Spirit and actually get some huge catch there coming out.
There's so many good spells to steal. It's a godly Rubik game. Whether you steal anything from Dragon Knight, Grimstroke, Shaman, it feels really well.
Totally agreed. Trying to do some.
We don't disagree on a lot of stuff. Like you and me, you know, we play Dota together all the time. We have like similar views on how the game should be played. So expect a lot of expect we could both be wrong, but we can agree on being wrong. For now, FBZ holding that Alpha Wolf creep, scouting things out, a little bit of extra damage.
They're gonna kill it. Chalice says no, plus 100. As he's getting close to Halberd, so big item pickup also for him. It's going to be amazing versus the Medusa, and even versus Lina. See the smoke, RNG, ready to fight.
Chalice is massive on Dragon Knight, level 18 BKB.
Look at Scam. You said it. He's chilling in the shadow. I mean,
hey, no. Forcing a BKB out of early on Somnus. I think they're okay with that. Roshan is there. This new Shard of Dragon Knight just allows him to stay on top of the network. He did have problems with dealing damage. He's like, oh, I'm gonna blink in and stun people, but what happens next? Like, you just didn't have a follow-up damage. You also had a little bit of problem pushing the wave if you're not in dragon form. Boom, even with 4 people, they're still putting in some work on tier 3 tower.
They were trying to force some type of issue back because they knew that RNG was on their side. Now Roche is back up, though. Shaman wards, plus this Deso, kill it incredibly fast.
Dead.
It's just gone. So that's the shard we were mentioning for the TA. So these little silences are going to be really annoying in the traps, too.
It's very difficult for Bane to play the game right now because he's playing.
He passed it to Somnus, so okay.
I've seen Storm Spirits lately just buying the shard for themselves.
It is nice. I mean, it does give your allies all those overload instances too, which can be really strong.
Ooh, this is a big one. Ags.
Ags.
If they get like Ags into just a couple of hits from Templar Assassin, Psyblades, possibly a Fireball, this could be extremely deadly.
Or the combo, because he's Inkswelled every fight, right? If he's Inkswelled into like a 2-3 man pull into the Inkswell catching them, it's pretty much a Ravage. So eyes on Somnus for who he's going to catch. And yeah, Boom's still positioned in this area. As we said, they're not mobile. So like if they're in an area, that's the area that they're claiming. They have to TP as a unit. Like all of them have to TP together if they want to look to fight on a different spot. Because they need every single one. They need the Tide and Medusa every time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is a one big unit coming out from Boom. They're holding hands together, thinking about whether they want to go for the high ground. One ward is already placed deep inside RNG's base, so they can see possibly a smoke coming out from them as well.
Yep. Also, I see these new items that were picked up. Ghost just picked up a full Silver Edge on the TA, so I'm not sure if... I think they saw it. I think they even saw him use it right there. So they have to be careful, as Somnus will find himself a easy kill onto the Bane.
There's some
Very
beef.
liberal.
He already used, because after he used the first one, he's like, whatever. My BKB is working, I'm gonna keep using it. And every single time I see Bane, I'm gonna go for him.
It's working, for sure. 9k lead. Having themselves a really good grip in the game where it does feel like the Deuce is gonna have her work really cut out for her. Like I'm really interested in Yopaj's build, how it's going to end up developing, how it's going to end up working, because he's gone for all these like different style small items for this armor. But yeah, we'll see if it ends up working, because they're continuing to fall further and further behind versus this TA.
And now adjusting his item build, he was thinking about getting the Shiva's Guard after those like 2 initiations on him with Shadow Shaman and Storm. He's going for Linken's. Unfortunately, Aghanims on Storm does not proc Linken's, so that's going to be one issue for him.
He'll at least protect himself versus the instant, right? Because that's what caught him last time was Kaka with the instant hacks into Shackle. So perhaps that's the biggest thing he's focusing on. But yeah, does have to watch out.
Tower is under attack.
How's Tim's doing? We were talking about his net worth for a while and that he was hanging on to the Philly. He's just got Blink and 3k gold.
He had Lotus Orb queued up.
Still
Last
does.
time I checked. I mean, it's a great Lotus Orb game against Shaman, Grimstroke, Dragon Knight, removing the silences as well. We'll be able to blink out.
Yep. Just test the waters a little bit. They put the scan up there. He still has Aegis for 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Chalice
Kaka has BKB done, by the way. That's going to be problematic, too. A BKB Shadow Shaman, only thing I would have to worry about is like him getting Fiend's Grip or a Stone Gaze, I guess. It's not on him right now, but he's going to deliver it on the courier in a moment. So yeah, he's going to be able to freely grab a lot of heroes.
Under attack.
That's big. You also talked about level 20 talent, still far away from it because we haven't seen much fighting, and also Shaman needs to be focused in the fight. So level 20 talent breaks. They do have a break mechanic with that Silver Edge from Ghost, so Tidehunter needs to be careful. Jackie
shows his face.
Yeah, some of these fights, like, look at that. Ghost, get a couple of right clicks, Jackie Boys hits him back, and they hide underneath. There is Dragon Knight stun. Kaka pops a BKB, gets the Hex off, and he's trapped. Jackie is out of mana completely. He's completely isolated, and once again, Storm just going for Skem. Yopaj, can they chase more? Seems like that's just gonna be it for now. Yopaj pops a BKB, because Lincoln's got procced.
Yeah, and I think that in that fight too, X-Nova, if I'm not mistaken, he got the Soulbind on both the Lina and the Tide, and then they're just stuck on low ground, unable to even jump in. No blink on Tide, he can't jump in because of that Soulbind, so can't help the Dusa. Now, 55 seconds. A beautiful jump. They just committed everything, right? Like Kaka just blink, hacks, shackles, drops wards. They threw every single spell onto him, while X-Nova, the clutch one, catches the back line.
Aegis just expired. They're gonna go and finish off these barracks. Deso plus overtime damage from Dragon Knight. Gonna be more than enough. Medusa still dead for 30 seconds. Let's see if RNG wants to poke, maybe deal some damage on the bottom, or if they're gonna respect the Medusa respawning in 20 seconds.
I think they are in such a comfortable spot now, no need to force any issue. You've been mentioning, Chalice, how massive he is in this game. He almost has his Aghanims finished after all this, and yeah, we're seeing this again. Look at Kaka, like fresh BKB, has nothing to worry about. FBZ's like trying to walk in and Ravage and all that, but everyone's BKB'd, then he gets linked to the Lina. So it's just, it's too hard for him to go for any target if RNG is the one that start the fight like that. And it's tough, right, Boom? Like, they didn't want to start fight because they're still into an Aegis, so they didn't want to commit the Ravage. And yeah, the Tricore continues to scale for RNG. Ag's about to be done for Chalice.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Medusa needs one big item. I saw her going for Butterfly. Still very far away from it. And also didn't get any levels in the last, like, when you mentioned level 20 talent, that was like 6-7 minutes ago.
Yeah. He has not been getting much. He has committed for a BKB just because of the crazy amount of control that they do have. So wants to be able to stand inside that without being just hexed and stunned, etc. So he can actually get a single attack off. But RNG, they're ready to fight. Everything's back available for them, and they're not giving Boom any opportunity to even enter.
Templar Assassin bought the book, got level 25 from this. So refraction instances. That's very bad. I thought this talent is gonna get nerfed.
I thought it was gonna get removed, I gotta be honest. I thought it was gonna get made with something else, because it's crazy how it's just a double. It's a positive and it's like a defensive and a offensive benefit, just because you get the both of them. Yeah, it's crazy talent.
Yeah, just deal 13 instances of damage to her, and then she uses it again, and that's like 26, and she can always blink out. Chalice, a jump to go in. Manta style and the BKB, now the Scotty. Let's see the slow grip.
Cancelled.
It's thrown back, but it got canceled. FBZ is ready with the Ravage, so they need to leave Chalice alone. They're gonna leave X-Nova as well, so big fight for Boom.
And it's a gem also, so they're gonna be able to recover their gem. Quick reaction from Jackie with the Manta plus BKB. Nicely done. And little things that we did see come into play there is the Bane Fiend's Grip. He just puts down a Psionic Trap and insta-cancels it. Such a crazy, like, or Banes. Like, how do you even play support versus this, right? Like, just easy cancels, but they do get the big kills, so Good stuff from Jackie. Felt like they needed that.
Oh, there's a gem on the ground there.
They didn't see it?
Tier 2 tower, a little bit down. Never mind. It got picked up by a courier. Okay, so
yeah.
all good. I just saw it on the ground. It's the one in the base, I believe. Kaka's courier did get killed in the end. They need an extra item on Medusa. They need levels on her. They need this split shot uses modifiers because you do have Scotty. And a lot of the times he was just farming whatever was like coming close to the base with Mantis style. That's why he's a little bit under-leveled.
Yeah. They are getting a moment though. Getting some good structural damage with that DK being dead.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So, little chunk of gold too. I think the Lina now, Yopaj is about to have Shivas done. So as we said, the very unorthodox build, but trying to adapt to the scenario. Map control is still a problem, even though now, as we said, they have the gem. There's just traps aplenty. Now they're starting to clean that up, and they will find a DD. This could be huge. Ravage is up. DD, do they have a smoke on them? No, but they have a smoke coming on the courier. But look at the waves. They need to deal with their side lanes first.
So they gave double damage to Lina. Like maybe they could have given bottle to Medusa.
She still, if Yopaj is left alone to right click.
Oh, look at these two items. Sorry, Fogged. Spell Prism and Timeless Relic. You have Shaman and Storm, so they can decide like what they want to get. It's just two insane items.
Surprised they. Okay, Somnus doesn't want the Timeless when he's got Refresher, Vortex, Aghanim's. That's a little weird. I thought he would take the Timeless Relic over Spell Prism, but okay.
He gets priority, but since it's Kaka, he doesn't. Kaka's
okay,
like, well, longer duration shackles and hexes.
I feel like this just increases his damage output so much more on the Storm.
Yes.
So a little weird to see them having that reversal of neutral items, but either way, pointing out that Somnus does have Refresher. So we have the two gigantic pulls that can be coming out, and Butterfly is finished on Jackie. He committed. Boom is looking to fight. Yopaj with the DD, as you mentioned. Who catches who? Oh. Creep. It'll see Chalice.
Easy clap. Misses, but still scouts things out. Bottom lane. Drawn a line, what needs to be done by Tidehunter and
Roche.
third Roche. What's on Roche? Is it Ags or is it Refresher? Oof. I think it's better. Having Shaman and also Storm. I think you give it to Shaman this time around. Double. Just have double snakes, and I think he's also close to Eon Disc, so...
They gave it to Somnus. So triple. Triple Vortex.
Maybe it's time to swap the items now, the neutral ones.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Because like it gives him the duration, it gives him everything. The debuff, the spell damage, but whatever. They give him the tome, so Somnus, I think that's gonna be almost just enough to push him to 25 too.
I will need a little bit more, I'd say.
Just a tiny bit, yeah. So the next wave almost should give it to him. Boom, still all rallied together. Like we said, where Medusa goes, we go. So they just have to keep playing right next to her.
It's the whole squad behind Medusa, pretty much. Level 23. Flicker on Medusa.
She needs to get these. It's important though, like you were mentioning. She needs the level. It's like the 25 is really important, and the fact that they're all still huddled together, they kind of have to do this. They are getting under-leveled. Yopaj 22, Dusa 23, while the opposing side, they have gotten significant Roches in a couple big fights, but they have two 25s.
What's the Grimstroke's item progression this game?
He wants the Ags, but he's getting pretty close to it.
Finished off the lens and going into Ags. I mean, it's one of the better Ags. Maybe Medusa kills it because of the split shot, but still very good. Like if you can dish him out any kind of damage.
Tim's the jump, the Somnus, he gets the pull onto 2, he gets it on the Dusa. Ghost will be able to clean up Tim's Jackie. Now onto Ghost. Ghost dropping low very quickly. Chalice jumping into Force FPZ, a beautiful Blink Ravage, catches it, frame perfect, I think. No BKB able to use. Ghost pops it right before he dies. Kaka tries to get a catch. Somnus will get another pull, but the Stone Gaze will prevent them from doing much. Chalice gets Stone Gazed, will get brought down.
I can't believe how good Boom is at taking fights with disadvantage. Like they're 10k gold down, they have like free refreshers, and they still win these fights. Because what they did is they used this Shadow Amulet on Tidehunter. They hit him underneath the tower, and then he, as you said, like frame perfect on Templar Assassin respawning. Ravage connects. And this is going to be a lot of levels. I think Jackie hit almost level 25 and has
Also,
6,000 gold.
I'd have to actually see the replay a little bit. We're gonna maybe wait for that in a second, but I think Yopaj also baited them. I think he popped his illusion rune and sent his illusion rune on high ground. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the DK and maybe even one other hero went for that illusion. I'd have to re-see it all because I was looking more at like where the Aegis was, but I saw some weird stuff happening with an illusion and a DK form. So
Dire's middle barracks.
onto high ground, 7,000 gold now on this Dusa.
7,000 gold lead as well for RNG. Storm will go in, pops the BKB. Nightmare save does not connect with the Inkswell stun. They drop the wards, and Sam is going in, connects on the 3, but seems like they're still not ready to fight. Jackie's still alive.
To the wards.
It's a lot of damage from the wards. Storm
And
has 0 mana now, so they can't really reinitiate. Oof, a bit of a
Nova
rough
sold
one.
his boots as well. He sold his boots to pick up the Ags. So that was the Dark Portrait as well coming into play a little.
That's where the damage came from. I was really worried, like, what the hell is going on? Kind of hard to see it because it's a bit darker, and it's just... okay, so full MKB as well on Templar Assassin. She does not have boots.
Oh, I mean, that could hurt, right? Look, we saw that last situation when she was walking
Scotty.
in. One hit, and it could just prove to be her demise if she's not sticking on a target. 60 seconds now, though. Dusa dead, looking to try to force something, maybe force a buyback if possible, but we see Tim's already forcing out top, and they still do have a tier 2 in the top lane, so they're pinging bottom.
"40 seconds without Medusa." Jackie does have buyback. He definitely does not want to use it, so they might just say, whatever, we will lose a tower. We might lose tower plus barracks if RNG wants to commit, but yeah, they're respecting this.
I think they should respect it after like that last situation too, right? FBZ's very good at setting up these ravages, and as you mentioned, Boom, very good at playing even from behind to get these big team fights. So, yeah, RNG, I think respect given where respect is earned. Scam. He's scouting right now with this smoke. I think he caught a glimpse of Somnus for a second. Either one of these would be huge. Oh my god, look at Ghost. Look at his positioning.
Ghost does. I mean, we said Ghost doesn't have boots. Like this could be really problematic, especially against Scotty. This is also not Templar Assassin that has Aghanim Scepter that can go back and forth in the fight. Maybe like reset inside the base, come back to one of the traps. So might be difficult.
He also, that was actually a pretty big play he just did. Even though it was so risky him being in that position, he killed the courier with the refresher recipe from FBZ. And FBZ, if you look at his gold, he actually has just enough for the refresher on this Tide. So delaying that refresher for about 3 minutes, potentially, pretty big but risky move from Ghost.
If it was a different situation and you know that like Roche is spawning, if you have enough gold, you can buy another recipe and then sell it once your courier is back up.
Yeah. But he'd have to go back to base.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough
as well
gold.
too, so, you know, it's a big move. So we're getting close to, as we mentioned, you know, Dusa now 25, so we've got the split modifiers with the Scotty. Also, he committed gold for a Silver Edge. So better positioning, also able to break the DK. Even, I mean, Storm too could hurt a little bit. Any other big levels? I keep looking at Kaka. He's only level 19. He's very close to that 20, that Hex break that we keep mentioning versus Tide. That could be huge. I didn't see anything else too big that was picked up just yet. I keep seeing lots of Shadow Blades picked up, and Somnus is sitting on 6,000 gold. I guess that's the other biggest highlight.
Chalice has full AC. And level 24, and he's the one holding the Timeless Relic for now.
Okay.
Longer duration stun, longer duration disarm from Heaven's Halberd. Feels nice.
All right. I mean, it's still very interesting that Somnus really wants to just keep the spell prison, but because the stats and everything too are beneficial. But
Yeah, he wants to lower the cooldown on his ulti. And passive. It's not passive anymore.
That's true.
1 minute until Courier respawns for Tidehunter. That's what Boom is waiting for. Like, having double Ravage is game winning, so I don't think they want to engage. Last time they were here, they lost the fight because they jumped Jackie, they used Shaman, Hex initiation with the wards, so I want them to fall back into the base a little bit.
Yeah, they still have to be careful, but it's like initiations are still massive. I'm seeing them carrying both gems. I actually like this. Tims and Scam are making sure that they can keep tabs of where the traps are in most of the fights. I think this is actually pretty appropriate with this type of game, how important vision is, how important the jump really is. Kaka has hit 20, and he has taken the Hex break as expected, so things to keep tabs on. Tims, they're trying to get a little more information, poking their head out. They have this ward that was placed. This is a
There's
damn
that
good
refresher.
series.
It's a
I'm
really
happy.
yeah. First game, 60 minutes, really back and forth, really even. 3 seconds until Courier respawns for Tidehunter. Oof. It's coming out. I can see something moving in the base.
Portrait zoning them away a little bit, but as we see, that's the one thing. It's like Medusa Portrait's just not the best, sadly. It's not like a Morphling or some type of like Jug or some crazy. As the smoke, RNG.
Roche is
about how-
alive.
Dire's
This
top
is
tower
4th Roche. So far, RNG did manage to kill all 3 Roshans. They
Oh,
got
look,
all
they've-
the benefits from it.
There was a nerf, but there is a Harpy Scout. It's gonna get cleaned up by Somnus. The jump on the north side, Chalice will find the Bane. They'll take out Scam before the fight. Yopaj also uses BKB defensively on the retreat. That will be a gem picked up. And Roche, as you mentioned, it's up. They kill it so fast.
It seems like there's not going to be any reaction. It's a little bit too slow from Boom. They did scan, but Roshan will die.
Look at Somnus.
Somnus, he's in. He's
had
trying to
regen
make...
already.
He
got
tried to
hit, though.
bait something.
Yeah. He wanted to keep abusing regen, but I think one of those illusions actually clipped him for a second. They make a dark portrait of the illusion. Did it get stolen? No, the Inkswell did. But a big pickup because
RP Scout, still alive. I mean, as you said, it's nerfed, but still providing decent amount of vision and also consuming a little bit more mana. So having Helmet the Dominator is just not enough to have perma flying.
All right, here we go. Get a pause coming out right before the 50-minute mark. We see bottom is pushing in. Oof, okay, so who's got what? Let's see. Shadow Shaman took the both, by the way. He took actually 3 things. The synth, the refresher shard, and the cheese. Oh.
Because he needs mana for it. It's 550. He has double Eon Disc, double BKB. If they decide to go for this like one last push in a minute while the wards are back up, this is going to be
Arcane,
very
they get the stun
difficult.
though. The Ravage, they baited Somnus onto it.
He did pick up the rune, however, didn't use it, so we'll have it. FBZ uses
going
Refresher immediately. I love this. I love this a lot. Like, they need to find people. Somnus, he does have a buyback.
Is Ghost gonna look at Ghost right now? Silver Edge bottom. Such a risky place to go. Or maybe this is the safest place to go. The riskiest place becomes the safest at these type of points.
That's why I love you, Fog, because you're so smart. You always make the best out of the worst situation.
Right? Like, because normally, like, maybe you want to go hit some Ancients or something, but if you're like, look at this, like, who's going to expect a TA down here, right?
No one. He's still hiding there, and they know it's being pinged out by FBZ. Something fishy is going on. 50 seconds without the Storm Spirit. Last time Jackie did this, he just straight up died. Let's see how they approach this one. Dragon Knight also ready to jump in. Shaman Ward, Storm with the buyback, and they're gonna get the big zip onto 2. BKB on Lina. Jackie's just dead again, and they need to chase more. Lina, no BKB available. This is gonna be a disaster fight for Boom.
You just said it, right? He died just right there before. Exact same scenario pretty much happens. Kaka just BKBs, jumps in, grabs him, drops the wards. They commit every single spell onto him, and he does die. And, as you said, you know, they pop the refresher instantly on Kaka. He'll have the follow-up now for the next push. I think he actually popped it for the BKB, but now he'll have the wards now for this push, too. But it was a
Using a
buyback.
high ground like that is just always going to be problematic against the Storm Spirit, against the Shaman Dragonite. Any instant initiation can make a lot of difference, and like Chalice is just massive on the Dragonite at the moment. They will drop the first wards.
H the cheese just to be able to pop it and have his spells afterwards. Has full mana now on this. The jump. The Inkswell Tide. We'll stop Chalice for a moment. The wards continue to do their thing onto the buildings. Rain tracks is dropping. Chalice will get fireballed back by Tims. The Rax will go down.
There's still a tier 2 tower on the top lane, so they can't go for Megas. Lina dead for 30 seconds. Boom is definitely fine with not taking this full fight.
Full Arcane Blink now on Somnus on the Storm Spirit. Swift Blink TA hitting, as we say, critical masses.
Do we have Overwhelming Blink as well? Just to have all 3 of them.
Chalice might pick it up next, so we might get all 3 of the upgraded Blinks on one team. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, initiation still continues to seem to be mostly everything in this game. It's like anyone who gets like that initial jump seems to be getting it, because it's like, how do you prevent them when you have all these BKBs? The way RNG is jumping when they see the Dusa is 3 or 4, I think like 4 heroes actually. 4 heroes pop BKB and everyone hits the Dusa while she's controlled. So there's nothing that they can actually do to prevent it. They can lift the Dusa and move her, but they can't actually stop them when they're BKB. To sleep on Kaka. And on disc, BKB to turn. Soulbind onto 2, but they both BKB and they actually will turn and grab Chalice.
Okay, keeping him alive, but yeah, they will get the bigger kill. They got the Chalice. Double Ravage is available. What's Medusa's next item here? Like, she can sell Power Treads and get the higher tier item. 5,000 gold in the bank. Does she get like Satanic, or does she get more damage? Go for Daedalus? Sorry, maybe even Divine Rapier?
Not sure, because maybe he also just is thinking the Ags, eating the Ags could also be good just for the reflected bounce back of the Snake in some situations, because they do have a lot of these targeted spells. They are always BKB'd though, so I'm just like, yeah, I'm not sure what he might go for. Maybe just as a straight, just Rapier, could be. But he's dying though, too, so I'm like, he does get focused.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because like, he doesn't have Satanic, so he's not gonna say squishy because it's Medusa, but we can see if she's isolated, she just straight up dies.
Yeah. And also, I think it was, quick thing, just so you don't, they don't have a Glimmer, it was a Trickster Cloak on Kaka.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was looking, I was like, wait, who, these guys, everybody's bought kind of greedy on the side of RNG, so I was like, wait a minute. How's our buybacks all looking? Just Storm and Dusa on cooldown. Everybody else has theirs available.
Grimstroke's close to level 25. Get that Inkswell Radius with the Storm Spirit. That's Ravage.
That'd be, yeah, that'd make it a lot easier for them to get some big connections. But yeah, Dusa, they're still pinging. They're like, that's the win condition if we catch her. Jackie's actually going for Lincolns. Okay, so I guess those like instant disables and stuff. If he's able to prevent one and he gets his BKB off, they can actually turn most of those situations where he's just been burst from full to 0 in the control. If he gets BKB Stone Gaze off, they'll be able to defend him.
Another long game. Last game was 61, 62 minutes. This time around 56. We're in tier 5 territory.
Oh yeah, I mean last game we didn't even get a single tier 5 because of the base race or the throne, but let's see if we do this time as smoke comes out. Harpy in position. The Ravage, they actually got a glimpse of him there. Onto 3, Refresher, catches 2. The jump from the Storm catches onto the Rubik, but Aeon Disc is popped. Jackie getting to focus fire some heroes decently. Chalice just dies instantly, he buys back. Ghost trying to get onto Yopaj. Yopaj gets away with his Silver Edge, and now Ghost caught in the midst of everything, getting chain stunned. Will he drop down? No, gets BKB Refraction on, turns on to FBZ. Will he be able to clean him up? Jackie starting to get focused fired a bit here. The Dark Portrait going to town onto him. The stun, he's getting controlled. They're on Tims as well with Kaka. Jackie's just holding his ground though versus Chalice. Do they have a stun? They do. They stop Jackie. This could be it. He does not have buyback.
He tried to TP out, but they needed to take fight around him, maybe use the lift to try to get him out of the trouble. Like, good initiation. FBZ's positioning was really good. He gets the 3-man stun. Doesn't get the second Ravage off immediately. They did get the kill on Chalice, but Chalice is so farmed. He does have his buyback, and now 100 seconds without Medusa. Without Medusa, they just don't have enough damage. And 5 heroes inside of RNG. Roshan could potentially spawn in 5 seconds. There is no trap inside the pit, but they are taking the buildings. Very cool name for the buildings, calling them buildings.
Yep, the break onto Chalice. Yopaj tries to go for one plan of play here. BKB is forced. Defensive lead resets, but Tims, he's going to be the one that's caught. He does have a buyback. Will be forced to use it. Yopaj getting focused. Will die also has a buyback. Tims, I think he just threw himself.
Yeah.
Whoopsie. Chalice, as well as Ghost, just focusing onto the throne. Pull onto Yopaj, he'll get brought down. No buyback, as we mentioned. And that should be it, RNG. Bring it back to a 1-1 here, and they're gonna clean up the throne.
Yeah, they drop down the wards, nothing they can do without Medusa. It's a very long 40 seconds. Throne is just gonna drop. Good showing from RNG. Yeah, Boom's lineup relied on being 5-man strong, moving around the map. One of the reasons why they did get a little bit out-farmed. RNG, they're very strong in the pick-off department with the Shadow Shaman, with the Storm Spirit, so they can go and like choose where they want to fight. But yeah, I think even though RNG won, we gotta give credit to how Boom played this game, considering like what went wrong for them, especially like with the lineup being super slow, and also a bit of a different itemization overall coming out from Lina. Kaka, I don't know if you want to ban Shaman or if you want to ban Lion, because this man, you know, anything that has a Hex, he's gonna play it.
Yeah, and they did get a lot of these like big initiations, and they did get that map control. Yeah, Boom playing from behind the whole game and still making it very competitive, a really impressive showing. But on to game 3 we go. I think everybody's happy about this since this is the best series that we've had so far. And in a few minutes, we're going to have the analysts break it down for you.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science, in health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
We done it. It's finally happened. The 2-0 curse of SEA is over. I am once again joined by Wagger and Daniel to break down a dominant display by RNG. But most importantly, as I just said, we're getting a game 3. It's finally happening, boys.
Yeah, and a good series to have a game 3. I mean, both these games going the distance, they're fighting it out. Both these teams really want to take the victory, get themselves into that grand final here. And I think in this game, we were kind of favoring one draft here. Felt like draft had a pretty big impact because it just looked like Boom were not able to make many plays against RNG. The heroes just doesn't seem to match up too well in the later stage.
Yeah, I mean, they had an all right time in the laning phase, right? I think you're Paj, of course, as the laner, you're going to beat the Storm Spirit. But yeah, once you got to that time to start taking the team fights. You either had to get the perfect Ravage, which honestly, FBZ played pretty decently. You know, he played with what he had, but as soon as those BKBs started to come out, there was just nothing that they could do, right? Past the 30 or so minute mark, I think that was in the dire triangle, he blinks into a nice central position, hits a Ravage, and it would hit onto 3 people, but the 2 cores pop the BKB, and they're able to immediately turn the team fight around and punish Jackie for overextending.
Did Tims give Scam his ether lens at the end there? There you go, buddy.
Yeah, I mean,
the double.
He wasn't really using it, right? Like we were kind of struggling to see how the Rubik could find his impact in this one. I think maybe just one thing to highlight about FBZ as well when we looked at it was some of you guys mentioned off panel is how remarkable he was with Helmet Dominator. He bought a lot of time for Boom in this game.
Yeah, I think it was a very intelligent decision. Danog, you pointed it out and was a big fan of it. I think he cut so many creep waves and got good value for sure from this item. Obviously, we don't have the OP Harpy creep anymore, so didn't see any big impact from that. But
yeah. It was important to get Jackie up to that stage, right, where he was able to potentially 1v5, but they just got so farmed on RNG. I mean, at the very end, you had Kaka on his position for Shadow Shaman, more farmed than FBZ. And like I said before, FBZ didn't play a bad game. This is another one of the instances in this replay. You can see Tim's kind of just running around a little bit, but I really wanted him to get a little bit more usage out of his own Aghanim Shard, just to be able to get that initial save, because if you've got this tanky hero like the Medusa sitting on the front lines looking to siege towers, you've got to actually protect her, right? If they're looking to commit multiple heroes onto her, just lift her back to safety and try and take the team fight again.
One of the benefits of having a hero like Medusa is that she's so thick that you have plenty of time to throw her back. I think he used an aggressive telekinesis there, and I think he immediately regretted it as well, because they needed to reposition there. And overall, the game at the later stages just got to this point where Storm, at one point he had Refresher and Refresher Shard and Aghanims, of course. He just...
And 3 null talismans at 50 minutes.
Yeah, of course. The null talismans are still wild on this hero in late game.
It's too good. It's way too good. But yeah, I think the big thing for mine about Boom's draft is that it just felt very one-dimensional. Like you had one way to be able to start team fights, and the few that they did take, which would have been in a decent area with the timings that they had, unfortunately they just like walked up in smoke into a few of the more obvious areas. Perhaps if they went for more of the wraparound, could catch some off onto the backsides with something like that Harpy creep with the Helm of the Dominator, they could have got that early pickoff that they needed to actually take a more advantageous team fight. But it's never happened.
I think this type of draft can work, but if you're running a Tidehunter, if you're running a Medusa, this type of Death Ball 5-man slow stuff, you cannot be against hyper elusive cores. Like DK with Aghanims can fly around. He can leave very easily. He doesn't have to stand next to Medusa. Storm Spirit, did you ever see him standing still? He's just zipping around. You can't kill that as Medusa. So then you're left fighting one thing, and that's TA. I mean, yeah, Medusa does generally win against TA in a fight out, but it's not really like, oh, I'll quickly kill this, especially after level 25.
Yeah, and the Lina even helped that a little bit, right? She went the Witchblade for that damage over time, just attacking very fast as well in general, but it just wasn't enough. I really liked what draft RNG were able to bring to the table, and even the Grimstroke, right? Last pick overall in the draft seemed to be pretty damn impactful. You know, they're eventually getting into the Aghanim Scepter against the Medusa.
So useful against Tide, that silence from Grimstroke.
Yeah, and it felt naturally, right? Like we were talking once the game went live in the background about how it kind of slid in. It didn't feel forced at all. I think one cool thing is they could force objectives, right? It felt like RNG had clear win conditions here. Take towers, take Roche, whereas Boom, was it just all on this 50, 60-minute game, which admittedly we were getting too close to, but it's the question mark of how you get there in good shape, right, Wagga?
Yeah, for sure. You need to be there. And you need to be able to, you know, get something done at the point that you reach there. This game just felt like it was inevitable that they were going to fall behind. Boom just didn't really have a serious threat to pose against RNG.
Yeah, maybe if you got a slightly earlier refresher timing on the Tidehunter, you know, he was forced to go into this Helm of the Dominator, then he was forced to go into a Heaven's Halberd just to make sure he wasn't dying super early on into the piece, and it just, everything came out slightly slow. I don't think we even saw... Did Boom take the first Roshan? I think they might have, but ever since then, everything was RNG, right? Just with the Mass Serpent Wards plus the meld, it was just so quick that they were able to take it every single time on RNG.
And I guess we got to start thinking about like MVP status. Like who do we feel like was the standout player here? Because I think RNG overall, it was quite an equal carrying between all 5 members, right? It wasn't like last game where we had 2 members, 1 from each team, that we were like, these are the godly lads.
I think all of them definitely, played their part very well, but we kind of settled that we think Kaka was the MVP. It was, for me, probably between the Shadow Shaman and the Storm Spirit in this game. Both had tremendous impact, but I think Kaka had some clutch moments where he just, got the job done and one really pivotal fight where they were on their own triangle. He blinked in and caught the Lina and secured a kill.
Yeah, of course. And in that position 4 role, like you keep going on about, Wago, right? You're able to get those few more extra items. Like I said, at the end of the game, had a crazy amount of net worth, 7,000 more than the Tidehunter. And with getting all these levels and having the better draft, also once you reach that level 20, went for the talent for Hex to be able to break as well. So great against the Tidehunter. It means that you don't always have to be on the TA, the one with the silver edge, to make that initiation happen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I just say solid holding. We saw it in the replays, right, around mid when Medusa was pushing in. It almost just felt like that was the bane of Boom's existence. Every time it looked like they were going to find a way back into this, they just run it down mid. And miraculous holdings from RNG. I mean, it just shows you how frustrating you can be with a combination of a Storm Spirit and a Shadow Shaman in a lot of these defenses.
Or even just Storm Spirit and buyback next to the fountain, right? You saw in that last attempt that Boom had to try and go high ground. I was like, man, I don't know if you could do this. You don't want to commit too many heroes onto this. Probably try and choke them out a little bit, try and close that net worth gap, because you just saw what happens, right? Somnus buys back, zips in. It's 50+ minutes. He's got crazy amounts of items, still has the fountain regen, 4-man electric vortex, and you get completely wiped.
It was a bit clumsy, though, the way they pushed. I think they could have maybe poked and forced the buyback and then use Rubik to toss back the Medusa.
Yep.
If they don't stand next to Medusa, they don't allow for this big grab. I don't even know how Bane managed to get close enough to get caught there, but he felt probably like he should be the one nightmaring. But honestly, I think Rubik alone could, with his shard and a toss distance on his telekinesis, have gotten Medusa to a fairly safe space, and then you fight from there. I think it was a bit clumsy execution as well there.
And that was the Bane with the 2 Aether lenses as well, right? So he had
true.
double the cast range at the very end of the game. So, yeah, it was a little bit worrying. Some of the positioning was slightly off there by Skem in that game. But it was a high-pressure environment. Again, a game that approached that 60-minute mark. And if you ask me at the very start of this bracket, these are the 2 teams that I would have expected to see at this point. And to be perfectly honest, they're the 2 teams that I expect to see facing off in the grand final. It's just a matter of, is it going to be Boom moving on from the upper bracket, or is it going to be RNG?
Yeah, both have definitely made their own arguments in this series so far. And I guess one thing to go back to your highlight around Skem, I mean, you mentioned in the draft, like, Bane, he's godly on this hero, it's one of his best ones, right? Do you think maybe it was the difference of being on the defense side of the map versus the aggression? Because one thing that has to be highlighted on the other flip side is Skem was looking like king of the Radiant tier 2, right? Like, we saw multiple times that late game, Boom looked like they actually stood a chance, and it felt like it really came down to Skem, right, Danog?
Yeah, I think so. But another one of the aspects that I really highlighted in the draft, you went this first 2 Bane-Lina combination, and Yopaj was actually forced because of all the heavy physical damage that they had, of course, with the TA, the Dragon Knight does a decent amount, even the Storm Spirit, to go into a phase boots instead of the Boots of Travel, which is something that we don't really see all that often. Also, the Witchblade, decent against the TA just for the damage over time, but the additional 6 armor that provides, it felt like it was just something done out of necessity rather than something that they actually wanted to do if they wanted to play their game style.
No Lina player wants to go for those items. You want to have travels, you want to be everywhere, you want to play a big, fast game where you just, accelerate your farm and then at the same time can join your team. He went for probably what would be best in this game, but yeah, he was under a lot of pressure. And I don't think Lina was really able to get, as big impact as you want from a Lina in this game. Struggled a little bit.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I think maybe if he had his time again, he might probably still go for the Witchblade, but I think the phase boots would have been changed out for a Boost of Travel just to enable some of those pickoffs, because, a big part of why Kaka was able to get such a big net worth lead was occasionally he was off on the side lanes once he had the Aghanim Shard, just quickly tapping the shackles onto a creep, using that to be able to put it out and put even more pressure onto the Boom side of the map.
So we've broken down this game a lot. We're looking forward, game number 3, right? Switch ups. We've got to keep in mind what was looking strong in the first game, but now we've got to maybe switch up the draft a bit, because I think we were all on board with this idea that Boom's draft was quite one-dimensional. Wagga, what do we switch up going into this third game?
I think it's just you can't have such a mismatch in ideas, right? If you want to go for this Tidehunter gameplay, then you cannot really allow TA to still be in the pick phase. I think it's one of the heroes that matches really well against Tidehunter. I'm a big fan of Tide every now and then, but if you have both Tide and Medusa, and then the opponent have high mobility heroes, it becomes problematic. So I think they need to have a better read on, how the draft is going to play out fully, and maybe still respect Storm. I mean, after this performance, perhaps you should consider Storm to still be a good ban.
Yeah, so we'll see. And we have to remember the two teams that have won have been playing on their own server. I believe Game 3 is being played on Singapore as a result of a coin flip. Might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I wonder if that'll be the difference maker for Boom as we're about to head into that game number 3.
Fingers crossed it delivers. I mean, this series so far has been phenomenal, and it's an interesting point you raised that you expect these two teams to be the ones in the final. Maybe not to get too doom and gloom, but if we think to that lower bracket, eHome, which opponent, if you're eHome, are you hoping for here? Do you think there's one of these two teams that they would match up better against?
I don't think it matters, honestly, because at the end of the day, only the winner takes it all here. So I think they probably have to prepare for both.
You're going to need to beat everyone.
You're going to need to beat both of them. It's just a matter of who you want to play first. I don't know if you think one of them is easier matchup for eHome in particular, Danog, if a style fits better, but you gotta solve both cases.
RNG disposed of them pretty efficiently in that first round of the upper bracket, so maybe they might say, oh, okay, we want to play against Boom, not just because of that, but also just to gain a little bit more experience about how Boom plays, because I think it would be pretty... they wouldn't super often be looking to do scrims together. I know a lot of teams have their, inter-regional scrimming partners, and I don't think Boom and eHome are two of those, so it'd be a nice little learning tool, if anything else.
Yeah, and I guess one thing to kind of think, with it all on the line, still having that buffer at the lower bracket, do we feel like we've really seen anything severe in terms of switch-ups meta-wise, or does this all still feel kind of standardized to you, Danog?
It still feels pretty standard. The null tallies still being how they are is just not good enough. Wagga was like, can I offer you a different nerf during when we were watching that game? A little bit of agi gain reduction. Yeah. It's like, no, just make the null talismans 2.5% and 5%. That would be fine in my books, not 4 and 8.
Oh. Yeah, I think they did make them, stack with diminishing return instead of additive, but even so, the mana cost reduction, especially on a hero like Storm, the fact that he can easily have 3 of them in his inventory going very late into the game, especially now when they're big. Yeah, even when they're big items now, you can consume Aghanims, you have Arcane Blink upgrade, you have all these big items, even the Brooch, which you can go for now with the Witchblade. So, yeah, I think you could say a number nerf on Null Talisman could still be warranted.
Definitely feels like we need to be seeing that. Maybe see some new heroes soon. I mean, it's been one of those kind of question marks back and forth for us. We were kind of coming into this, we're like, will they just treat this as a practice ground to try new things? Are they going to take it seriously? Should we take it seriously? Because those watching at home who are wondering what these players are playing towards, this Gamers Without Borders 2022, baby. And it's not just going to be online. This is going to lead into a LAN. So each region is playing for one slot, one invite to Riyadh later this year, where they'll have a chance to play for the lion's share of a $4 million prize pool, the largest you'll see outside of TI. So all the reasons to take this seriously. I mean, we talk about other tournaments in the past, maybe 100K, 200K. It might not be as enticing for the tier 1 teams, but $4 million, that's where you really have to start locking in and taking this fully seriously.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is still a whole lot of money that's on the line, and obviously teams are extremely prioritizing on TI. I mean, it's, for good reason, pro players are obsessed with TI and making it to TI because that's where it all happens. But still, getting good experience before, going there, getting a chance to play another LAN event, I don't think you should pass up on the opportunity or, take it lightly.
And for some of these players as well, like Boom in particular, a lot of the players have very minimal LAN experience. So any kind of opportunity they have to be able to, get some of the jitters out, assuming that they go to TI before that big event, is going to just serve them super well moving forward. So I think they're not one of these teams that can afford to just rest on their laurels, say, oh, we'll save it for the major. They're doing pretty well, both DPC point-wise as well as their performance, but they got to keep it up.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fair to say like that whole logic of always saving it for the next tournament, it backfires a lot of time, right? Like usually when you do get into that intercontinental warfare, right? When you get on LAN, the metas, they start to weigh up against each other. Someone has to bow, someone has to break. So maybe just having a few new tools to your arsenal, maybe tweaking a little bit, especially being in this upper bracket, like there might be an opportunity that arises. I mean, I know we saw, was it double Chen games from Gaming Gladiators yesterday, which didn't serve them too well, but to a certain degree, you got to respect the attempt to at least do something different, right, Wagga?
They're wanting to try and play the patch and try and play some new stuff, experiment a little bit, which, is definitely what we want to see. I've been saying it. I want to see some creativity, some innovation. We're also seeing a bit of the tried and tested stuff. We're still seeing Medusa, still seeing the Storm and TA being played, even though there have been nerfs. But I think, in general, you want to find just the right amount of creativity. You don't have to go completely crazy, play like, oh, let's go with this completely different idea. It's just, I think now with Tiny and DP being nerfed a little bit, you should change up your first phase bans a lot. Like heroes like Storm, who can be so problematic, I think they should go in the bin if you don't have a good solution or plan. Minor adjustments in your draft that needs to be made.
Yeah, and I mean, Boom are obviously prioritizing things like the IO, which is still incredibly strong. Pugna was prioritized by RNG in that game number 2, which is understandable. Things like Coddle as well. I honestly think Coddle isn't too bad if you let it through these days, just because, if the Storm Spirit's not in the game, that's obviously the hero that gets enabled by it the most, and they even gave it some slight nerfs to that Chakra Magic as well. So I don't think it's necessarily first ban potential when you can see something like that Storm Spirit take over the game. But, I mean, Kaka's been able to do it on a Shadow Shaman, which it's like high tier, but it's not that broken level just yet.
There's a flip side to what you just said, though. Even though Storm is a good combo with Caudle, he's also one of the best heroes against Caudle, so Caudle can become easier to pick and not get punished for, since his one weakness is stuff that jumps him, and if Storm already is banned, and then you pick Caudle, then that's one less hero to worry about for you.
We're still waiting to see on those bans. It looks like the players are getting ready. We should be underway with draft 3 of this series in just a few minutes, but we're just going to throw it to a short break. So stay tuned, and we should return in probably about a minute or two. So we'll see you then.
Maelstrom. I mean, it depends, because fully can also, if you pay carry, something like you fight against PL, if you pay mid, you need to Maelstrom, because no need to buy a lot. I mean, the expensive item.
Maelstrom.
I think Belfort is just so buzzed, man. But Maelstrom's probably better most of the time.
Maelstrom, for sure.
Battle Fury.
Maelstrom, no doubt. If you're buying Battle Fury, I'm reporting you.
Power Traps for Monkey King, because you need a lot of attack speed for it.
Power Thread.
Power Threads.
If I would support Monkey, so I don't get boots.
Oh, I would always say power threads. I mean face boots, but nowadays it's actually power threads because of Battle Royale.
I'll choose voice line because there's much more interesting words and some offensive words that you can insert compared to just tipping your enemy or something.
If you have a matching one, yeah. Otherwise, I like friendly tips. I'm not tipping if the guy dies.
I think voice line, but like voice line has a bit more like fun to it because you can kind of joke with the actual thing they're saying and stuff.
Tip, it just gets to you more. If you're playing that kind of game, you gotta go for the tip.
Mask of Madness.
I like Echo Saber.
Both.
Don't play that shit. Mask of Madness.
You can do both, I think. That's not too bad.
Mask of Madness and Echo Saber. Wagga, you've been a pro player, you've been there. Explain this to me. Are they saying that they're waiting and buying both of them at once? Or are they just going 1 for 1? Is it a true Chad move?
Yeah. Just save up your money and then double purchase. Danog likes when you save up gold and buy everything at once.
I love it.
Yeah,
love it. Please sit on 5,000 gold, which aren't going to help you in fighting or farming. I love it.
Yeah. No, I think I would be also team both for that. Echo Saber and Mask of Madness. Hell yeah. Hit fast, hit hard, slow the enemy. Good stuff.
Danog right now is just looking through his support items as a Sven support. He's like, I don't get Mask of Madness usually, nor the Echo Saber.
I wonder if I kind of want to see Sven support come back. They gave some nice quality of life changes to him as that, right? Just to give that little bit of extra armor, a little bit of extra movement speed. So it could be an option, just go like drums or something like that.
You should watch my friend 2B Dota play. He was already playing support Sven before this patch. I can tell you, I already talked to him about support Sven. When I read the patch, I went into Dota. First thing I see is 2B playing support Sven. He goes for the drum boots.
Did he win?
By the way, drum boots and charge. It's really strong.
Did he win though? That's the question.
He's winning a lot with it. Yeah, it's surprisingly strong.
I mean, that's impressive. I've been catching him play a certain other MOBA, but the fact that he's still managing to trash people in the high-level pub games, you always love to see it. Boys.
For those that aren't aware, there is a little bit of coordinator issues, so thank you, Daddy Gaben. It's not just for one team, it's for both, so can't blame anyone, can't blame servers or anything like that. So I'm keen to see us resolve that one because, those first 2 games, they were so hyped, right?
Yeah.
60-plus minutes and then almost 60 minutes coming down to the wire in that first game. Without draft, without even server considered, who would you say, based on what you've seen for the performances, Wagga, as to who would be able to push it across the line?
I think overall I feel like Boom are playing better, but I think that they are also a little bit more prone to the draft issue there. I think the first game they outplayed pretty hard. Second game they also had moments where they outplayed, but they fell a little bit short in just the strategic part, the planning part of the draft. So I would still say I probably favor Boom.
Yeah, you can have the best players in the world, but if your draft is absolutely terrible, then it's not going to work out. Not to say that Boom's drafts have been terrible, sorry, Mushi. But RNG are a team that can capitalize on even the smallest mistakes. So you and I both have this checklist that we need to go down to see what's a good draft, and Boom were unfortunately lacking in a couple of areas in that game number 2.
Was an interesting thought as well. Do you feel like RNG forced that awkward draft from Boom, or did they kind of just dig their own grave in this situation?
I think it was quite a lot of dig your own grave moment there. I think RNG were just kind of happy when they realized, when they saw what was happening, this looks like kind of slow, kind of, immobile. We can play against this. And then they ended up
get our BKBs against this.
Yeah.
I think that was the big thing, right? The Rubik Tide pairing together was the most questionable part of Boom's draft for mine, right? I think you could pick one if you're going to go that secondary save with the Rubik, and I feel like you can go the Tide Hunter because, you can lock people down early on, you're decent enough in the lane, they banned out some of the bigger counters to it, but it's just A, so cooldown reliant, B, neither of them really want to be that consistent frontliner, and FBZ was unfortunately forced to. He tried to make the best of a bad situation with a Helm of the Dominator, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. I think they were just a little bit unprepared for the response that came in as well. When they went with this and then also finished that up with the Medusa, it just felt like it didn't really gel against what RNG were running. So I think it's a good draft on its own. In a vacuum, it's a pretty fantastic lineup. It has a lot of the things that I want. But if you look at it versus what they were playing against in RNG, you need to sometimes take more respect to what the enemy is picking. There's a huge mentality thing for drafting in general in Dota if you want to adapt or if you want to have your own style. And I think here you needed to adapt a little bit more.
And I guess it's maybe putting a little bit too much pressure on FBZ. I mean, he did deliver incredibly well in that first game, but like you said, it's just kind of this one man on the front line, and he had to do so many things. It felt like he needed so many items. So maybe having that better balance of responsibility in the cause, because I felt like that was maybe one of the big question marks, is everything was really being put on the offlaner's shoulder in that game, right?
And even in that game number 2, right, I was asking for a little bit more emphasis to be given over to Maybe's hero, right? Game 1 of the Pango, he didn't play poorly, but a Pango cannot carry a game. It felt like both Somnus as well as Kaka carried that game number 2 for RNG. Just so many different plays happening around the map, and he just played a busted hero. What can I say?
There it is. Finally ready. Apologies for the delay, folks, but we're finally in to the draft of game number 3. Open it up, boys. We already see that Pugna that was so infamous in the first game is not going to be making an appearance. And no surprise, once again, no Kotl in this series.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You don't want to give away the Pugna to RNG if they have first pick. I think after that game 1, you're just going to respect it, right? There's no way.
I mean, they're honestly considering first picking the Storm, right? If Boom doesn't go out and ban it, and I feel like Boom are just going to ban the IO more likely, so could happen. I mean, they might just not opt to do that. They might ban Storm, for example, and if RNG IO, they'll like Grimstroke +1, for example. Something else that's able to go in onto the backlines and deal with the IO super early on.
Yeah, they ban out the DK as well, and that's even more setting up for the Storm to be a strong pick, of course, getting rid of one of the insta-stun heroes that Boom would like to run. And definitely a hero that also has high priority here in the first phase. So Boom are now left with a choice. This is sort of the first big choice here of the bans. Like, do we remove Storm or do we take the risk of leaving him in? And do we have a plan if we leave him in? Too many times, man. In the last few months, I've seen Storm first phase pick and then teams just picking almost nothing to counter him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think, honestly, you can even afford to do it with this first overall pick, because even if you pick, the counters, the immediate lockdowns, you still have the flexibility to go something like an Abaddon with the last pick of this phase, right? Where you can protect that Storm a little bit more. And then if they don't go the things that immediately punish you, then in this next phase of picks, you can just ban out the counters then, right? So it feels like you've got a lot of options available to you. They don't get rid of either, though, so leaving both the Storm and the IO in the pool.
Yeah, that's the big one, right? The IO, we talked about this at the beginning of the series. It's just such a lethal pick to leave against an organized team. And something we did highlight about both these sides, although we've seen a switch up of RNG's roster, at its core, this is a team that's been together for a long time and has a lot of international experience at the highest level of play.
Yeah, and they go with the Storm. I like it because I don't think I enjoy running IO lineups against Storm that much. Obviously, Storm IO is still very strong together, so we might see Boom feel forced to take it here. But I think between the two, you just take Storm, and then if you're against IO, sure, okay, you can dive him and kill him as Storm Spirit. It's pretty good for you.
Well, there is some of that instant lockdown. The thing is, I don't think you want to really be going the IO right now, though, right? Just to be able to block it, because Storm Spirit can just be paired together with a Grimstroke or something like that. I mean, honestly, both are still really good options to have with the Storm Spirit. So I feel like Boom, it's a little bit that they've done to be able to address this Storm, but again, you just need to be so perfect with your positioning on this hero, whether it's played in the position 4 or 5 role.
Yeah, Kaka is, really strong on Shadow Shaman, and we will see if we're going to have a similar performance here by the Shadow Shaman from Boom. But yeah, they go for a pretty standard first phase pick here, going Mars along with the Shadow Shaman, and now RNG have the choice. Do you want to go for something like Soulbind here to counter the BKB on Mars, which is coming inevitably, and also pairing up pretty well with the Vortex, or are you going to go for that Wisp, which has been let through here?
To me, it's either the Wisp or the Abaddon or the IO. That's what RNG are looking to pair up right now. Alternatively, they could potentially go the carry, just because you know what the lane is that you're more likely to going to be laning into. I think it could potentially be an option if they wanted to Monkey King super early on, and even if they look to counter that, just flex it to another lane, but they just Grim. I mean, why not, right? With the, you call it the waifu, the Grimstrokes waifu, with the fandom embrace, just to be able to stop the shackles. And of course, you've got something to enable Storm Spirit to go in even further with the Ink Swell. Once you get Ag Shard, it means Storm Spirit can be even more liberal with using his BKB after that fact. So yeah, I feel like this is a nice solid opening from RNG.
Yeah,
and I just highlight Danog was disgusted by the discovery that is the waifu as well. Like, he was not happy with that relationship at all. I think he wanted...
Oh, just the fact that you called it that, I think, was the
waifu. Yeah, I mean, Grimstroke, he has a pretty dark background, man. You should read up on his lore. It's, his dead waifu.
Slack's done a video on it yet?
I think he has, actually. I think he does. He's done a lot of those. Those Lorgasm videos are great.
They're great. I wonder if we're going to see from this Mars like I think it was IGOP that was the first one to do like the Yule Scepter build, just because you do have that small window to be able to connect the spear onto the Storm Spirit. But honestly, with Storm not needing as many items anymore, you can go for that like earlier BKB and things like that. You've got a Grimstroke to be able to protect you, so it's not even that amazing, right?
Yeah, I like the Yule Scepter on Mars when you're against a Spirit hero, but it's still, you know, counterable by the BKB. It's decent, but I think you can just rely more on following up on the Rasta and play around that, and maybe get some physical damage for yourself on Mars. I like a Mars who actually does good damage with the God's Rebuke. We saw it earlier in this tournament as well. Who was it who turned around? Was it Zai, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he just turned around and like slammed with the God's Rebuke and obliterated someone. So I like the damage on Mars.
Yeah, but Zai's a Chad, right? Like we got to keep in mind his Mars is some magical stuff. I remember he was the first person in a competitive environment that was trying to do the spear into arena, if you remember, right? The really like clutch, hard to pull off combos. So maybe we're expecting too much. I think like most of the time you're just looking for that solid initiation, and maybe Danog, are we expecting a lot more stuns, as we know Boom like to go for their stunners?
I guess. I mean, I kind of want to see the Lina here. The Mars provides you with a lot of protection against it. I know it didn't work out so well in that game number 1, but I still feel like the Lina is pretty solid, right? You're going to be able to quickly remove off things like the Phantom's Embrace. You've got a good lane matchup against the Storm Spirit. If you can get an early BKB, it's nice and effective for fighting. So yeah, I still kind of want to see the Lina come through here for Boom.
Yeah, I think Lina makes a lot of sense. I like it a lot as a suggestion. Even though it didn't work for them in last game, I think it was, you know, for
they had other issues.
Reasons outside of just the hero not being good, and there's good synergy for them to have it here. I like the ban coming out from RNG right now as well. The Anti-Mage, definitely a hero you need to prioritize getting rid of if you're going to run Storm.
So they've got a decent amount of catch so far for this Storm Spirit, right? So you don't have to necessarily prioritize it even further. The one thing that I do really want them to get a little bit more of on Boom's side is I don't think you can afford to put this Helm of the Dominator on Mars this time around. So some extra vision will be nice. Tree and Protect is kind of nice for that aspect, right? You can walk along in the trees, you can play some super deep either lane or like Tinker Wards, for example, just to provide that extra little bit of information before you take the team fights. And then once you have, of course, the Blink Dagger, provided that you're on point, Blink Overgrowth, very nice way to be able to disrupt any kind of early BKB timings that RNG might have.
I'm getting big Team Tickles or Old Gaming Gladiators vibes from the draft of Boom right now. The Shadow Shaman, the Treant, the Mars. This is like a classic trio that can have very, very big kill potential at the start of the game. So would like to see them to, you know, try and utilize how strong these heroes are at level 1. And
you think they could tri-lane at level 1?
They can start tri-lane and then immediately switch off after killing something. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Tri-lanes overall, I'm still not really favoring because you end up being a little bit starved for experience.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we
I've really seen it paired together with like a Pango 3 or a Sand King 3. Sand King actually, surprisingly enough, is still in this game, so it wouldn't surprise me to see RNG pick it up for themselves here.
I was just going to say, like, do we feel like the Storm's been answered? Like, we liked Boom's opening, because that was someone we were talking about early on in the draft, is that, you know, Storm Spirit's kind of not been getting answered in this series so far.
It's pretty good. They have so far, you know, disables on every hero, which is always good to see. You have, of course, Rasta with 2 disables, long ones as well. So he can set up, you can follow up with Spear, you even have Overgrowth in there, which can knock him down a bit. So yeah, I feel like they are definitely addressing the Storm. And even if they were to pick 2 heroes without any form of stun or silence now, it can be okay. So yeah, I'm just mad when I see like literally 1 stun on a team against the first pick Storm. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. The other thing as well is that I feel like at least the Tree and Protector, both from his tree walking as well as just being a strength hero, much harder to kill relative to some of the other support heroes that we've seen from Boom. I mean, in game number 1, they had a Hoodwink and a Weaver. They're pretty hard to kill, right? High mobility, can play in the trees, but game 2, you had a Bane as well as Rubik, which were quite easy to jump, right? So as long as whoever's playing the Shadow Shaman continues to play in the trees, has a good time just sitting off to the side, I think they're going to be in at least a decent spot to be able to make some of this counter initiation happen. But Waga, I gotta ask, TA, how's it feel against Doom?
Doesn't feel great against Doom. There's also Inkswell, which can be pretty nasty. And this game, I like the pick as well. I want to go to the Rubik pick that we see here from RNG. I like it so much against the team of Boom Esports here. It's fantastic against Mars. If you are quick, of course, on the toggle, maybe you can prevent the steal. But if you get Spear, that is a crazy spell. And Rasta spells are all great too.
Even just be like, assuming the stuns, it won't matter too much with like the overgrowth, but if you've got this Rubik, I really want to see you get use out of the shard, not just for the saving potential, but the spells that you really do want to be stealing on a Rubik, Shackles and the Spear, both ones that are upgradable, just if you get your own shard, just to be able to get that double Spear off. Of course, you've already got the increased cast range from the Arcane Supremacy, so that means Shackles is just so much more usable in a team fight without putting yourself out there to die.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Rubik is one of the most value shards in the game just because of that. It's obviously not as strong as like Tiny perhaps, but it's still extremely good to have it. Quality of life, you know, you just get little bonuses here and there. Oh, I stole Spear. Now I have Burning Effect as well on my Spear, you know, like it's just added bonus.
Does this feel like a good Chaos Knight game for Rule Never Give Up?
It does, in my opinion. I think it's super good here.
Yeah, anything that you're just able to get aggressive on, you would assume that you're running the Grimstroke with it then, just to make for a lot stronger kill potential in lane. I'm also thinking for Boom, they just need something that's going to be able to get active early on. I mean, they're banning out the Ursa just under the assumption that this TA might be laning up into the Storm Spirit, but I wouldn't even hate to see them go the Kunkka with their last overall pick. So it could be pretty flexible for both of these the side lane as well as the mid lane. And what I really want to see Boom do, of course, TA gets very farmed super early on, and I think you can't just sit back and let this Doom have a free game because he wants a passive game.
Yeah, I think for me, the initiation is starting to look more and more like what's going to determine the fights here. Like looking at both these lineups, they're not really heavy on save. They're not really heavy on protecting allies. They're more just about bursting your opponent, killing them quickly, getting the Doom out or getting the arena. I think there are some really key initiators here, and whoever has better wards and better vision will probably have a big advantage here.
And you would have to say that Boom at the moment, very nice call, the CK pitch, is slightly ahead with that aspect, right? Just because you can walk around in the trees, you're not revealing your position all that much. You don't need to waste a smoke for that potential. So they're slightly ahead, but I do like RNG's draft quite a lot. I mean, we haven't even talked about the Soulbind Doom as well, right? Just as another devastating impact for their team fight.
Well, everything, right? Like every single hero interacts with Soulbind in some way in this draft. It's actually super scary.
Yeah, or multiple ways even. I mean, Rubik is really nice. You can, of course, get the double Fate Bolt as well, which hurts so badly. But yeah, CK Grimstroke is super annoying to play against if you're a TA. Illusion carries in general are never fun. He can also Phantasm out of the Overgrowth from Treant. And Rasta cannot insta-kill the Illusion. They are strong Illusions, so hexing them also doesn't kill them. So I think he's strong for multiple reasons here.
So it looks like Boom are just really banking on a strong laning stage. Razor kind of fits that fast tempo that I was talking about. It's going to be played by Jack Boys in the safe lane against Chalice. I don't hate it, right? They needed something, either a Razor or a Kunkka, that was going to be able to be active on the map, get some of these objectives early on, let you take advantage of the Mass Serpent wards in the Roche Pit as a result of taking a few of those early towers. So I don't hate the pick. I just really like RNG's draft, though.
Yeah, I like RNG and what they have, but I don't think it's as bad as last game, where I definitely felt like Boom were in a bit of a tough spot. Here, I want to say it's pretty close to like even in draft, and then by my previous logic, I think Boom are going to take it. I feel like they're playing a little bit sharper. I was mainly concerned about this phase of the game, but this looks very playable.
Wow, I can't believe it. We've reached a divide point. Your relationship might be on bumpy roads from here on out, lads. Yeah, it's done with. But folks, all I know for sure is this is going to decide who's in that final first. We're going to decide it here. Who's good better? Is it SEA or China? Let's find out. Game number 3 between Boom and Rule Never Give Up. Let's get underway.
I think we're all blessed to have this game 3. We've been waiting for it. We get a phenomenal one after it's such good 2 games. RNG versus Boom. Bit of inspiration, I think, towards the side of that RNG draft. They did play versus LGD this morning. They got beat by Doom twice. Now they've got the Grim with that Doom. They've got their Storm Spirit. Looks like a pretty comfortable draft for them. How do you feel about it, Lacoste?
Yeah, I gotta say, the combination that they got with the Grim, I mean, it's not about that. It's not gonna be always a soul bind into like multiple spells, whatever. But yeah, it feels really good for them having Doom, having this Grim Stroke, and also the panel talked about Rubik, and also anything you steal from them can be thrown into that. What's their carry again?
The
Outside of
CK?
RNG? It's okay.
It's it looked like a pretty damn good CK game too.
Yeah. I don't think they addressed it enough. They do have like Templar Assassin, some Psyblade damage. Razor goes in with the refresher, gets the link. Overgrowth is a good way to deal with him. Like Mars deals okay, but I also want to see new CK in action because he did get nerfed, so he's passive got converted to what was before. Spear's gotta actually connect. Let's see if Tins can get close. He actually got the Ether Shock, and yeah, this is gonna be the kill. Jackie will get the first blood. Good start. Yeah, extra starting gold for Razor against Doom is just gonna feel so good.
Agreed. And I think that the Boom lineup, it's really about early game and early game aggression and getting ahead. Because you don't want this game to get like, if you're playing behind and you just know that this Doom is just being Doom, just devouring, game is slow paced. If you're not ahead and putting pressure on, the CK and Doom and the Storm, this Tricore is gonna be able to outdo you. Because eventually, sure, we're talking about it's not always, but you are gonna get hit by a Doom or even a double Doom in some instances. And this CK, it's a last pick CK into very little AoE that he's playing against that's not going to come from actual items, right? Like, if they are going to be able to address Phantasm, it's going to come from a TA being pretty farmed or a Razor with a big advantage of items early.
Yeah, definitely have to agree. But if you showed me these 2 drafts, looking what Boom got, I would definitely say that this is more RNG draft than Boom. Boom with a different mindset coming into a game 3, because second game was a bit of a wonky one, I would say, considering what they got, having Tidehunter and Medusa. It does slow your game down, but this time around, like, they can play some aggressive Dota. Having Shaman, having Mars, so they can play very aggressive early on.
Yeah, the only thing I do look at, slightly, I guess, in a way, is like, their lineup could get pretty much just all physical dependent. I feel like their magic damage could actually become almost nothing. It's going to be like the Spear and like a plasma field. Besides that, it's like TA, physical damage, Razor, mostly physical with the static link. Your ult will provide some, but yeah, it's a lot of physical.
Every single time I see heroes like that, when you have like Ursa, TA, Drow, Razor, whatever combination you can think of, I'm looking for Heaven's Halberd. I know it's not a great item on Doom. I don't think you like want to buy it immediately, but you get the value from it. Like even CK might get the item eventually.
It looks godly on CK this game. They've got the double disarm too if they get it off. He's versus 2 range carries, so yeah. I think it's definitely a possibility. Right now, the biggest thing I'm looking at really is mid. Somnus is crushing it right now. 9-6 to the 4-0.
He's playing so aggressive.
Standard Somnus, really. And this is with the changes, too, right? This is with some slight nerfs, especially in the early levels on Overload.
One less armor.
And 1 less armor.
Actually killable right now.
Still 5 armor, which is insane.
Yeah, I don't know why he has 5 armor. I don't know where the armor is actually coming from.
Some of these ranged int heroes that are like the cores, like OD and Storm, right? They just have like insane amounts of armor, always.
And then you have Puck with like 1 armor. I mean, I can understand it. He's a fairy dragon, so...
Look at Somnus again. He's like completely bullying Yopaj off the wave.
14-7 against 7-0. Like next Vortex, is Yopaj bringing in a healing salve? Probably
a bottle.
Bottle for now? Okay, but Somnus with the next Vortex is going to play aggressive one more time.
Might be able to even kill him. If Yopaj steps up too far, he's getting live and armor thrown on him to try to help him out a little bit, but I'm sure he's saying, like, he's probably, okay, man, I need this. Because Somnus, the way he plays too, he's going to go for the aggressive play.
Kaka will be... Yeah, same.
Just looking at the top lane, right? Like, this is a hard lane. It's the Doom versus the Razor. We're seeing them trying to cut wave. Kaka starting boots and pulling wave behind tower and whatnot, but we're seeing the effect of that Razor having that matchup. It's only 5.
It's just a pick.
Yeah.
He also got the first blood. Ghost will try to chase him down. Did have stun available. Shaman already has 10 stick charges, so there is a turnaround potential coming out from that. Yeah, we can already see bottom lane CK. He's not full HP anymore because he doesn't deal 1.5 damage to creeps with his passive. Shackle gonna be on X-Noah and he's gonna drop.
Yeah, they get a good catch. It's actually only creep heroes, by the way. So he still heals off creeps and stuff the same. It's only like...
Oh, okay.
I know, I did the same thing on my first read. I messed up the other day too. Don't worry about it.
Well, that's why I have it here.
Waga. Yeah, I said it to Waga and then he's like, you're dumb. I was like, oh no, I'm dumb. Kaka mid?
Sometimes when things, look good, I just make stuff up to look smarter, but that's fine.
Tim's is here. They're gonna be able to get Somnus. Or are they? Yeah, they...
He bought out. He spent all of his gold, bought a Null Talisman. Still valuable kill. They needed to make some kind of rotation to get this Templar Assassin back into the game.
Look at mid. Look at Skem. He's actually jungling the small camp and then reblocking it to take it away from Somnus when he respawns. He's leaving one creep. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen somebody do, but it makes sense.
People were doing that before, just leaving, farming enemy jungle and leaving them less farm. Just leaving the small one.
Mid. As we see, top Chalice getting chased. Also, mid, they're going for Yopaj. He'll be okay. He has a trap, so keeping eyes on Chalice.
Good body block. Well, actually managed to kill him. Even with Boots of Speed and the Wind Lace. Chalice trying to adjust his item build because he's playing into Razor. They still managed to get the kill. Like, Razor has a full power treads already because of that first blood. It actually means quite a lot. X-Noah dropping really low, pops the stick and pops the... what's it called? Stroke, and they do get a kill. FBC, do they have another stun?
They do.
They do. And there seems like they're gonna chase. They're gonna try to make something out of this.
Should be okay.
So still on cooldown for 9 seconds, so they're just gonna go and back off a little bit.
Okay, but we are seeing, as we mentioned, Boom really adamant about the way they drafted with like laning pressure and dominating lanes. Mid, of course, we talked about how the Storm was doing so well, but yeah, Razor crushing top. Bottom lane looks to be doing pretty well. They're pressuring a hero like CK, who I feel like is one of those carries that's really hard to pressure because of the way Chaos Strike works. So yeah, good stuff from Boom in this early laning phase here. Somnus will get an Invis rune bottom.
Chalice did find a good creep for the laning stage. He did get the Ogre Frost Mage, so having extra armor against Razor could potentially save him up. And he might hold this creep for a very long time, because they were playing into Templar Assassin, Razor, like Mars has physical damage, and also physical damage coming out from Shaman.
Yeah, like we said, it's mostly physical from Boom, so I mean, I feel like he could actually hold on to this the majority of this game, and it would be just fine, besides the Centaur.
I love that Skem is not putting any points in Leech Seed, just going for more points in the Living Armor, has this global presence, helping out especially Templar Assassin. Like, because she was off to a really bad start, Somnus was playing so aggressive, and then having Refraction plus Living Armor as well on top of that just makes her super tanky.
Yeah, in some situations when you have like this really like strong kill lane, you can go Leech Seed, like something like Wraith King, like these stuns and great ways to chase out. You can do the Leech Seed if they're battling you, but there's not even a lane top, right? Like, he doesn't need an ability. Razor's on his own versus nobody, and so he can just Living Armor the other lanes and he's doing his job perfectly. So, yeah, really like that choice.
Somnus going inside the enemy triangle with X-Noah to steal some of the stacks. They already put the observer ward on the high ground, which did scout things out when they were stacking. And Chalice...
He's actually looking to potentially set up for another one. They see Yopaj walking in. They want to try to set up a kill, but...
Yopaj, 3 traps on a mid lane, just in case they need to kill. 5 around the mid lane. He popped 1 right in front of the river, and the Chalice...
They'll get a bottle DD, another one for Somnus. Chalice is very slow though, hit by a full trap, but here comes Somnus. Text up, grabbed by Tims as well. Kaka is there to stop that shackle. They'll be able to kill Tims pretty easily with the DD. A couple more hits, one more. Look at him.
Dire's bottom tower is under
FPZ TP'd over. He wants to try to get something with the arena, but unable to, and they spot him too.
Chalice is tanky with his build, has that frost armor that we talked about, and also has a casual chainmail. Wanted to get phase boots, but since lane didn't go well, he invested the gold in the gloves, going into Hand of Midas. This will get the warded scam, will get the observer ward that was planted to scout things out in the triangle. How's Ghost doing? 52 CS, and Razor has 30 denies.
He was literally versus nobody. He's gonna have an excellent timing on his BKB, which, yeah, I think these type of things are really important, is to playing ahead when you're playing versus something like a CK, when you don't have the best type of counters versus it. Like this Razor, he's gonna be able to just like BKB, and if he links this real CK, it's gonna be very problematic for RNG as things get to the point when we actually have a fight kickoff, because right now I think it's still just Razor farming, and he might even just show up to the fight with a BKB, the first one that happens. Unless they pick him off here, which maybe they are trying to set up.
Stupendous. It's insane how much farm he has on a Razor.
Yeah.
And it's not just BKB, it's also Falcon Blade, Power Treads. That's gonna be like 13, 14 minute BKB. If he doesn't die, maybe gets another kill. And then he's gonna be joining the fights. Like, they're gonna have such a great timing that they can like go for objectives and also force a Roche fight as well.
Yeah, he'll have really good time. Also, like, depending on what neutral item he gets too. Like right now he has Pig Pulse, so 6 more stats, even tankier. If he gets like the Apple, the People's Gift, around 17, he'll be like something like 2600 plus HP hero. Very early on, so he'll be a problem. Another rune, they're doing a really good job. X-Nova is just literally hugging at Somnus to ensure that he's able to get these runes. 3 of them now for the Storm Spirit.
He found the Trinket, triple null going into Witchblade on Somnus. As we said, you know, the overtime damage against refraction works really well. Gives you extra damage against the supports. The pick-off potential is good, and yeah,
and armor.
Yeah, you get armor. Something that Yopaj did in the previous game as well, because he understood, you know, a bit of a different build that we see on Lina usually. I mean, they lost the game, so it's like very easy to make a statement. Oh, that item was really bad, you know, he should have gone for the standard one. I like the way he was thinking in that game. I mean, they did lose the game, but overall just shows how clever some of these players are.
Yeah, they're setting up for mid right now. Cock actually steals this. In my opinion, this is like the second best spell he can steal early. It's probably like a Mars Spear and then a Plasma Field. For me, the early nukes, based off how much damage you can actually do with it. Plasma Field does an insane amount of damage on Rubik, so immediately setting up for a smoke. Him, X-Nova, and Somnus, the trio that we've seen for the whole series, while on the opposite side, Boom is looking to shut down Ghost. Tims is with Yopaj. He's got the Tumbler. He'll be able to get the grab. And they burst into time.
Spear. Yeah, they're gonna even pull it away a bit more to the east just to be able to get the kill, but Storm Spirit zipping in. There's the Grimstroke ulti, double silence as well, and here comes Razor as well. He got the shackle off, but it got interrupted by the silence from the Grimstroke once again. Jackie Boy should be able to clean them up, just needs a little bit of a slow from that Plasma Field. One more hit will do the trick, and Sam is coming back in. Tims is very close to get the shackle or the hex off, and yeah, seems like this is gonna be another kill. X-Nova pays with his life. Somnus was playing this very risky. I mean, he tried to save someone, but what you get from it could potentially be very, very bad. Yeah, very costly. Treant Protector on the top lane. Ghost using his ulti, Scam running inside the trees immediately. There was no armlet. Maybe if he had armlet, would have a little bit of extra damage, but the Treant Protector having that 3 points in living armor, way too.
He trapped him. Look at bottom. Oh, he actually got, okay, oh my goodness. He had the calling, but he was trapped for a second. That was so scary. His own teammate traps him, but they're gonna be able to pressure bottom. We see RNG trying to pressure the opposing side in the mid lane. A Blink Dagger on Yopaj, switching up the build. Or maybe being a little more, I don't know, trying to get active more with this team. And interesting. The living armor is delaying this push quite a lot. FBZ spotted. And they just, well, okay.
They just killed him.
The Doom, but they do throw it onto him. That was, I feel like that was a heavy overcommitment, honestly. They're still going to try to push forward for this tower without the Doom.
Let's see if they defend this tower. There's still living armor, but yeah, you gotta heavily commit to be able to get it. Ghost will get the last hit. BKB. Pops a BKB. Yeah, this is 13-minute BKB timing that we talked about, and Ghost got a drop. Same goes for Kaka. Like, how do you deal with this BKB? Like, you use Doom, even if you have Doom, he's still gotta stand his ground because he's super tanky on Razor, has extra living armor to keep him alive. Tower did fall. It's one of those things, if they like had a glyph or if they had an extra hero that didn't die there, it's just way difficult to deal with that, and like the whole RNG squad was there, so sometimes that living armor can make a hell lot of a difference. Why do you think he decided to go for Blink Dagger on Temporal Assassin this time around?
I think he's just trying to match this is Yopaj, right? He's just trying to be aggressive and be a playmaker. I feel like that's at least for me. I feel like he's always just trying to make stuff happen. And he can live, right? If they do jump him, the refraction plus blink is something that could save him a few times. I think the more thing I want to talk about is actually Ghost. I think this was a pretty huge mess up actually by him. He has all these ranged heroes that were hitting tower. I think him stepping up that far was a big mistake. He's getting really far behind on farm now after these last 2 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a good CK game on paper, but the way this game is developing, like, he might struggle. FBZ, he's ready to go in with the arena. Spear is gonna connect, and the Scam is there with Overgrowth if needed. They're still gonna respect that. Yeah, look at this tower. It's gonna get defended, still gonna live. That's why Treant Protector is such a good hero. Chalice did manage to find some farm. He's the second most farm hero in the game, has Hand of Midas and Devour, so very close to his blink. I think he needs like 20 gold to finish it, and yeah, he has it.
So now it'll allow him to, then we can actually see the double dunes potentially. He can pick and choose his target a little better, because yeah, the last one was pretty unneeded. And they do have an arcane rune on Somnus. I'm just continuing to look at Jackie, level 13, on his way toward his refresher already too. And yeah, look at Ghost, like how far he went, right?
Like he went behind the tower to hit it.
Yeah, it was just when I see that, it's like, is it really worth you getting a last hit instead of it just like getting denied? You lose 2 heroes, you don't have Doom. You could have potentially even lost more there. It just seemed a little like over aggressive from him to secure the last hit. Somnus?
Doom going for a Blink Dagger is he wants to be able to get that double Doom. It's relatively easy to just get the 2 people in Soulbind, and then he will follow it up. Somnus, big zip in against the Tims. Tims does get the Hex off. It's still Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit, so they're gonna continue chasing. Let's see if Kaka... Okay, Kaka did not want to steal. Ex-Noah was thinking about it.
Kaka did get the steal off of the spell, though, at least. He did get a Hex. Pretty good pickup, at least. Could prevent...
It's level 4 Hex. It's maxed out.
Chain lock down the Razor. If they can get him pre-BKB, potentially now they have a window to maybe go for him, because they have the blink on Kaka too. So
yeah, I see Jackie having this just perseverance at the moment and going into refresher. He might change his mind depending how the next fight's gonna develop, because I know that the Razors, when they're playing against Doom, like they tend to get Lincoln Sphere a bit earlier and then get a refresher. I still think it's very good for him to get Lincolns even after refresher, because it just feels very natural what he's playing into.
Yeah, can definitely agree. Playing into Doom, it's like never bad that you can have like a Lincoln's. Yopaj, DD, all rallied around, set up around here for this mid tower.
Where could they possibly be? They just dropped the wards on a mid lane and everyone else is missing. Yeah, they're gonna take this tower by force. RNG will not defend it. Jackie Boy is cutting things out, and Snowstorm.
By the way, he bought the Void Stone.
He did? Oh.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Either way, it's a refreshers. Like these 2 items are just kind of broken on Razor for a long time now. Again though, super even game, right? We're having the same kind of thing happen. I think Boom is probably feeling a bit better because they have this like really strong aggressive early game lineup that they've gone for here, and right now you can like Jackie's probably like, I know I'm the biggest on the map, but they have to keep the pressure on. The fact that RNG gets some time to chill back, farm, Chalice uses his Midas, his Devour, Ghost gets space to farm, it's definitely a problem. And I want to see Boom getting these, trying to set up for more kills. They are trying, but not able to find the connection. There they will. But it's far.
Maybe they needed a spear back instead. It's a bit more difficult to execute.
RNG's
the
gonna hit
Pupil's
back.
Gift. You talked about both of the cores from Boom will definitely want to use it just to have, because they're both agi, and what you're looking for is that extra HP, 300 HP from the Pupil's Gift. RNG, they're going straight into Roche Pit after seeing that there's no arena. They also know that Shadow Shaman ulti is gonna be down because they used it for the mid tower.
It's pretty clever move for them to do it. They do at least have something to ramp it up a little bit with that Reality Rift. So that -7 armor is
with Rally. I thought you were gonna say with Rally from the Doom Stolen Creep.
Hey, that too. Sure, we'll add
yeah, he has. Look at those skeletons working.
See? He snatches. Oh my god. Picture perfect. He gets the stun onto the Storm and then just is on the floor.
Yeah. And not just that, like they get the kill, they get the Doom usage, so they should be pretty happy about this one. And now it's time to possibly take a tier 2 tower on a mid lane. Shaman wards are back online. Seems like bottom is being pinged out. Yeah, just a beautiful play from FBC. Like I've been really impressed. You know, everyone talks about Yopaj, how well he plays it. Everyone knows that for a reason, because he has proven himself, but the FBZ has been really a standout performer, especially like...
Call him the CEO, right? FBZ CEO, look at him go. Like, this guy always proves himself every time. And it's tier 2. So it's like, Boom is the lineup that ideally wants to be the one to get that Roshan. It's like they didn't even have to do the work for the Roshan now. RNG actually set it up for them to just walk in and get that steal. And now they're even gonna find Ghost top.
Oof, man, Ghost is in a spot like this is way, like that's not just one creep wave too far away, maybe even 2 creep waves far away, because there's no Doom. Like if he gets initiated on, there's nothing that can save him. I don't think Rubik has a shard at the moment. Like Grimstroke could potentially use his shard to dispel it. Samus is gonna go in. This is gonna be a pickoff for them, but another Invis rune for Samus. Seems like this is the rune that Gaben is blessing him with.
Yeah. These deaths are so painful, honestly. Like 3 now for Ghost, 1, 3, and 1. His own, like he's literally just keeps getting picked off. So as we mentioned, it can be a good CK game on paper, but getting this far behind, this Razor, like you said, he's gonna get like Refresher. He'll probably get the Lincolns and then maybe even like a Shivas or something afterwards, because I think he's gonna go for some armor. And the frequency that he's getting the items, and the frequency that they keep getting these pickoffs, I don't know if Ghost is even going to get to a form where he's like, I'm this big, scary CK Phantasm.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like that in this game, that he's going to be, oh, I'm going to do the CK things, get the top of people, blow them up. I don't see any of these heroes like instantly dying other than Shadow Shaman. Like if he gets on top of even Treant Protector and Treant gets the ulti off, you're in a big trouble.
Yeah, definitely agree. Tier 2, another one gets brought down. Massive moments for Boom.
This definitely doesn't feel like 2k gold lead for me.
No, it feels like way more.
I think
pressure on this Razor. Like,
yeah, I think it comes down to like Doom pumping up these like gold out of nowhere, having this Hand of Midas and having to devour. But yeah, just feels like they cannot take the fights. You said X Noah, he's playing with Somnus throughout the whole game. He picks up the double damage.
Somnus?
While TPing out, he gets Spear.
FBC. They get the Ink Salt, but this is a Storm with 0 mana, has BKB in a DD, but he's gonna get grabbed. There's the Tree Root. They're sticking on Somnus with the Razor Link too. They're gonna get the double Doom out, but the fight probably already looks over. They're sticking onto the Mars for a moment. Do see Jackie being a little hesitant while he's doomed to run directly in. Ghost gets a huge crit. Will finish off Jackie. FBZ does get the Spear connection. Can they finish off the CK?
And now Yopaj, it's time to clean it up.
Meld. Ghost.
He's gonna go for it.
Another
Taco. Again. Okay, that's enough. I mean, Jackie, he overextended there a little bit. Definitely didn't have to be the front line. Maybe needed someone to show him. Great spear from FBZ just to cancel the Storm Spirit's TP. They lost Razor, but they also got 4 kills out of that. So still a big W for Boom.
I don't think he expected to get hit that hard either. I think it was, I know it was like 1 crit. I don't think it was the double crit, but the CK gets a big connection onto Jackie, and I think he got the last hit too. So at least Ghost gets gold for himself after having such a rough one. Has a blink, so has ways to get into the fight. But another tower. Boom, continue to put pressure on map, keep shrinking the map.
22 minutes. This is their last tier 2 tower. FBZ ready to jump in. No arena yet for 15. Gotta be some chip damage. Next time they're here, the tower is gonna fall. He's thinking about going in, spearing him next to the right trees, but look at positioning from RNG. Everyone's...
They scouted. I think they put a trap down on the side to see the 2 supports. Now they're gonna go for the supports. Xnova will just get deleted. Somnus able to stick on top of the Mars right now. The Link is taking a lot of damage from Somnus. He will be able to reset away. Scam also just gets deleted from CK. Chalice is trying to go back in onto FBZ, but just can't.
I mean, RNG's putting a much stronger fight than I would expect them to. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're just playing really good, just playing next to each other, but I don't think they really have too much room on the map to not play next to each other. Their map is so tiny, so they're always just like ready for the aggressive move that Boom is making. So maybe Boom being a little over-aggressive because RNG just has nowhere else to go, right? They have to play next to each other.
Also, Kaka, he needs to stop trying to steal Spear. He had this bulwark for a very long time. And I think he stole it 2 times in a row. It's also an earlier gem pickup. They want to get rid of the traps. They want to get rid of any kind of vision, so they will scout things out.
Boom is fully online now. I think this is the time where the next few fights, unless they get the double dooms, it's going to be really difficult. Or the double CK stuns or something, because now BKB is finished on the Mars as well, and they have Deso TA. So all 3 of the cores are ready to just kind of charge in, and a blink on Treant, and a blink on Shadow Shaman. Which they've had for some time, but all of that coming together, it's going to be really tough. If RNG isn't the one to get the initiation with a double doom right away, can definitely feel like it's going to be really hard for them to turn the fight.
If they get a blink initiation on Storm, that would be pretty ideal. They know something is up. Trap is gonna slow him down. FBZ is gonna
Chalice,
go
he jumped into it.
Spear. Ooh, that's the double man Rebuke and Chalice. He gets the double doom off, but yeah, I think they need to fall back a little bit. Overgrowth on all of them, pretty much. Tim's
stolen.
Yeah, but the damage from Templar Assassin, look at this. And Hex gets on Storm Spirit, he gets deleted. That's a triple kill for Yopaj, double kill for Jackie. I'm still surprised that RNG decided to take the fight after losing 2 heroes. That's what I've been worried about, just getting that instant initiation from Shadow Shaman. And yeah, FBZ popping the arena immediately. I think he used the spear, connected, and then used the arena after.
Look, Chalice actually blinks and it hits him instead of Xnova. He still gets the Doom off, which I think is pretty remarkable, which allows them to even get 1 kill. But I think no matter who initiates that fight, it's gonna probably go that way. And boom, they get the vision of the Grimstroke, so they get this initiation, and they're already man down, it feels like, on RNG.
Yeah, that felt a bit unlucky. I think the outcome would still be the same, considering how Boom approached that fight. They killed the tier 3 tower. Next, Roche may respawn in 10 seconds. And
Jackie's
massive.
Enormous. Yeah, almost Lincoln's 9-1. TA, Yopaj has been quietly keeping ahead, actually, in net worth now. Creeping up toward the top, has his full Hurricane Pike now finished, too. It's, yeah, definitely just continuing to see the problems, especially for Ghost, even though, as we kept saying, the CK game can look really good on paper. It's just not able to happen with the way these fights are kicking off. FBZ is just, I mean, we keep getting a lot of credit to the Razor for how big he is, but FBZ is, for me, my MVP right now, is just catching every single time. Always
gotta agree. I mean, that spear was lucky, but all others were not. And now with the BKB initiation, he does catch Rubik. They do catch Xnoa as well on top of that. And this is gonna be the last tier 2 tower. Roshan will respawn in 15 seconds. Even Yopaj understands who the real MVP is in this game, tipping him immediately.
He's like, did you?
I mean, it
hear?"
also.
And he's like, no. I gave Bulwark 3 times as well, too. By the way, my friend, like, just on top of everything.
It also, I mean, it comes down to like 2 supports being outside of the base, getting caught a little bit off guard, and yeah, you said Lincoln's. It's about to be done, but they do
comes out.
Doom off, and they're gonna delete him immediately. Overgrowth a bit too late. Let's see if RNG can chase them down. Get back, called by Tims. Okay, I think he needed that Lincoln's. I think just needed to wait one more creep wave. It does happen, because sometimes people do steal your CS. I know the feeling.
Yeah, he was a little bit behind on it, so he does get brought out from it. I guess they didn't expect to just get jumped and doomed like that, but BKBs are at the ready also on RNG. They're triple BKBs. They did use it for that catch. But Boom now man down. RNG's considering perhaps looking for something else, looking for a further catch. They see them, they have a ward down.
Smoke. He knows something is up, but he still decides to stay. Let's see the spear. He gets speared next to the trees, and they do get the shackle off. So Somnus dies. He does have a buyback. Yopaj with the double damage, chasing onto Chalice. It's gonna delete him immediately. He's beyond godlike. X-Noah and the rest of the team is just falling behind.
The neutral creep by accident. He melded.
No, I was focused on the play-by-play. No, I did not see that. And now inside the pit.
He melded the. I thought maybe the storm lives for a second because he melded the creep instead of hitting him, but the.
No, I was focused on the words. So yeah, Templar Assassin immediately queues up the Hex. That's gonna be Roshan. Number 2, FBC stole 1 last time around. That's also a shard, so we'll have silence for the backline, silence for the Storm Spirit, as well as Aegis. Yeah, RNG just a little bit of off.
They're gonna get caught. At least Kaka is. Does he have anything to bail him out? He does have his own shard. Okay, so lifts himself away. And there's the Lincolns. So they do have, we're going to still look at like a couple of these big things that RNG does have for the high ground defenses. We did see Ghost hit level 20, the really important one. The Reality Rift pierces spell immunity. So now we have double Dooms, double Reality Rift pulls and stuff like that. So boom, they have this huge advantage. I think they still have to be a little bit respectful of just how careful they have to be just pushing up into that. They are very far ahead though. So they still probably can brute force it a bit. But yeah, there is triple BKBs on RNG, as we said.
Possibly double Lincolns from Boom. Razor does have that refresher, and I believe FPC is also getting Lincolns. He did get Lincolns in the first game as well.
Yeah, we did see. I think was it him or Chalice? It was one of the two. One of the two of them.
Both of them actually had.
Maybe both. Definitely really valuable. Arcane Rune still on Yopaj. They've got their Shaman wards. And just RNG Jet trapped in the base, as we've said multiple times.
Using Lincoln's in Yopaj, because he's going to be the one sieging. Arcane Rune, level 23, Deso damage, living armor on top of him, all eggs in one basket. How do you approach this one? Because he can blink out now, dealing with... That's Phantasm.
Phantasm, yeah, like that can't... If that dies, that's a significant amount of their damage just completely gone.
It's not the longest cooldown, but still not having that into the fight is going to take so much out of your damage department.
Yeah.
And now they know. I think Boom should go and just try to take the fight, win a fight, probably could be the game. I think Storm Spirit invested all of his gold, so does not have buyback at the moment. Yeah, he doesn't have buyback. He bought the Aghanim Scepter. The good thing
they were
is
expecting a smoke or something. The way they like backed up, went to high ground, and Yopaj positioned himself on left side a little bit. Looks like they're maybe expecting some kind of sneak play.
There is, you know, turnaround potential. This Axe is pretty huge into double Doom, like double Fate Bolt, and also CK damage. They do have what it takes, but it's just the chances are very slim.
Absolutely. They're gonna go for the jump. Vortex will not connect. Does get silence for a second from the trap. Secondary silence. Will be okay. Chalice. He's in with spider legs. Initial poke. That's his BKB.
Pops a BKB. I mean, CK ulti is back online, but now that there's no Doom with the BKB, Yopaj is going to continue sieging and gets the blink out once again. They're trying to go for this type of a play with the Ink Scroll and pull combo. Chalice, they're going to bring him down once.
Link the real CK.
He knows which one is real. Used the refresher already and going to chase him down. Ghost, can he toggle? He cannot. Like the silence in the backlines from the trap actually, like they can't even use any spells. I think he might try to go for the play from Rubik to just toss him away. And they trapped Scam. Oh, he's going to blink out. That's going to be a second set of barracks. Gonna go through the mid lane. CK, no buyback. Needs less than 200 gold. So he's gone for 50 seconds.
He just gets deleted. It's the double Eye of the Storm. He just runs right next to him. Easy there for Jackie, really. And Chalice, yeah, no BKB. It's like he's got 10 seconds until he's got it up and no CK. They have no damage.
No Grimstroke ulti as well, so there's no double Doom combination. They definitely need that. Pull onto Mars, but seems like they need to back off a little bit. They need the full combo. They need CK.
It's like they only have 20 seconds. Structural damage is already done. Boom's gonna go now pick up the crazy amount of items that they just got. A full Hex for Yopaj. I mean, everyone just got a full item finished, really. Lincoln's done for Mars. I think BKB for a Shaman. Yeah, everyone got like a good 2,000-3,000 gold now. Extra.
One thing I noticed is they are getting a lot of healing cells. I don't know if that's coming out from like neutral item, because I see FBZ holding, he was holding 3 of those. Maybe Trian just gave it to him.
Scam has a shovel. He's been digging.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
really good when
game.
Yeah, it's good when you're ahead like this and you're just spamming salves and you're just trapping them in their base, full HP.
Jackie even bought a blink dagger just to be able to close the gap.
Sure. I guess he feels like he just didn't need the armor at this point with the state of the game, where he can just, run in. If he links to CK, his damage is already gone anyway, and the CK is not that farmed. Yeah, full control. This is just the, as we like to call it, the suffocation tactic. Trap the enemy team inside their base. They're getting 0 farm. You're farming.
Literally trapping them with Templar Assassin ulti.
That as well. Trapped on vision, trapped on gameplay.
They could also trap them with Shadow Shaman ulti.
This is true. And Mars Arena.
I don't have anything else.
Mars Arena too, traps them.
Sure.
There you go. Which Kaka has, by the way. We didn't talk about that, but he did steal it.
Finally.
Not sure if that's going to do anything, but he's gotten a spell.
Maybe he needed to aim more for Shaman spells or Overgrowth rather than stuff from Mars. I mean,
he did get it once bottom in the Overgrowth, but it didn't matter, to be honest. Kind of hard for him.
It's even more difficult now because Mars does have Lincolns.
Yep. Oh, and Tim's is like, oh yeah, we haven't been back on our side in a while. 4 bounty runes picked up from their their jungle.
It does happen so often.
Yeah. It's like now there's smoke too, and like we said, a plethora of items have been delivered. 20k gold lead. Somnus now has to worry about hexes, extra hexes. They'll find the catch. Ghost again. Dead before the fight even starts. X-Nova. He'll follow.
Yeah, they don't care about this arena with the double BKB on Razor, and as you said, the extra hex lockdown. There's the hex, there's the spear from the FBC, instant 2 buybacks coming up from both Ghost and Somnus. CK using ulti, he will be able to clean Mars, potentially. FBC actually Glimmer Cape, keeping him alive, and good Overgrowth. Double Doom is used, so FBC will actually fall. They need to chase down. Somnus a little bit low on mana.
It's hexed again.
Yeah, those hexes are actually destroying them. If they can get this one, yeah, that's a buyback from Ghost.
And even on the side, Chalice gets caught between the 3 of them. They couldn't. I think they overcommitted. The buybacks from Boom rallying back in. They know how strong they are. 90 seconds, no CK, 60 no Doom. That's the game.
Yeah, they do have enough damage to clean out the game. They are still trying. Somnus going in. Another hex. Where's the spear at? Another hex. Okay, that's just too much control from Boom, and RNG is gonna call it GG.
Wow, a killer series, really. First 2 games, super close. This one became a bit more of a one-sided affair quite quickly because the Razor, I mean, getting first blood, getting this type of advantage. Jackie got his BKB, like you said, pre-13 minutes. Every single fight that they showed up to, they always seem to have the numbers, and they got so many good initiations. You know, we talk about Jackie, talk about Tim's, Yopaj and everything, but FBZ, the man of the hour this game. This Mars was pretty much perfect. He always caught the supports, or he would, like little spears, catch the storm in that bottom instance. It was, beautiful.
It was. It's also a hero that you can look really bad at if you, like, it's a skill shot hero.
I know that.
You know that. But yeah, he definitely looked like really, really good. Like, he's the type of a player that makes Mars look imbalanced.
Yeah, and it was a last pick CK that, you know, for all of us, we did like the pick. It looked pretty strong on paper versus what it was up against, but boom, with a really strong early aggressive lineup, right? Their whole lineup all based around that early game. They played it perfectly. Put the pressure on for like 1 or 2 moments. We saw RNG kind of ticking their way back into it with their Midas, with their Devour, with all that farm that they were able to get, but never able to win a fight. Never able to find anything that actually gets them back into the game on that net worth. Because they also got their Roshan stolen. I guess that's something else we should highlight as well, as FBZ getting that Aegis steal was pretty crucial.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's very easy to choose MVP, I'd say, for this game, and not just game, but the whole series.
Yeah, it was a treat to watch. I think everybody, us and the viewers, I think we all got exactly what we wanted with 3 games at least, even though the third one wasn't so exciting. As I think that's it for me and Lacoste today. We'll be throwing it back to the lovely panel in just a few moments with your highlights.
An admirable effort coming out of RNG, but it seems like they were no match for the ferocity of SEA Dota here. We're back ready to break down the third game, and this series joined once again by Wagga and Danog. Danog, the one game where you went against your boys, and they must have heard you because they delivered in this third game.
To be fair, I went against them in game number 2 as well, but that was on the back of what I thought was a much worse draft. I will never doubt the Yopaj TA again. Yopaj TA plus Yopaj Ember Spirit, they're 2 things that just really swing a draft in your favor. If they feel like it's a good game, happy to back them. But for me, it was FBZ. He was the real difference maker. Didn't have the greatest net worth coming out of the laning stage in the early-ish mid-game, but as soon as he picked up that Blink Dagger, so many great spears to isolate the team, and his bulwark toggling was on point as well, basically blocking 4 different attempts by Karkat to be able to seal that and potentially turn the team fight back in RNG's favor. Just never happened.
Yeah, it's also the speed at which he called people out. He was extremely fast at catching people all over the place. And let's not forget mentioning the Roshan steal. That Aegis steal was insanely good. He speared away the storm and got the Aegis. And after that fight, they didn't lose a single fight. I think they actually won every single fight from that moment on. So it felt like that was the deciding factor to me. where they went for that Roshan contest and the steal, and all of it was on the back of FPC. He was leading his team in a truly an outstanding way in this game, like just being on the forefront.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is like, game related and how much of that is mental, right? Because an Aegis on a Mars isn't like, you're not terrified of that. Like it's not something like a Storm Spirit or something else that's just going to get massive use out of that Aegis. So maybe it was a real, mental blow to their confidence perhaps, and, another thing that could have potentially related to that. I love him. He's a great individual player in ranked MMR, but at this competitive level, Ghost was caught out a couple of times going super deep, and it really felt like that swung the favor towards Boom a few times this match.
Yeah, he definitely had some times on CK where he was just a little bit too far out and got punished. And to touch back on what you mentioned there, the Aegis that Mars earned for himself, right? He claimed it was his. I think worked out pretty beautifully because you can't really burst Razor that easily with this Refresher BKB. Also, TA is pretty damn hard to bring down unless you get a clean jump. So Mars also having Aegis, it just felt like all the cores were bad targets. And yeah, I think CK overall had a pretty lackluster impact in this game. He didn't get to do too much.
Also, let's not forget that FBZ had that performance with the lowest net worth consistently of all the cores, right? Like from start to finish, I believe he was the one lane for Boom that didn't come out ahead, right?
And he was still able to make it work. I mean, coming up against a Grimstroke CK, it's kind of what you expect, right? So for him just to not feed too much gold over to the CK was a win in itself. He really just wanted to make sure he was getting the levels, the experience, and he took a little bit of the farm later on to make sure he hit that first key timing. But with that win, look at what it means for the bracket. Boom waiting in those grand finals for the winner of, again, it's going to be the Chinese Derby going on. RNG taking on eHome to see who's going to be that last spot to play off for the LAN spot. I'd have to say, based on this series, it's probably still going to be RNG. They seem pretty solid, just a couple of mistakes that were amplified to seem so much bigger because of Boom being able to capitalize.
I mean, they did 2-0 them last time that they faced off here in this tournament, so now it's eHome who have to bring something spicy and change it up if they want to have a chance. But looking just at this series seemed by far and away to be the highest quality Dota in the Southeast Asian and Chinese region here. I don't think any of the other teams are really playing at the same level, or even that these teams played at the same level in their previous series. I think here they got to push each other. They got to actually reach their highest level,
Yeah, and
nice little warm-up for Boom in particular, with the major coming up, obviously.
That's a fair point as well. There's plenty of them to still play for. China a little bit, bitter, a little bit frustrated they can't be there. But I gotta say, I love how this balanced out, right? We lost Enigma Galaxy C on the first day, and this seemed like the right way to do it, right? This way, we're gonna get that balance throughout, where you're gonna see SEA in the final guaranteed, and either way, it's gonna be a Chinese team. But first of all, they do have to rip each other apart to make it into that final. A final that will be a best of 3, by the way, folks. So no BO5. It's more about how you come in swinging at the beginning of a series, not looking to drag it out too long.
It's an old series,
I believe that means we need to move forward to a new region, because it looks like finally we don't have to have a long break as the series went the distance this time around. 3 games, most definitely enjoyable out of SEA China Dota. But now we have to go to a new region. It's going to be the MENA region, something that most people aren't familiar with. But you know what? Considering we're going to switch out Wagga, I think I'll let him hype this up, because he can definitely speak to the promising series we got ahead of us. It's
I am excited.
esports versus D-Boosters.
Yes, I've been wanting to see 0-1. D-Boosters also very dominantly won their previous series, but I'm a big personally invested fan. I'm too biased to even keep on the panel. They have to throw me away because it's one of my former teammates, Stormstormer, playing in 0-1 together with Fishman. So I'm super hyped. I'm going to be watching it closely, even though I'm not going to be here on the panel. I am super stoked to see this next match.
And of course, on the other side of things, we know that the other side's not going to be a pushover either. D-Boosters featuring Pleb and Funnick. So you can see the MENA region, they went outside their region. They got the experience on board on both teams. So this upper bracket should deliver, which means that you are going to want to get some food delivered to your house, because you're going to be glued to your screen. Because when we return, we're going to be straight into the MENA upper bracket when we look at 0-1 esports versus D-Boosters.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders 2022. We are back for more action here in Dota. Different region though, switching it up, moving across to the MENA region where we are going to feature some players from the Middle East with a mixture of Europe, but we're also mixing up the desk as well, of course. I'm back, Danorg's back, but a new face, a fresh face, a wonderful face we love to see. How's it going, Purge? You excited for some MENA upper bracket action?
Yeah, it should be a really good match. The two teams that are going up against each other are really solid. D-Boosters crushed their first match of the tournament. 0-1 Esports also looked really good, so I can't wait to see how they do against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty exciting one. Like Waga was saying previously, you've got some really high MMR players. You've got players from Tier 1 Western as well as Tier 2 European teams coming through. So I'm keen to see what sort of experience, especially 0-1 Esports, they're the ones that I'm going to be looking out for. You know, you always love to pair this playmaking core with the one that's able to give directions to the rest of the team. So I feel like Position 2, Position 5 with Stormer, and Fishman, they're going to be the real ones to look at. And I mean, still, they're playing for so much here with a bunch of different charities to be able to be backed up with a lot of the different wins that are going to be coming off. Of course, every single person in the brackets are going to be going home with some sort of money to donate through to these charities, but the further you get in the bracket, A, you can qualify for that LAN event, and B, you just get more money to donate to such a worthy cause.
Danorg's got me easily covered. Yes, of course, folks, it's 500,000 is going to be donated based on the MENA region and the results, and they can choose which charities they're going to donate to. And then, of course, you can see the breakdown is 750 going to Europe and then another 750 to Asia. $2 million being donated to charity for a week that only spans... an event rather that only spans a week, right? That's pretty incredible to talk about in itself. And of course, the players, they might not be going home with millions of dollars from the qualifier, but that's what it essentially is. This is a qualifier leading into an in-person LAN in Riyadh later this year in July, where teams that do qualify will be fighting each other tooth and nail for the lion's share of a $4 million prize pool, a hefty sum for even the Tier 1 players to be fighting over.
It's a lot of money. Lots of great charities too. I love watching the promos or whatever of each charity in breaks. I think it's all really good work and lots of really good causes. So happy to see so much money being given back.
Yeah, it's such a worthy cause, right? Just lots of different efforts, and it's not even just focused on the one thing, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to highlight, right? Like, obviously, the big one for a long time has been the big C, COVID, right? There's been a lot of effort to help with that in any way people can, vaccines, getting people out of tough spots, but it's sometimes easy to forget there's so many other causes that deserve our attention around the world, right? There's people suffering every day from any number of issues. So really big shout out to the organizers behind Gamers Without Borders for making sure that that gets highlighted as well, that the players have an option to back whatever charity they believe in personally. But we do need to focus on the games, right? Because that's what we came here for at the end of the day. We do love some charity, but we do love some dotes, and that's why this dote should hopefully deliver. We already highlighted it a little bit. 0-1 Esports versus D-Boosters in the upper bracket. So far, 2 O's in the MENA region. SEA China just got their first free game series. Purge, could we see that here?
I think it's very possible, yeah. Both teams looked really solid. Like I said before, D-Boosters has Funnick on it. Possibly Mastermind standing in Pleb playing with him as well. On the 0-1 esports side, you got Stormstormer and Fishman, Entity players, Div 1 EU players. They stayed in Div 1 after the previous season, so lots of really good talent, lots of high-level concepts. Maybe it'll get a little wacky because of the new patch and teams trying out new stuff, but considering that they are flexible at this point, I think it's very likely that we'll see 3 games.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I think the important thing here, we already talked a little bit about on the Entity side, right? Stormstormer and Fishman, but D-boosters, like, they're not failing to deliver either, right? We've got a former Lil Pleb turned into the big Pleb now, or Pleb, to be honest, and then, of course, Funnick. You can't write this man out, right? I feel like Funnick, there's something about the way he plays. Whenever you find him added into these new stacks, he finds a way to just thrive every time.
Especially given that Timbersaw, he was really dominant in the performance that we saw D-boosters play, but I would have to say that he probably is up against a little bit more tough opposition this time around. We have to remember with that first series, they've been switching up a lot of the players that they were playing on Riyadh esports for quite some time, so I think this is going to be a lot more stable, and he's not just going to be allowed to have a free game every single time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, it really depends on how your laning stage goes, what heroes you have. Yeah, I think they're going to have that in mind when they do their drafts.
And anything that we're maybe hoping to see in the drafts, maybe we're going to be something a little bit, I don't know, back to basics, something like a Funnick Timbersaw could maybe come out, or are we expecting those type of things to be banned out before they're even on the table?
I guess I'm not sure if there's anything really specific that's going to be banned or picked at the first start. I'm still a little unsure about where teams are going to feel with the patch and how it's going. So just kind of depends what the team feels comfortable with opening. I mean, this first phase of bans alone is already pretty wacky, at least from the D-booster side. So definitely going to see some new stuff.
Especially the Enigma a little bit more perplexing. Like, I understand the Stormer Invoker, right? You want to get that off the table, but Enigma, any possible reason you can think of for that one, Danog?
I think it's just, again, taking away a lot of that comfort from them again. I mean, it's something that can make the laning stage a little bit harder if you play it in either the 3 or the 4 roles, just wanting to deny a lot of the experience away from one of the carries, and it might just be a comfort thing as well for 0-1 esports.
I mean, it got buffed, right? The Eidolons give less gold and slightly more magic resistance and slightly less experience. So considering it was already being picked a little bit in the previous patch, I'm not too surprised. I mean, it's definitely a surprise, but it's not. There is some straightforward logic there for the hero to be banned.
Yeah, maybe just with the heroes that were available as well, right? The Bane, probably one of the easier ways to be able to have that Fiend, the Black Hole cancel with the Fiend's Grip, if you've got the BKB, of course. So that might factor into the decision making a little bit. They might also just want to go a bit of a greedier position 1 for themselves.
Yeah, very possible.
Is this our first Sand King of the day, by the way? I don't think it was banned in the previous series, and we didn't see it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember one of the games yesterday, there was a moment, I think it was in the EU match, the Liquid versus Tundra one. I remember there was a moment there where a Sand King mid went to try to kill a Mars, and the Mars lives with like 60 HP. It's like directly related to the Sandstorm damage nerf, so it's very possible that teams are just favoring it less, because it is not uncommon, at least for the last 2 months, for Sand King just to get some solo kills here and there. And if your total damage output in like a 5-second window goes down, then you're not always going to be successful getting those kills, and you're going to start feeling the impact of the hero's win rate. So it's definitely something that we're going to start seeing trending, though people pick Sand King less commonly, even though it's still really solid and still has a lot of the same benefits.
Yeah, it has a lot of the same benefits, and it really does feel like you need to now pick it not just solo, it needs to be paired together with something else that's going to enable it quite well, and Grimstroke is one of those heroes just to amp up the damage even further. You do still have the flexibility, of course, of putting it in the position 2 or position 3, but it really does feel much stronger as a 3 these days for me. You know, you're much more of a, I would say, a counter initiator as opposed to someone that can go for those solo kills like you were mentioning.
Yeah, that's definitely true. He's a little bit solid, more solid. Or if you can set up for like a Mirana or something like that, the hero feels a little bit more valuable. But no matter what happens, like the lane matchups generally are pretty good. So I can definitely see Sand King still be in the meta.
But for now, D-Boosters, I think it's also just very safe as an offlaner, especially with changes to the patch. If you pick it up early, pretty much no matter what, you're going to be comfortable playing the hero. Maybe it's not quite as good, but in terms of sort of stack forming for little tournaments like this, I think it's important to go and stick around comfort in some ways.
To you, does the D-Boosters bans now, the Lina, the Visage, does that lean you more towards them wanting to pick up something like the Invoker? I mean, sorry, the Storm Spirit, Invoker being banned out as well, just because it's something that, you know, these are heroes that lane well into it, plus you've also got the Grimstroke to enable your diving potential even further. Yeah,
I mean, Storm is definitely something that's going to be on their mind, but I think it's also specifically just a Stormer comfort hero. He does play Visage quite often, and there are a couple teams like this. It's not the rarest hero right now, and it can be flexible where you play it, but 0-1 Esports specifically do use this often. So I think it's probably focused on that. Maybe they're worried about these like strong lane winners. Like they're basically focusing a lot of bans on Stormer, right? 3 out of the 4 bans so far are heroes that he would play. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he plays Enigma as well. But he's definitely the star player on the team, has very high skill, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're just targeting him.
And 0-1 focusing on Funnick a little bit as well, right? Like taking away the Timbersaw, he loves playing the Viper as well, Pangolier, so I appreciate that.
And it seems they're fully aware of the flex, right? Because we mentioned like Sand King as an off lane can be in the 2 as well, so they don't want to kind of get caught off guard by the Sand King last second. It seems like that's mainly the balance, right, between mid and off laners with their bans.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it still does feel like a Storm, right? Like Storm isn't bad into the Batrider, but it just, you want to make the lane as winnable as possible, and it feels like a lot of the main Storm counters, at least in the laning stage, have been removed.
I do like Bane and Mars. They're decent as Storm options if you do get a Nightmare setup, or if you catch any of the disables on them during the team fight, your teammates are almost always going to follow up really quickly. So I think those are pretty decent. Dark Will is a little surprising though. Not the most common, but pretty good area control. It's if you do catch a hero like Storm in Root, it can be really solid. It's basically the elephant in the room that nobody's willing to pick right here so far.
Yeah, do you think, well, with the Willow, do you think that's A, a bit of a block pick just to remove some of that Mars synergy, but B, you're also one of those heroes that's pretty capable of like finding a Bane on the back lines and either forcing him to use the Nightmare on himself for a little bit of that extra survivability, or just solo him 100-0 once you've got that Bedlam available?
I think it's, you're right, there's a lot of really solid things that Willow does here, but I think it's more of just like an open-ended support pick.
Wow. See a Lycan come out as well. Something a little different. I mean, for those that aren't aware, Lycan got some nice little buffs coming through from the most recent patch, increasing the damage of his wolves, both that, the base ones, as well as from the shard. And also the Helm of the Overlord becoming a little bit cheaper as well means that I feel like we'd probably be seeing a little bit more of the hero. So a little bit surprised that we've waited until now for it to be available, but still seems like a reasonably solid pick.
Yeah, I agree, and it instantly shifts their draft over into this pushing type thing with the Shadow Shaman as well, so tons of disable on the 0-1 esports side. Lycan is not the best against Dusa necessarily, because she solves some of their AoE problems. The Wolves and the summons running down Grimstroke and Dark Willow would have been a problem, but Dusa really does provide some nice coverage for her team to react to those things. But either way, 0-1 esports should still be able to run down the supports generally well. They don't necessarily want to engage on Medusa until much later, but I think the pick is pretty solid.
The issue for mine is that Dusa obviously wants to be farming a lot more early, so she doesn't really want to be the one that's there to be able to respond to even just the Helm of the Dominator plus Mass Serpent Ward's push that's inevitably going to be coming from 0-1. So it puts a lot of emphasis onto making sure this Sand King has a decent start to the game so that he's got that, that extra item that he might need to be able to defend against a lot of that push through the Sandstorm and even just having the turnaround potential.
Which is actually a little bit interesting because it's less common for Dire side teams to pick Medusa. That's usually because Dire teams need to cross the map and contest Roche because of the Radiant Roche advantage, which is further made extreme by the Lycan plus the Shadow Shaman. So they're very high physical damage heroes, plus Howl is great at lowering armor as well. So yeah, if they get a good tempo setting hero on the D-Booster side, then Medusa is going to be semi-free to just sit back and farm, defend towers if needed, and the rest of his team should be able to invade. But for right now, I really like what 0-1 Esports has got going for him.
What are they missing?
Still really want to see the Storm. I want to see the Storm for D-boosters. Like they're banning out the anti-mage. There's no Pango. You're paired together with a Medusa who base. You've got a Grimstroke for it. So I think if they have that frontline initiator that's able to take out the push before it gets to your towers, that'll go a long way towards D-boosters having a good time. And even just like against the Mars, right? Anytime that you commit into a Mars, if you don't have either a BKB or a mobility spell to be able to disengage, you're going to have a rough time. So Storm, he does have that disengage potential. So I feel like it's good to perhaps bait out a few of these spells before, you know, you're getting punished all that hard with a lot of the map pressure that I'm sure 0-1 wants to put on.
How are we feeling about 0-1 esports scalability right now? It seems like they're playing a draft that's meant to close out the map very fast. Do you like their chances against what D-Booster has if this game goes, say, 40, 50 minutes?
It's not as good scaling against a Medusa with a Lycan. I mean, if you have like Necro 3 stuff still, then you can mana drain her, and then your mid game is going to be a lot stronger. But right now, they don't have the late game carry matchup for sure. If they play this high tempo thing and get really aggressive on the map, I think it could work out really well. And they've got good heroes for that. Lots of disables. They can take Roche very quickly. And here's another core that isn't necessarily going to have to worry as much about the ultra late game scenarios. Lots of pure damage is not actually that great against Dusa, but they can cover allies. It gives them some defense between Nightmare and Banish. They can deal with the other heroes pretty well. His ultimates should be really effective against Sand King at least, I suppose. But kind of a weird pick, but a Tower Sieger as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way to kill Willow inside the Shadow Realm as well, which is kind of nice. If it means the Dusa needs to have that BKB before she can really fight, because, you know, if she drops the Stone Gaze, you just Astral her and run away with the rest of your team, and that becomes a little bit easier for you. I'm still not 100% convinced on where they want to be running. Well, honestly, the Lycan OD, it feels much more common that it's going to be an OD mid, but Lycan into a Sand King isn't great either, right? So I feel like the boosters are in a decent spot to be able to turn this in terms of their laning matchups so that the pressure isn't on them as massively.
One thing that D-boosters are kind of missing is quick, reliable disable, I guess. They have like silences, I suppose, from the Grimstroke, but other than Burrow Strike and maybe Terrorize, some of these initiations might be a little bit limited. But I guess maybe that's a small point. As a whole, it seems fine. But they're not going to have the best jumps other than Sand King, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing the reliable jumps that are also good in the laning stage, right? Like OD is just going to punish anyone that's, you know, having to get a little bit closer, and we just see a lot of what's banned out already are those heroes that would have been good at that sort of role. So honestly, a little bit stumped at what D-boosters might look to pick up last year.
And the other thing is that with the banish of OD and also Bane Nightmare, they've got great secondary follow-up defense stuff. Like the Grimstroke stun is always going to come after the Burrow Strike, so they're going to be able to counteract that with the banishes.
It's not a bugged Underlord that they're going to pick here for D-boosters with their last overall pick, but it is more of that stall, right? You've already got the Sand King. He's going to be assisted by the Firestorm, not bugged Firestorm, and a little bit of that lockdown as well. I'm just a little bit worried about the laning phase. I feel like it has the potential to be punished a little bit.
Yeah, it's mostly for the counter push, I think, is why they picked the Underlord. Going to help deal with all the Lycan summons, kill creep waves, that kind of thing. He should be decently effective if he buys the right defensive items, and he should help in some of these early skirmishes, but we'll see how impactful he is.
So who are you going for, boys? Who you favor for this one? Start with Purge.
Which team was on the left? I can't remember. I just
0-1
0-1. I think their lineup was really cool. I like that it's unique and interesting. That makes me excited. I don't necessarily know if it's better, but I think it's cool what they've got going for themselves. They're going to try to go really high up tempo, be aggressive, punish Medusa, stuff like that.
Yep, I'm going to go with that as well. Force Medusa to fight before she has the BKB, look to punish it in that way, and I kind of want to be looking out for what sort of timing the Lycan is able to pick up that Helm of the Overlord, because if that is the route that he goes down, just because of the reduction to the recipe cost. So I think that could be a pretty big deal.
Definitely excited to see these two different approaches, and we thought we'd take a different approach. We'd actually bring in casters from both sides. It's actually B-Cop and Jenkins to take the action. They've seen both of these teams in action, and I want to see what their thoughts are on these specific drafts.
It's going to be interesting to see these teams. Thank you so much, Killer Pigeon, as well, everybody who is taking part in this game right now who's played in the Saudi E-League, has been a part of 0-1 Esports. And 0-1 Esports dominates the Saudi E-League. So these guys are like the best of the best of the best, and they're trying to represent their region. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see what goes on and what goes down, as it looks like we might get some pretty bounty action, as Fishman in some trouble on this Bane. He'll get chased down. They've got the Firestorm on top. P1 getting a little bit low. They get Fishman. They're trying to trade, and eventually Habu will get the kill onto P1 as they continue to throw the Firestorms down. A 3-man burrow strike from Evo. Eventually Funnick falls, and right now it's a 2-for-2 with Devil trying to run. Evo thinking maybe he could get another burrow strike off as Stormer let's sit near that mid lane, but they've dropped down the Bramble Maze, and Mad Frog and Pleb finally have made the decision to leave.
Hello, I'm here too, but there was a fight going on, so I had nothing to say. That was insane. There's just 4 people dead before the game even starts, bro. This is gonna be a good game. I like this.
I love this, and it's always interesting because I was doing a little bit of research on the Saudi E-League, and all these players have been at the top at some point. A lot of these players have played for 0-1 Esports. They've been at the winning position a couple times. Like, these are the guys who represent the local scene, and it's very interesting to see how they'll play against each other. Like that Enigma ban that came out earlier, that's a first phase respect ban to Nas, who's just like, oh, you know, the best Enigma player in the region. It's like, we don't want to play against that, even though that hero barely gets picked up in the professional scene at all.
Yeah, their manager was actually messaging me on Twitter yesterday, and he was saying that the 0-1 is like this is going to be the match to look at, I believe. So yeah, and there is history. There's a lot of history between these teams and these players. Like these Saudi leagues have been going on for quite some time, and you know, they scout some European players, pull them over. So even though somebody like, you know, Stormer, it's like you're used to seeing a lot of these players in like the Western EU region. They also have been playing in the Saudi leagues for like quite some time. So these are not just stacks. I mean, I guess you could call them that to a degree, but like they've actually been playing it with each other. It's kind of like a second team for like these leagues in particular. Almost like we have WESG occasionally over here in NA. It's the same thing. Like the players are, you know, to a degree a team.
One dropping down to Fishman, and that's what I was thinking when we first started covering the Saudi region in this event in particular was WESG. Like, you never really get to see stacks like this on the big screen, and it makes you think of like all the smaller teams that come in and compete and sometimes surprise everybody during WESG. That, you know, these guys are the real deal. Nightmare off the spear. Pleb able to hit back at Fishman. So not too bad so far. And I was looking at the Saudi E-League. You've got guys who show up like Ghost, who plays for RNG. He was on a team. You had Wish. Obviously Ace and Tofu, who can't compete with 0-1, who they've been playing with because they're on their own team right now. And then like Chessie, Radix are some other guys who have gotten involved in the Saudi E-League in 2021.
Yeah, I think there was Mr. Manager guy was saying that they only need 3 players in Saudi Arabia to actually play, and you can be like a permanent resident. I think you literally just have to live there. So there's been some players like coming over specifically for these leagues because the prize pool is actually high enough to justify it. And all I could say to him was like, dude, I wish like North America had something like that. That'd be great. Like some Canadian league that's just people are moving to Canada to play Dota. That sounds dope.
Top prize 55,000 just in the Canada Dream League or Canada
Canadian Monopoly money.
Yeah, Canadian Moose League would be the name.
Yeah, well, a man can dream.
But yeah, it's really cool. Like, I don't know, WESG is certainly one of my favorite events when you get to have these like regional teams together. So it's really cool seeing these teams, as especially the other day when I was casting with Black, we went from Asia Saudi Arabia to EU in one day, and it was like there's certainly like 8 different metas happening.
I'll take your treat.
Even though there was only 3 regions, people still trying to figure it out, and there's a lot of regional stuff for sure.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is Medusa is in every single one of those metas. That's the one.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
That's not the fun part, as a spear is laid down on the P1, and they'll get the kill. Habu getting credit for that. And they line it up easily with the Nightmare. Not really much they could do in terms of a reaction.
Mid lane matchup's a little weird.
Yeah, I was just looking
Sand King versus OD. That's not really not a very common matchup there. OD doing very well. 18 denies. That's a lot of denies.
Jeez. That is certainly a lot of denies that the Sand King's not going to be happy with. Meanwhile, Naz, who is, like I said, that Enigma player, he is regarded, according to Mr. Manager Guy, as one of the best micro players in the region. So it would be interesting to see how he plays this Lycan, as they've already killed Funnick twice.
Yeah, Underlord, not really a hero you would expect a Lycan to be able to kill in lane. I feel like this is one of those matchups where you like look at it after the fact. Like, you look at this matchup on paper and you say like, okay, Underlord never ever dies here, right? Like, you just have this innate built-in damage reduction and tankiness. You're a beefy boy, and Lycan is this like you know, small chip damage, but they're getting kills somehow.
Devil going down, Funnick finally getting one, which is good for the Underlord. He's got 3 kills. Like, Funnick's died twice, but he's already got 3 kills.
He's got his Vanguard. Like, I mean, I feel like I would have said this before, and he did die anyway, but he should not be able to die now. Like, there's not enough damage to kill him. They need a Mars. They need an OD to take down Funnick now. He should be fine against Lycan.
Sweet bottom, spear lands, and Medusa all of a sudden in some trouble. They don't land that Inkswell, so both these heroes are free to chase and free to get a kill with the rotation over from Devil. So they have the Shackle P1 trying to survive, but his death is inevitable. And they will find themselves a 3rd as Stormer lays the hurt down on Evo mid. 0-1, doing a real good job to start this game out. Wait, 3.
That's a solo kill from Stormer too, and he just got his Midas completed. Like, he's got Boots Midas at 6 minutes into the game. That's wild. Like, this OD's gonna absolutely carry.
He is a solo kill like that, like you said, the denies, and Sand King really not getting much out of this lane at the moment. You take a look at the net worth, and you can see the big split on where they're at. Standing in the Sandstorm, not really caring, as Evo, Astro Prism, he's low already. And then meanwhile, bottom, Fishman, Devil, they both died of Pleb. So you got 3 kills bottom, and all of a sudden, now you've got 2 kills going the other way as Pleb on a Medusa, not someone you want to be giving up kills like that for, is getting 2 more in his own hands.
Yeah, there's actually too much action in this game for like any highlights. Like, there's just way too much. Like, anytime we go, there's just 2 or 3 kills that happen. Like, they just constantly want to fight. And I mean, that's what happens whenever you throw a carry into an aggro tri-lane or aggro dual lane like this, is that there's obviously this like threat of the carry going down.
They did get the soul of the Stroke of Fate, but they're not going to catch this OD. Stormer doing the wise thing, not backing up through the stairs and onto his tower. But again, that's going to leave the Medusa free bottom. They TP back to the bottom lane, trying to help out Pleb, but Hexed up, not a lot of momentum to play with. Just need 1 or 2 more right clicks, and then it's the back end of the spear from Habu, basically crashing Mad Frog into his own Medusa. And they end up killing off the Medusa again, now sitting at 2-2-2.
So this is one problem that can happen if you go aggro with your carry and the lane starts getting hard, is that like he doesn't want to go back up to this top lane, because then he's going to be laning against this absolutely massive Lycan. So like he has to keep going bot, but that's the lane that he's trying to avoid, that he's dying in, right? So that's the issue, is like when you do this, it can feel like there's not much recourse for your carry. Like, he's just going to go jungle. I mean, that's all he really can do at this point on Medusa.
I heard
which isn't always the worst thing in the world if you can make those stacks and kind of secure your jungle to sit back and farm. We've seen Medusa certainly recover that way, right?
Yeah, I mean he should be fine. It's a little slow at this point, but
Trying to go again on this mid OD. They are not finding the proper catch for Stormer every time they've gone mid, and they've done it a couple times now.
yeah, that hero has big stats, man. Like it's really hard to kill an OD. 8 armor, 1300 HP when he strength treads.
Need to worry about whether or not they can get this kill. They'll drop down the sanities. That doesn't get anybody just yet, but they have Nas coming around the back. They're looking for Evo. The Inkswell pops on him, so you'll at least have one TP out from the Sand King, but P1 not looking like he's going to be as fortunate. And there's the Astral Imprisonment. That'll lock down the kill. That'll be another 2 kills here for 01 Esports. I don't know why their number's 01, because they get kills in bunches. It's not just one at a time.
They really do. This has just been constant fighting for this entire game. 16 kills, 9 minutes in. I like what Nas is doing here. I liked it instead of just sitting against the Underlord top. Like he runs mid, he sees that Underlord comes mid, and then he runs towards top. It's like, okay, you're dealing with a counter against you, so like, well, what do you do to counter him? You just don't.
Bottom again. Astro Imprisonment onto the Medusa. They've got the Nightmare on a P1, so this is leaving Pleb very vulnerable. And they're kind of wonky on the spells being dropped down, enough so where Devil and Fishman end up dead to P1. They'll take out Habu. It's a botched initiation.
We were watching a highlight on the stream. We were watching a highlight on the stream, by the way. So we're gonna need a highlight of the fight that just happened. Hopefully another one doesn't happen during that highlight, because that was pretty game changing. Yeah, this is gonna be a highlight fest, man. There's actually too much action. 3 kills though. I mean, that's those are some big kills. I was saying that like I like that Nos is avoiding Funnick here. Then Funnick just like, all right, runs down to the bottom lane, kills 3 people.
And the thing was, like, I'm pretty sure the Nightmare was on the Medusa. The spear ends up missing, and they just don't have the damage to get the kill. There's like an odd usage of spells there that ended up kind of botching the whole thing, because they did drop the arena. I think we got it. There we go.
Oh, here we go. Uh-oh, another fight's gonna happen during this one. Yeah, just not quite enough.
And then the Inkswell pops and kills 2 heroes. Like, that feels great for a Grimstroke.
Yeah, Inkswell can be a really busted ability if you if you know you hit like 3 heroes at once. I mean, it's a Ravage. Like it honestly probably does more damage than a level 1 Ravage does.
Except it's one of the best shards in the game as well.
Yeah, the shard's insane. I'm making a custom game with Suns Fan. It's basically like a team fight simulator, and it's led me to realize like how broken certain abilities are. Like Inkswell, for example, is insanely broken. As Fishman sets up with the
grip. All right. I say easy kill. Hey, is connected to the wall of the arena, so it will die. But that was a good 3-man terrorize. Just didn't lead to anything. You can see Mad Frog still has the 01 in his name too. Holding on to the days of being on 01 Esports.
Wait, is 01 still a team? Wait, this is I see. I'm very confused. He's on the wrong team.
Yeah, he's on the Dire.
That's
but
not
he
right.
used to be on 01.
I was gonna say, I swear to God, the Radiant was 01 Esports.
Yeah.
I see. Very confusing.
A lot of these guys playing together. Some Medusa. It's not great right now. Pleb needs to certainly recover. This Manta is going to be a big point of contention for them if they can get to that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's been a toughie for him. Oh my God, these Lycan Wolves are just destroying Grimstroke. He's just sitting at 20% HP now. Literally just getting chipped away by Wolves mid. Very sad. I'm pretty sure Lycan is like top 5 win rates versus Grimstroke just because of the fact that like he has no good way of dealing with the summons. You'd think Stroke of Fate, but that's more good against like, you know, heroes that have like massive amounts of summons, like a Broodmother. But Lycan, you just run down a poor Grimstroke and he feeds.
Not really much they could do against these wolves anyway. Like, it just scouts out Funnick as well as Mad Frog. and they have no answer to it. Oh, they're trying to get the courier. But the wolf, unable to do so. But yeah, it's micro power right there.
The wolf micro is something that I think separates a lot of really good Lycans from, like, you know, decent Lycans, especially in the offlane, because in the offlane you're looking for utility, and that's really the most utility you're going to get out of a Lycan, other than like auras. But like every offlaner builds auras, you know. So they are smoked by the Medusa. They're not going to find anybody though. Nobody's taking the bait.
Yeah, nobody taking the bait just yet. Mid lane, though. Serpent Ward's committed for the mid-tier 1. They'll TP back over. Evo, who was setting up bottom with that smoke, is now showed himself in the mid lane as, well, Fishman. He's got a sentry. He'll throw the Fiend's Grip out. The Terrorize already committed. They'll just have to run. Stormer maybe even thinking about going in on this, as he's got himself an Astral Imprisonment, but the rest of the team not there with him, so can't commit by himself. Would be suicide to do so. I was just using that time to go over bottom, and when you talk about guys who are really good at microing, definitely one of the examples that comes up in my mind is Old 11 with a Broodmother.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that guy's very good at Broodmother. China has very good Broodmothers in general.
Game kind of quieted down all of a sudden. I feel like we had those big fights, and then now both teams are like, all right, it's farm time. I say that though. Top lane,
Caster Curse,
or you know, as well as the Spear. Funnick, pretty tanky, but if he leaves, they may just follow him through the Fiend's Gate if he decides to drop it down. So they'll just take him on a little bit of a chase. As Stormer now dominating. He sits 4-0-2. And then that comes off the back of a very strong mid game or mid lane in the early portions of this one.
Yeah, he's kind of looking like he's in a position to just like hard carry this game on OD, and OD not the strongest hero of the patch, but it is a fairly high win rate hero against Medusa because of the Astral Imprisonment, just, you know, yoinking her mana. He's got the 2 charges on that too with the Aghanim Scepter now, so she's a lot less of a hero against this OD, and you can also just keep astraling her and then not have to deal with her until the fight's over. And that's like how people deal with Medusa in the first place. So OD actually matches up against Medusa very nicely, as well as these other heroes like Underlord. His tank ability does nothing to the pure damage of OD.
Stormer kind of living on the edge here, but he does know he's got that Aegis, and it is expiring in just about 4 seconds. Ag's ready to go. He's going for a Blink Dagger. He really wants to try and clean up this top lane and maybe get a couple of kills out of this one. They're going to go with Nas around the back. They've already taken out Devil to drop down the Sanities, but the Terrorize hits. The Soulbind is there. It lands on the Bane as well as the Lycan. So the fight ends up getting split. Stormer doesn't have that Aegis anymore, so he needs to be very careful. Funny coming in with the Firestorm. Nas still getting the kill on Mad Frog. The arena's down from Habu, and they get the Spear to kill off Funnick. Nightmare onto the Medusa. Nas coming around. He's not in that shapeshift anymore, but Stormer killing off Evo. Now the Fiend's Grip onto the Medusa. They clean up everybody. 0-1 esports. Oh my esports. That looked like that was going to go horribly for them, and it turned it all around.
Stormer's definitely not supposed to survive there. Like, I think if you run that team fight 10 times, like 9 out of 10 times Stormer dies. Like, his team was just in the right position to come bail him out. You know, spells maybe could have landed like a little bit better from D-boosters, but that's one of those things. It is just based on like a little bit of luck and, you know, where people are positioned, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a bit lucky for 0-1 that Stormer survives there, because he's on a 5-0-4 streak right now. Like, he's huge, top net worth. But kudos to them for being in position to actually save him. Like, the Mars arena was perfect.
Habu coming in and checking him into the Death Hotel. And everybody was everybody had a reservation on the boosters.
Oh yeah. No Blink Dagger either. He's just walking in.
Not going for one after that either. Like, it's Desolator right now. and he's not planning on picking up that Blink Dagger afterwards. Like, that's just not the plan. He's gonna pick up a Satanic next.
Yeah, this is carry Mars. I mean, this is something that Gamma Gladiators did a couple of weeks back in DPC, I believe, and it looked pretty good. I mean, the hero does actually make sense to a large degree as a carry. You know, God's Rebuke on a low cooldown, high damage crit. You get some lifesteal, Satanic, like, you know, AoE crit. Like, you're gonna lifesteal to full HP. Also, Spear of Mars now has a lower cooldown, and the arena's got longer cooldowns, so you're less based around the ultimate, more based around just hitting spears, which I think is better for a carry because you like to do this persistent damage. So yeah, I mean, it does actually make sense.
10k lead for O1 Esports. What's the game plan here for the boosters? Like, they have to just continue to try and hold out here. Pleb's still looking for a Manta. Like, it feels like that item's been getting built for what feels to be ages. I know this game is only 20 minutes young, but it feels like the Medusa's been working on it for 40.
It does. I think I don't even know if the Scotty timing's that important in this game, because you don't slow Lycan. I mean, it'll be good against OD, but he can just imprison you. And then Mars is like, I mean, he wants to sit there and like soak in your projectiles, so he doesn't really care if you're slowing him. I honestly think like D-boosters, a lot of this is gonna fall on like Evo and the supports to just hit the right targets with their spells. Like, they're gonna need to hit some like 2-man burrow strike onto
Nas.
onto the OD.
Go for Nas, and then immediately it's the turnaround. The Terrorize lands, but Nas wants blood. He smells it in the water. P1 dead very quickly. The Bedouin right on top of Fishman. He's eating a lot of this damage and still surviving. They go after the Medusa while that 1v1 support battle's going on. Funnick gets the kill on a Nas. They've got the arena down on 3. They land the spear. They'll kill off Pleb. They'll take out Manfrog. Evo's gone. They'll buy back on P1. Funnick's BKB, though, how long is that going to last to keep him alive? It's not looking like it's going to last long enough to get him out of this one, but after the Inkswell stun, the TP is successful. The rest of the team not committing on this. Instead, they'll find P1, and since he just bought back, they'll put him into the grave for another minute, and it's another fight that goes well for O1 Esports.
Yeah, D-Booster just isn't in a position where they can be the ones that are getting gone on. Like, if they're 13k gold deficit, like, they need to take out like 1 or 2 heroes, or at least stun 1 or 2 heroes to start the fight. Otherwise, there's very little way that they're gonna win that fight. You know, one thing I was just thinking about with Bane is that I think this is probably one of the more underrated counters to Medusa. Like, just looking at this fight, the mana drain was actually doing quite a lot to the Medusa. Once you have the talent, you're doing what, like 50% mana drain to Medusa? Like, that's actually a lot of damage coming out from your position 5. And on top of that, you have Enfeeble. You're doing attack reduction, you're reducing, like, if Medusa gets a Satanic. Even the cast range on Snake, it's pretty solid. I would wager that Bane probably has a decently high win rate. If you like looked at all the supports, like Bane has one of the higher win rates versus Medusa, if not the highest.
The only reason I would think that maybe that's not as true is because he just gets picked up all the time, and maybe he's in like all the matchups against Medusa, but I definitely see what you're saying. Like, I would think the same as well. Ooh, Burrow Strike, he was trying to just walk in and get all lackadaisical and throwing that spear and setting it up, but they weren't going to allow that to happen. However, now the O1 Esports are the ones who are not allowed to letting this counterplay happen. So P1 Evo, Manfrog all fall. They're looking for a high 5. Nas in his face like, come on, man. That's all I want is just this high 5. But at the same time, they'll kill off Funnick. They've got the shackles on this Medusa. It's going to be another full team wipe in the favor of O1 Esports. I almost want to say it's cocky walking up like that on a hero on that Mars, and they'll just call GG. They tried to counter it, they couldn't. They get full team wiped, and that's the end result. And O1 Esports, the dominators they are in the Saudi Arabia region, take game 1.
Yeah, I can see why I was warned about this team. They looked very strong.
Oh yeah.
The micro from Lycan was amazing, playing a fairly non-traditional hero. He was doing a lot of work with the Wolves. He was doing a lot of work killing the supports in the back line. Stormstormer like absolutely destroyed the mid lane and then just translated it. Like, did he die in that game? The 0-1 esports is covering the scoreboard for me, so I can't see if he died. But he had like a basically flawless game off the back of his team helping him. Fishman, he's playing as like classic Bane. I mean, I feel like you see Fishman, you just expect that he's on Bane. He did exactly what he does every game, which is hit those Fiends grips and dominate. So yeah, they just looked like a really solid team on another level.
Yeah, 0-1 esports, like I've been reiterating throughout this first game, they are the ones who have taken the Saudi E-League, and they were second last year, first this year. They've always been dominant. A lot of these players participate on the teams, and this Saudi E-League dominator, 0-1 esports, has come and looked good in the region so far. So they have a 1-0 lead over the Boosters, and we'll see if they can take the 2-0 when we come back. But we're going to go to a quick break and then look at some highlights and then back to the panel. See you guys in a moment. Stay right there. We'll see you soon.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Well, it's in the name, so we probably should have expected on the scoreboard. 0-1 Esports with a very quick 1-0 up over D-Boosters. I'm here to break down the action with Purge and Dan Ogden. Boys, there was a hell of a lot of action, but it took place in a very small amount of time. This looked like a one-sided affair. Are we worried that we're heading towards a 2-0 here, Purge?
I mean, based on how quickly the game ended, it kind of looks like that, but I think it was just kind of draft specific, right? 0-1 Esports opted to have this strong early game lineup that allows them to pressure their opponents. And when they did get rolling and they started running at their opponents, they just had stronger heroes, is what it felt like. They were winning the skirmishes. They were able to dive back lines. All of their cores were pretty tanky. Surprisingly, no BKBs except for Underlords, I guess. But yeah, Lycan was able to hit back lines. Stormstorm was able to buy lots of time and keep himself alive. And they just did a really good job layering disables on 0-1 Esports on the D-Booster side to get those crucial kills.
You hate to see at the end of a game a Grimstroke and a Dark Willow, whose items basically consist of boots and a wand. I'm sure at least one of them had the Aghanim Shard, but it's certainly not the impact you were wanting. And at the end, Funnick, he'd had enough. He played a pretty good game. He was able to stall out, be able to make space for this Medusa, but Pleb just wasn't able to make enough happen with that time.
Yeah, I really liked I think the Lycan pick was very effective against like when you play against a hero like Lycan, you don't necessarily want to use stuns on him, but you want to use like attack speed slows, like long duration roots, that kind of stuff, but they just didn't really have the best tools to deal with the Lycan in a lot of cases. I did like what Dark Willow brought to the game in terms of countering the Bane, like, because Terrorize is such a long range ability, it's pretty easy to like say, oh, I'll trade Terrorize for Fiend's Grip. That's pretty good in a lot of cases. That was good, but it just felt like they had a lot of trouble dealing with the cores on the side of Entity, whether killing them or locking them down.
How did you feel about this Medusa, by the way? Because it's someone we were talking about behind the scenes. It felt like Pleb kind of got sold out in this laning phase, and that seems to be your win condition as D-Boosters, right?
Yeah, I was like, what is this Medusa doing in this off lane at 8 minutes into the game? I know that they were just feeling like Funnick probably said, look, I can lane up into this Lycan, I'm not going to lose a tower on this top side, but it kind of put the Medusa in this weird spot. Not only were you, of course, having a bit of a rougher time going tri-lane v tri-lane, but also he was leeching a lot of that experience away with the supports. I actually had a quick check. They didn't have an Aghanim Shard at the end of this game, so Grimstroke, 2,000 net worth, Dark Willow, 3,000 net worth at the end of a 23-minute game is not the way that you want to be doing things. Maybe starting to build up a few more of those stacks could have potentially done it, or even just make the mid lane that much easier for the Sand King. I was kind of surprised that he spent so long with no Sentry Ward for the mid lane, and OD had one, so he was able to just completely deny out a lot of the gold and experience that he had for early on. And he wasn't able to survive and get his own net worth through those last hits.
Keep in mind there was also a nerf to Medusa in the last patch in terms of the mana cost for her ultimate. I think there was at least 1 or 2 fights where that was actually impactful. And this is the value of having long duration stuns. They had both Fiend's Grip and they had Shackles and Hex. So lots of disables there to basically get her down to 0 mana to make it harder for her to pop her ultimates. So I think it was a mix of Dusa's net worth not being high enough to be ready to fight. Like the casters pointed out, felt like she'd been building Manta forever, which is basically the case. So she never really got off the ground with her net worth. So 0-1 Esports was basically able to just continue snowballing over their opponents, not give them any space on the map, and which makes it hard for Deuce to even have time to catch up.
Yeah, I wonder if in game number 2 we might see D-Boosters prioritize the Mars a little bit more, just because he's one of those offlaners that didn't receive quite as many nerfs. Even some of the really strong melee heroes in that position 1 role, like the Ursa and the Monkey King, they could be countered a little bit by just spearing them away when they go for their kills in lane. And if they opt to go for something like the Lycan again, getting that early Arena of Blood is one of those great abilities. As long as he's caught inside it, the rest of the team has a chance to regroup and potentially make a counter-offensive happen.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it was just a little bit of the support situation. Grimstroke's Inkswells were really instrumental in a lot of those fights, and they could have been effective later, but I just feel like the Banish stuff that came out of the OD, as well as the Bane, just made it too free for Lycan without those solutions like Arena of Blood.
Do you think it would maybe be better for D-boosters to pick a carry that can be involved in the fights earlier? Because it felt like Phonic had a great game. We highlight that, but everything else was going wrong. Maybe if D-boosters had a way of fighting as 5 earlier, they have a comeback opportunity after the start to these lanes?
It's possible, I guess. I think it felt to me like D-boosters just said, let's pick the Dusa. It looks really solid here. It was going to give them a late game win condition. It gave them some Lycan solutions, but the problem just got a little bit more complicated from there on out. So I don't necessarily think it was they needed a carry to fight earlier. I mean, it's more to like they just maybe needed a different carry. Maybe even something like a Tiny would have been better. Still would have provided lots of physical damage. Would have given them some AoE control. He could have dealt with the summons easier, and he wouldn't have necessarily had to spend as much time AFK farming to get survivable.
You might also say that part of the reason of that early GG was very emotional, right? Like it felt like it was after that team fight where we were looking at it and there was a terrorize that landed on nobody. It felt like it was being pump faked for about 5 seconds, and then when it eventually was let off, it didn't hit anything. So
just gets killed, yeah.
Yeah, he just gets killed, and Phonic also dies. And Phonic was the one to initially call the GG, right? And honestly, I feel like if the deficit wasn't quite as much and they were able to at least get a trade out of that engagement, they would have still been able to stay in the game for at least another 10 minutes, because think about what you would have had to come up against when they were trying to siege that high ground. Like, you might have the Shadow Shaman, you might have the Lycan, but you're coming up against an Underlord, a Sand King, and a Medusa, 3 heroes that are great at defending high ground, and they called GG before mid-tier 2 tower went down. So it was perhaps a little bit of a rage quit, perhaps a bit of emotional stuff coming through. So hopefully they're able to regroup and just try and put it behind them.
I agree, you could make that point a little bit, but they were really far behind in net worth, and I'm sure they felt it. Support net worth, support items. All it was going to take is like 1 or 2 pickoffs, and then Raxes were falling regardless of how good those defensive heroes are.
Yeah. I'm trying to look on the bright side of life, Perch. You know, we gotta huff the copium sometimes. That's for sure.
You gotta have that rally boy, right? There's got to be someone on the team that can now say, okay, this went wrong. Let's switch it up. Let's try a different strategy, because, you know, as Purge highlighted in the last draft, it was very much a tempo type draft out of O1 Esports. So maybe it's not as much about full-on hero selection as it is the way they play the map as a team.
That could be it.
This opening though, the Willow Mars, nice combination. Discourages the Lycan. I don't want to say prevents it. Fishman, of course, gets his signature Bane. So yeah, I think both teams are fairly happy with how the draft starts out.
And they still have that the Bane solution, basically. Lots of generic disables, terrorize to counter Fiend's Grip no matter where it's flying from. I think that's a decent opening. CK is kind of scary, but again, Dark Willow has solutions against that, her second skill. Even if you get pulled back, you can usually either dodge a projectile or prevent him from casting in the first place. So that feels okay to me. Once he splits, that part's kind of a problem. He can obviously deal with Cursed Crown in that situation as well. But I think it's really safe for both teams right here.
Yeah, I don't think you really want to be on the front lines as the Willow regardless though, right? So I want to see if DB's warding game is quite good, just because if the Willow is able to set up in position to be able to like be pump faking the terrorize before whoever gets initiated on, you're in a relatively better spot, especially if the Mars even just has the 1 value point in the bulwark. You know, you just stick him on the front lines, you're going to be absorbing a lot of that damage. You get the turnaround potential with the terrorize, you drop the arena, you might be able to find the real CK and burst him down, right? So there's potential options for a lot of these team fights here for D-boosters.
Yeah, and though when I remember the first TI where Willow got really popular, I think it must have been like 3 or 4 ago. I remember the real value of the hero was that if anybody gets stunned, there's a terrorize follow-up and that guy dies. It felt like it was like, oh, 1 stun always becomes like 6 seconds of stun no matter what. And they've got a much better option right now with the Mars. Sand King is fine as an ability to initiate, to open things up, but Mars's damage without committing his ultimate is higher, and when he does commit his ultimate, it's about the same, in my opinion. So I just feel like that, plus the fact that Terrorize with Mars Arena is amazing, it just feels like the better combo for offlaner plus support to me.
Do you think they're going to consider going something like this Puck? You know, just things that work well together with both Terrorize and Spear. As long as you're not getting instantly caught out, you've got reasonable escape against a CK, you've got a silence against the Bane. It might not be too bad for D-boosters.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, actually. Yeah, Terrorize with Dream Coil is fantastic. Once they get BKBs, less good, certainly. but definitely some good stuff about Puck. I agree. The counters to Bane with the silence is also really solid. So I think it's a great idea. Maybe they want to wait till they see more heroes before they commit to it, but I think it's definitely has potential.
Do we think the Timber ban is kind of like tunnel visioning? Is there a world in which this Mars is being flexed as a mid for D boosters, or does that feel a little bit off to you?
I think it's partially just that Funnick is really good at Timbersaw, and also like flexing Mars is definitely very viable. I mean, 0-1 Esports did it last game. There's lots of other teams that do it too. So I think it's a mix of both. They could flex, and Timbersaw is fine against CK. Although when Slacks interviewed Skeeter last night, Skeeter said that Chaos Knight versus Timber is not that bad, because when he lowers your health with Whirling Death, you hit creeps, and then when you lifesteal, it's kind of like tread switch, and you're getting more heal of a percentage of your missing HP. And they just nerfed the Whirling Death strength reduction, or primary stat reduction, from 12 to 10. So, you know, could be like 1 strength point difference in the early game better. So, but either way, Timber is still pretty problematic to deal with in a lot of cases. So it makes sense to ban him.
Yeah, I mean, with the Timber band as well, I mean, if they wanted to run the Mars mid, for example, for whatever reason, they've got the last overall pick of this stage and next, so they're going to be able to have that flexibility. It's still not the worst Underlord game. You know, I thought Funnick played fine in that game number 1, and against a CK, pretty solid, right? 35% damage reduction helps to protect a lot of the supports. Anytime that you've got a lot of physical damage, something like a Pugna even with a Decrepify is always going to be very effective at just reducing a lot of that burst coming through. You just got to be quick on the fingers and make sure you're not the one being caught out.
Now I guess we're going to look and say, do O1 Esports need to diversify their damage? Because it feels like this Pugna is them trying to alleviate the threat of physical overwhelm from things like Chaos Knight, right? So, oh, okay, well, there you go straight away into the Grimstroke. So a pretty solid combo. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Grim plus Bane at the moment. Any specific reason why those two naturally work together so well?
I mean, Bane is a lot of single target. Not that you want to double Nightmare enemy heroes usually, but double Fiend's Grip is fine. It does feel like Grimstroke is like the support right now to me. Obviously, Bane and Coddle are still pretty good, but people are in love with Inkspell right now, it seems like, at least in this tournament so far. So I think it's a mix of both things. And also, it's not that bad against Pugna either, really, if you think about it, because, like, okay, sure, he's going to lower your damage a little bit, but I would say the power of Inkswell is, in a lot of ways, more the stun and the anti-mobility with the ultimate. And obviously the silence. It's like, the utility of the hero is really strong, and that's valuable for team fights. You don't care as much about being nether warded.
Doom coming out here. Honestly, the only thing that Grim's really lacking is like instant lockdown and some kind of escape mechanism. But other than that, he ticks most of the other boxes. So yeah, it's just like kind of a jack of all trades and honestly like master of a lot of them. So Doom's a nice hero to pair with it. What could they even look to go up against? I mean, it also emphasizes the point for wanting to get rid of something like the Timbersaw, another hero that would have been good against. So yeah, I don't hate this pick. Could they just look to get aggressive with like a... Could you go Monkey King into this? Like for a decent enough lane, and then later on, as long as you get off the Wukongs with the extra armor that you get, you can fight against the CK?
It's not a bad idea. CK can reposition a little bit, but getting outside the Wukongs is probably not super likely.
You got a Mars as well, right? So
that's true.
With it.
Yeah, that's true. So more repositioning there. I guess you could. I don't personally have huge amounts of faith in Monkey King as a pick. Like, I generally, my general feeling is that, like, yeah, it does okay in the lane, but it doesn't really ever win games that often. It's kind of my impression from the core standpoint. So, yeah, maybe they will though. You're right. It could lane well against Doom, but I just feel like they just trade farm, and Doom can also get away usually when he needs to. So maybe it's not that spooky for him.
Yeah, and you got to also, you have to consider, like, do they want to just not fall as far behind in the laning stage again this time? And I feel like Monkey's an okay hero for the laning stage, you know, always going to be able to trade reasonably well, going to put a bit more pressure onto this Doom. It might be okay. I'm still lacking that real playmaker. They go the Wraith King instead. It
looks better to me, because he's going to be able to kill the supports compared to, I mean, Monkey King can kill them as well, but it takes him, like, you know, 3 hits, a stun. There's a bigger window, right? Wraith King jumps and he stuns a guy, and he's like, there goes 70% of your support's HP, and then that guy's probably going to die. So it just feels a little bit safer. Plus, he can get doomed. It looks pretty okay to me. I like it.
which is pretty good. I still need that hero that's going to go first, though. I don't think you can put all of the reliance onto the Mars to be able to do that. So whether it be one of the Spirit heroes that's still remaining, or whether it be that Puck that we were talking about before, I think that's really what D-Boosters needs to try and emphasize into. And I think a lot will be revealed with what they're going to be looking to ban out in this last phase.
Yeah, that's true. Wraith King can fulfill some of those needs, but it's a delayed thing. And in that same vein, their damage is also a little weak until Wraith King gets, 2 items plus a Blink Dagger. So, yeah, something else that is going to help smooth their initiation and single target damage over for their mid pick would be really good.
What other sort of picks are we thinking outside the box that could work here? Like, does something like Lina feel good, or is it just too vulnerable to the likes of Doom in this game?
Yeah, I think Lina's too vulnerable to almost all of the 0-1 esports heroes. Actually, he gets doomed, he's gonna have a bad time. If CK ulties and jumps on Lina, you're gonna have a bad time. If you get Fiend's Grip, you're gonna have a bad time. So while Lina's offensive potential is really solid, I think you need somebody that can be a little squirrely, something more like a Void Spirit kind of. You can jump in, initiate, but you don't have to force your team to back you up every time. Yeah.
Damn it, Purge, that was the perfect moment to mention Hoodwink as a possibility.
Just be really squirrely.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I know I was talking about the Puck before, but when you take all of those things into account, it falls off a little bit, right? Because once you commit, you're kind of in. So something like the Void Spirit or the Storm Spirit, probably a little bit more advantageous, especially considering they're a little bit lacking in like that instant catch, right? Like the Phantom's Embrace has a little bit of the travel time. Doom, pretty obvious that he's going to be casting up his stun. Same sort of thing with a Chaos Bolt. It's really only the Bane that you're super concerned about.
So
they're banning out offlaners, sort of.
Yeah.
They banned out Sand King and Viper. Not that those can't mid, but so I guess they're probably expecting Mars as the tempo hero. I guess that kind of works too. Assuming that CK can be pressured, I guess Viper definitely could beat him up pretty well. He would definitely get out her ass.
But I feel like if you're playing the Mars as the tempo hero, though, you need to go like the Blink Dagger. You need to be the one starting a lot of these fights. And if you, like you said, the Wraith King's closing in onto the backlines with his Blink Dagger plus 2 items, your damage is going to be pretty lacking super early on. And I feel like they could get punished in that regard with needing the blinks to do anything.
I feel like I would normally agree, but the mobility of the 0-1 esports team is really low. Like Grimstroke and Bane are certainly the kind of heroes that you can like walk at with phase boots and get a combo off on them. At least your ulti ones to buy you some time to get you your mid game items. I don't think that part's terrible necessarily. Not necessarily is it the best, but I think they could get by with it as long as the mid lane goes okay. Not that they know what the hero is just yet, but they ban out other strong mid laners, Lina and Kunko banned, and now 1 esports is going to take the Puck themselves actually. It looks pretty good to me. Silence is amazing against Pugna and Dark Willow. Coiling these guys
very
is
little
feel good
instant
too.
catch, right?
Who does?
Very little instant catch.
D-boosters, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It's all kind of delayed, so I wonder if it's going to be something that specializes into going to an Orchid, slowing down Puck's timing. It's just the Underlord again. I mean, again, it's good against the Chaos Knight, but I don't want to say it's a free Puck game, because, if you specialize into the Atos, the Pit of Malice is on point, you can catch him out, but it's the instant catch is lacking, and I feel like if it's going to be Stormstormer playing it, he's a pretty damn solid player, so I'm probably going to say 0-1 esports again to be able to take this series, not 0-1, but 0-2.
I think the nicest thing about D-Booster's lineup, at least, is that Doom looks a lot less effective. Like Dooming Mars, Wraith King, Underlord, all 3 of those feel kind of mediocre to me, so I think the Underlord gives them some nice solutions against Chaos Knight that they really desperately needed. They didn't have very much AoE. It gives them AoE control. It could be useful against Puck, but you're right. Puck, if Stormstormer has a good game, Puck is going to create a lot of chaos and give them a really nice advantage and probably snowball them to a lead, maybe like last game.
I'm in the game. Doom has the guitar cosmetic. Does that change things up for you at all?
The guitar. I thought you said Qatar. I was like,
Qatar, yeah. I was like, huh?
No.
I don't know that one. No, it's not going to change it. I mean, his level deaths will be cool, but that's about it.
All right, it sounds like we might be heading to a 2-0. I hope not, or at least if we do end up there, it's an exciting game. Not so much as stompy as the last game. We'll have to go find out. Let's send it over to B-Cop and Jenkins so they can run us through the action once again.
Thank you very much, Killer Pigeon, and the rest of the panel. Yeah, this is supposed to be the big showtime here for both these teams and for the Saudi Arabian region. This is the monolith of a match. So I'm really hoping it goes 3 games. I'm really hoping we can see a bounce back here from the boosters. But 0-1 throughout this event have seemed like the strongest team by kind of leaps and bounds. They have looked real clean, and I guess the question is, can they do it again here and get that victory and make it a 2-0 to get into, I believe, the finals of this region?
Yeah, that last match didn't look very close, to be honest. I mean, individually, the lanes were fine for both teams to a decent degree. Like, it wasn't a complete stomp of the lanes or anything. It's just like, strategically, it just seems like 0-1 is on top of things, man.
Right.
Like, they look really solid. Not an easy task for D boosters to win this one, for sure, after watching the first one.
We'll have to see if they can lock it up and lock it down. Not the not the fighting that we've been seeing, or at least in the last game from what we saw. We're not going to see that. I was really hoping we'd see the 5-on-5 3-minute clash once again.
Yeah, that was good stuff. That's what you like to see there. I think whenever like one team has Doom, like a Doom, Enigma, like Morphling, these types of heroes that just are terrible at level 1. Oftentimes, like, all right, guys, maybe not this game. All right, we'll go level 1 fight the next game. Doom just wants to farm.
I'm waiting for a moment where a team kind of messes up and allows Nas to play that Enigma. It's been so revered, and I kind of want to get a glance at it, see how good it really is.
That's a good hero. That's like a really underrated hero, man. I think it's been overbuffed. We'll probably see Enigma at the major, and I feel like this is just like a little, what's the word? Like, I can't do English right now.
You could try Canadian. Give it a shot. Let's not
Can't do that either.
Oh man. Well, unfortunate. But if I think of the word that you're thinking of, I know chat's already thought of the word that you're thinking of. So in about 5 minutes time, you can just glance over at chat and be like, that was the word. And then you'll be right on back into that sentence. So we'll give it some time. We'll let it fester for a bit.
Oh yeah, that's a good word. That's a really good word. Fester. Hell yeah. I don't remember what we were talking about, but fester. Now that's on my mind.
I could get you into something else. You got Zinq the spray over in the bottom lane, which is always fun to see. Bramble Maze and Fishman in some trouble, but say that as the other way, Mad Frog's gonna go down to Habu. But Mad Frog does claim that first blood. So not too bad.
Often happens with Banes. I feel like you're this like really tanky, like good stats hero. You just like run in, start right clicking, and it's like, oh, I'm a little too low here. I'll be going down.
All right, I'll be.
Does Nos go for the dive? He does.
He does, and they get the kill on Pleb. They'll take out Nas and Devil. We kind of saw this a couple times where it's like the support lives and the support ends up claiming a couple lives here. Get a lot of that experience. I know earlier today I was watching RNG LGD, and there was an ogre that got both kills after the carry had died, and it was
foreshadowing.
Sick.
That was the word. I remember the word foreshadowing. Oh my god, it's such a simple word, but I couldn't. It was on the tip of my tongue. It's a foreshadowing that Enigma's gonna be picked at the major. Anyway, there's dying happening because CK's a broken hero. 180 damage maximum from Chaos Bolt level 1. Like that's gotta be one of the highest burst damage spells in the game for a level 1 ability. It's wild.
Yeah, it's very strong, and then you team that up with the Reality Rift, and all of a sudden, you're just outputting so much damage. Do you like CK more in the safe lane or the off lane? Because we've seen it kind of bounce back and forth throughout the regions and where they have preferred this hero.
so much.
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like it's so good on both. With the shard being nerfed, maybe it's a better offlaner. It just doesn't. If there were counters to it, I'd say it's like a bad carry. It's just good on both, man. CK's just like an S tier hero. I don't know. It's just good on both. It wins like any lane with any support against almost anything, and like people aren't picking like Phoenix, Underlord. You know, we're just seeing Underlord picked up because they just fixed the Firestorm bug that wasn't doing enough damage. They definitely overfixed it for a second there.
Yeah, 10 minutes to get 30 MMR.
Yeah.
Before that,
those were the days.
Those were the days. Those were the minutes.
Those are the good old days. Yesterday for 10 minutes.
I didn't get a chance to get my free 30 MMR though.
No, neither did I. I think I was sleeping when the patch dropped.
I might have been taking a little bit of a snooze.
Yeah, a bit of napping action happening, which looks like Fishman is trying to make Mad Frog here nap himself with that Nightmare. Being very annoying. Just getting those right clicks in. Yeah, very low armor hero on the Willow. Bane definitely enjoys beating the crap out of her.
And if Manfrog gets a little bit too confident all of a sudden, well, there's a stun and a couple of right clicks coming your way. Goes into the Shadow Realm, but not a lot of damage coming out of that level 1 Shadow Realm attack. Gotta get through the Saga first, meet Yugi's grandfather in the Shadow Realm, then you start outputting some damage.
It's kind of both supports in that bot lane just pathetically whacking each other.
Will land, and it's some damage on the P1. Not sure it's going to be enough damage, and almost turning it around. They end up getting Devil with the Nether Ward.
He killed himself. He was going for the nuke action there. He got a little excited.
He saw it coming. He wanted it.
He really wanted to survive at like 1 HP there and take up P1. That was his hopes and dreams.
Certainly a lot quieter of a game from 0-1 so far. They had a lot of kills in the early portions of the first game. They were up something like 15-3 or something like that. I have no idea. It was a lot to a little. But Stormer going towards the bot end of the river here, drops down the Dream Coil, takes out Mad Frog. And that was, he was one of the reasons that they were getting a lot of kills. He was doing quite a bit with that OD. And he was not only dominating his lane, but getting kills on top of it too. Not exactly the same case here up against the Mars.
Yeah, Evo seems to be a lot more comfortable pressuring with this hero. I also think Puck versus Mars is definitely a better matchup for Mars. Very low armor hero on Puck. Mars, it's very difficult to dodge either the God's Rebuke or the Spear because they cover so many frames or are instant. So yeah, tough for Stormer here, but he has a Puck. He wants to rotate to one of these lanes, one of these side lanes, ideally.
Interesting that Evo plays, or at least in these two games, he's played predominantly off-lane heroes mid. Although Sand King more so being picked for its mid prowess these days.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, having that flexibility, I think, is it's super nice for the draft. It's like one of those things that you probably don't see happening so much in pubs with like high-level pub players because it's just less valuable there because there's, not really a draft, so it doesn't matter there.
P1 and Fishman just scouting each other out, going back and forth. Gotta be careful if you're Fishman. All of a sudden, Pleb will show up behind you, and well, he's a Wraith King. He'll kill you pretty quickly. Though Nas only level 5. He's in pretty far. Nightmare's out. Locks up Pleb for a second. The Stroke of Fate comes in. Ink Swell, allowing Nas to retreat a little bit. And the Bramble Maze is down, but they've navigated that maze. And well, while the Dark Will is trying to say you'll never get out of the maze, they do a good job. They're out real quick. Kind of want to.
I just watched a very odd sequence of events while that stuff was happening top. So Funnick drops a portal right in front of Evo. Evo TP's bot and then tries to go into the portal right before the portal despawns and then just walks back mid. I'm so confused. That was a very confusing sequence of events. A bit of a miscommunication.
Ooh. Stormstormer got a kill, and then he took out Pleb's courier with the armlet on it. Ooh. That is going to slow his game down. Arena, spear missing. Fishman, though, throws out the Nightmare. Doesn't have a Fiend's Grip. He's only level 4. Stormstormer will throw out the Illusory Orb and jaunt back to that with the Nether Ward down and the Pugna being right there. Pugna, definitely one of those heroes. You know, I've spoke to Black about this a bunch, and he has been screaming Pugna from rooftops over there where he lives since the patch dropped back when it originally dropped, and now we're finally seeing it here in the 5 position all the time. He's now hoping for Huskar. I don't know if you agree with a potential Huskar being part of the meta. I don't know if you like that. I know a lot of people are very anti-Huskar.
I mean, I'm definitely anti-Huskar, but I'm with him. I think Huskar is going to be huge at the major. The Aghanim Scepter is just insane, man. I mean, BKB piercing disable, the damage goes through BKB. Burning Spears damage goes through BKB for some reason. If you get it on before the BKB, like, yeah, the hero's wild for sure. I think this is. There's actually going to be a lot of stuff that we see at the major that we've not seen so much in DPC. Like it's not just going to be a repeat of what's happening at the DPC. We just saw like OD, for example. I think that hero is like perfectly viable. You just need the right scenario for it.
Do you think that has something to do with the fact that we've seen a lot of safe play come out from teams, like just a lot more comfort? They're not willing to expand on it. Like one of the biggest examples for me, at least, is I'll hold that thought as Pleb gets hit with a stun, but nothing more. I thought maybe the Doom would follow up on that. I feel like LGD is one of those teams that has a big hero pool, but they've played a lot of more safe Dota. And again, Pleb getting chased. They go for the ult on Habu, and Nas not even deciding to drop down that Doom because he's got that second life. Instead, he'll throw the Doom on the Mars. They go to the Fiend's Grip. Fishman standing his ground, but Nas taking a lot of damage. He'll end up falling to Funnick. The Firestorm as well as the Shadow Realm strike. Enough damage to get the kill there. P1 drops. Evo falls. Stormstormer starting to clean up. And you're on your second life here on Pleb as Habu's right in your face. Cursed Crown, it will stun only him, but Pleb falls to Stormstormer, who's now dominating and on a double kill, and they still want to clean up Mad Frog. They've got creeps under the tower. They can dive the tier 1. They have the Inkswell. It's right onto this Dark Willow, and with the Soulbind, now they've got the Phantom's Embrace on both. So Funnick, he's silenced for a moment. They bring back in P1, and Stormstormer with the Illusory Orb jaunting away from the fight, while still Habu is in the trees and avoiding Funnick and P1.
I love that O1 just avoided Funnick in that fight. Like, they legit just walked past him twice to kill other people. They have great team fight prioritization. Like, they're not just killing the first thing in front of them. Somebody's making calls, and the calls are very good. I also think it's cool that Habu has max level Chaos Bolt instead of Reality Rift, which is usually what you see is maxing out the Reality Rift, so you have the cooldown reduction on it. But I suppose because you have the Grimstroke combo, he wants those high-level stuns to be doubled, which does make sense.
Yeah, just throwing out minimum 150 or maximum 300 damage is always nice on the 2 targets.
It is, yeah, it is. Also, he went for Soul Ring, so like with this build, he's just trying to throw as many stuns as possible during the fight. It's a cool build. Sometimes you'll see like a 2-2-4 or something like that, but not usually 3 points in Chaos Bolt. Maybe he'll go for the Reality Rift now. Maybe he just wanted some 3 value points and he feels like it's enough. We'll see.
Habu kind of sitting free throughout the game, and he's had a couple of kills in that last fight, so he's top of the net worth. It's followed by Funnick, who back on this Underlord, going for a Rod of Atos as his first item, maybe feeling the lack of lockdown, but I don't really think they lack that much lockdown. If you can get the spear off and land the arena, you've got the Wraith Fire Blast. Bottom lane though, they go after this Wraith King and they drop down the arena. Here comes Funnick with the ulti. Use that Fiend's Gate to get into this one, but they'll take out Pleb, and the Soulbind goes over to P1. They have the Doom out onto the Mars, and Nas is going to be chasing that. Goes into the Fiend's Gate just as it is, well, looking to hopefully expire, and there it goes. So he's out of the fight.
Has been killed.
T1's courier will go down, and they've taken out the Wraith King. They really got the main objective that they were hoping for, and they almost got more than that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, no matter what happens with everybody else escaping, you took out Pleb. Like, that's a god tier fight for you already if you take out the enemy carry. So Pleb, he's gotta take some me time. I feel like he's been kind of the focus of all of the attention of 0-1 for the last 5 minutes or so, and he hasn't really had time to farm.
Where is he at right now? Just 5,000 net worth. He is behind all 3 cores on the side of 0-1. And
Funnick has more net worth than him.
Yeah. He's not really showing up to these fights. Meanwhile, that's going to help move the chains on his net worth when they get themselves 2 kills there. Fishman and Devil both falling, so both supports on the side of 0-1 getting spotted out. You've got Evo, who still has that double damage and wants to maybe take someone out. Up and down the Dream Coil, they do have the Rod of Atos, so if they were able to spot Stormstormer, maybe able to follow that up with a kill. But
I feel like that's what the Atos is for, is to deal with Stormstormer. Like, they feel like they don't have any great lockdown for the puck. It's something they can like maybe catch him off guard. I don't think that's the tree he wanted.
Ooh, Habu. Meanwhile, the fight's happening over mid. They go to the arena. This will be towards the mid lane as they take out Fishman. They'll take out Stormstormer. They got themselves 2. Habu was trying to get this kill, avoids the Cursed Crown, and had done so with his ulti. Ends up getting Mad Frog. The objective was for Pleb, but wasn't going to get there. They lose 3 heroes on 0-1. Fight mid, fight bottom. Both teams kind of going back and forth. We're starting to see that ramp up in terms of kills that we were kind of asking for in the early portions of this game.
Yeah, Nos is kind of like farming during this whole time, though. Like, these fights are happening.
Ooh, Pleb.
Ooh, he's in.
Yeah, he's in. He took out the first life of this Wraith King. But here comes Funnick. He's got the Fiend's Gate. Comes in right behind Habu. He could leave if he wants to. But certainly a good kill to get when you take at the top of the net worth CK and put yourself there. Stake your claim.
We're about to have a game where both offlaners are top net worth.
Fiend's Grip through onto Evo. And they've got the Inkswell to follow it up. The Illusory Orb to jump and stay on top of P1. He'll Decrepify and TP, but Stormstormer goes to the Dream Coil, and they will get themselves 2. Well, Stormstormer will claim both lives. So he's now sitting 6-1 and 4. He's got this Switchblade. He's going into the Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger afterwards. A lot of gold being spent on mobility with the Boots of Travel and Blink Dagger purchase, if he does make it.
I feel like the Boots of Travel makes sense for like the map presence. Like, nobody on his team really wants to sit bot and farm it. Like, Doom is gonna be, he should be fine. I mean, he's just should be. That was a little close. Oh, there's where the Atos comes in. Very good lockdown for the puck, at least. That's a Doom.
Yeah, that was
fine. Wait a minute. So he got doomed during Shadow Realm? Shouldn't that be impossible, technically? Because there's no projectile on Doom, right? Like, either she's Shadow Realm and you can't Doom her, or you Doom her and she can't Shadow Realm. Am I crazy here? Like, what the hell? That must have been some frame perfect bullshit right there.
It's frame perfect, as the speedrunners call it, like you said. And well, Arena dropped down, life drain out onto the Doom. Here comes Stormstormer. They got the Curse Crown onto Nas. Terrorizes out. Evo, though, not doing with a lot of health. They have the Soulbind as well as the Dream Coil coming in. The Inkswell lands onto 2. They'll take out Fishman, losing Stormstormer, though. And a big chunk of their damage. And Mad Frog getting credit for that one. All 5 heroes here from DeBoosters. Not really fully committing on the side of 0-1. It looked like maybe they had their opportunity to do so, but just out of position is Stormstormer, and that allows him to go down.
Yeah, that kind of all comes from the Doom being wasted there, where Evo feels comfortable going in and, you know, throwing the ult down and throwing the spear onto Nas, who is getting caught out bot.
Yeah, Bramble Maze with the Pit of Malice. It's constant lockdown. Bedlam on top of him, solo target, does a lot of damage. And Evo, well, Habu's trying to trade. It's a 4v1. The life drain's on him. He's been decrepified, disarmed, and Evo gets to walk away. Fishman, though, looking for the Fiend's Grip. That's exactly what he'll grab, but it's only on to Funnick. Funnick pretty tanky, eating up the entirety of this Fiend's Grip. They look over. P1 drops to Habu. Madfrog dies, but Habu traded by Evo. And that is not the guy you want to drop, as they've already lost the Doom. Pit of Malice comes out. The Illusory Orb out. The Nightmare out through onto Pleb.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
D-boosters are doing a really good job at turning, like, fairly minor in the grand scheme of things mistakes into just, like, bleeding from 0-1. Like, they turn this Doom being wasted into a one team fight. Then they use the Underlord ultimate to go bot. They clean up the Doom, and then CK goes in to try to make that look good, and then all of a sudden CK goes down and they get the carry as well. Like, it's just been bleeding from the side of 0-1 for a couple of minutes now. I mean, they still have a gold lead, but looking real good for D-boosters.
Yeah, it feels like their gold lead is a little bit more inflated due to the Doom.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, of course, Wraith King Pleb, who is behind all three cores on the side of 0-1, now ahead of them all, and the Underlord.
And he's got a bottled DD with the Deso. This is a solid timing. I would smoke right now. Do they have one? They do have one. Yeah, they're gonna go.
5-man smoke. And again, they're pretty split. They've got Habu and Devil together, but 3 heroes top.
I feel like they could just walk into Roche and just start slamming it, but they want more. They want to kill, or maybe they don't feel safe rushing against the puck. Oh, they'll actually just let the smoke time out. All right. You know, that's actually a very underrated thing in Dota, where like a lot of people feel like if you smoke, you have to connect. So you like use the smoke and then you jump on a target that's just stupid. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And then you lose the team fight because the smoke just like didn't pan out in the first place. Like, the ability to call off smokes is actually like a super underrated thing that I think like the better you get at Dota, the more you'll see smokes. And then the higher and higher rating you go after that, the more you see people smoking, but screwing up smokes because people on the enemy team are good at reacting to them. So it becomes a more valuable skill to know when to not do something, which is funny. It's funny how that works.
Yeah, you don't want to force an issue or force a play to happen. That's not going to benefit you.
It can be worse than just doing nothing at all.
They smoked now this time on 0-1, and they're going to try and go for Funnick. Funnick's been tanky in these fights. Boosters looking to set up around this, and whoa! Pleb with the double damage just rips through Stormer on the other side. And again, that maybe is similar to what you were saying in forcing a smoke. A Fiend's Gate over to the other side of the fight. They still have this double damage and Nightmare, but spear out onto Fishman, and that is another kill for Pleb. Starting to really rip apart these heroes on 0-1, and they could go right into Roche off this.
Yeah, with Deso, with the lifesteal they have, they definitely have the damage to take Roche. The question is, who do they give this to? I don't feel like it's that good on Wraith King. I mean, Evo's level 14, though, so I don't know if you want to give Roche to him either. Funnick is Underlord. I don't feel like he's going to die. I mean, I guess Pleb. I guess you just give Pleb 3 lives and have him, like, go Siege or something. Not exactly the best Aegis situation for them. But they're going to be happy with this regardless, of course.
Yeah, you take it out of the hands of 0-1, you don't give them that opportunity, you get yourself a third life on the Wraith King, who Pleb has been doing a great job in just starting to dominate these fights. And I do wonder, like, we're 0-1 a little bit too quick off the line in terms of wanting to fight, right? Like, those fights early went well, but then you're not prioritizing taking advantage of the map. You're looking for these kills. You're not farming nearly as much. Like, have they tried too much to fight and that didn't work out for them?
Does Habu BKB TP? Oh, that's a bit greedy, dude. All right, he's fine. He's fine. I've just seen that exact scenario where, like, you don't want to use the BKB to TP because then your BKB's on cooldown. You can't fight. You get greedy. All of a sudden, somebody throws out a bramble and or blinks into the trees randomly. They catch you, and, like, it's a disaster because you don't have the TP up. But no, he's fine. I think 0-1, the way they want to look to win the next fight is they basically have to hit a double doom. That's Stormstormer. Oh, he is really rough.
Yeah, terrorized, Curse Crown, Life Drain. They have the catch. I say that, but now he's able to blink over to the side, Illusory Orb to the other way. He's bringing them on a little bit of a Benny Hill adventure.
Oh, right into Pleb. Right into Pleb.
Oh, dear.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I see what he was going for. I really do like it. He's trying to stall. He's trying to cut the waves. He's Puck. He's hard to catch. Pleb was just reading him like a book, though. Like, Pleb was there. But I think the way that 0-1 wants to win fights is they got a double doom. I don't see how they win a fight if they don't have, like, you know, Mars plus the Pugna doomed or something like that. That just seems like their easiest option. Because, like, a triple coil's not going to result in anything, right? So, like, what else can they do? That, something just happened on the non-replay that's very important, by the way. Doom just used his Doom on a Mars illusion. It was an illusion rune that was just kind of running around, so they know that he doesn't have Doom right now. This is bad.
Yeah, you've been telling me that their game plan might be based on getting a double Doom. Well, they don't have that option for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, they can double Fiend's Grip, but we've seen this Willow and the effectiveness against the Fiend's Grip. Like, just because you have 2 Fiend's Grips doesn't limit the effectiveness of the Willow. It's still 1 Bane that you have to cancel, so it's all about that Doom, which was just used. So basically, D-Boosters has free reign on this game for the next, let me go ahead and see, 89 seconds.
Which, coincidentally, I don't know, the entirety of the length of Aegis being reclaimed. So, my thought is, he used the Doom knowing this to have an Aegis timer himself.
Oh, smart. And that way his team doesn't want to fight, because if, you know, it's like, guys, I don't have Doom. And they're like, all right. He just thinks the game plan should be evasive maneuvers. Cat and mouse. Smart.
Acme getting involved again.
Yeah, those bastards at Acme. They always get involved somehow.
How did this picture of a train tunnel look so real? It ran right into it.
They probably made the guitar that Doom is using. That seems like an Acme-esque sort of invention.
In onto the CK. They've got the arena. They'll land the spear. Habu, well, he did have BKB available. Never got a chance to get it off, and he ends up dead. It's a Fiend's Gate right into the fight. And a tier 3 down because of the boosters' might.
This is looking more and more like we're going to go to a game 3, which is great, which is awesome. This is looking like a real competitive series, actually. I think it's really hard for 0-1 to win this game. Like, they legit need, like, refresher on Doom and Grimstroke or something like that. Just the stuff they have to do in a team fight is asking way too much.
Back up. It is expiring in just about 10 seconds. Terrorize sends him back. Doom up into the face of these heroes, and, well, Devil will get the kill onto Evo. Atos thrown out. Pleb loses his first life. And, well, while that's happening, they're going to clean up Fishman. So it's a double kill for Funnick. The right clicks in from Habu, starting to output quite a bit on the Pleb. Pleb needs to be a little bit careful here as the right clicks. The Inkswell, it'll pop, and the Wraith King goes down. Devil takes out P1. Devil falls to Funnick. Stormstormer thinking about who he wants to go in on, and well, now the answer is Funnick, but he pops his BKB, so Stormstormer puts the attention out onto Mad Frog. That's going to be 4. They'll go for the TP from Funnick with the BKB, and I guess losing 2 tier 3s, a melee racks, but getting those kills is considered a hold.
Yep, Stormstormer's playing out of his mind this game, trying to carry it back from the brink. So first off, he cuts the creep wave mid, which makes it so the second set of racks cannot go down. So there's just this fight here with backdoor protection on. And then in that fight, he was just constantly throwing out orbs and waning rifts on multiple heroes, hitting an ink swell on multiple heroes, getting multiple witch blades off. Like, he did a ton of damage in that fight. Habu hadn't even respawned until like right at the end of that fight. So that was like mostly carried off of the back of Stormstormer's puck.
Take a look at this once again. 2-man stun, Doom out onto the Mars, and an Inkswell with it. They pop the Dream.
That's a nice fear, but yeah, not enough.
He fears, and the rest of the team was a bit too far back to really jump and capitalize on that.
I also do think, now looking back at this replay, there is a big element of like, the cores were diving pretty deep, and the 2 supports on the Pugna and the Willow, like, they were trying to help out, and Stormstormer was just like messing with them on the back lines. So like, good on Stormstormer to assault the back lines like that. Like, that's just good Dota, that's good team fighting. But also for D-boosters, that was a bit of a ballsy dive. Like, that is going to put your backliners out of position because they're going to try to go in to help you, right? Otherwise, you just die. So, bit of a mistake from D-boosters and capitalization on that mistake from O1. But I do still feel like D-boosters, like, they're in a pretty solid spot right now. I mean, Funnick has not died once this game. That was a bit of a throw, though, for sure.
I guess the question becomes, like, if they do that again, do the scales tilt in the favor of O1 enough to start to take this back?
If they hit a double doom with this smoke, yeah, I definitely think so. They've Shivas on Doom. The Grimstroke actually almost has an Aghanim Scepter. Maybe I was counting them out of this game a little too quickly, because I think with the Ags on Grimstroke, Wraith King's one of the best illusions you can possibly get. You get the crit. He struggles to kill the illusion himself too. It's just this super fast magic immune version of him. Because you get, let's see, what's the move speed bonus? 30% illusion move speed bonus, and Wraith King's base move speed is so high. So that's the problem.
What do you want O1 to land that double doom, of course, and try and take that fight? But if you're boosters, do you force a fight here? Do you want to just make the jump?
I think if they can kill Grimstroke first for boosters, it's very hard for O1 to fight. But Devil's done a pretty damn good job at just staying in the back lines for this whole game. Like, he's being very safe.
Oh, there goes the mid-range, there goes the bottom ranged, so your mid-set of racks are gone. They will find themselves Mad Frog. The question is, do they find anything else? That's an early BKB from Nas. Eventually, Mad Frog will fall. The rest of the team retreats, but they got the buildings that they wanted, so that's not really an awful trade for them. They're staying for a second. I thought maybe they even think about going in again without this Dark Willow.
He does have buyback too, and they have the outposts, so I think that's why they're sticking around here. They realize, like, he could, worst case, get back to the fight quickly.
Roche up in 15, so Roche for either of these sides might be enough to lock in the game.
Is this the second or third Roche? I don't remember how many there have been. I think
the second.
Okay. So we'll have an Aghanim Shard. Any busted Ag Shards this game? I mean, it's good on Mars against the CK illusions, because you can actually get you're more likely to get the actual CK if he ults.
I like the Grimstroke. They're gonna go for Pleb. They got a 3-second stun. The damage coming in, there's the arena as well as the spear comes in on a Fishman, but they took out the first life on the Wraith King. Pinamax is down. The Hex is through all the way out onto this puck, but Stormstormer's not dead just yet. The Terrorize lands and throws him into the Pit of Malice. The Curse Crown is on top of Nas, but he pops the BKB. They got the Fiend's Grip through onto the Mars. Evo drops back into the Fiend's Gate. They'll go to bail on this one and pull the ejection cord. However, not too far away, and Stormer gets ripped up out a little bit too far and dropping the gem.
Value Hex from Funnick. I really like that pickup. Like, his entire game has basically been to deal with the puck. Like, he gets the Atos, which we saw multiple times, deal with the puck, gets the BKB, that's the magic damage first to puck, and then the Scythe to deal with puck in the late game.
We take a look at this replay. They got the first life out of the hands of Pleb. They also threw the Doom on him, but the follow-up just isn't there because of the Terrorize from Mad Frog, so he's able to get...
Man, every Terrorize has been sick from him, actually.
Fiend's Grip, lock up the Mars. Fiend's Gate's actually not even that far away. I didn't recognize that immediately, that it was only just outside the base. But puck buys back. Stormer wants to make sure that they can't get this Roche.
Plebs has just been soloing Roche in there. Habu's like, what the hell is that I'm hearing?
Another word on the ground. Illusory Orb over. You definitely don't want to fight in this level 4 Nether Ward. Spell damage reduction and damage per mana is going to be gross.
Looks like they're going for the big wraparound. This is the patient play. They're not just going to walk up the obvious high ground. They're going to look to take out the CK first. They will walk into him.
He pops the smoke, but he walks in anyway. The Hex, the Arena, the Spear, it's on Habu. They'll look for the Terrorize, the Life Drain out on Habu. They'll drain his entire HP.
Double Fiend's Grip.
They've got the double Fiend's Grip, but can they get anything out of this one? They drop the Dream Coil down. Habu buys back into the fight. The Life Drain coming through from P1. That's out onto the Bane. They land the Spear through out onto Doom. Now, Nas trying to survive. Inkswell pops, doesn't land on anybody, but Habu gets the right click kill onto P1, who doesn't have buyback. The Stroke of Fate lands onto Evo and slows him down. Fishman down to Funnick as Evo falls to Habu. And on the other side of the fight, Stormer will take out Mad Frog. They go after Devil. Pleb gets the kill on that one. He's going to try and fight Habu, who bought back, but they've got the help from Funnick. They have themselves the Pit of Malice, but the 4-second stun, the Reality Rift, the Terrorize, not enough to save Pleb, and they'll go after Habu with the Bedlam. Solo target doing a lot of damage. Mad Frog gets the kill. He bought back. Funnick, this man doesn't die. This man's got the damage.
Is Hex in 4?
4 seconds until he's got that Hex. He's level 25. They've got Mad Frog chasing for more. They bought back on Pleb because they know these heroes do not have buyback on the side of 01 Esports. They might have just found themselves a finishing opening here to take out the base of 01. Are they willing to stay up against the puck as well as the Doom? That is the question. You did buy back on Pleb. If he dies again, would be cause for concern. Funnick, though, he is 9-0-12. With that cause for concern, they will back off of this base and just get themselves an Aegis so they can work a little bit safer.
On one hand, I want to say that I like that 01 is doing such a good job at ignoring Funnick's entire existence. Like, they're just never going on him. They're running past him and going on anybody else. However, he's making himself a problem. Like, with the Hex and the items that he's going and just going for the back lines. He needs to be dealt with. They almost get him in this fight, but he BKBs and then TPs out, which means he's able to Fiend's Gate back into like I said, the back lines. Comes right in. Takes out Fishman, who could have gotten another round of spells off, but he didn't. And then Habu ends up going down at the end of this.
They have no way to kill Funnick.
No, he's feeling kind of unkillable at this point. BKB was a very solid choice.
He's level 25, so he's got the extra duration on the Pit of Malice.
Surprised he doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter. I mean, at this point, just give the big boy next Roshan. Give him his next, give him the Ags off of Roche.
Now he'll go for a refresher on this one, and they'll start to try and take the bottom set of racks, or well, what's left of it, the melee racks. Yeah, Stormstormer needing to be careful. If he accidentally were to Waning Rift into the Pit of Malice, he would be in a lot of trouble. Just it covers so much ground. Not really.
It does. It does. And Funnick has a refresher now too. So that's double BKB, double Atos, double Scythe, double Pit of Malice. That's a lot of lockdown right there. That's like 15 seconds of chain lockdown or something. Maybe even more, because no, it'd probably be about 15 seconds. 2 Fiend's Gates as well for the next fight. That's gonna be pretty insane. I mean, I feel like that's so many buttons that you're gonna forget to press 1 or 2 of them. Even if you're on Funnick's level, it's like it's way too much in an intense game like this too.
These all belong to me.
We gotta stay on the move.
But I'm worth
Wondering
so much more.
what 0-1 can do here to bring this back. It feels like these fights, they are getting some of these kills, but they can't deal with Funnick. They've gotten Pleb, but of course he's working with an Aegis this time around, so multiple lives left for him.
I think the problem is, and it's easier said than done to do this, by the way, but they have not gotten the double Doom off in like 5 team fights or something. And that is the strongest combo that they have on their team. That's the strongest thing they have going for them. So I think it's fairly obvious to them. They're going to know that like that's something that they want to aim for. It's just that it's not always that easy. Like you need the Grim and the Doom to both be there, both be alive. Neither of them have to be disabled, and the enemy team has to have 2 targets that are value Dooms standing right in front of the Grimstroke, because this Grimstroke doesn't have a he doesn't have a BKB for sure, but he doesn't have a blink dagger. So like he can't just blink in, see 2 targets and go on them. Like it does take the right set of things to happen, but that is what you're going to aim for, and the more and more you fall behind, the more it becomes required that you do that. He does have the Dark Portrait too though, so he's going to have a Wraith King illusion, which means he could probably solo the Pugna.
You might have 2 illusions too if you get the double Doom, double Dark Portrait. Dream Coil committed, Mad Frog blinks away! Oh, and Stormstormer wants to chase this, but I don't know if that's going to be the right move as the rest of the team is starting to come on in. Nas popping the BKB, goes to the Spider Legs. There's the Soulbind. They finally get the kill on the Mad Frog. They'll use the Doom, or they'll use the Soulbind. They'll use the Dark Portrait. Devil in some trouble. So is Nas, and Nas can't get the Doom off. So they are without that for 2 minutes. He's got no buyback. Pleb going in on the Habu. They have the Hex. They have the control. They'll get this kill. They'll take him out for 90. Stormstormer trying to hold on to what he can for him and the team. They find P1. The Inkswell lands. It stuns up Funnick, but again, they just don't have the damage to kill the Underlord. They've caught Stormstormer. The Pit of Malice is down. He's gone for 2 minutes. And now it's just supports against the world, looking likely that we're going to a game 3.
Devil does have the Dark Portrait. He can do some real sick shit with the Wraith King illusion. Maybe they like Nightmare the Wraith King or taking a... Oh, they're going to call GG.
They'll call it, and we'll go to a game 3 between both of these teams who have certainly shown up today. It's supposed to be the top 2 teams in the region, and they're showing why. They go back and forth, so the Boosters getting themselves a victory and making this series 1 apiece. That looked like it was going 0-1's way for a little while, especially towards the early parts of that game, but eventually the Boosters, they pull it out and they find themselves a good victory. It wasn't easy, it wasn't like very one-sided. Their gameplay was nice, things came out clean, and I think they played a really good game too.
Yeah, they did for sure. I really like that they lose game 1 with the Underlord. It gets largely ignored despite having like a very good showing. And, you know, 0-1 obviously feels like they can beat it. And Funnick just shows them like, no, you can't. Like, I'm just too good at this hero. That's just really cool to see. I love the confidence. And man, the Willow Fears that game were absolutely insane from Mad Frog too. That seems like a really good answer to the Bane, and I think if you're playing against Fishman, you gotta have an answer to the Bane, man. This guy's almost Grandmaster. He probably doesn't even do the quests, and he's level 28. Like, you gotta counter the Bane. So yeah, well played by D-Boosters, and I'm excited to see game 3.
Yeah, so we'll see who will take the series, but before we get back with that game 3, we're gonna take a quick break, and then it will be back over to the panel. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll see you in a bit.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
The boosters doing their best to keep 01 esports loyal to the name. As it turns out, we're going to need free games here, which means that we could very well be on our way to a free game day of packed full of Dota to the maximum. And I'm excited to break this one down because, boys, this was a complete turnaround. Purge, run me through, like, what was so different about this one? Because compared to game one, D boosters, they actually look like a team. They actually look like they got to play.
Yeah, they did get to play this game. I think they had much better hero matchups in this match compared to the previous one. They had great chain stuns between like Wraith King and Mars, so they could get pickoffs at crucial points. All of their cores were ultra tanky, so a hero like Puck, who has generally like okay damage but not incredible damage, felt a little bit mediocre, especially up against the healing ward. There's a couple crucial fights where the nether, or against the nether ward, excuse me, and there were a couple crucial fights where the nether ward really reduced his damage output and allowed the D boosters to crush some of those team fights.
Yeah, the big thing for mine as well was the itemization coming out from Funnick. I mean, you could see it there going into the Atos, the Scythe of Vice, not wanting to finish into the Gleipnir Go's super greedy build. It was just all about controlling Stormstormer's Puck, and it was pretty important, right? Stormstormer still did the most damage in the entire game, but it did feel like there were times where perhaps he was trying to push the envelope a little bit too much and go for kills that he just couldn't get, like Purge said, rather than focusing on the supports, trying to go for the 1v5 play, and yeah, he got caught just one too many times.
Yeah, he had a great KDA by the end of the game, but by the mid game, he had 1 or 2 deaths that were a little bit costly to him, and then it transitioned into D boosters just team fighting better. They also had the reality that Doom just really didn't have very good Doom targets. If he didn't have a Grimstroke on his team, I would be kind of flaming this pick, because all the Doom targets, the best ones they had were like Wraith King revives after dying once, he gets doomed, and it's like, okay, that's decent. He can't cast his stun or his phase boots, I guess, or turn his armlet back on, but it could be a lot better. So Funnick deserves the MVP here. Very tanky, showed up to almost every fight. Great itemization, got BKB fast, that way he didn't have to worry about a lot of the disables his opponents were throwing at him, and then from there he got utility out of his other items, so I thought he did really, really well.
I wouldn't have even hated to see the Doom target be the Underlord, actually, right? Because look at all those active items that he wouldn't have been able to use. Plus, on top of that, of course, it doesn't disable the damage reduction from the Atrophiora unless you go into the Aghanim Scepter, but it just would have prevented the Pit of Malice, which, you know, good for allowing the Puck to have a good time in team fights, but even the CK, right? He would be able to pop the Phantasm and not have to worry about his illusions getting caught up in all of that. So maybe that would have led to not just a damage increase coming from the Puck, but the CK as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I think that was another really good thing that the D boosters lineup did, was they just dealt with CK. Whether it was chain stunning him, killing him, when they had the DD on the Wraith King, or dealing with his illusions, it just felt like CK did some stuff, but it felt like he was controlled for the large majority of the game, whether from Pit of Malice, or from Mars combos, or from AoE damage. So they did a really good job.
Our damage mitigation in this type of draft as well, right? Like, I think the big thing, like, the reason we looked at MVP being Funnick is even in game one, he had a pretty standout performance, right? Even when they're getting stomped, he seemed to be up there on the net worth chart. And I think maybe that's something to praise. Like, despite the state of the game, Funnick's really good at keeping up farm, but also keeping up presence, which is something we probably expect out of a hero like Underlord, right?
Yeah, it's a lot easier to do that now than it used to be. The ultimate was still useful for repositioning yourself, but now it's just so much more directly useful. You can put the teleport location to a good spot rather than it just being like a creep, for example. So that part is really nice. So you can basically go push in side lanes, and as soon as your team goes in, you drop the ulti and you show up there being hard to kill and contributing nice disables.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if in this game number 3, if 01 Esports are going to need to prioritize the Underlord as a bit of a factor, right? We've seen things like the Enigma being banned out in the first phase, and I don't think necessarily you need to ban the Underlord against Funnick, but I think you need to go ahead and not pick heroes like the Chaos Knight, whose biggest counters are heroes like that Underlord.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fishman did have some really good grips like this. There was a couple double grips that felt really solid, but as a whole, though, the raw tankiness of the tri-core lineup, it's something we saw in the series yesterday as well, maybe just starting to become very popular because it makes it a lot harder to win these team fights. You don't get to necessarily burst any of them really easily, comfortably, and it just makes your fights more straightforward.
Yeah, so both going really tanky sorts of build, as well as, potentially the counter to that being a lot more sustain as opposed to that burst, right? We already talked about the Underlord illusions, very easily able to be cleaned out. Puck does lean a little bit more towards the side of the burst damage, so yeah, maybe just going down a different route. I know we weren't really favoring the Lina just because of how quickly she can get burst down, but something along those lines that's able to output a consistent level of damage in a lot of these team fights.
How do we feel about the organization coming out from O1 Esports? Because game one, it was quite rampant, quite aggressive. They just had all of the eggs in line. It felt good. This game felt a little bit discombobulated, right? It almost felt like they never had an opportunity to find their flow past the laning phase.
Yeah, I think one of the things that it didn't feel like they got to initiate or set up very often to me. It felt more like the D-boosters were the ones initiating team fights consistently. So in some ways it makes Bane feel way less valuable. And I think that might just be because their early mid-game performance was a little bit weaker than they expected. Stormstormer died a few times when he did not expect to. So maybe that cost them too much and made it hard for them to go fish for initiations. But I'd have to probably watch the replay to get all those nitty-gritty details.
I think Danog was highlighting one where we were watching Puck dance around the bot side, and we were kind of wondering, this is good space, but what's your team doing with it? So maybe that's some area to improve upon, either play as 5 or maybe just kind of square up, organize yourself on whether that play is worth even doing in the first place. But obviously, opening up this game, a little bit of difference here, actually, is the Bane is going to be banned in the first phase. Still seeing that Invoker getting its justifiable respect, though, in the opening bans.
So Enigma first pick then, right?
It's got to be, right?
Actually. Another Rubik would be cool to see too, so I wonder if that might be the avenue that both teams go for. I mean, it's just respect for Fishman's Bane. Like you said, Purge, he was able to land a few great Fiend scripts. I didn't actually like the fact, though, that he waited until level 11, I believe, to actually put his first point into the Enfeeble. Wraith King, I'm not sure if he even had a BKB by the end of that entire game. Yeah, he had a BKB backpacked for like the last couple of team fights, but Enfeeble has a huge level of impact when you consider what it would have done to enable Stormstormer to be so much more survivable.
Yeah, it might have really helped them for sure. Less damage. It probably would have reduced Wraith King's damage by a good, I don't know, at least like 60 to 80, somewhere in there, so which could be enough. But when that's also increased by critical strike damage, yeah, it would be a lot for reducing his damage.
That silencer pick leads me to believe Enigma is going to be picked up pretty shortly by 0-1.
Ooh, we see it. Is this a preview? Is this the secret strategy everyone's got in mind for Stockholm? Maybe?
It's not very secret right now. And besides, they're not going to Stockholm anyways.
Instant pick, yeah.
Entity Gaming did not make it. They survived not being relegated to Div 2, so they're doing some fun stuff. And that's a cool combo. You give them the black hole, and then you also zap them with light at the same time. It gets sucked into the black hole through their bodies, does a bunch of damage. It's a very, very cool combo.
You got the light and the dark, it's the perfect paradox coming through. Pangolier, probably one of the heroes that are okay at being able to deal with it once you get to the later stages of the game, right? You go into the Basher, very easy, even through that BKB, to be able to cancel the black hole, if you're lucky.
Pretty decent chance. 4 hits, 25% chance.
We were watching the Asia game. In the Asia game, Pango hit 7 times and didn't bash a target. So it was like 7 times. Yeah. It was pretty crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah. Very unlucky.
I mean, that was fitting as well, because I think that was an RNG member, right? So it's in the name. Not so much in the game for him.
That's true.
I wonder if they're going to go a Nyx here. It's not actually the worst hero against both of these, right? You just pop the Spike, Carapace, pre-BKB, walk into the black hole, cancels it. Even against the Dawnbreaker, right? You want to be playing on the other side of the map most of the time. You walk into the light, cancels it, and then you've got a Dawnbreaker stuck on the other side of the map, not able to do much of anything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was played in NADPC as a solution when Quincy Crew was picking it a lot as well, and TSM, I believe, used it. It was a really good solution where it was just like, it's legit unplayable. If our strat is about Dawnbreaker showing up and Nyx just has to tap his little third skill and it interrupts it, man, that counters a full ultimate. Yeah, it's a really good counter against that. And you just got buffed too. Is the AoE of your first skill is a little bit wider than it was before, and the mana cost for Impale's also gone down. So some little quality of life buffs on the hero. It's not exactly the greatest laner, and most 4s typically tend to be strong in the game, and they're good at laning. But maybe it'll be worth it depending on what core or what position the Dawnbreaker is. Because if it's a support, not as important to counter, but if it's like a 4 or a 2 or a 3, maybe it'd be worth the pick.
Yeah, do you think this Nyx could even be a 5, like paired together with the Medusa? Your base regen is pretty decent. You know, you're that melee hero that can create a little bit of space. Yeah, you're vulnerable to dying, but maybe it's not quite as big of a factor now that the impale is just that little bit wider. It actually, I've tested it a couple of times, and it feels pretty significant, the increase in the radius of it.
Okay. I don't know. Whenever I lane Nyx Assassin, it just feels a bit mediocre. You're not good at trading, right? So if you buy lots of regen, then it doesn't feel that great because your base damage is low. And then if you buy all that regen, you don't have boots. So if you leave the lane and go try to gank, you don't feel that good there. So I don't know. It feels like a little bit of a conundrum. I don't know if lane 5 on it is super viable, especially because you're oftentimes looking and setting up kills. You don't have as much time to ward or deward. So I feel like 5 Nyx is just not something that works super well.
Yeah, it honestly feels a lot of the time, unless it's paired with a Darkseer for that increase in damage, it feels kind of useless. So
yeah, I'd agree. It's still great against Dawnbreaker and potentially very good against Enigma as well, but
yeah. But I mean, they've already picked up the Pango for themselves, which of course, like we mentioned, the Bash are good, but it also removes one of those potential diffusal buyers for the Mana Break against the Medusa. Anti-Mage has been banned out. Do you think they're even a little concerned about 01 Esports picking up a Nyx for themselves, just as that mana burn counter for the Dusa? I know in some places in Southeast Asia, it's like when they see a Dusa, if they can pick Pango and Nyx, they just completely dumpster the Dusa and remove her impact in the mid game.
Oh, interesting. I haven't seen anybody really pick Nyx in a while, at least in the regions I covered. I guess it could work. It's not that bad against Pango either. You can get his swashbuckle, shield crash, interrupt his combos, so you could definitely go back the other way. One of the downs, and it'd be decent to work with Dawnbreaker 2, right? You're the invis guy standing in position, you do the initiation the same time the Dawn ult comes out. It would kind of hit 2 birds, 1 stone. It could work. But it does look like a very unconventional lineup. Enigma, Dawnbreaker, Nyx. Don't exactly see those heroes picked often in this patch. It would be a wild one if 01 Esports go for it.
Do you in general feel good about the Dusa being picked this early? Do you feel like they covered it well with the bans, or do you prefer to see this in the second phase?
If you got first pick, this is where you pick it, basically, where you've got the opportunity to be able to remove some of the bigger counters to it, particularly the anti-mage, of course, for the mana burn, and Lina, someone that can outrange you. So, yeah, I think it's fine enough.
It's more of like, I feel like she does have some hero counters, but it's more about like playstyle counters. I feel like that's the scariest things for her. If she either gets like, I guess the lane stuff is more draft specific, like in regards to countering what I just said. But if the enemy team is really aggressive and can get on the map and get all over the place, then that's where she tends to have trouble. But if they get to see a lot of the enemy heroes first, I think this will make things a little safer for her. Mars, I think, is going to be one of those setup heroes that's going to combo with the Dawnbreaker. So I like that. That's going to mean probably not Dawn 3. I assume it's going to be a 4. Is what I'm looking at. I think
it's an Enigma 5 then?
I don't know. I mean, it's banned against him every game, so I assume it's some like Stormer mid Enigma or something. I'm not sure. But the fact that they prioritize it so much and they also ban Silencer in the first phase makes me assume it's going to be a core. Because Stormer already plays like summon type heroes like Visage, so I wouldn't put it past him to be like really into playing some Enigma type hero.
I mean, we have to remember that the other highly skilled player on the team is Fishman, right? The 5 on the side of 01 Esports. So it could just be that standard 5. And that might make sense then, because we've already seen D-boosters prioritizing things like Invoker that Stormer loves. Maybe just targeting out the other entity member as well.
That is possible.
Actually. All right, just some more lockdown. I mean, again, pre-BKB, it punishes you a little bit. I'm a little worried about them just getting run over, right? Like, you drop the arena, Abaddon can't run too far away from it. Shadow Shaman can get picked pretty easily. I don't know, like, I'm not a huge fan of this Shaman pick. There's nothing right now that you're really enabling in my eyes.
Well, I mean, it gives them Roche tempo at least, some tower pressure. I do like Abaddon a decent amount, just because there's obviously tons of AoE damage flying out from 01 Esports. He basically doesn't have to worry about that right now, and he can help offset either any of his allies from getting disabled as well. So it's not as dangerous for him to be in like melee range against all this stuff flying out. So I think that part's okay, but you're right that the team fight of O1 Esports is like very overwhelming if they can take it in a focused way with a lot of D-boosters heroes. But if it goes the other way and D-boosters initiate first, if you have a Pango roll coming, all you got is Black Hole, basically. Against all the other heroes, Pango roll is going to feel really solid because he's just going to get in there and disrupt the rest of the team fight, and that might give enough space for Medusa to do decent damage. But certainly if I look at the D-boosters lineup, they're definitely lacking damage right now, because if it's Shaman plus Abba supports, it all comes down to the Pango roll for a while.
Yeah, they've got good follow-up if they take a successful team fight, right, in terms of being able to take objectives and this, that, and the other, but yeah, until they get to that point, it is a little bit of a concern. Even just the Enigma against the Medusa isn't that bad, right? Because, yeah, you're going to have the Stone Gaze if you're not catching the Medusa in the Black Hole, but if you're even just layering out the Midnight Pulse, for example, it's recently changed, well, recent-ish, to be based off current HP as opposed to max. You know, Medusa with a mana shield on is always going to lose the mana first, so you're always getting full impact out of that, and it pierces spell immunity as well. So, feels like it's going to be pretty decent there.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. Midnight Pulse is pretty cool against Medusa. Big impact for sure.
12% per second magic damage, which is pretty nuts.
Did they up the number as well because it was current? Is that what they did?
Yeah, so they changed it from max to current and then they upped it.
It's just straight up way better against Dusa then as a result of that. Numbers got fatter and yeah, her current HP stays higher longer. So yeah, that'll be really powerful for sure if they can keep her disabled in that area. I really like the lineup they're dealing with. And then Grimstroke as well. Not really anything to combo the ulti on right yet, but why not keep people leashed more and not moving?
Right? Do you think that means they're going to go something like, I don't know, a Terrorblade with their last overall pick? Not a bad carry-to-carry matchup against the Medusa. It's something that thrives on just being able to stand there and fight, which Mars, of course, is going to be enabling.
Yeah, that sounds decent for sure, especially against the supports. Abba does very little against it. You can pop his ulti easy. Shaman, you know, he's got good disables. The only weakness maybe is you're a little vulnerable to, I guess, Shaman disables and Pango combo. You can definitely get like chain rolled on, but there it is. The Diaper Man, recently nerfed. He's lost like 0.25 HP regen per second, and his battle hunger is a little bit weaker, but it's going to give them some disable through BKB. Not that right now it looks that amazing. They don't even know what the carry matchup is. It's kind of a bit of a blind pick from my perspective, but maybe it'll work.
I'm trying to think of what this is all about, to be honest.
It's very confusing to me. Like, why did they pick this? I mean, if they want to pick it, whatever, but it doesn't particularly do.
Maybe they're assuming an Illusion hero is going to come out. You know, like PL's still in the pool, Naga's still in the pool, TB's still in the pool, so Axe might be decent against that. And, well, they just go for another. Like, who's POS 1 here? Is it a POS 1 Dawnbreaker? What's going on?
It could be Dawn or Doom or Mars. I assume it's going to be Dawn with Enigma as a 4. Or it would be 3 Enigma, 4 Dawn.
I can tell you. All right, so it is a Habu Mars, so 1. Stormstormer Doom, 2. Grimstroke is playing 5. And Dawnbreaker is 4, I think. So it's an Enigma 3, Mars 1.
I don't know. Is that actually what's happening?
Draft, right?
That's what's actually happening? Okay, I was like...
That's actually what's happening.
You just...
Okay.
You just...
No, I'm not pulling your leg, no.
We'll take your word for it. I mean, the players just need a quick rebuild the lobby, so we're just going to quickly stick them back in, so it should only be a minute until we're underway. But that gives us a little bit more time to talk about these drafts and which one we like, to be honest, right?
Should have screenshotted it before all the graphics went away. Now I was sitting there like trying to figure out where their lanes are going to be. All right, last pick was the Axe, and their carry was Medusa. And they're played against a bunch of weird stuff. You said one position was Mars, mid was Doom.
Well, that was when they selected all their heroes and they had to remake, right? So it might not be.
Oh, God.
It could switch up. So they're really scrambling your brain right now. But it was there's Enigma, there was the Dawnbreaker, the Mars.
I mean, their team fight's amazing, obviously, right? No one's going to discount that. But they don't really have very good single target damage solutions against Dusa outside of like Infernal Blade and Midnight Pulse. Because they don't have a traditional carry. Like Mars has some burst with God's Rebuke, but like Mars carry is not somebody you'd necessarily want to play against Dusa, and they don't really have any other mana burn solutions unless I'm missing one. So I mean, they've got Grimags later. That part's kind of good, I guess, but it feels like their Dusa solutions are kind of all over the place to me. So that aspect of their draft I don't like very much.
Yeah. I've sent you the screenshot, by the way, if you needed
Oh, hell yeah.
help remembering the heroes. That's going to be nice. As they, do you want it as well, Pidge?
Yeah, please.
I guess I'll give it to you. Don't worry about it.
Little host needs. Thank you. So yeah, like it's so I mean, the Axe is definitely the big question mark at the end of the day that we're really looking back at. I mean, has Axe really been looking that formidable for you in the meta at the moment, or is it just more specifically this game that it just doesn't fit, or is it a double whammy?
It gets picked sometimes and it seems okay, but it doesn't seem necessarily incredibly powerful or anything. I mean, if he lanes
what
against
your matchup is.
If he lanes against Enigma, it's kind of good. That part could be good because then he could spin down the Eidolons. Maybe they're trying to do something like that. But past that, I'm a little unsure.
Maybe they're trying to bait out Dawnbreaker ulti, and then immediately after she lands, he comes in and taunts, and I don't know. I'm clutching at straws here.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but they did need an initiator right outside of Pango, so that part made sense. They had to pick an initiator off lane. Axe is certainly that. I don't know if Sand King was banned, but that hero is a pick. Maybe not so good here. So maybe they just wanted some other feature of Axe that was going to be a little stronger. At least the BKB call is going to be kind of nice, something that we noticed last game. Doom basically always has BKB, right? He's got BKB, and he's probably going to get a refresher eventually. So having some solution against that could make it a little easier for deboosters to initiate, because otherwise they just get wrecked by BKB timings.
Do you see Axe as the lead initiator here? Because I feel like traditionally we see him as a counter initiator, right? Or a second wave. So is there still a lot of emphasis on the Pango to lead the way?
I mean, you're right. Pango is generally seen as better to go in first, but once they get BKBs, maybe it's still the same. Pango goes in, they pop BKBs, and Axe follows up, or it's kind of harder. I mean, they changed Rolling Thunder like 2 weeks ago or something. It was like a bit of a shadow patch, right? The boulder had like a longer stun than it was supposed to, so it allowed you to always chain stun, even if somebody was spamming BKB. Now you can actually press BKB through Rolling Thunder, so that makes Pango even worse against BKB chain stunning in late game situations. So still a popular hero, but yeah, that's one of his limitations that Axe might shore up.
I mean, for me, the big thing that I'm worried about, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of either of these drafts, right? Or 0-1 Esports because of their lack of like Medusa answers, but deboosters because even if you're trying to get active earlier on with this Axe, like where is the other damage coming from in a lot of your combinations, right? Like it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to gap close enough to be able to get that culling blade off. The damage from an Abaddon, a Shaman, and a Pangolier just doesn't quite seem there to me.
Yeah, that part's a problem. Pango's got to have a good game, get Diffuse the Blade. Maybe an Axis game, but he's going to get doomed. He's like the obvious guy that you doom, right? You're not going to doom Dusa. Dooming Axe, who cares? You just doom Pango every single team fight. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get to cast his spells that much. I'm sure he'll buy a Lincoln Sphere, but maybe that's why they felt confident with the doom pick last, because they're like, yo, if we just doom this Pango, we win the fight for sure. Screw Medusa. Medusa's going to do damage. Maybe Mars turns on his shield and eats up her attacks and they just kill her anyways, assuming that they've already dealt with Abaddon, Shaman, maybe a third hero before that. I think they can definitely win fights, but I'm very confused by 0-1 Esports draft other than that. So I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the plan. If you're confused, then surely their opponents are even more confused right now, right? Everyone's
it's the worst thing about the flex pick strategy that's become very standard now. It's like, you don't really know for sure what's happening until you see the players pick their heroes and like see where they lane, but it can be complicated.
I think we are just still waiting a sec to get underway. So wait, good news, folks. It looks like we are ready to get underway. Finally, we'll have a victor between 0-1 Esports and deboosters. Who's going to be first to make it to that final? Let's go find out as we head into the decider game in this best of 3.
Thank you very much, Killer Pigeon and panel. Yeah, the decider game it is. We'll see who can take the deciding game. It is Nas on his coveted Enigma. So we'll see what he gets done here with this Enigma. And, well, we've also got Devil on the Dawnbreaker. Not something you see all too often. You see the Axe come out. Jenkins, I gotta know, with a lot of different heroes coming in that aren't really the meta, what's your mindset on this one? Who do you think's gonna take it out?
I honestly feel like It depends on how, if Nas plays like Enigma out of his mind. This is a good game for them. Like, I do like the Dawnbreaker with the Enigma. I think a large part of why they picked that was these two heroes, they lane well together. Whenever Enigma goes for the black hole, you can always have the Dawn ult coming in. But it's also because Dawnbreaker is like one of the hardest counters to Enigma in the game. Like, if not, other than Silencer, it's like the one really I know Enigma players don't like playing against, because you just press ult whenever Enigma ults, no matter where you are, and you heal everybody in the black hole, and then you also interrupt the black hole. So it completely hard counters it. So I think it's partly a block pick in that sense. I think the Mars actually makes a lot of sense as a carry when you have Enigma on your team, because your carry is never going to be the real carry when you have an Enigma. Enigma's the carry, right? You want to get the refresher, you want to get your... She's going for Soul Ring Tranquil Boots, which is a very interesting build that I've not seen on Enigma. However, all of this looks good, but you're playing against a Medusa carry. This is a difficult hero to black hole. Like, you have to catch her before she presses Stone Gaze, or angle it in some like crazy way where she's, you know, behind you getting black holed. Like, it's hard to play. It is one of the better interrupts. And that's exactly why they banned Silencer, by the way, is because the way that I think you counter Enigma, if you're playing around the black hole, is not just BKB piercing disables like Bane, like Vengeful Spirit. I think these are actually kind of, like, most Enigma players will say these are bad because you just get a Lincoln Sphere and then they're countered, right? You get a Lincoln Sphere and a BKB and all of a sudden you win the late game anyway, right? But against Stone Gaze, there's no counter to that. Against Axe Call, which is BKB piercing, there's no counter to that. There's nothing you can do to stop that from interrupting your black hole other than getting Axe in the black hole, or getting lucky where he doesn't get pulled in by the Aghanim Shard, and he, you know, or sorry, he gets pulled in by the Aghanim Shard. So I actually understand the Axe pick as well. It's a BKB piercing AoE disable for the black hole, because just BKB piercing isn't enough against these good Enigmas, because their plan is to get items and beat you in the late game anyway. So Lincoln Sphere, what's that on top of a pile of other items? You know, Enigma will get items.
I'll have to see how well Nas can do in terms of farming and how much priority he's going to get. Like you said, Soul Ring Tranquil is not something you've seen too much before with the Enigma getting picked up, but he is a Grandmaster. We'll see what is on his mind, pick his brain as he continues to play this game once we do get unpaused. I know people are having a little bit of ping issue, but you see a lot of reconnects, disconnects. Is it still true that, like, when you reconnect into a game, everybody else's ping kind of suffers a little bit and they have to reconnect as well?
I didn't know that
thing for a while.
I didn't know that. That doesn't surprise me though, if I'm being honest. There's still the bug where, like, when you reconnect and it says that you've reconnected before you've loaded. Like, as soon as you hit the button, it says that you've reconnected at the top. So people, like, unpause games before somebody is actually reconnected, which is a bit annoying. I didn't know about that ping thing.
That's I swear I've heard that. I heard that a while ago, so that may not still be the case, but I remember it being like, because they have to load everything back in when they reconnect.
I see.
It causes lag for everybody else. Not always, though.
That could maybe be abusable.
It's just
there's some way out there, like a reconnect and disconnect using console to, like, just lag out a game.
Yeah. Don't do that, guys. Don't. I don't know why that was the first thought you thought, Jenkins.
Yeah, unless you're losing. Unless you're
abusable.
losing, then don't use it unless you're losing. Yeah, of course.
30 seconds to battle.
If you were awake, you would have played that Underlord game. Abusing that bug.
Oh yeah. Oh, you bet your ass I would. That plus 30. I mean, everybody else was getting it.
Why can't I?
Yeah.
Again, not seeing the total aggression just yet. Funnick on this axe this time. We'll see if he dies. Didn't die last game. I guess the question is he going to die this game on the axe, as gaining popularity ever since Slax's video.
Yeah, he's not looking like Diaper Man, though. as we are watching a fight on the mid lane that's very uninteresting. I would prefer to go to Diaper Man and just see what he's doing up there on the top lane. He looks more like, you know those tribes that have like not been contacted yet? There's like one in like Australia, you know, a couple in Papua New Guinea, you know. He's like from one of those.
You been watching a lot of National Geographic?
Hell yeah, dude. That's my recommended all day.
I wish I had that hair and that beard.
Yeah?
I can't grow facial hair.
Sorry about that.
Just so we'll take a quick glance here over bottom, and I'm interested to see how Nas does. Like, if this is the hero, this is your hero, I feel like there's a lot of pressure. Finally doesn't get banned. You get this opportunity to use this Enigma. This has got to be the best performance of his life right now on the biggest stage.
Yeah. Tough lane for him, too. Medusa, Abaddon, like two heroes that are pretty good at running at the little Eidolons, as I get my English pronunciation horribly wrong. I assume that's probably why he goes for the Tranquil Boots Soul Ring build, is that this is something like he knows he's going to be taking a lot of harass and just spamming the Eidolons to pull the lane back. I'm interested to see how this Axe lane goes, too, just because this is also not a hero you see picked up too frequently, so... You know, presumably there's like something that Funnick is doing that he thinks is like inherently strong in this patch, even with the nerfs.
Funnick really enjoying putting his Zincute spray down right every time he gets closer and closer to the tower.
It looks absolutely horrific with the little like elements on the ground in the game, you know, like branches,
grass, and everything. Yeah,
it looks horrible. I'm sorry, nothing against Zincute. He's a very, very cute, you know, looking guy. He's got that going for him, but with the branches and stuff, it's looking grotesque.
You remember the days of double stout axe?
Oh yeah,
That back.
Those were the days.
What was the other one?
He had like
Tarrasque.
Four-man shield.
Gosh, four-man shield.
Oh yeah, Ring of Tarrasque. Yeah, you'd 0 items into Ring of Tarrasque. I remember that. That item got removed from the game very quickly.
I say bring it back. Why not? Well, you've already got a helm. You don't need it back.
Yeah.
The helm of
There's
Iron
enough
Will
little
certainly strong.
There's enough little stat items. I'm kind of sick of these little stat items, you know? I feel like every hero is like 2 nulls, 2 bracers. It's the build.
It does make sense. 2 bracers. 2 arms, 2 bracers.
That does.
Multiple nulls just means you're getting more blinged out.
I mean, that's just excessive in my opinion, you know? You don't need 2 necklaces.
5 necklaces on. Or 6 if you're playing Storm.
Funnick is just cutting up here, which he can do. He's got double Ring of Protection. He's got the Ring of Health. He's actually going to pull to the camps and farm. Means Mad Frog can go do whatever the hell he wants, probably be stacking. How's Nos doing? He's got 11 denies. I mean, that's a lot of denies. Maybe a decent amount of those are on Eidolons, though. Because
We'll have to see.
There's a lot of harass down here for them.
Ooh, Nas getting low, but so is Pleb. Devil trying to get a kill out onto the Medusa, but not enough damage. Just short. Both teams.
Yeah, everybody's low.
Yeah, P1 kind of not dealing with a lot of health now. Do it. Pop the soul ring. I dare you, Nas. It's like, why not?
He would be 1 hit away from dying. Dude, Dawnbreaker is such a strong hero in the early levels. Like, her stats are insane, and then also she does like 300 damage between her 2 nukes at level 2. It's really wild. Like, the only hero that does higher damage than her is the other recently added hero to the game, and that's Primal Beast.
Oh, does he do as much damage anymore?
I still think he probably does too much, because he did like 300 or 400 damage at level 1. So unless they, you know, nerfed it by half, he's still doing a lot of damage with that. Dawnbreaker got nerfed a bit too, but even still, like, she does a lot of damage with her spells. As we see, Funnick is just still cutting up here, maxing out counter helix, doesn't even have a point in Berserker's Call. just going for like the pure farming build.
I will say it gets a little bit frustrating when you've got these new heroes, they come into the game and then they get dumpstered by a patch and they don't even make it into competitive play. Like Dawnbreaker's just kind of breaking in a little bit, right? Inkswell top, Funnick getting caught. He does have level 6, but he put that 6 into the Culling Blade. Mad Frog comes over, would love to continue to spin. Hope to get that execute, but now the Doom is used on Funnick.
He just couldn't.
And Nas dies too. Now that was with the rotation of the Pangolier though, with the Rolling Thunder. They'll also grab Mad Frog top, so Stormer getting himself 2 kills on this Doom, a hero that already accelerates his own farm with Devour and Midas.
Bro, that hurts. That was like just barely out of dunk range, and then he just barely didn't have the range. By the first range, I meant like HP range, and then he was just barely out of like the physical range to get the dunk off. Like he wants to build up those stacks. Like that's when he's just spamming it on his keyboard, and he gets doomed. It's the most buzzkill thing. Great rotation from Stormer. Double kill. I mean, that's exactly what you want on Doom 2, a hero that you're just farming anyway. Like you're not supposed to be doing these sick rotations and getting big kills. He even has the prospecting aura, so he's just going max GPM build on Doom.
Kind of ridiculous.
What's his net worth looking like? It's a lot. It's a lot.
And so, that is
Dire's middle tower is
that's a
under
lot.
attack.
You weren't lying when you said it. And he's looking to get that Midas to accelerate it even more. Evo trying to come around again. This time he's got a haste. He also has that Rolling Thunder. That was the first way they got that kill on Nas.
And he's rushing Diffusal Blade. He's actually fairly close, more than halfway there. When he gets that, I imagine we'll see a lot of activity from him. Solid Diffusal game. I mean, both cores, these strength cores, like hate playing up against Diffusal because you get one swashbuckle off on them and all of a sudden they have mana for only one spell. It's pretty devastating.
Yeah, you want to be working with certainly more than just one spell's worth of mana.
Yeah, that is ideal.
Rolling Thunder. And Stormer, he's the one getting hit. Well, not much he could do to help. They've also got Pleb coming over, so they'll kill off Stormer, soul him out with 4 heroes. Easy kill onto the Doom, even it up at 2.
And Pleb steals the kill as well. That's some extra space for him. Really good Medusa game, as we talked about. The win condition that is this Enigma, fairly hard countered by Medusa. So if he's having a really solid game, it bodes very well for them.
Giving up a stack of Eidolons there, though. The Medusa.
Yeah. Yeah, both heroes. No, but it's tough. I mean, both heroes. Actually, he has Black Hole.
We'll see if they just want to drop it. They've got a TP coming in from Funnick. Now the Black Hole set up on 2. It ends up being 3 because the Axe shows up. And that's well worth it to get Pleb in P1. End up trading for Nas to start. Inkswell on Mad Frog. That'll be 3 to the side of the boosters. They come around the back with Habu to finish off Funnick with the Arena and the Spear. And, well, a 4 for 2 in the favor of 0-1. A well-placed Black Hole to start it off.
This might sound really stupid, but something that's also kind of like pretty impactful from that fight is that Funnick tried to dunk there and he missed the dunk. So he's gonna respawn and he has a minute where he can't build up any more stacks and he has the Blink Dagger, so that's actually pretty bad. Like it's a really long cooldown at level 1 now, 100-second cooldown. Like Doom is 145-second cooldown, and that's like one of the longest cooldown abilities in the game.
That feels pretty bad when he wants to be working with those with those stacks.
I actually think that's like one of the... I seriously think that's one of the big reasons why Axe's win rate has looked bad since the patch, despite having this like infinite scaling, which is super cool and obviously everybody in Dota loves. But the fact that Culling Blade is such a long cooldown now, it's insanely punishing when you miss it now. Before, you really didn't feel it when you missed it, but now it's like, it's devastating.
You get the kill on a Nas, Evo gets credit for that. They look over at Devil, and that would have been one of those stacks. 5 seconds left without the Culling Blade. Like, that certainly could have been it. Now Fishman dies to Evo too. 3 heroes going down on 0-1 as the boosters make good use of just invading the jungle.
Yeah, and the Nos kill I think was just like somewhere totally else. It's just like a solo kill. So Evo making really good use of the Diffusal Blade.
Shackle, Dawnbreaker coming in with the ult, the Solar Guardian, and jumps onto Mad Frog with the Celestial Hammer. They'll put down the arena, and it's a 3-man knockup from this Dawnbreaker using that Starbreaker. So they get 2 for 2 so far, with the buyback being committed by the Mars.
And another dunk missed by Axe. He's got another 76 seconds on cooldown. That feels so bad, man. That feels so bad. But, you know, like, I feel like Pleb is going to be the hero of this game. I hate to say it because he's Medusa and it's the most boring hero in the world. But he's just uncountered. He's got 3 kills already and 1 assist. He's got his full Dragon Lance. Like, he's very strong right now. And the game, there's not much on the side of 0-1 to actually deal with him. So it's looking good for our boys on D boosters.
That buyback really sets back the Mars. Interesting buyback too. I wasn't thinking that was entirely necessary. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they feel...
Nas going down to Evo. They just have no answer for that Rolling Thunder when it comes right out onto the Enigma.
Yeah, he does have the Blink Dagger on Enigma though, so I think as P1 he does not have a point for the ult.
Now they're just the turnaround.
You gotta be careful.
Hex, Shackle, Shoot Crash, and there's the
There we go.
Stack.
All right.
Right into an Ancient stack. This is the best feeling for Funhead.
That's what you want to see. All I care about is that infinite scaling. I don't care about this carry, free farming, whatever. I want to see this guy with 100 armor. That's 60 minutes. That's the dream.
Now it's level 2. 85 seconds.
Yeah. Less devastating.
Yeah. 85, less than 100, less devastating. The basic analysis of that is not on cooldown as long.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait, is this tooltip bugged? Am I crazy? Axe? He has level 2 ult, and it says 1 armor harvested by Axe's Culling Blade. I was fairly certain that this scaled retroactively. So I don't know if this is a UI bug. I was wrong, which is very possible. I'm very stupid. Or it's possible that...
Does it scale retroactively?
It definitely does with the...
Doesn't.
It does with the talent. It definitely does with the talent. But I guess maybe it doesn't scale retroactively with the leveling it up.
Because I always have to do math when I watch Necro games.
I like that, by the way, Phonic is building his... he's finishing out his phase boot. As the game is paused, we're looking at a highlight.
Boom.
Dunk. Yeah, well, he was level 12 for that dunk, but that might have been a level 1 dunk still. I know a lot of people will leave it at level 1 because the mana cost is less. It used to cost a lot less at level 1. It was 60 at level 1. But, which is why he has the point in it now.
Take a look at this other kill. Solar Guardian, Celestial Hammer, and look at this 3-man Starbreaker. Boom. I mean, that's nice if they had the extra bit of follow-up for it, right? Starbreaker
got the double Doom off in that fight.
Skill.
I feel like we saw the Doom Grim in the previous game, and there was so few like double dooms getting off, and it looks so devastating when you do see the combo actually land. All right, I'm gonna go test this in a practice mode.
You're testing the stacks?
Yeah. All right. What happens if I press disconnect?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What happens?
That's risky moves.
I'll press it. I'll try
This
it.
is the highlight of the black hole.
All right, I'm good. I can demo it. I can demo it. Okay. We're just watching all the missed dunks, which it feels hard. I don't know what it is. It feels harder to hit these days. I feel like the reason it feels so hard to hit is not because there's any like damage numbers that were changed with it. It's just that the cooldown is so long, so that when you do miss it, you remember it. You know, it's like some confirmation bias.
You want to know what's crazy too? Like, obviously, you got to do a little bit of math when you're doing the Culling Blade to make sure that you're getting the dunk right. In other MOBA, I won't name names because they're not as cool as us on this MOBA. But other MOBA, there is this character that also has something similar to Culling Blade, where you dunk on someone, it's like an execute. But once you level the ult, it gives you the threshold on the enemy's HP bar on where it will get the kill.
Well, that's cool.
It's kind of cool. That's like the only character I play in that game, if I ever do play that game. Not saying I do, guys.
I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay. So the tooltip doesn't show decimals, just like armor doesn't show decimals. So it is retroactive. It's just that it's 1.5 and it's rounding down to 1. So if he got 2 stacks of the cull, it would go up to 3.
Okay.
So it does work retroactively. It's just not showing. It's just not showing. I knew that was a thing, bro, because I was in a game. I had like 40 armor on Axe, and I was sitting there thinking, I have not dunked 40 people. You know, no way.
It's a Tuba game?
That was actually not Tuba. Well, if you're playing Axe, it's kind of always Tuba. That hero's a bit of a...
Doom out onto Evo. And there's the Inkswell. Haibu will get credit for it.
Value Doom target. I mean, he's doing a ton of work in this game. He's been involved in like 5 of the last 6 kills, and 3 of them have been solo kills. And we've seen what Evo can do on...
Ooh, blink call. Funnick landing in mid. They've got the shackle. They'll hope to get the dunk, and they will. Is it 3?
It's 3. It's 3.
It's 2 on my screen. Oh, wait.
You hover, it says 3.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
I got confused.
Build up those armors.
Hole.
He's so dead. What the hell?
It's solo for the Funnick.
Oh my god.
I'll go with worth, I guess. Yeah,
Jesus.
Black Hole is a 200-second cooldown.
Pleb is just like, oh, thank God that wasn't used on me. Praise Gaven.
My map just got so much bigger now that I don't have to worry about the omnipresence of Black Hole.
Or Doom.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they go for an immediate smoke. Oh, they're gonna go for the Roche attempt. They have Shadow Shaman, so they can do it. There's a little Eidolon heading in there to check it out, though. Oh, peeping in. That's a Roche solo attempt right there. Yeah, Mad Frog did trap himself in the wards. Now Evo trapped himself in the wards. He's out.
Made the hop over. Hey, okay. And there's the Aegis. What? So still no Black Hole for over 2 minutes. If you're Medusa, you feel real safe right now.
Yep. Even if they had Black Hole with the Aegis, I mean, they don't care. You know, what are you gonna do? Hole him twice? I feel like that's famous last words. Like he picks up a refresher and just does hole him twice, but that's not coming for a long time. It's going for BKB Ether Lens first.
Is this the build you were thinking of? Because I know you were like, oh, Tranquils and Soul Ring. Is that the right build? And then now he's going.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, other than the Tranks and Soul Ring, like you always want some sort of mana solution, right? Like usually people will go, you know, the Orchid was a build for a while. Some people will go for like multiple nulls. Other people go for just mana boots rush. So like this is just the more like supporty version of that, which I think because the lane was difficult, that's why he wanted to do this. But then the build afterwards is the same. It's Octarine Core, Refresher, BKB, Ags, Arcane Blinks, probably decent. Although not as good now that it doesn't give cooldown reduction.
What about the shard? Do you like the Enigma shard?
Oh yeah, super good against melee heroes especially. And slow heroes like Medusa, like you're just pulling all these heroes in.
Top tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Ob's down, immediately taken out by the Medusa.
Yeah, that was cool that they gave Pleb the D ward there, and he walks up and D wards it as a carry. Like not something you see super often. It's like a cute little play, but means that you don't have some Shadow Shaman or like even an Abaddon is killable. At this point, like sure he's got his ult. Actually, he doesn't have his ult, but if he did have his ult, it's a position 5. You can just kill him afterwards, like kite him and then kill him after.
You a little surprised by that? Level 8, no ult, just straight miscoil, Aphotic Shield.
You know, he's sitting behind people a lot, and I imagine he's probably holding the points for a while before putting it into something. So no, I mean I think it's fine. Like you've got a Dusa at a front line, so and, like Dusa acts Pango, so. He's a tree sitter. Get those value points and your your heals.
Serpent wards drop top. Should be another tower. As nobody on the side of 01 is reacting, knowing that that Aegis is of course in the hands of this Medusa and in the hands of the Medusa for another 2 minutes. So quite some time, and we'll see if they time it right on the side of 01 in terms of like. Now they've got the black hole off cooldown. If they can time the Aegis, get a black hole out, make sure that they don't get that second chance with the Medusa.
Evo's actually going in.
On the
Stormtrooper has BKB.
How long is he gonna let this go on for? Actually, he also lifted his hands like he was gonna throw the Doom out. But that was a 9-second BKB.
Yeah.
Kind of value.
Yeah, Nos is just telling his team, like, delay the game, guys. I almost have BKB. That's when Enigma feels really strong. But, once again, we do have this issue of the Medusa, the Stone Gaze. I would imagine they probably try to maybe doom the Dusa and black hole other people. Like if you don't get the Dusa in the black hole and she hasn't gotten the Stone Gaze off yet, I think you have to doom her or silence her, like some sort of disable on her so she can't just like walk in and interrupt the hole. But then you're dooming a Dusa. I mean, that sounds awful. I do worry for 01. Like I like the Enigma pick. I think it's really cool, but they don't have anything to do with Pleb right now, and he's monstrous.
Yeah, sitting second on the net worth behind a, of course, fed Doom with Midas Devour and all that. But well ahead of Habu. Quite a margin ahead of that other carry. And as essentially the beginning of the boosters reverse sweeping this series, because they look to be in a decent spot overall. It's not like the farm on 01 is exactly monumental here. Doom gets used, it's thrown out onto Evo. And will they get the deny? No. So Stone Gaze was already used. They'll go after Mad Frog. They'll get the kill out onto the Shadow Shaman. They take out 2. Kind of a botched counterplay there from the boosters. And now that they've got no Stone Gaze, and they're still holding Black Hole, they might feel free on 01 to continue the pressure.
Yeah, I definitely think they're free. I mean, Pango is respawning. That's a very solid Doom target, killing him at the start of the fight definitely makes the game very easy. So yeah, you do want to be careful, but with no Stone Gaze, like I think they could probably take a fight. Like Nos probably wants to wait for his BKB, which he'll have roughly after the Ancient Camp that he's farming right now. But after that, I think a smoke is going to come out immediately.
Hatching Devil, getting another Coiling Blade.
Hell yeah, 4.5 armor, baby. Oh, even more. He missed it.
Was gonna be 6.
Yeah.
Now it's not.
Very sad.
Maybe they do have to add that threshold in on the HP bars.
It's hard to hit because people take so much damage that even if you could see what the threshold is perfectly, which I'm sure Funnick, if he plays a lot of Axe, which he's gold tier, he probably has that set up, or he's used to it. It's more about like the fact they get bursted by the time you can react. So yeah, I don't know what the solution. I actually think like if you're playing with an Axe on your team, you kind of need to save these kills and let him go for the dunks. It's genuinely worth it.
Yeah, allow him to secure the last shot with the Culling Blade.
Like, it's easy for Necro because he guarantees that he gets the kill when he uses Scythe. Like, Axe is not the same.
I'm surprised they didn't go and use that timing off the Stone Gaze being misused, but one kind of have different plans. Of course, they wanted that BKB on Enigma, which they do have now, and going for the Aether Lens as well as the Shard. So, using that timing to more so farm than anything.
Evo's got to be real careful in these engagements. Like, I think DeBoosters has a pretty easy way to fight as long as he's not the one that gets doomed. Like, I really feel like he can counter initiate almost any other doom target getting gone on. Like, the two supports are probably going to have buyback. The Axe doesn't really care. He's so tanky. And he's doomed.
Rolling Thunder, and yeah, there's the Doom. And they'll immediately go to the Stone Gaze to try and turn it around. They have the Soulbind onto both the Medusa and the Abaddon. They haven't gotten anything just yet, but the Hex is through onto the Grimstroke. There's the Culling Blade. So he lands another, and I believe that was a level 3 Culling Blade, so he's got 8 armor.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah, he's a big boy. I mean, the saving grace though is that it's not exactly a great armor game. Most of the damage is going to be coming from like Doom magic damage and Enigma pure and magic damage. Like, Mars is not, you know, he's all right, but not like a crazy high physical damage carry by any means. All right, who do they give the shard to? Dusa, I see. Of course, he is the carry, naturally.
Yeah, but like there's so many better options.
Yeah, but he's the carry, B-Cup.
Yes,
carry gets what they want.
That's all I've got. As a support, I try to plead my case, and that's all I got.
Yeah.
There's better options. What about me? I'm an Ancient Apparition. My shard is great. Come on.
The Shaman already got his, which we will see used here.
Yeah, they are going to get this kill potentially onto the Enigma. I say that, and sets up with the BKB. Pleb coming over, gets into the arena. That'll block the projectiles, but not Evo. Going for the swashbuckle, and then, oh, using that Rolling Thunder and knocking up Habu into the air. Devil is gone. 2 dead, make it a third. Habu falls, and 0-1. Well, they are, falling behind very quickly. Good reaction from DeBoosters after 0-1 tried to make the turnaround play.
Yeah, nice pickoff by Mad Frog, getting the catch outs. I feel like in the last 2 games he was just Willow interrupting Bane grips, which he did a great job at. Fantastic, but it's maybe a little less flashy than this Shaman like running around catching people out and stuff. Like he gets to do more stuff in this game rather than just wait for the Fiend's Grip to come out. And he's been absolutely nailing the pickoffs.
This looks like DeBoosters, especially with where the Medusa is in terms of farm, can kind of just slowly siege these outer towers. And by slowly siege the outer towers, the bottom one's the last one left, and it looks like it's going down.
Yeah. See, how's the high ground defense? What do we got here? Grimstroke? The Midnight Pulse is very powerful, but it's got a 35-second cooldown. I think DeBoosters can probably poke a bit. Yeah,
Haven't Aegis.
Serpent Wards.
Yeah, and there's the Serpent Wards too, so it's going to be tough. Jump in, Blink call, Doom immediately used on Funnick. There's the black hole, but it will be stopped. Thanks to, I believe, Evo. That takes so much out of their team fight now.
That was the stone gaze. Hey, he just got stone gazed. Very, very hard counter.
And, well, they're going to lose Habu. I thought maybe it was the swashbuckle with the basher from a distance that stopped it.
That's also a pretty good counter.
But
they have
well
Enigma answers for sure this game.
Yeah. They take the bottom set of racks. They're still holding on to the Aegis. There's nothing that can surprise them now. They use the Doom on Funnick. They use the black hole that gets them nothing. And all of a sudden it goes from 6k to 12k down. And they're still sieging your high ground. There's no reason to really be scared. They've got the Aegis ready to go. And it looks like the boosters might be able to take down the Saudi E-League champions, who probably came into this region as the favorite.
Yeah, they're playing really well. They deserve it. That call from Funnick, I think, was really smart. The only two heroes that can come up and kill the Serpent Wards, these ranged heroes, that would be Fishman and Nas. Like, they're two heroes that don't want to get caught out first. They're the backliners. So just the fact that O1 have so many melee heroes, it actually means that Funnick has a pretty easy game catching out the backliners.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I guess they do go to top. I'd love to see a replay of that bottom black hole. Ooh, blink, call, BKB, ShmKB. Doesn't matter. They get the kill onto the Enigma. They'll take out Nas. They'll lose Mad Frog. Stormstormer trying to do all he can. Pleb's a little bit low, but again, he's working with an Aegis here. So he doesn't really care how low he does get as long as they continue to win the fight. They'll take out Devil. They'll look over. P1 falls. And finishing off Stormstormer. Now Habu trying to fight. They've bought back on Stormstormer, but there is the Swashbuckle as well as the Basher stunning him up. They'll get the kill. And, well, now just Stormstormer, and I was going to say Fishman remain, but Fishman falls to Funnick. Doom used, and this is a last-ditch effort. Not looking like it's going to do anything, but here comes Nas with no black hole. Stormstormer falls. They'll call GG, and the boosters with the turnaround clean sweep. And, well, they take the 2-1 over O1 Esports. Really well done. 2 and 3.
I realized something kind of goofy about Mars versus Medusa in that last fight. It's like either you face her and you get stone gazed, or you face away from her and you don't have your bulwark active. So it's like, it actually just seemed like a very hard draft to win with. Like, that was a really solid Medusa game for multiple reasons, as we saw with the black hole cancel. I was glad to see him play his staple hero on Nas. That's really cool, but I think the boosters, they had a plan for that. That was not just, we're letting Enigma through because we want to ban other crap and we weren't thinking about it. That was, we let Enigma through because we know that we have a playstyle that can deal with it. We know that we have heroes that can deal with it. And boy, did they ever. Like, that looked impossible.
Yeah. That was really well done by the boosters. Games 2 and 3, ultimately really clean from them. And to beat O1, like I said, they were the champions of the Saudi E-League, and that is a statement game for the boosters especially. So they move on to the grand final. They knock down O1 into the lower bracket final, I believe, and now you're one game away from qualifying for not only the LAN, but taking home a lot of money for charity. So should be feeling like they're on top of the world right now, as they did play quite well to the point where they can really be happy with their performance. So we'll have to get it broken down by the panel. We'll take a quick break before that, and then we'll be back with the panel and the highlights. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The Boosters living up their name as they push an opponent down into that lower bracket. They'll be the first team to make it through to the MENA finals. Plenty to dissect about this series, but only so much time to work with. I'm joined once again by Purge and Daniel to break down the action. Boys, what a game out of the Boosters. This draft, we talked about how crazy it was on both sides, maybe a little bit more on One Esports. Did we see through the madness, or did the anarchy remain when we got into game from One Esports?
It was still too much madness, unfortunately. They did an okay job getting kills here and there. They pressured lanes. They did some good stuff, and there was some really good teamfight moments. But ultimately, they got out carried. Pleb just got too farmed.
Yeah. It was just like, you might be able to make those successful rotations and team fights happen. And there was some, flashy ults and black holes. And I think there was even 3 ults used onto one target at one point, I think the Pango. But nothing was going to be able to outcarry this Medusa. And I'm honestly really surprised that D-Boosters were able to come back from that game 1. I mean, they called GG under the 23-minute mark in game number 1. And they were still able to regroup and be able to put forward 2 pretty solid performances.
Yeah, they did. There's the MVP Pleb here. Played very, very well. High GPM, good net worth, good ultimate usage, especially in that last fight. Popped his ulti when anticipating the black hole coming, or maybe he was prepping it for the rest of the team fight. But regardless, it worked perfectly. Once the black hole gets interrupted like that, the game's over. There's nothing worse than watching Enigma who's BKB'd, like just his ultimate being interrupted, and they just dies to physical damage. It's like there's no solution at that point.
It was pretty devastating. I mean, Pleb didn't do anything out of this world astronomical. He just played a really, really solid game of Dota on the Medusa. And that's really all he needed to do, right? Not go for these super risky plays, get farmed, and his hero and its toolkit would do the rest of the work.
That's what you want, though, right? Like, after how game 1 went, because they ran a Medusa in game 1 as well, and that, I mean, there you go. We're going to preview that right now. This was looking like an abysmal game. He never had a chance to even shine. Like, it's quite remarkable how D-Boosters turned the series around as they went from game to game.
Yeah, that's true. This game felt very different, though, just because almost all the skirmishes just went well for O1 Esports, and he got pressured a lot. Like, they just ran at him with all their heroes, knowing, like, this is the only guy that has carry potential on the enemy team. I don't know if you've been in those game situations before, but they feel bad. You're like, oh, there's 5 heroes on my lane, but then you look at your lineup and you're like, oh god, I'm like literally the only carry here. So it becomes a little bit more straightforward for them to play the match.
Yeah, for sure. And it did feel like that was one of the things that they tried to address in drafts 2 and 3, right? Prevent themselves from getting completely run over in the early game, and that transitioned into some nice victories. This is that team fight that I was talking about with the Dark Willow that always just seemed to be almost in place to be able to get things off. But yeah, this is the very early GG being called by Funnick there at the 23-minute mark. So game number 1 was looking nice, but ever since then it was pretty much all D-Boosters.
It has to be a remarkable mental reset, right? Because I'm wondering who the calmer voice was, because we were kind of concerned. Was Funnick a little bit tilted going to this? Was he the person we were expecting to be that voice of reason for D-Boosters? So remarkable, not just to reset on a draft and a gameplay level, but also on a mental level, right?
Yeah, I think he did really well in most of the games. So game 3 as well, the Axe ended up working fine. I think the reason they picked it maybe is they said, like, we don't want to match up Axe against any of these weird semi-carries that are basically playing as a core. So instead he's like, I'm just going to cut the creep wave. So he basically avoided the strong laning from Mars by saying, I'm just not going to stand near you, and then I just don't care. He'll get Vanguard at a good timing, and he still got to play his game. So I think it allowed them not only to give Funnick a good game, but also to undercut the laning advantages that O1 Esports wanted with their wonky draft.
Yeah, I think that's really where the years and years of tournament experience for Funnick came into the equation, right? He understands that there's not just one way to play Dota. You don't have to go for the cookie cutter every time. You can go for these little variations. Like, not too often you see an Underlord go Scythe of Vice, for example, but he did it because he was against a puck and they were lacking the lockdown. Not too often that you see an Axe picked up at that phase of the draft, but they did it because they were realizing that, okay, well, with what they have at this point in time, we can just change up the lanes, don't lane into a difficult matchup, and it worked out for them. So with that being said, as you were saying before, Pidge, we've got D-Boosters in the grand finals, waiting there for a BO3 against the winner of 01 Esports and Riyadh Thunders. And pretty cool to see that these 2 teams, it's going to be the first time that they're playing against each other in this bracket.
Do you think this is going to be a clear-cut one in favor of O1 Esports, or do you think we're going to get a very close series tomorrow?
I guess that kind of just depends. If Noob is the one playing, I think they'll have a better shot as a whole. I feel like Redo looked a little weaker, certainly, than O1 Esports, but kind of just depends on the game. With that said, when Noob played Rubik, he had really, really good matches, so maybe they have some interesting picks that they can pull out, and he can have some really good performances, and that pushes them over the edge.
Especially if you just want to let the Enigma through, right? Like that's something where they might just be like, all right, just let me have the Rubik. I think that's a series that might go to 3 games, but I'm still probably going to say that 0-1 will take that.
Speaking of free game possibilities, we still are on course for 3 games all the way through in this day, as there is one more series coming up. Danog, seeing as you and I will be off this, I just want to get your quick thoughts. Tundra Esports versus Nigma. Who do you think is going to take that one?
I think Tundra are going to take it, but I think it would be a nice story for Nigma, given all of the online woes that they've had up until this point, if they were able to have something, another land to fight for, not just for themselves, but for all of their fans that aren't going to see them, unfortunately, in Division 1 of the DPC next season.
Yeah, or the major that they're missing out on next week, so really tough for them. It would be really great if they can take the win, but surely Tundra's got to be stronger.
Knife purge, come on.
Look, I'm here to be realistic. That's what's happening.
You know what, folks? Purge will be able to run you through the realism. He's going to be sticking on the panel. We're going to mix things up. And I know you're used to breaks every once in a while, but I assure you don't want to leave. Tundra Esports versus Nigma is less than 20 minutes away. So quickly go take a toilet break, get yourself some food, whatever you need to do, and then be back in your seat because it's not long until we get underway with the EU upper bracket finals here. All that, though, after a very short break.
After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Man, we have had some excellent series today. You were hanging out earlier with Killer Pigeon. We're swapping things around. I'm here to bring you all of the EU action. We've had 3-game series today, which is pretty exciting. And now, you know what? Waga, Purge, are we hoping that we get 3 games here with Tundra versus Nigma as well?
I mean, I'm certainly hoping for it. We've had a lot of good Dota played today. I think you can definitely tell that these have been the winner bracket final games. I mean, the Southeast Asian and the China region was really a showdown with 2-hour-long games, which is why we're pretty late into the day here, starting off the final series.
It should be a really good one. I hope it goes 3 games because this would give more a confidence to Enigma as an organization, or maybe they're just happy with a 2-0 just to like come in and like slam their cards on the table and be like, we're better, sorry, see you guys. But still, we're in upper brackets, so it should be a really good one. Even if somebody loses, they still have another chance later, but minimum, can't wait to see what happens with the meta development.
Well, the Gamers Without Borders tournament, if you're just tuning in or you've missed this, is part of a large charity effort to donate money to humanitarian relief. So across several different games, starting before Dota, and there will be more continuing after us, Gamers Without Borders is donating $10 million. Dota is representing $2 million of that, with teams based on their placements choosing where that money goes to these different charities. And overall, this is part of a $30 million donation campaign from Gamers Without Borders over the past 3 years, as we have had all of these wonderful tournaments, chances for these teams to play, and chances for wonderful different relief opportunities. UNICEF, Gavi, Direct Relief, the International Medical Corps, King Salman, and UNHCR, as you can see up on the screen. So I'm sure it's really wonderful for these players to get practice before they head into the DPC, but it's also got to be great to have these charity prize pools. So 1.5 million of that 2 million is dedicated to Europe and Asia, with our already eliminated teams having 75,000 each to donate. And then the Saudi Arabian bracket has its own $500,000 to donate as well. And so I said eliminated teams. We have already had to say goodbye to a few teams, but today is upper bracket day. We won't have to say goodbye to anybody today. This charity money, that top prize pool amount, is still open to the teams Tundra and Nigma. But obviously Gaming Gladiators, we got rid of them yesterday. Have we talked overall predictions, Wagga and Purge? Have we talked about who we think is going to take this whole thing?
I mean, for me, it's already upset in the Europe going into this. I expected Gaming Gladiators to be the strongest ones going in, but they were the fastest one out of Europe. So definitely a bit of an upset there. And Nigma, we'll see today if they're going to keep upsetting us even more. I think Tundra have looked the strongest in Europe so far, though. Their win against Liquid was very stylish.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. When you said predictions, I was like, oh, I definitely would have said something different 3 days ago in terms of what I expect. I agree that I would have picked probably either Tundra or Gaming Gladiators as the top situations. So I guess with what's happened so far, probably Tundra is what I'd pick. Mm-hmm. But you never know. Nigma always has the potential. It's not a team that I would ever count out. But they have looked rough. But hey, they won one series convincingly with the 2-1, semi-convincingly. Can they do it again? Maybe.
So backs against the wall, Nigma start to step up, especially after what we saw in the DPC. This is an upper bracket match, though. The stakes high enough here for Nigma, or are they going to have to get knocked down to really get their brain into it?
Honestly, I wish that Nigma don't wait until the last minute to start performing. I'm happy to see them already having, knocked one team down into the lower brackets. I think as good as they can be showing up when it really matters, I think it's time that we start seeing Nigma really perform at their peak, and it has to feel good for our men as well, playing so good with them as a stand-in. I mean, they are not playing at full power here, you could call it, but he has also held his own pretty well in these games for not being a regular player.
Yeah, I think that's really impressive. It's something that I didn't expect. I mean, he's always been a very high MMR player, but generally, I mean, with the exception, there's other classic examples. Seb went from coaching into playing. It went rough at the start, and then he wins 2 TIs. Then you're like, okay, maybe the coaches are still good. But yeah, it says good things about Nigma for sure. But it definitely also helps that you're within the team environment for literally years at that point. So fitting into the team's strategy should be a little bit more capable.
Yeah, and we see a draft coming up already. We have Tundra with the Sand King ban. We have Nigma with the IO and the Storm ban. They ban like the entire combo. They're like, screw this.
Yeah, the whole thing has to be gone, otherwise it's not fun to play against. Now the IO combos for Tundra are really good. They're nice and diverse in terms of where they want to play the heroes they combo with, so I think it's fair to take it out. Kind of curious that Storm got ignored in the previous series though, compared to here. But yeah, top EU teams definitely favor the Storm Spirit. There's lots of good Storm players on both teams, so makes sense.
I feel like, top EU teams, but also in the China, Southeast Asia teams, we see Storm like first phase ban or first phase pick. Despite the nerfs that he got, they were not too tremendous. Like mid-game, late game, it feels like nothing has really changed for him. It's only his early laning stage that really was a little bit weaker now. But -1 armor doesn't really have a lasting impact.
Let's see. Tundra Nigma goes for the Coddle first. Tundra on the other side is going to respond with Pugna plus the CK, which is a bit interesting. Strong laner, Horseman versus Horseman. Reduce the Coddle damage a little bit. I like it. It's pretty flexible. Probably Pugna support. Doesn't necessarily counter anything specifically, but it's a good opener, very safe. Doesn't reveal much.
I'm excited to see the Pugna support because earlier today saw probably one of the best Pugna supports I've seen in my life, perhaps. X-Nova was playing it, and damn, he put on like a crazy performance. We had him up on MVP screen despite his team losing that game. Granted, we put 2 MVPs in, but it was impossible not to mention him. He had insane positioning. So if we see anything like that from Tundra, then Nigma are in trouble.
See if it matters. Pretty much always the ward is going to be relevant unless it's more than 1,400 units away now due to the recent nerf. So maybe a little bit easier to play around if you have those long range abilities like Coddle does. But what will they pair it with? They could do Pango is pretty decent, gives them some AoE. They can deal with the CK illusions. They can roll at Pugna pretty happily without worrying about his nether ward. That's an option, or they could do something more flexible. If they pick the problem with picking Pango, though, is it kind of like reveals their core stuff.
I expected this almost because this is Nigma playing with RMN. He loves playing Darkseer. He plays Darkseer mid. They have played it many times before now, and he also likes Batrider. But RMN's hero pool, not being a regular player in the team, is understandably a little bit smaller. So getting his hero early, I think, is very smart.
Okay. Decent team fight as well. Illusion creation against CK is always going to be really good too. Team fight against generally strong team fight heroes like Pugna I think will be nice too, because it's going to create some chaos, gives you time to kill the nether ward or just to overwhelm them. And then it transitions nicely with Shard. You provide disable, you can be a sort of ganker despite the old traditional way to play Darkseer, so I think that's good. But banning out some counters.
Yeah. He also usually plays a pretty greedy style Darkseer, I want to say, in the fact that he has gone for Midas before, and not something that you're always used to seeing on a Darkseer who has farming tools in Iron Shell, but just keeps that level nicely high. That's something that Darkseer could sometimes struggle with, despite the fact that he farms really fast with Iron Shell. He's not always there to grab the experience. So I think the Midas that he enjoys is just to stay relevant and level.
Makes sense. They banned the Clinks out. Enigma did use it in their series against Gaming Gladiators the other day. Went the standard build, Maelstrom, Scotty. He went Gleipnir, I believe. So pretty normal things. Would have given them some AoE, some good gank. I think Pugna would have probably had some trouble playing against that as a whole.
I think a big hero here is Sand King. If you're not banning it, I think Nigma are very likely to take it. Oh, they actually banned it first phase. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. It was a hero.
It still has the same value despite the damage nerfs and stuff.
I think it does, and the fact that Nigma played it like 3 games in their first series, it was just something that they prioritized very high. And the nerfs to Sand King, while relevant, were all pretty soft. Like many small nerfs here and there didn't really like completely destroy him.
Mm-hmm. What's with the Clockwork ban in your opinion? I mean, it's decent against Hoodwink, maybe good against Pugna, but some teams favor it, tons of teams ignore it though.
It's rough to play Pugna into. That's the biggest thing. Like support Pugna, his positioning is so difficult if you're against a Clockwork, and it also pairs fairly well with some of these heroes that can follow up, like Coddle and his nukes. Even just Darkseer putting Iron Shell on Clockwork, he becomes like twice as dangerous, I would say. So just for the interruption, you can't life drain, you can't just decrep yourself and stay alive. I can understand why you don't want to play against this.
I see, that makes sense. But right now, Tundra Esports lineup still very all across the board, could be flexible to where they lane their heroes, so the perfect position for the second pick draft. And Nigma's gonna have to reveal what they got now. They need an offlaner that does okay against CK. Mars is still in the pool. It'd be pretty decent with oh, I'm sorry, they already have an offlaner, excuse me. Potentially. Unless they put mid.
It's very likely a mid. It's very likely that this Darkseer could be mid. So I think you're right, it might be an offlaner coming in, and it could be something like Underlord is possible against DK for control. They're gonna go DK. And again, yeah, okay, DK Enigma, wow.
They'll just pick
big wombo combo.
Just gonna pick 3 offlane heroes, no problem.
Yep.
Now you don't know who's going to lane where. Once again, the Eidolons got buffed recently. They give less golden experience. They have slightly higher magic resistance, so it's a little harder to clear them. So right now, Enigma may be seen as a little bit more value. But yeah, could decrease the golden experience gain that CK gets out of his lane. That's one way to shut him down. But they can be very flexible with their draft, despite picking 4 heroes. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think Enigma's draft looks pretty nasty right now going into mid and late game. There's also nothing against the BKB Enigma yet, so that's what I'm looking towards for Tundra. It almost feels bad for them that they banned out the, Clockwork could have been an option if they wanted to play something like Core Pugna mid and then pick Clockwork support with Hoodwink. But now they have to probably address the Enigma in some way, and they're going to do it with Beastmaster. Because that is a BKB piercing roar and more chains done for them to follow up with the Hoodwink or the CK. Pretty powerful.
And some vision control as well, so a little bit easier to potentially see those heroes before you go in. The one thing about the Enigma draft so far is it's probably going to be support Enigma and Coddle. I don't really see them picking another support later, so that kind of reveals things. So it basically comes down to, do you think it's going to be mid DK or mid Darkseer? So maybe a little bit easier for Tundra to decipher the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they could still do something like just a farming safe lane DK and do mid Darkseer offlane Enigma, but I agree with you, very, very unlikely that these are gonna be 3 cores. I think it's more likely support Enigma looking at things. However, I'm not a huge fan of Enigma and Coddle as duo supports. It just doesn't really feel right to me that none of them can really go in and, get down and dirty, but I suppose they have 2 frontliner course so far.
Yeah, if they can get over the lack of their initiation and skirmish that they'll miss in the early mid game, then it'll be fine. If they can pressure CK by limiting his farm while also iron shelling creep waves, like maybe he has a really tough time in his laning stage, and that transitions them into a good mid game. But yeah, as a whole, that dual lane is a bit goofy.
Yeah, I would say that Tundra in their first series they played in this tournament played maybe the most aggressive, like high tempo out of all the games that I've been watching so far. So it can be scary to rely on these big cooldowns. You have, DK ulti is very necessary. Can't really fight that well without it. You have Black Hole, obviously. And even like the wall can be sort of relevant for getting those team fights. So if they're going to play these high tempo heroes where the biggest cooldown they have right now is Primal Beast or Primal Roar from Beastmaster. I guess there's Beast in there and Primal. But if that's the biggest cooldown, it can be a very high tempo game from Tundra.
They should come out with a boar skin that just looks like a little Primal Beast, actually. Like a baby Primal Beast. It's like just before he gets big and ancient.
I'd buy it. Oh, smart ban, by the way, banning out Naga. Naga with Darkseer and Enigma would have been just brutal to play against. If you get songed, you're done.
Can you, with Ags, can you stun through BKB? You can't. It doesn't interrupt. It just roots him, right? So why is that? Why do you think it's so good?
Oh wait, you mean no? If Naga's picked for Enigma, then if they
I see. I was thinking the other way. I was thinking if Tundra picks Naga, I gotcha. It sets up Vacuum Wall and Black Hole. What were you saying, Renessa?
I was going to ask, what about a Templar Assassin for Enigma here? It gives them that initiation, right?
I think it's not going to work here. You don't really want to play it against illusion heroes. Like Beastmaster kind of deals with it too. There's a lot of damage over time. I don't know if TA is the way to go.
Yeah, it's not the easiest. They could pick it still, but I think it's a little bit rough against those heroes. So I think we might not see her picked at all. She has been pretty popular lately, played in a lot of the games today.
Yeah, she really has been picked a lot, actually. She was even looking kind of okay in the ultra late game in the C region, too. I like see her getting beat on by like 2 heroes, and I'm like, how's her refraction not breaking? And I'm like, oh, those are those extra refraction charges. It's actually kind of keeping them alive. It's kind of cool. And
other assassin, PA, coming in. So PA brings a lot of physical damage, very fast and high damage output. She also is pretty good against CK because he doesn't really want to buy MKB. It just doesn't feel like a good item to buy on CK. It feels like a detour to go back for that. Almost that you might want to consider like Bloodthorn instead. But PA's evasion is so high, and if she gets BKB, you can't rely on a Bloodthorn. So yeah, I like it here. It's a smart pick.
Even like Blur against CK stun or something like that can be really good too. So I think it's going to add some damage to the disable that Enigma already has. So I think it's good. SB gets picked though, which is a little bit of a surprise. Was very popular in the previous patch a couple months ago, but now it's kind of fallen off. But it's going to allow them to move around the map and pressure constantly. That part is really good. Like everybody on Tundra Esports, all 5 of those heroes, they're ready to party after the laning stage. So it could put a ton of pressure on the Nigma side and not give PA time to farm.
Okay, so Tundra, they're going to have a lot of pressure. They're going to be able to play a lot faster than Nigma, but seems like Nigma's got maybe the late game.
Yeah, completely agree that if they get there in a decent shape, then late game should be theirs. Question is, can they keep control of the map? I think Tundra, with this Pugna being able to blast down towers and their super high tempo lineup, also Beastmaster Aura takes towers pretty fast. I think I have to favor Tundra a little bit here.
Yeah, I would agree. But if Nigma is able to get an abnormally good laning stage and transition into their very strong team fight from the Enigma and the Darkseer, they definitely can win enough team fights to buy time for PA to get really strong in the late game.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, our casters are ready. We have B-Cop and Jenkins. Let's see, will the early game be a win for Tundra, or can Nigma hold on and take the game in the late game? Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, coming into the probably the most exciting matchup of the day, but that doesn't mean the last 2 matchups have been not exciting at all. But again, another draft, different heroes, kind of seeing a little bit of a tilt away from the meta. And you've also got Enigma showing up in back-to-back games. I don't know when the last time I was able to say that was, but it is a 5 Enigma this time, and we've got Spirit Breaker back into the mix. Jenkins. Well, I asked you in the last game when we had Enigma and we had some weird things showing up. What's your thoughts this time around with now Spirit Breaker back in the mix, Beastmaster coming through, and an Enigma?
I'm excited, but I will hold that thought because there's a 5-man smoke. They see it though. They walked right into the ward that RMN placed. Well, that's cool. That's a nice ward. And it's dewarded. I see. Just like that. Taunts on it a little bit first. Yeah, baby.
Oh, there it is.
Hell yeah, I gotta get that BM action in. I mean, it's a weird drafts, cool drafts. I'm very excited. Like we've Darkseer mid, that's interesting. Enigma 5, that's interesting. GH on Coddle, that's one of his classic heroes. Mind Control on Dragonite. I hate to say it, but that's one of his classic heroes at this point too. I feel like Nigma, they were the team that invented this DK offlane thing. 9 on the Spirit Breaker. We haven't seen that in a long time. Skeeter on CK. That's like arguably his best hero that's currently strong. Lots of good stuff to look out for.
But ends up being a stun. RMN in some trouble trying to run and not be first blood, but that's impossible. Skeeter gets the kill on RMN. They take first blood already.
Yeah, and as of course we all know, in the Spirit Breaker versus Darkseer mid lane, it's very important that Darkseer does not go. I'm just kidding. Nobody has any idea who's supposed to win this goddamn lane. Probably Darkseer, I would imagine. He's against a melee hero, but who knows? I mean, anybody who says that they've seen this before is lying. This is a very strange one indeed for the mid lane.
I've seen this before.
Oh,
look at this. Look at the BM. Right on the ward.
We get disgusting.
Great replay. I'm so down for the timeline of living in just BM replays.
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
As long as BM doesn't stand for Beastmaster, because that's a boring hero that's in this game. And Dragon Knight on the other side, both offlaners, very interesting indeed. They have auras.
Very exciting. You hear?
Yeah. Enigma though Enigma's actually playing down here. Kuroki on Enigma, he's down here. They're running a position, well, a Coddle top for Enigma Galaxy with the PA. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. At some point, I think GH, just naturally, of course, with the Illuminate, you just get more farm.
I also think that you probably want to play more passive lane anyway when you have a DK and there's like nothing really to set up for. Like, I don't feel like you're really going to kill a Pugna plus a CK that easily with like a Coddle DK. The Coddle will probably just feed. So why not just like play the lane super passive and bring it back with the Eidolons? It actually makes a lot of sense to me.
You need to be careful that you don't give up too much gold on these Eidolons, especially on CK. all of a sudden you have 2 levels in the stun or something like that, and you can get kills really quickly. Just having the 1-in-1 is enough. Snake King on the last right click was able to kill off mind control, and this is the point in the game where you're able to kind of take advantage of the low level high damage, right? Like DK gets much more stable in the lane as time goes on with that Dragon's Blood and everything, so you can get some kills early and slow him down. This is gonna be the best point in time to do so.
And I mean, speaking of laning, like I'm thinking more about this Enigma off lane, and it's more and more interesting because I remember there was a while there where Enigma was picked as a Beastmaster counter because you eat the boar, and 33 leveled up Wild Axes. So it's like in anticipation for this, Kuroki goes to the bot lane, even though he hard counters the top lane, and instead they put the Coddle up there, who's like generally just going to be better against like, you know, generic any lanes because Illuminate is just such a big high damage nuke. There's some mind games going on in this game with the laning phase at least. And the picks.
Went to a second level in the Wild Axes as well, so maybe even anticipating the rotation to come eventually, but he's not taking the board. Bushwhack landing. Big AoE, and he will get him with the Wild Axes. Bushwhack, to me, feels like one of those more broken abilities, and Snake King bottom getting Kuroki. So 4-0 already in the favor of Tundra as they land another Bushwhack, and Saksa with the finishing Acorn shot will get the kill on a GH. So 5 kills across the board for Tundra.
Although 33, I think he will go down to Miracle. Yeah, that's just a slow and steady. PA with the Orb of Venom Blightstone, very powerful. Great slow motion recap of that pathetic death of the old man on the horse.
Did ultimately end up taking 1 point into the call of the Wild.
Yeah, now that the laning stage is ending, I think maxing that out for when you pick up the Dom creep definitely makes sense.
Well, again, Bushwhack, Axes, Miracle in trouble. The Acorn shot bouncing around. 2 seconds till the Axes. Throwing them, not landing onto the Phantom Assassin, but that salve doesn't last long for Miracle. And he'll go back the other way, trying to kill Saksa, but the Bushwhack again. Saksa surviving the Fairy Fire. GH with the Illuminate will get the kill, but 33 is kind of happy with this. Solo experience for him.
Welcome to the food chain.
Cool mind games going on. Yeah, this is like awesome laning. I love to see this stuff. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, you could see that Saksa was holding the Bushwhack because if he uses it when Miracle uses Blur, he's actually going to miss the Bushwhack. So he was holding it for the whole duration. And 33, just the places that he's throwing the axes, you can see that even when he misses, he like knows where Miracle's going to juke to.
Miracle is getting charged, and the charge stops early. But if 9 stays here and they do end up getting the charge and killing off Miracle, again, he just TP'd. It would be a long walk back, and his lane would be in a lot of trouble. So 9 going to show himself, goes to the ult to start. They brought Kuroki over, Malefice, and 9 actually getting turned on to the point where he might just die. Fairy Fire, Illuminate, GH gets the kill. 33 still in really far. Will be hit with that Solar Bind, and I hope you don't like movement speed because you won't have any of it by the time the Solar Bind gets on the back end. And all of a sudden, they give 2 kills right back, both of which go to GH.
Nice rotation from Kuro to be there, but I can't help but feel that that was a bit of a blunder from 9 diving in deep like that, because, you know, you're dying to like a level 5 PA and 2 level 4 supports as the mid laner with the level 6 owning Beastmaster too. You know, that's not really a situation that I think you're supposed to die in unless you dive the tower like that. So bit of throwing action from him, but you know, they still have a gold lead. They're still chilling on Tundra.
You were talking about it, and this isn't exactly the same scenario, but that felt like a forced smoke play, something we talked about last game. Obviously, he's not smoked in that situation, but it felt like I'm here top. If we can do this, it's a big, like, it's high risk, high reward to kill the Phantom Assassin back to back like that. But the positioning and then having Kuroki come over,
It just felt like it was very forced from Tundra, especially 33's positioning afterwards, as 9 this time goes around and gets RMN instead.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely forced. I can see the need to feel like you want to force that. Your Beastmaster's doing very well. You're a mid Spirit Breaker. You don't really want to lane against a Darkseer. However, you are okay with killing a mid Darkseer when you're running at him with your supports. This is the sort of action you're looking to get into with an SB. You get that early level 6 and you just, run around murdering people with, anybody else that wants to do murder. That is ideal. And he's charging Mind Control now, so I'm not sure if they can kill him. Oh, they probably can. Skeeter's huge.
Another blast, and trying to TP out the charges in, and Mind Control will fall to Snake King.
Mind Control has 2 bracers and Dragon's Blood level 3, and he melted. Orbit Corrosion on CK seems pretty decent. Against DK especially. I really like that build from Skeeter.
Bushwick top. Caught GH. Not gonna get the kill though. I was looking at, he's got level 2 in the Reality Rift too, so he's doing the minus armor with that, and has the Orb Corrosion, so it's just like so much minus armor in this DK.
A minus 8.
Out. Yeah.
Even if he doesn't have the minus armor, just the the slower time on the DK, like obviously he's gonna let you hit you. DK's tanky, but he's slow. So like you get a lot of hits on him with the Orb Corrosion slow. It's a really smart build. You don't often see this item on CK. You almost never see it.
What's he going for next? Armlet, of course. See if he goes Blink. I saw a couple of CKs go for Blink Dagger.
Casual Windlace he has in his quick buy. He thinks it's that important that he wants to quick buy it. That's interesting. I always love watching these hero spammers play like their favorite hero, because you see these interesting little like diversions from the regular builds where it's like in this game it works because there's a DK, right? But if he's playing against something else in the offlane, then maybe he just does the totally normal build, or like +1 item, -1 item. It's cool to see how, because this is how you like figure out how people think about their heroes.
Right.
Look at the little changes.
Miracle going down again, and this time it's to Snake King. Got into the jungle, they got the help from 9, he used that ult, and there's just nowhere for Phantom Assassin to go.
And 33 continuing to max out the axes as well. 4 points, not going for the boar. Still doesn't feel like it gives enough value.
Charging in, they've got the wall down. Kuroki not level 6 yet. Snake King vacuumed back, killed off by Kuroki. That's a 4-time spree going his way. Sharpshooter breaks this Phantom Assassin. That's just starting to be thrown forward. A lot of heroes here for Enigma Galaxy.
With the axes, they actually have to be careful.
Yeah, the charge comes through. He's bounced back towards the tower. He's stunned up thanks to the bushwhack, and Mind Controls. He's gonna fall. No more wall, and RMN on the run. Illuminate being charged up, thrown down the mid lane. So right clicks come out from Miracle. It's only a 1-second stun, but they'll have the charge to follow it up. And Miracle's dead again. They found themselves Kuroki. I believe the bushwhack landed onto this Enigma. They try to pull him back. He's kind of fast to get away from the side of Tundra, but they have found their sights onto RMN, and they will drain him down of his life and finish off another one. This is Tundra just keeping lots of pressure on this Enigma side.
That fight went on for so long that Soxa had a second sharpshooter. Like, it started with sharpshooter, and then it ended with sharpshooter. Also, 33 with the Wildkin pushing back Mind Control. I mean, number 1, that was awesome. Number 2, I feel like the only time that I've seen this be useful is in this tournament that we've watched together. Like, up until this point, I've not seen people like effectively use the Wildkin pushback, but more and more, that's looking like a really strong creep.
Seems like the creeps are...
Yeah, we get to watch it again. Hell yeah.
Being pretty strong. Let's see it one more time. Yeah.
I mean, it really is like a mini Pudge Hook, except targeted. Like, surely that's good, right? It's just, it's just hard to micro, that's all.
Although we haven't really seen people struggle with it in terms of microing.
These are the best players in the world, you know, when you get to your pubs and all of a sudden that Wildkin's flailing around. It's like, it might be you going into the enemy team rather than, you know, vice versa.
Wall down, vacuum back on the 2, bushwhack, no target. They'll get the kill on a Snake King. They'll look for this CK. They finally get the black hole down, and they'll take out both heroes. GH on a killing spree.
Dire's top tower.
This is why I love Enigma 5, by the way. It's just that you can like straight up just hold one guy and it's totally worth it. And then also like the counters that you see to Enigma, like Beastmaster Roar and the Spirit Breaker ult, like having to use these things on a position 5 is a little bit more of a pain in the ass than when that hero is the win condition of the game, you know?
Right.
Like Kuroki doesn't care if they kill him and he just gets a 1 second black hole off. He really doesn't care. He's a 5. So like he can just use it willy-nilly like that and just hope, you know, pray to Gaben it doesn't get interrupted.
His job isn't exactly to get the full 5-man black hole.
No, definitely not. This feels like a good role for Enigma, if you can pull it off.
The Galaxy, might have been spotted, and there's Snake King dropping down the ward. They go after this Darkseer first. They'll kill off RMN, maybe look towards the rest. They find Kuroki, they'll get a second. I think the Galaxy have kind of gotten out of harm's way, but a charge can still come. The dive is still possible, and that's what they were thinking about. They land the Bushwhack, they'll get the life drain. Miracle taking a lot of damage, trying to get away from this fight as he's Force Staff back because of GH's new Force Staff that he just picked up, but that's not far enough away. Saksa getting the kill on a Miracle. Miracle has died 5 times already.
Yeah, this is some like controlled chaos from Tundra. Like it looks crazy, these insane dives, but the way that they're comboing their spells and like, you know, Saksa hitting these like super long range bushwhacks, it's like they're just catching Enigma Galaxy out to make these dives work. Even like the Reality Rift into Spirit Breaker charge is necessary because I don't think you can Reality Rift into Chaos Bolt there. I think a PA will just blink away if you don't combo it like that. This is where the fight started. Wait, this was ages ago. This was the previous fight to that one.
This is bottom when they got those.
There's the next one. There we go.
They start pretty far forward too.
They have no spells. I think that's what the Mr. Replayman is trying to tell us here, is that the 2 heroes that die are the 2 that use their spells. So Tundra feels like they can go on those 2 heroes because of the lack of spells, and then you have these dives that come in because they're able to hit these long range spells, and then you see the Reality Rift fail here. Miracle could maybe blink away with the mana that he has if he doesn't get instantly charged, so they combo that, which lets you get the follow-up CK stun. Oh, here we go, more killing action. Very nice, he's dead. Don't know how that happened, but he definitely died, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, certainly dead and gone.
And the charge comes in. Miracle will be dying a 6th time here, it looks like.
Potentially, charge comes out. GH trying to save him. Sharpshooter just misses. And yeah, this is the right idea. Tundra now looking to get an Aegis in their hands. Why not?
You know what's sad? The Dragon Fireball now does more damage than Dragon Knight's Fireball. Does 85 DPS. The Dragon Knight Fireball does 75. Well, that's pathetic. I guess it is a real dragon, and he's only half dragon.
Yeah. Not a real dragon.
Just do half as much damage then.
Don't have to make it that bad. He's still ferocious.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Fire is fire after all, too.
It does burn. I can tell you that.
It does, yeah. I have experience with that.
I don't know if you've ever grabbed a hot pan before, but that'll do it.
Oh, yeah. All the time.
The excitement for getting Cinnabons out of the oven goes away real quickly when your hand is burnt to a crisp.
Those delectable Cinnabons, it's worth it.
Winged Dragon Tail comes through with
for
Saksa. Yeah, they want to go for this. They want to try and get the kill on the Hoodwink. The life drain is going to be enough. They've got the stun on a Miracle, but the black hole is immediately stopped. Miracle goes down. RMN in trouble. 9 putting the focus on to this Darkseer. Hoping to get a bash out of this, but doesn't even need it. 3 heroes already dead on the side of Enigma Galaxy. GH bailing out, but not so lucky for Mind Control as he is forced to stay and die. And, well, Tundra again, controlled chaos as they take another victory in this fight.
One of the reasons that I love Nigma as a team is because they're always so willing to, at a deficit against an Aegis, still take a fight because they just think they can get the right pick. Unfortunately, Tundra just plays it pretty much perfectly, focusing the right targets and snaking, also keeping his boy alive at the start of that fight, just barely, making it so that initiation was botched from Nigma. So I like the fact that Nigma's willing to try for it, but also Tundra, they're just ready. They were just ready for it. Like, whatever bullshit Nigma was going to throw out at them, like, they were ready for it. Instant interrupt on the black hole, the save from snaking, they're ready every time.
Really, I'm just, it must feel bad if you're Nigma, right? Like, you think you're doing everything right. You've got what looks to be the proper initiation. That immediately gets screwed up because Snaking's keeping Saksa alive. The black hole gets stopped immediately in a position that it looks like it should land on. Everything is pretty rough.
Yeah, that's where you go back to the drawing board and you think like, okay, we have to respect the fact that these guys are going to be in the right position to stop our initiations. Like, we're not just going to get a freebie on them because, like, you know, one guy's too far out of position. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to just blow up one guy right as, like, before the fight starts because he's a little bit out of position, and then all of a sudden it's a, you know, 5v4. If he buys back, they can get out, whatever, or they hit a black hole, they win the fight. Like, they're trying to do that, you know, blow up the one guy before the enemy team can react. But, like, now Tundra is, they're together. Like, if Nigma wants to win this, they're gonna have to wait the Aegis out. They're gonna have to do it the boring way because Tundra's not giving them an opening. Oh God, Miracle. Oh no. Oh gosh. Does he have any evasion? I feel like he didn't evade anything there. I mean, it's only 20% at level 11, so. But still, Skeeter just, it's like there was no evasion.
RMN spotted with the Hawk. Axes, charge, life drain, and another kill.
Yeah, you definitely don't expect a Hawk to be there. That's right on the enemy side. Cool 33 to like send his Hawk scouting his own side of the map though. Because that is like, if you're playing against good players, that is where the enemy team is going to farm. Because when you take over their side, like, where the hell else are they going to go? They're not going to sit in their base. That's a great way to lose Dota. Although that is what Nigma's doing right now because, you know, they've been trapped there.
It's a little bit rough to go out there and try and make something happen, right? You're fighting into an Aegis. You're trying to get that courier. Didn't have anything on it, but the Phantom Assassin's courier gets away.
He still does not have Battle Fury on PA. That is not a good sign. Like, not only does he need to get the Battle Fury, he needs like at least one more item after that. Maybe two. Like, maybe he needs the Deso after the BKB before they can fight. Never mind, they're smoking. Although, Nigma does this a lot. They smoke out to just establish vision somewhere when they're losing, so that way they can actually farm.
Smoke, but here's the TPs coming in. Saksa, a black hole preemptive on to 3, now 4. And Saksa goes down, 9 on the run. Snake King trying to survive. The damage is out on a Miracle. He still might fall, but he blinks over to the creeps. They've got a 4-second stun that lands on a Mind Control. They'll take out 1. So far, it's cost them 2. Now, Miracle falls, so that is well worth it. The charge coming in from 9, who ran out of the fight. The ult avoids the Illuminate, and they'll get the kill on a GH. Oh my God, Tundra every time. Kuroki gone, and RMN is next. A full team wipe. Tundra, how did they pull that off?
They just knew, man. They just knew that was happening. I mean, what a hole into VAC combo. That was really nice, but like Tundra, they're just too far ahead. They're too strong. 33 gets the BKB off. That definitely helps out too. 9 barely manages to escape. That definitely helps. Skeeter, man, like Skeeter's too powerful. That's a DK he just bursted in 2 shots there. That ult from 9 was really nice. I mean, usually you don't see a Spirit Breaker doing anything too flashy, but in this case, we did see it. RMN goes in to help his buddy. Because, of course, he will be kicked off the team if he doesn't help Kuroki. That's how that goes. And ends up going down for it.
At last.
You gotta help the team captain, you know? That's the rule. SVG taught me that one.
I've never had a team captain before.
I've always picked last in gym class. I have to sit with the gym teacher. That's my captain.
You sure we can't just put the chair on the team? No, you have to pick Ben. All right. Ult down on a mind control. And meanwhile, the damage on a Kuroki to take out the Enigma. No buyback, but only dip for 33 seconds at this point in the game. Not too long, but they are going to go onto the high ground and try and take the tier 3 mid.
Skeeter's got blink up. Looks like he's waiting. Yeah, there he goes.
Jumps in, Dragon Tail from mind control, but there's the charge from 9. Vacuum into the wall, but the only one hitting the wall was Skitter. They get the kill into mind control. He'll buy back immediately. Life drain on RMN. 4-second stun. Miracle jumping forward, trying to get the kill into Skitter. Will do so, but there's the charge and the kill on a Miracle. So he's gone for 50. They bought back on mind control, and they're yet to do anything with it. But as I say that, fireball down, and still not enough to get Snake King, and they'll take him out. Jumped in well too far. Kuroki for the second time is going to fall in this fight. And that was without him having to buy back into the fight.
So, GG. Oh, GG. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Game 1.
It is about that time the GG was warranted. I feel like Miracle is just too far behind. The moment you see him, like, just trying to sneak out of base to just farm the Battle Fury is like, you would hope at that point he's got some timing that he can fight around next. Like, it's like, oh, he's sneaking out of base to farm the BKB, then they can fight. But it's like, no, he's sneaking out of base to farm the Battle Fury so we can farm more. What is he gonna farm? There's no farm. Tundra just read them like a book, man. I mean, that was awesome. That was awesome. The team fights were extremely well executed by them. And that's against a Darkseer Enigma. Not easy to do.
Yeah, it was very much calculated chaos, something that you brought up earlier in that game, and that is what brings Tundra to a victory. So do ultimately take game 1. They're 1 game away from going 2-0 and into the finals. So we'll see if Tundra can take 2-0 over Enigma or if they'll bounce back like the previous series before it. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll take a quick break and be back to the panel and some highlights. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a second.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी, या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई। चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा, अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Well, we seem to be back here rather quickly. I don't know if I was expecting the sub 25-minute game. Man, when you guys said Tundra had the strong early game, that was rough to watch for Nick.
That's exactly what I think that Nigma maybe didn't, prepare properly here, because we saw Tundra play the most aggressive series, I would say, of the entire tournament so far in their first game. And looking at their draft in this series here, it was already looking high paced, and you pick Enigma into this. +5 Enigma is very slow. with a Battle Fury build on PA, I mean, you need time.
You do, but with that said, I don't know if there was much of a difference they could have made. I think the way that Enigma laned it made approximate sense where they put their heroes. It's just that Tundra really upped the ante in a really big way. I think the Spirit Breaker was a very smart pick as a hero to pressure the Phantom Assassin. He has tons of magic damage, but the cool thing is that also does magic damage, which is great against PA, but also gap closes him to get on top of her. So you can cast it multiple times, continuing to do nuke and chase. Normally when you chase after PA, she blink strikes away one time and she's gone from the fight, but Spirit Breaker kind of provides that chase and continuous damage. And I also, the other thing that I really liked what they did, when 9 hit 6, he rotated top to charge. The moment he left the lane, Soxa came in to get 2 levels. He was level 4 at the time. So they said, 9's level 6, go pressure. He ended up feeding top, but importantly, it gave Soxa faster level 6, which again makes their combo better. But ultimately, I think that was the only death he had, was the one top where he ended up getting killed by Tundra or by Enigma. Other than that, he was all over the map, getting kills, pressuring heroes. I thought he had MVP for sure.
Yeah, agree. I think he had moments. There was one moment he escaped on a sliver of HP and came back when the 4-man black hole was used. That was actually the one big black hole we got. And even so, it was just a little bit too little too late. The CK was too farmed and everyone was just a little bit too strong. 9 even came back with very little HP and went for more kills at the end of it. So, but I like the fundamental there of switching your mid laner and leaving space for your pos 4 or pos 5 to get some levels mid. It's a nice practice.
I mean, it makes a difference because what matters most in the early game is usually levels more so than items. Items matter in some ways, surely, but if you're trying to pressure your opponents, you need as much damage as possible rapidly, and just getting levels, getting your supports to level 6 was big. This was the other, I think, really impactful part of the game, is how well they did in the off lane for Tundra. They killed PA so many times in lane, abused wild axes plus the hoodwink, and they just pressured him so much that also helped buy them time and make everything else work a lot smoother.
Honestly, I don't know what changed, because if we go back a bit in DPC, we used to see teams literally target 33 and ban all of his heroes as much as they could in the second phase, and his Beastmaster was one of the most highly rated heroes that if he got, we usually saw him shine. This is very reminiscent of games I've seen from him before. Once he gets that Helm of the Overlord, it just seems so difficult to fight into. I mean, think of the DK shard and how popular it is. You just get basically that with your dragon as well. And then the dragon, I mean, how do you fight the dragon if you're like Caudle or Enigma? You don't. Like, you just get bullied by it.
Yeah, he did a really good job for sure. I think he goes Wild Axes almost every game right now in Beastmaster, actually, that I've seen. Maybe I'm missing some, but it just seems like really solid, especially against the PA. It's even more perfect. Magic Burst lets you trade easier. You don't have to worry about the boars getting sniped and giving your opponents too much experience, so you don't have to deal with evasion issues. It just made a lot of sense. So,
do we think that there was anything Enigma could have done as this draft shaped up? That last pick PA seemed like she needed way too much time to get that Battle Fury and fight. By the time they reached that point of the draft, when you've got an Enigma Darkseer, was it already too slow, or did they have a chance to fix things there?
To me, it's a little bit too slow, honestly. I think if they got the Naga as well, maybe that was their game plan. Maybe they were hinging on getting that. But Tundra, they spotted it. They banned out the Naga Siren late into the draft there, which I think could have been a really key hero to actually be able to get some value out of a pos 5 Enigma who doesn't have a Blink Dagger early on, and be able to set up with the Song into the vacuum. But at the point that both the drafts were completely done, and knowing which teams are sitting behind those heroes, I would favor Tundra probably 9 times out of 10. It's a rough one.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. I think what could be happening here is the case of your a little bit less flexible stand-in or coach. What happens oftentimes when you put somebody on a team level like this, where you're expecting like tier 1 performance, sometimes you do have to limit them to their best 2 or 3 heroes. And when that happens and your opponents know what heroes they are, you have to pick them early, and it creates draft issues that force you down these like weird paths that nobody's ever expected before, or at least not recently. So it could be something like that they kind of trapped themselves. Intentionally, they had to do this because they felt like it was going to be RMN's best hero. They could play around it. It could be something like that, or it could just be Tundra got the better of them in the draft.
I think for Darkseer makes sense, but I also think that hero, they can play it into many different styles. I've seen them play much more active styles with Darkseer mid. It is a high tempo hero if you want it to be. He's not very ulti dependent, but the way they played this one, it seemed like they just all wanted to have that big wombo combo, and I think that was a mistake.
What are the heroes that, if they're going to be targeting RMN, they want to ban him out and make, the stand-in situation to Tundra's greatest advantage, what are those heroes that we're expecting to see in the draft?
For me, Batrider and Darkseer are the two big ones. He also plays Sand King. And then those are the ones that I've seen the most. Obviously, he can play other heroes, but in the games that he has stood in, I think those are only 3 heroes that I've seen him play. So a little bit limited.
Yeah, and again, he can literally play all heroes in the game better than I can. But when you're trying to play tier 1 Dota, you need to have like the absolute edge of limits. Like it's when everybody gets insanely good at the game, you have to find something else to get over your opponents. And sometimes it could just be like getting 5 to 10 more last hits in the laning stage than you would have otherwise. That could completely change a game. So you got to put your players on some of the best heroes possible if they're not quite up to snuff.
Yeah. And we already see Sand King banned out first phase here by Tundra, even though, of course, Sand King was nerfed. I think they might still also be onto a little bit that hero is a comfort hero. And, of course, the Bane hero that Kuroki has played a lot of times in the past. So, makes sense. They're opening 2 heroes, even though both of them were nerfed in the C patch. They weren't really big nerfs, so makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So, similar bans as last game from Nigma. Did Tundra ban Bane as well last game?
Was it Bane? I can't remember if it was Bane or if it was something else, but it was definitely Sand King.
Yeah, I remember the Sand King for sure. All right, and they're going to open up with the Pugna. They made it work very well last game. It's still super general, covers a lot of things. Snake King played it great. Makes sense to open with it.
Yep. Yeah, and Tundra did ban open Sand King Bane bans last game as well.
The other hero they overlooked was Coddle. Coddle got tiny little nerfs, more or less, small nerfs in the last patch, so nothing that significant. I would say one thing about Pugna, though, is I feel like he's easier to fit into a generic draft, whereas Coddle is a little bit more reliant on his other heroes. You want to pair Coddle with heroes that really benefit from Chakra Magic, heroes that can lane with him well. Pugna's just like, you throw him in the fight, he's a 5, he heals your allies, everybody likes that, and he reduces spell damage from enemies. Pretty much everybody likes that too. Even got a kill on the PA from Blink Strike in the last game. That was pretty cool.
I also think it would have been easier for Tundra to pick Coddle and be flexible with it, since of course they have 9, who is the guy who, popularized the mid Coddle in recent times and then went back to do it again. Once the meta had settled and people were like, okay, it's not good anymore. And he's like, yes, it is, and he does it again. The madman. Yeah. But yeah, we see wards on both teams here. The Nether ward on one side, and then the Serpent wards coming in from Shadow Shaman here.
Nigma has 8 wards that I get to place, and Tundra only gets 1.
Oh,
very different. Ooh,
okay, this is actually also a hero that Armin plays. I forgot to mention the Tusk.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he played Tusk mid, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. So same pattern. I believe that he went max Ice Shards and Snowball, so he used it for ganking, not so much like right-click damage stuff. But it makes sense. You can clear creep waves really rapidly. You can gank side lanes pretty straightforward, and then it transitions okay as well if you want to go for like an eggs build or something like that. So against Pugna, it's gonna be really easy to pressure that hero, because even if he decreps himself, he's still taking a lot of magic damage from the 2 nukes. And then you can wait out his decrep with Ice Shards and then give him a little slap on the butt.
Yeah, it's the build that Topson has been doing a lot as well, the maxing QW. I've also been enjoying that as a mid player. I've spammed a lot of Tusk, especially before they fixed his cooldown on the Aghanims. It was a lot of fun. Of course, now the Aghanims is not as insane anymore. And Tundra go with the same picks again. They're going to go with the CK.
I think it's just safe. Generic best carry in the meta right now, especially for an opening hero. So it solves 2 problems. It's like, it's maybe not always the best carry, but as a generic opener, pretty much you can't go better. It's not mega countered by anything really right now, so just really safe for Tundra to open with this and then pivot, whereas Nigma has to reveal a little bit more with their picks.
Yeah, you also got to be on your toes for potential like Grimstroke coming out from Tundra now, a hero that maybe Nigma will look to ban, because that combination, just Grimstroke and CK, they are incredibly strong in laning stage, very good in mid game, and even Pugna would be pretty happy having targets to double drain from.
this Visage ban, is this a specialty over on Tundra?
Yeah, it is. 3-3 plays it very often as an offlaner. But those are basically the two roles that Visage gets played, either offlane or mid, depending on the team. But I feel like it's more common as an offlaner right now. You just get your second skill, you take some damage, you just start lobbing nukes at your opponent, and then you transition into whatever items that fit you that game.
Yeah, it's what I was asking for, though. More target bans towards 33. However, they go away from that. Probably Saksa put a little bit of fear into him with his hoodwink and the work that he was doing last game. Obviously, Tundra are running the same draft as well, so maybe you want to prevent them from getting literally the same thing. But I still think they should go back and prioritize 33 with the next ban again. Just to not give him any options here.
What do you think is the best option left at the moment?
I still think Beast. I still think that's a very good hero for him. He plays it exceptionally well. But yeah, that hero is very, very dangerous in his hands.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's definitely really solid, especially watching him win the laning stage last game. That was impressive. But yeah, the Hoodwink ban makes sense to me. Helps protect against, or helps protect Shadow Shaman. It actually gets some long duration disables off. It's also an AoE stun, so it's harder for Tusk to actually protect people from that. Because there's a better chance that there's so many heroes grabbed, or that it's he gets caught on it as well. Not to mention just the ability to damage follow up too, that it just makes your laning stage is good. You can initiate, you can also follow up super well on whoever does initiate from your team. Shoot the sharpshooter to follow things up. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's also nice to just have a hero that can operate from such a safe distance, is usually the nice thing about him. Hard to go on. And they're going to ban out the Coddle still, Nigma. I mean, against Tundra, it's like a double, right? You're like, oh, maybe they will want to play Coddle support with CK for that cooldown reduction. But also 9 might just be in the mood to play mid Coddle. And then, well, it's not a great time to be against that. He has managed some 7k net worth minute 10 on that hero, which is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's like a joke how fast he
BOTs. Like, it's just like, what? I didn't know you could do that. I feel like so far Tundra's bans were a little bit more protecting their heroes right now. I guess whereas Enigma bans, I guess Visage kind of good against Shadow Shaman. I'd agree with that one, but just feels to me like
protecting Skeeter. That's what they're doing. Literally everything is about making sure CK has a good time. Pit of Malice and Firestorm and the passive from Underlord sucks to play against. Medusa, well, you can't burst her with QW as CK, so that sucks to play against. Clinks, he presses Q with Gleipnir and your illusion's gone, so that also sucks to play against. So it's literally just protecting Skeeter and his gameplay here.
Which is fine. I mean, if that's one of your early picks and it's a really strong hero in the meta, give it the protection it deserves and he'll have a good game. So nothing wrong with that. Nigma's got to pick their third hero, probably generic offlane. Now they're going to go for the 5, sorry. So probably 5 tree, 4 Shadow Shaman, and then mid Tusk is most likely what they're going to do here.
Yeah, that seems to be the game plan, I would say. So interesting that we have the tree now. He is pretty good against CK, I want to say. That ulti, able to lock down a little bit and control. And I think they needed more team fights, start securing something there.
Yeah, and it also living armor on your cores or whoever is going to get gone on by CK is really nice. Helps offset his minus armor. You can defend towers a little bit. It's not amazing against Pugna, but usually Pugna doesn't max blast very much early, so it should help offset some of the harassment there. Can make their towers dying take a little bit longer, so I think it's okay.
So far, I really like what Nigma are doing compared to last game. Like, as for building up a reasonable response to Tundra, I think this is very smart. Here comes the Grimstroke, though, that I was saying that maybe they want to ban out in second phase. They banned for a Caudal instead, but now you're against the CK Grimstroke, and of course, pairing the Grimstroke, it's nice to have Doombringer, so not too surprising to see him again. This is reminiscent of earlier today.
Good point. And at this point, I feel like dooming the mid Tusk feels excellent because he is going to be very based around casting his skills. So if you can doom him, you're pretty happy. They don't know what the matchup is going to be yet, but everything looks great for Tundra's lineup right now. Like you said, they've got the double doom combo. You've got Inkswell follow-ups on either CK going in first or Doom. You've got Pugna to cover those heroes. Even like the ultimate from Grimstroke is going to really make sure that Nigma is less available to get away when the fights do start. And you can just silence the Shadow Shaman in a lot of cases from pretty decent range away. So it's going to be harder for him to play the game. It just feels like Tundra's opening is ultra safe. They get to adapt a little bit in the second phase there. I feel like they're in good control of the match.
Yeah, their draft is smart. I like that Nigma are taking their time here, dig down. They only have 10 seconds remaining on the reserve time, so they have to show, and it's going to be a Weaver. Kind of like it, but at the same time, there are spells that Weaver doesn't really like that much here. You know, the silence can be annoying, the Doom is terrifying.
Does Weaver like being doomed?
No,
really.
I mean, does anyone? But it's... I don't know. The Weaver doesn't feel like it solved the draft. I'm still favoring Tundra.
It's good against some things, though. Against the silence from Grimstroke, Weaver is actually one of the better carries because Gemini gives you a double attack, so you can pretty easily clear the silence. With that said, if you get leashed to somebody from Grim ulti, it's going to feel bad. If you get doomed, it's going to feel bad. He can dodge CK stun pretty easily by going Sakuchi. He can get away from CK. He can put bugs on the back line and hit either Grim or Pugna. That part feels okay. There's good and bad stuff, but certainly I can easily envision some situation where in the late game he just gets doomed and has a really bad time. And if Tusk doesn't offset that damage by like 3 to 4 seconds with Snowball, yeah, he's just going to get smeared. But maybe the laning stage is going to go a lot better for him.
Yeah, maybe. I'm thinking that this is most likely going to be 33 on Doombringer. They could also play him mid Doom, which is a little bit greedier, but you know, 9 is definitely open to playing a little bit more unorthodox stuff on mid. But if it's an offlane Doom paired up with Pugna, then I think Weaver Treant is pretty good against it. I think they're able to do quite a bit of damage with those two heroes.
Yeah, like he's not very good at fighting early, and even if he does want to fight Weaver and turns on Scorched Earth, Weaver is generally going to be able to make the decision, do I commit or do I just leave? And it's completely up to Weaver. So as long as Weaver doesn't make mistakes, Doom's not going to outtrade. And if Weaver wants to go on Doom, it's kind of the, like again, Doom doesn't necessarily have the ability to turn things. You can do a lot of damage to Doom. He's going to pop Scorched Earth. You can disengage and then re-engage later and probably work him down. Is my anticipation. And
yeah, hard to get continuous burn damage onto Weaver just due to the fact that he has that speed to get away whenever he wants to. So you pop Scorch, he just Shukuchis away, and then suddenly you're just standing there kind of hitting the creeps. It's hard to get value damage on a Weaver, that's what I'm saying. Banning out the Spirit Breaker, don't want to have a repeat of the last game. Of course, the draft is still fairly similar, the Tundra are running.
Banning Tiny, interesting. Probably for Tiny mid is what they were thinking. 9 did play it semi-recently, right before the hero got nerfed, actually. So similar playstyle, not so reliant on right-click. Would have been really good. Combo stuff against Weaver with a lot of chain stun is great. Great against Tree in that sense, too. Basically, any of the backline heroes it can be really effective against. So would have been another great tanky initiator to round out the Tundra draft.
Oh, okay, they bring in the Queen. I like playing this hero against Weaver. Whenever you see a Weaver carry on the enemy team, it feels like Queen has that burst damage that sometimes Weaver is unable to get his ulti off. He also has pretty low HP for a carry usually, so they add up a lot more damage on the side of Tundra and a little bit wave clear that they actually needed.
And once you get Shard, you're amazing as well, right? You don't even have to buy an Orchid to deal with the Weaver. You buy the Shard that you're going to buy anyways. You can deal with Weaver, force him to BKB or, God forbid, Manta, and jumping on to silence either Tusk or Shaman or Tree would also be really annoying to deal with. So Enigma's going to go for a Tidehunter to frontline for them a little bit. Still, the man's still going to get doomed, but...
yeah. I'm feeling two bad things about it though. You're Tidehunter against both the Grimstroke and Doom. Like Bind doesn't go away, Doom it stays on you. It doesn't feel great to be a Tidehunter here, but they needed something against the illusions, and look at all the bans. They banned out so many good things for dealing with them.
Yeah, that's true.
Doom, I believe, has lost every single game so far today. It's been picked 3 times and not with a lot of success. So Tundra are really challenging themselves.
I mean, look, it's got a bad win rate today, but I think this is a much better Doom game than than earlier today. There's squishy heroes that are dependent on casting spells to stay alive, and that's what they're playing against. They're playing against, I assume it's going to happen. I assume it's going to be Weaver carry. If that's the case, Doom that man every single team fight without a doubt. And if Doom gets lucky, he could even get the Lincoln's Breaker neutral item, the fairy, whatever it's called. that thing is also going to make it easier for him to land the spells the way he wants to. So I think in the context of earlier today, I'm going to ignore the win rate. I think it's a great Doom pick this game. And I think the Tide is okay, but there are solutions against him. There's Grim Silence. There are the Grim Leash. He could get doomed. I don't know. I feel like Nigma's doing their best here, but Tundra's draft looks better to me.
Yeah, I feel like Tundra got a lot of the powerhouse picks that we have seen very popular. Like Grimstroke just feels like the support is what I think Jenkins said earlier. Not that I want to put too much stock in words from that man, but you know, it's a great hero. Together with CK as well, is a dream combo. And Pugna, he is a hard hero to play against. He has those crazy saves. So I'm going to have to go with Tundra on this one.
All right, well, we've got both of our analysts going for Tundra here. They believe in that Doom. They're going to conquer the little bit of bad luck Doom has had today, especially with that Grimstroke CK strong combo. Meanwhile, Nigma do look like they have a lot better tempo and a lot more options early game. We'll have to see who can come out victorious and if we'll go to a game 3. Tossing it over to you, B-Cup and Jenkins.
Thank you so much. Coming into this game number 2 should be interesting. We'll see if Tundra can turn the tides of Doom's misfortune, I guess. It feels like we've had so many Doom games where I thought Doom should do well, but instead Doom falls, and maybe Tundra are just trying to give Doom a little bit of a higher win percentage.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I didn't listen to a single thing that the panel said, but definitely I would say that the thing that they probably pointed out if I did listen would be the fact that Queen of Pain versus Tusk, that's looking like a pretty tough matchup for the Tusk. So, I mean, a lot of eyes on the Doom in this game, because I know that's like the hot new hero, but Queen of Pain, I've seen this hero beat Lina. He has to level Blink. Okay, well, it's Ice Shards versus Blink, so I feel like that's kind of okay.
Okay.
They're both going to hit level 2 quickly.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how the Queen of Pain builds, what this Tusk can do, because we've seen a bit of mid-Tusk in China as well, kind of all over the place. It definitely is a hero that gets that early bit of damage. You get that level 6, and you start helping to get some early kills, but as the game goes on, you really don't farm that well, and feels like that hero kind of falls off quite a bit. Shackle's out onto the CK. They've got 3 heroes around, but the Nether Blast also hitting onto 3. The shards are out. RMN ends up being first blood. Skitter not surviving. He'll fall to Mind Control, but there's the slow from the Stroke of Fate. It looks like it might be 2. Mind Control falls. Snake King and Saksa up against GH. There's the Shackles. In comes 9 to help out. Snake King, he's still alive. One more right click. And it is the second highest base damage hero in Shadow Shaman, killing off Snake King. But then 9 gets a kill on GH. So a lot going on again in this pre-horn.
Casually 5 kills before the game starts. That's pretty good. That bodes well for this game. I'll tell you what.
Bloodbath. Blood for the Blood God.
You know what? I'm rethinking this Queen of Pain versus Tusk matchup. Not because of anything that I just saw there, but just because, like, I know Tusk's Snowball and Ice Shards have been buffed a lot to do a ton of AoE damage, so, like, I wonder if Tusk can just shove out the lane and do fine here. Like, that's a possibility. The other possibility is he just gets owned because he's a melee hero, but... Oh, if GH goes down again... He's got a Fairy Fire. He bought a new one.
Got it replaced. It was under warranty.
I'm actually surprised he bought a new Fairy Fire. He really likes the old bait potential from that item.
Shackle?
Cool.
Got Gush. Only level 1 here for Mind Control, though. All he has to put into that attack is just the Gush.
Great hero to right click with the minus armor, though. I mean, Shadow Shaman's like the one guy. Like Treant's better in terms of base damage, but he's a slow fat melee hero.
GH again. Gush is out. Shackle's there, but GH may be recognizing that he's going to die to Skitter, so he gives up on the Shackle. Not in time, though, so another kill for the CK, already sitting at 2-1. Certainly
Arman's
not
kind of
where you want to be.
baiting. Is he baiting or is he dying? He's baiting. I can't tell. I don't know who wins this one. I really don't know.
It looks like it might be 9, but now he's got the help from Kuroki and will blink away. Hoping to get another water rune here as he sips on that bottle. What flavor do you think bottle is? Is it water or is it like Gatorade where it's just blue?
No, it's definitely Gatorade. I mean, the water rune is definitely Gatorade. That's like the Gatorade Zero white version, which is usually Arctic Berry.
Ooh. Get some Arctic Berry. GH bottom, Shackles again trying to stay alive, but it's more so, I guess, to help Mind Control get away as GH falls to Snake King, and it's now 5-2 in favor of Tundra. Tundra just play fast-paced Dota all the time. Inkswell?
They really do. They really do. They just go for kills because it's fun, and then it wins them games. Like Skeeter just ignoring the creep wave. He's like, all right, I can go for some killing action right now. Hell yeah. And then he runs back. Just a bit of a
33.
Just a bit of a front.
Die here. At least getting Saksa. Kuroki in on 33. And, well, he's going to get run down. Nature's Grasp. Miracle. Chikuchi. Doesn't find him. I think initially thought he went into the trees. Not that that will matter. As Miracle will get the kill. One of these heroes sitting low on Enigma Galaxy. I was hoping that maybe Tundra would have picked up the Bloodseeker last from that mid. Meanwhile, Kuroki will kill himself to a tower, tier 2.
Bloodseeker would have been great, I think. It's just a weird mid laner, but like in terms of the game, I think it makes a lot of sense. But Bloodseeker also solves the same problems that Doom does in this game, I think, which is like, you know, the Weaver, the Tide, like neither of these heroes want to be doomed. And same with like neither of those heroes want to get ruptured. So I feel like that would just be the only redundancy there. Queen of Pain wins the lane.
Swell. Miracle needs to be careful a little bit, but it looks like Saksa, if he's running down the right way, might die again. They don't have the Nature's Grasp though. That's cooldown for 10 seconds. So I Caster's Curse that. I was way ahead of the game on that one. Meanwhile, Snake King down to just 1 shot left before he dies. That's because Skitter's getting a kill on GH and maybe even Mind Control. Doesn't have the mana to throw out a Reality Rift or another Chaos Bolt, but then pops the wand and has enough for 1, and it is the Reality Rift.
These two just look so good in lane together, Skitter and Snake King. Like, you could see there that Skitter could have continued and went for a kill on Mind Control there, and then GH would have killed Snake King, but instead he turns on he turns on GH like right before Snake King goes down. It actually protects Snake King, so they get a kill and they trade 0 for 1, and then Mind Control needs to be salved. So just really good call in the lane and synergy between them that they're able to pull stuff like that off.
They're already up 2,000 net worth. Obviously they have a Doom. I don't think it's just the Doom that's really inflating this gold in the moment. Kuroki with the Stroke of Fate, Inkswell lands on both, but with 33 so low, it's just not optimal to go for that.
33 got the creep, by the way. He got the creep.
One and only, the mana burn.
Yeah, with the mana aura. It's ridiculous. Especially with the Grimstroke. Just keep spamming out your nukes. That's why every time we click to them with the camera, like, they're always the ones going on them, even though it's a Tree Weaver, which is a super strong lane. They want to use their spells. Arman is dead.
Now Arman falling with the rotation of Snake King. That was 9 not using the Sonic Wave, so he could certainly make another rotation. GH comes in, but Skitter is here, so GH, you're in the wrong jungle. And Snake King getting a double kill out of that, so he's 3-1-5. He's been involved in 8 of the 9 kills they have at 6.5 minutes into the game.
That's a lot of kills.
Nuts.
Although, did you know that if you put the Nether Ward down and the aura just like love taps somebody and they die, you get an assist for it because you technically had some debuff on them within the last like X seconds.
I need to.
Same thing if you Spirit Breaker charge somebody and they die while you're charging, you get an assist for it.
Huh. I need to pad my stats.
Yeah. Well, you actually get the assist gold now. It used to just be the stats, but you actually get gold for it now. It's pretty insane. if you just have a debuff on somebody, even if it does no damage.
That's great. I could use that.
Yeah, it's solid.
Get some assist gold, get some assist records up there for myself. Move around the map, do my thing. GH is
I think it's a big reason.
Ooh, Soxa.
Oh, there's the Doom.
And Doom out of the Weaver. Inkswell lands on both of them. Might be able to get a kill here out onto the Weaver, running down, hoping they don't get the deny, and they won't. Mind Control also dies bottom. Even with GH's help, they'll lose the Weaver.
33 is not even... He's not even maxing Scorched Earth, by the way. So annoying with this Mana Drain creep, but... He's maxing Devour, being very greedy. So getting a kill on Weaver, 2v3, that is... nothing less than ideal for him.
Also, Devour again. He's got Scorched Earth if he wants to use it. Might be just waiting to hit that level 7 and then have the level 3 in the Scorched Earth so he can just take this stack. Not the worst idea in the world. Ooh, mid lane. Sonic Wave, RMN. And a couple of these heroes getting low. RMN falls to 9. Circle of Fate lands on both. Go for GH, but GH will survive a little bit longer with those wand charges. 9 falls. Soxa, not much he can do. He's going to look for maybe a Stroke of Fate to get the kill.
Oh, he nails it.
Just grabs it on the edge. Meanwhile, though, Miracle comes over and takes out 33. That was a solo.
33 was... He was farming the stack, and he got a little low. The ward scouted him out, so great warding. Yeah, Miracle. Right place, right time.
Yeah. So Miracle kind of rebounding a little bit there, which is really important for them to sustain because he had died a couple times. You have CK knocking it out of the park as well. Now you've got the snowball as well as the shards. Snake King in some trouble. Walrus Punch is there. 3-3 trying to save him. Not a lot of mana here for Mind Control. They get a TP and another while Skitter takes out GH. They've got the Inkswell and will pop onto the Tidehunter. And with the Reality Rift, Skitter will get a double kill and a mega kill streak.
Yeah, they counter rotate and get a bunch of kills. I really like, honestly, Doom and CK versus Tidehunter this game seems pretty decent just because it's so much persistent damage and chase, just like we saw last game, as RMN is almost certainly dead, just biding his time.
Soxa, but 9 will get the kill.
I feel like CK is this hero that, I mean, I personally think it's S tier. I know a lot of people would agree with that, but I think it's like very good. It seems like there are a lot of matchups you would expect CK to lose, where he actually does very well in that matchup, especially if he's a carry and he has items. Like against Tidehunter, didn't Skeeter say in an interview that he thinks CK is actually not that bad against Timbersaw? That's kind of what I mean, is that like these hero specialists, they like know a way to build a hero or some timing that they have where they're stronger than a hero. Like, for instance, he has this Orb of Corrosion again, and he's just harassing the hell out of Mind Control, who he shouldn't be able to because he's a Tidehunter, but it seems like with this build that he has, Max Reality Rift
and Serpent Words down here. Before he dies, he gets the Midas off.
Value, that's worth it. Yeah, they're supposed to lose this tower at this point on Tundra, so I think they're probably okay with that. I mean, ideally, when you hold this lane, you don't lose the hero that's holding it. They like TP out, but if they die, they die. It happens. Miracle's trying to do the same top. They want to defend this tower.
Could he be putting himself in a bit of a poor position, though, if he tries to defend this tower and he ends up dead? They've made some rotations, and I guess now Snake King's going to rotate out of this one, as they'll go for RMN instead. Skitter, he has Reality Rift in just a second. RMN, the shards, kind of wonky, and the Walrus Punch not doing enough. Skitter with another kill. He's 7-1-2.
Oh, they got the Doom off on a Weaver top.
Oh, Doom on the Weaver. Overgrowth is there. Won't save Miracle. So I said they backed away with sending Snake King over bottom, but they don't even need him. They don't need Skitter either. They take out Miracle. They're looking for GH. And really looking to blink behind the tower, as they do have the Sonic Wave available for 9 on the Queen of Pain, but won't make the dive as there's no creeps nearby.
Yeah, they don't exactly have great tower siege on Tundra. when you're position 5, Pugna is your best tower siege. You know you've got some issues, so I think against a tree and Tidehunter with the team fight, like especially, it makes a lot of sense to just poke, get some kills, and then back off. And they're fairly confident in their like carry potential in this game. They have the Doom for the Weaver, and then CK is like an insane hero in the late game. You know, without rapiers, CK is actually the highest damage carry. If you just go like normal carry items, like he does more damage than like Terrorblade, PA, everyone. He's the highest damage carry as long as his illusions survive. Jeez. It's crazy, and that's probably even higher now that he has this Agnum Shard that gives him a free illusion.
Does that include Quinks? I don't know. I don't know why I think Quinks is so strong with his like level 25 talents.
That would be like AoE. I guess I'm talking single target.
Right. Snowball and Soxa, he survives this.
Nice little replay.
Go for RMN.
I was just watching the replay where RMN use ice shards to ward trap 33. Totally unnecessary, but very cool.
It was a cool kill to get, and then he got the Midas off right before. He's like, you know, how you?
Hashtag worth.
Take it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think that's just got to be the hashtag in every tweet we make from now on. Hashtag worth.
Yeah.
Had some cereal. A little bit of
Where did that come from?
Hashtag worth.
Who did that first? Memes really take a life of their own, don't they?
Ooh, great overgrowth from Kuroki. And they should be able to follow this up with a Ravage right afterwards if they even need it. They get the kill on a Kuroki. Mind Control not popping the Ravage just yet. They get the kill on the Snake King. They'll gush up Soxa. He'll try to TP. No chance. That's what you got. No chance in hell to get out of that one. And Nina is actually the only one who skips from that.
Yeah, that's exactly why Tundra was hesitant to take the tower up the first time, because there's just such great tower defense on the side of Nigma.
See this replay. Snowball, Walrus Punch, Soxa. Ink Swell, and the Life Drain just keeping him healthy, and boom. Kill off RMN. Then they kind of overstay their welcome. As Kuroki gets a 3-man overgrowth. Life Drain onto him, and they will eventually get the kill with Sonic Wave. They soulbound as well, but it's just so much going on there that makes that very difficult for them to stay and take that fight. If they had maybe had Skitter and 3-3, I think they could just doom the Tide coming in and maybe turn that around.
Yeah, maybe. Definitely worth turning if you have Skitter there, but otherwise, you know, a little unsafe. And Nigma, they want to just push down mid with the Tidehunter. They feel like Mind Control is an unstoppable force at the moment with this Helm Dom.
Does kind of have the head shape of the Juggernaut from the X-Men.
Yeah, he does.
Could be unstoppable.
Yeah. He's got the cosplay for it.
Also, I'm thinking the first person to say hashtag worth was probably
Charlie Sheen?
I was gonna go even further back, like Adam and Eve or something like that. Bit into the apple, hashtag worth.
Might have been the devil actually. Puts the apple out there for Adam to bite, and then he's like, hashtag worth. I trade an apple for a life of sin for humans, you know?
Yeah, very worth.
Awesome.
Ink Swell, and that will land onto Mind Control, and now they go to the Reality Rift. They're bringing him in. They've got the Silence. They're trying to get the kill before he's able to get the Ravage off. The Overgrowth and the Ravage, but not enough follow-up damage. They've now blown 2 huge spells and lost 3 minuscule heroes. Minuscule to Tundra, that is, because Tundra, again, just shreds them.
We saw the value of Phantom's Embrace versus the Tidehunter in that fight. The inability to purge it means he needs to slowly and pathetically just like right-click it down. So he gets the Ravage off right before he's about to die and just melts to the Pugna ward. And without him alive, like they're missing their frontliner. They're missing a hero that's doing 60% damage reduction with Anchor Smash. I mean, that's a lot of damage reduction to miss out on. Like, that's half the reason why Tide is so tanky. It's not the damn Kraken Shell. It's Anchor Smash. 60% damage reduction. That's high, dude. It's more than half.
10% more than half.
Yeah, in my opinion, you're right. And he's dead again. So he will have this ability level 3 soon, which means it's going to take 3 hits to kill the bug. That's rough. It's funny how Grimstroke comes back into the meta like this. And it just looks so strong. I guess it's because, like, no matter what the meta is, you can kind of reinvent it by picking Grimstroke, because it's like, all right, now all of a sudden every hero that uses Inkswell is good, and every hero where you can duplicate their abilities is going to be good. Like Doom, for example, has a very low win rate in pro level pubs. I think it's the lowest win rate hero currently. It's like 37% or something. It's very bad. But in competitive, when you're comboing it with Grimstroke and playing around it, it makes a lot more sense. I would imagine the like competitive win rate, because I know it was getting picked at the end of the tail end of DPC there. The competitive win rate is probably pretty decent. Like nowhere near the pro level pub win rate, I would say.
So that would seem to mean communication good, right?
Communication is definitely good in a 5-player game.
Yeah, so, you know, when I accidentally don't get an ability off, or I don't bring the salve to you immediately, don't just start being toxic, you know, communication wins games. Makes heroes stronger, as proven by Grimstroke.
Imagine in chess if, like, you sacrifice a pawn and some other pawn just, like, throws itself into the enemy team because they're, like, pissed off that you sacrificed its friend.
The king just...
GG, go end.
GG, go end mid. King puts himself in a checkmate. 3-3 in some trouble. BKB goes and throws the Doom onto Kuroki. They'll throw a 3-second stun Chaos Bolt out there, and they're going to try and take this fight. They want to go for it. They get the kill on Kuroki, but they'll end up losing 9, who is well too deep. Pat was by himself, and the rest of his team's just not there in time. Smoke coming over, and Mind Control, Phantom's Embrace once again. They go to the Soulbind, 2-second stun with the Reality Rift. The damage from Skitter. It's going to be Mind Control and RMN going down, and the silence is still on a Miracle. They have the Sentry. They're trying to stick with him. Inkswell, and there's the time lapse. Jukes him a little bit, but still under the tower. Stroke of Fate lands, slowing up Miracle, and now he goes back into the Shikuchi, but they've got the Dust. GH is nearby, not with a lot of health, but there to try and help if he can.
Yeah, Tundra's just making Grimstroke look amazing. He's looking insanely solid. 9 blinks in there and kind of overplays his hand a bit. 33 getting caught out. I think that's the sort of thing that happens, and they clearly wanted to get some sort of follow-up to that for his death. And then 9 blinks in. He doesn't have a team supporting him, but they still are able to turn it around with that smoke and hiding in the trees.
Starts the
like
shackle.
This death is, you know, that's going to happen. Like, he tries to get his spells off right before he dies. You see this happening a lot in pro games these days, where one of your heroes dies, but they press their spells right before they die, so you can take a fight and actually get some sort of trade, which is super common for Tundra too, by the way. Like, they've been doing this forever. They've always been the team that will go in 4v5 because they see that you've wasted spells, or in their mind, wasted spells. Unfortunately, they don't get Miracle here. Unfortunately for them. Great juking by Miracle. But it does mean Tundra gets Roshan as soon as the fight ends. There's just a DD right in front of Roche. They go snap it up real quick. Yep, classic.
Classic DD outside of Roche. I'd love to be a DD rune. I feel like I'm everybody's friend when I'm a DD rune.
Yeah, but then you'd be used for like 40 seconds and just done with, you know? Then nobody would be interested with you when you've overstayed your welcome.
Well, it all began when I was 5. Feeling like that was a common occurrence. Miracle dusted, by the way. He's trying to run. And TP. Big grenade. Doom to stop the TP. And good luck getting out of this one now. Inkswell, right clicks aren't going to be strong enough for Miracle, and 3-3 will get the kill.
So in the meantime, 9 really messed up top. So he got his TP canceled by RMN. Great positioning from RMN, just sitting in the trees. Mind Control, does he die to this?
The silence
does a lot of damage.
And the Soulbind, they kind of want to go back in. It was a Walrus punch out onto an Illusion. And Skitter now with the Reality Rift pulling in the Tusk. RMN ends up falling. These heroes are kind of falling at a pretty quick rate, and that could be a big problem. Reality Rift once again. GH, Mind Control, both fall. Double kill there for Skitter. Kuroki's got to hide. Otherwise, might just be a full team wipe. They're going to get at least the tier 2.
Yeah, Mind Control is not looking like a Tidehunter in this game. He's looking real squishy. CK seems like it's pretty decent against Tide. Just the constant ability to like pull him back and do overwhelming amounts of damage.
Oh, 4-second stun. They will find Kuroki. Or will they? Skitter's kind of in pretty deep. Does get the kill. The rest of the team is not here. By the way,
there's some classic Tundra diving action happening. He has a blink.
Oh, he had a blink and a blink chance, but
33 cancel this TP, dude. They're gonna go back in, bro.
They're gonna try.
They're not gonna go back in. They're not gonna go back in. They're gonna go.
Okay. This is falling apart. That was just a 10-time spree right injected into Miracle.
Yeah, dude, bro, during the, like, before that last fight, 9 did the exact same thing top, where he gets his TP canceled, and he gets mad at RM, and he's like, all right, you want to cancel my TP? I'm going to press spells, and he blinks into the tower and gets shackled into the tower. Luckily, with his Sanjin Kaya, he's actually tanky enough that he survived that. Skeeter, not so lucky in those tier 3s, but it's just funny, like, Tundra, they're always looking to pressure, like, anytime they can, even if it's, like, insanely ballsy. Like, they're always right in your face. It's cool. It's a cool way to play Dota. Very risky, though.
Oh, for sure. He does have the shard, so he would get a silence if he did blink on top of any of those heroes. Find that maybe with the Phantom's Embrace, and all of a sudden these heroes don't really have much to throw. Though, Reality Rift, Hex is out. Skitter, well, unable to get those kills, but 9 still looking like he wants to go. They're going to smoke to try and catch up. They want to catch these heroes out of their base. I thought for a moment that they were going to make the play over. Snowball was already used by RMN, so he doesn't have a way out of this. 3-second stun. Gush comes in. That's with the Ags. There's the Ravage. The damage, though. Soxa gets the kill, and now they're going to look over at Kuroki. 3-3 on top of him with the BKB being popped by Skitter. They'll go for Mind Control. They'll try to find him and get him out of the fog and pulled back into the hands of this CK. But the stun purged, I believe, by the Kraken Shell won't matter at the end of the day. They're still able to stay on top of him. The question is, can they get the kill? They find 9. He's in too far. The Reality Rift with the Soulbind once again. They'll finish off GH. GH is going to buy back. Soulbind reconnects over to Miracle. They'll pop the Lincolns, and now it's in trouble for Miracle, and they'll lose him to 3-3. Skitter does end up dying. They've got the shackles onto the Doom again, but the Inkswell pops on top of GH, who just bought back. Nether Blast, Snake King, he gets credit for a kill. They're thinking about going for Kuroki, but he's under the tier 4s and maybe safe for the moment.
Arman's going for it, dude. This is his time to shine, baby. He's
shine.
Possibly dead.
He's fine.
Okay. I like that both teams are like unwilling to give up any ground. Like, that's awesome.
Silence, Inkswell doesn't land. Snake King kind of in the middle of both these heroes. Goes to the life drain. There's the Walrus Punch. Snowball again, and this time, well, Snake King bit off more than he could chew. Inkswell pops, and there's the TP. Bye-bye.
Imagine an Inkswell Pugna running at you. You're just like, okay, I guess I'll take a Pugna. All right, juicy Pugna. Delectable.
Could be delectable.
Arman finally has his BKB.
Look at this. Look how far 9 is.
9 a little too deep, but it does give Skeeter the ability to go in. And I like that in that fight, 33 does not Doom. He holds the Doom. He could have gone for the double Doom, but he realized that both of those heroes were going to die anyway, so he saves it. And that gives them the ability to kill Miracle. And then Nigma, the 2 supports, actually end up almost carrying that fight and bringing it back.
A lot of time till Roche is back up, but they've had control of this outpost. It feels like Tundra have control of the map for the most part. They haven't taken these towers, though. Like, they're diving. They're at the high ground in the bottom lane. I don't know if you can see this or if they don't see this, but there's
2
bottom
towers
tier
down
1.
there. Yeah, I do see that there with my eyes. They don't seem to give a shit, though, which I think is fun. So going back to take the tower is a waste of time. That gives Nigma the ability to leave their base and farm the triangle, which Tundra clearly does not want to allow.
They don't want to take the base. They want Nigma to tap out and call GG without taking these towers.
They do. I just lag. Are you lagging too? I'm lagging.
I'm okay for now.
Hope we don't have an epic crash.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, I'm at BKB'd.
Put that into the...
Maybe he was lagging.
Maybe?
Radiant's
No,
bottom
there was
tower
nobody
is
there
under
from the side of the Radiant. That was odd.
There wasn't,
Dire's
no.
top
There
tower
wasn't.
is under attack.
I'm in smoke once again. What can they find?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
TP back.
I hate that the troll creep is so good that 2 heroes on Tundra had to TP back because they realize the strength of this thing. Like, they know that it's going to rax them if they don't TP back and kill it.
Dire's
And that's off a 5-man smoke.
33 still camping this ward top, though. Like, he's confident that he can survive long enough that his team can get to him. He doesn't want to give up the vision, which I think is a correct play. I mean, Roshan is the next play for both teams.
3 minutes. The full 3.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for the 5 seconds. Or the instant spawn.
It's been a long time since I've seen that. It always seems to happen when there's an Ursa on the enemy team. Like, you're in the game and the Ursa's on the enemy team. And he's just this idiot that keeps walking into Roche, and because your team is a pub team and obviously very chaotic, nobody bothers to check it. He just gets a free Roche. Like, that hero's win rate in pubs is buffed by like 5% because nobody checks Roche. In competitive, you have more like this. Just 5 heroes standing around, literally just waiting for 3 minutes while it's respawning. That's how important this big guy is.
Moving in. 3-3 watching, Miracle, spectating the mid lane, thinking about maybe making a move. Meanwhile, look at where Nigma's playing. They've been playing on the other side of the river the entire time. Or, well, not the entire time, for the last like 5 or 7 minutes or so.
I like that. They're at a deficit, so, you know, why not make Tundra play into their vision? The problem here, and this is exactly why they're smoking out of that area, is that Roshan is respawning. They don't know, like we do, that it's a 3-minute spawn. So they probably think that it's just being taken right now. Because, you know, statistically speaking, it should be up right now. So they're gonna walk in and check. Yep, it's not up. It's a 3-minute spawn there, boys.
Ugh. 3-minute spawn, another smoke. Feels like there's unlimited smoke.
Yeah, both teams are just kind of holding vision. So they're not... I think that should be the last smoke from both teams, though, because I do agree. Like, there has been a lot chaining in a row.
And they're not doing anything with it, but that's also something you spoke on. Not forcing that. You don't have to.
Yeah. It's like...
Position is fine.
It's boring to watch, but if you watch a lot of Tier 2 Dota, you'll notice that basically every smoke connects, like whether it's good or bad. Because people feel like if you smoke, like you have to make a play with it. But the very good teams are a lot more patient. They're smoking for a particular jump, and if they don't get that jump, they like find a way to back off. Because a bad smoke can be disastrous.
Oh, 100%. And if you're gonna smoke and then hold your positioning, I think that's fine. You're not going into a negative loss. You're just keeping yourself equal to where you are, right? So
yeah, exactly. And if you're smoking for an objective that's not just kills, then oftentimes when you don't get the kill, 100% of the time you get that objective, and so there's some value to it, like smoking with wards and to get a kill. It's like, sure, you don't get the kill, but you get some wards down.
Ooh, Servant Ward's committed down bottom. And now they want to make Tundra return, and this is kind of having something to do with the fact that, you know, Tundra, despite the fact that they are up 12,000 net worth and they are up 19 kills, well, they haven't taken the towers. They haven't taken the objectives. They haven't broken the high ground. Soon, Nigma are going to be the first team to do it.
Yeah, that is the problem with having a CK carry as your best sieger at this point. Oh, nice dodge from RMN. That is CK ulti down for 75 seconds. Although Roche is up, so it's not like it's a waste.
Not yet. And You're going to send in the Cobalt Foreman, leader of the Talon Cabal, going in and checking on the Roche.
I like this idea, though. They're waiting for the ult to time out, and then they're going to go in. They trust that Roche won't die quick enough with the CK ulti, because he really is the only Roche-taking hero they have.
Off that, though, they bail on Roche, and they kind of want to make the wraparound play if they can.
Yeah, Tundra, they make the prediction that that was what the Nigma would do, which is another really good call. Oh, if they go for the steal, that's going to be sick. All right. He's not gushing because he realizes it'll reveal it.
Blink in BKB. Now they're going to move forward. They're going to try and get this kill to Armin. They'll take him out with the Sonic Wave. They'll go after Mind Control. There's the Overgrowth. They have the Hex onto Snake King. There's the Refresher. 33 trying to get something out of this one. GH smacked down by Skitter. Kuroki killed off by 33. They've doomed up this Tide. So Mind Control on the run, and he is muted. So you can't even hear what he's trying to say. Reality Rift, they'll take out his first life. And it looks like Mind Control is going to fall a second time. 4 heroes dead on the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, Mind Control did snipe the Aegis, though, so it means that the high ground push is a little bit harder for Tundra. However, I do feel like if you're expending all of your buybacks to defend that high ground push, Tundra just backs off, kills you one more time, and then the game ends. Looks like Tundra, they respect the buybacks. They're not going to go. They also respect the fact that this bot lane is fully pushed in.
The bottom tier 3 has 9 health. I'm gonna try and keep it that way in honor of 9.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and reasonable. I love when the towers have so little HP that you can't even see like a tick of the HP bar. Then it kind of looks like it's full HP, but darker.
Colorblind awesome mode.
Yeah, yeah.
So Miracle, he's quite farmed. I kind of worry. I know they have an 18,000 net worth lead, but if Miracle just finds one fight where his positioning isn't immediately interrupted, which is very tough. Of course, there's the refresher on Doom. It's hard to survive. But that being said, if he does find that opportunity to stay alive and get the right positioning and start chunking out the damage, especially if he hits level 25, that could start to be a big issue here for Tundra, even though they have this like 19-20k lead.
Yeah, I like that he went for Daedalus. It's just raw damage. I think they need it. I think this is the only way they deal with the CK illusions.
You don't have Ravage, Hex, Gush, Serpent Wards committed for this.
He has Eon Disc. I mean, they know they can't kill him. Like, they clicked his inventory when they went on him, and they saw, like, this is a bad go. He was showing there for a reason. Although 33 wants his refresher to be up for this fight.
Ooh, just kind of standing still. 33 will get his and his pop, they'll snowball BKB. Now the Ravage is up, and now 33 is gone! No buyback! Sonic Wave comes through and hits on 2, but they've got the Overgrowth to follow it up. The damage being done to Mind Control. He's going to be out of this fight real quickly. So will RMN. But they have buybacks on both of them, where Tundra don't. They do finally have the buyback coming back up for the Grimstroke. The BKB pop by Miracle, who go to the time-lapse and back out of the fight for a second. The bugs land on Skitter. Miracle right-clicking in. Ultra kill for 9. He's on the other side of this fight, getting the kill into GH, and maybe looking to go back in. The TP out from Skitter. The snowball.
Oh, boy.
With like 5 health is able to TP out.
They caught 9.
They caught 9. Just got an Ultra kill. Now he wants to leave.
They have Hex. Oh, so close. Just needed vision. Well, that was a lot of buybacks from Nigma. That was Mind Control, RMN, and GH. And those are, I mean, effectively at this point, well, let's be real. This is 4 supports and Miracle right now. So these are like effectively backliners. You can see 9 is pinging it right now. Like, he realizes, like, if we just kill these heroes in the next fight, which we can with the heroes that we have, then they're just going to lose. There's no way that Mind Control, or that Weaver can carry this game with any of these heroes dead. That was a nice catch out on 33 there, though. Like, he had Refresher BKB, he had Refresher Eon Disc, and it was just on cooldown, so he wasn't able to use it. So it's literally the perfect timing to catch him out there.
Just in the nick of time. Honestly, really well done.
I like this constant pressure bot by Nigma. This is making it really hard for Tundra to finish the game.
Making it really hard for them to feel comfortable pushing. They've lost the tier 3, so the racks are exposed. Oh, Blink, War Stomp, but there's the Hex, 3-3 again. Kind of gets baited into this one. They've got the Shackle, the BKB, there's the Refresher, double A on disc, trying to TP out. Is able to do so, and now the right clicks in from Skitter. RMN, he bought back in the last fight, so he is not available for 96 seconds. Mind Control going for the TP. Will be successful in doing so, and so will GH.
Okay, so you're just losing RMN and you're getting a Doom, Refresher, and Eon Disc. I think you're okay with that because now there's 120 seconds where 33 can be bursted, and we saw what happened in the last fight when 33 got bursted. It was like the only fight that resembled a decent fight for Nigma. So that's what they're hoping for. Although Tundra still won the last one, but they almost got Skeeter. Like, he was legit like less than 5% HP. So the next one still could go pretty well for Nigma if they're if they catch out 33 again.
Three seconds left on that A and disc, 106 seconds left on the Refresher. Just the pushing power from Tundra almost feels non-existent.
Yep, they need to kill all of Nigma. That's how they push. There's not really any other way. Their heroes are pretty awful at pushing.
Dire's middle tower.
25,000 net worth lead, looking for the right fight. And I believe Kuroki just X'd out where Tundra are.
He is right.
Might know exactly where they're coming from. And 339 moving up forward. They're in the trees. They're trying to hide. GH goes the other way and would have been blinked right on top of. This team is trying to scatter. GH behind the trees is able to TP out.
Oh, they see Kuro. Oh, GH. I mean, there's no way this TP gets stopped, right? No, it's a 0.1, and there's nothing to interrupt. I'm more worried about Kuro, who's been paused on. Who's scouted in the trees. That's the real issue here.
I'm in danger.
He has Blink and CK does not. He doesn't seem to know that he's seen.
Now he knows.
Now he definitely knows.
Guys, they have vision.
It's like, oh, that makes sense.
They're still going. They still want something.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's Blink Dagger on cooldown. I don't know if that's gonna matter. 3-3 is here and is popped. Stun is out and trying to run, but not gonna get far on that one. GH now dead.
That's a dieback.
Seconds. He has no buyback.
Yeah, that's a really important kill. That's way more important than Kuro. The Shaman spells have been incredibly important for the split pushing as well as for just the massive amount of disable. Like, that's the only... Like, that on top of the Ravage is the only reason Nigma has a chance in this game, is the chain stun between those two heroes. So this is a tough defense. Miracle doesn't even look interested.
Something I spoke about as the game was getting started was where the Tusk would fall as the game went further and further. And like you can see, he just does not have any net worth. That being said, Mind Control doesn't either. Surprisingly enough. It's all on Miracle.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is classic Nigma. It's just Miracle with all the net worth and four supports, and then still somehow like looking decent. You know, that's how these guys roll. Even on their like very high tier iterations of the team, like it's usually Miracle versus 5 with 4 supports. It's a way to play the game. I mean, it's perfectly valid. It's been a good way to play the game for a long time. But it does feel like things are trending more towards semi-carries these days. Mars carries and stuff like that.
Is there a team that you think of when you think of an example of a team that does semi-carrying well?
Oh, definitely Gamma Gladiators. Definitely them. They started that stuff. I mean, Nigma does it too themselves. I remember watching them experiment with it, but it was when they didn't have a stand-in. Like, with a stand-in, it is really weird to play Dota.
Has been killed.
Tusk. I needs to get out of dodge.
Are under attack.
I feel like 9 could get a sheepstick next and deal with the mouse gameplay and the old cat and mouse that Nigma's playing right now. Like, I feel like they just need to disable people. Just catch them out. Like, team fights, if they get into a fight, they win on Tundra. But it's this split pushing that's the bigger pain.
Back to that cat and mouse and Acme collaboration.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Five-man smoke from Tundra. Trying to spot out whomever they can. Armin doing a good job of evading them. They do have GH now, so they have that lockdown. They have potentially that opportunity. Meanwhile, though, Roche is up, so he just cheese Refresher Shard. Tundra is kind of past them, and Nigma will go into Roche. They're going to try and sneak this out. They throw the Serpent Wards down. This is going to be a fast Roche. They've got it. Aegis in their hands. Jeez, play.
Double Ravage. They have double Ravage. Now the tide has turned. Literally, he's got a second Ravage there. I feel like this is your best shot to win the game. They're going for the wraparound, too. Oh, if only they knew there was a DD bot.
Ooh, Skitter. He was close. I thought they were going to just make the blind jump and go.
Damn, they're going for the really long wraparound. They might get Saksa for this.
RMN, he's taking all their time. They're looking to set up the right Ravage, and they're going to go through. They found the Doom. Oh, it's out of the tide. No double Ravage. No single Ravage. They already bought back on RMN. They'll get the kill on the GH. They look over at Saksa to try and find something. They've dusted up Skitter. There's the life drain from Snake King, keeping him alive. Kuroki ends up gone. 50 seconds, no buyback. It was the right idea, the wrong execution. Oh, man.
Dire's middle barracks.
Now the Doom is worn out. So you still have the double Ravage. You've got Cheese. Tide goes in. Ravage is out, but it's not amazing. The right clicks are coming from Skitter, and he is starting to rip through RMN. RMN dead for 110 seconds. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Miracle. They throw another Doom out onto the Tide, who just wants to ravage a team. Let the man ravage. They will go for more. They've got a 2-second stun. The Sonic Wave is used behind the team. They'll get the Ravage out finally, but it is mind control alive. He just wants Snake King. Give the man a kill. Give him some consolation prize. Tundra giving them nothing. They've cleaned up the entire side of Nigma, and it looks like they're going to take this series 2-0 in sweeping fashion.
Hell yeah, one last ditch effort.
Calls the GG afterwards.
I mean, you can see what makes Nigma a top tier team when they feel like it. You know what I mean? Right. Obviously, they've got a stand-in. They've had some roster issues. There's some seasons where they don't perform so well in DPC, but they seem to consistently do very well in LAN. They seem to consistently always be able to take games off of a team, just like we saw in the previous series with them, knocking out Gamma Gladiators. Like, you can see what makes them a strong team. However, Tundra had the answers. The way that they executed team fights was flawless. Their aggression was, I can't really say anything other than it just looked like a pain in the ass to deal with. You have Skeeter diving your tier force. It's like, what the hell do we do with this guy? What do we do? It's all of them. It's not just one of them. It's like they all have agreed on this level of aggression that no other team has. And what a pain in the ass.
It's really tough to deal with, right? Like,
Tundra's just constant pressure. It feels like Nigma at times were coming back. Like you said, I think results are unfortunate recently, but this team still looks good. Like, there are still so many positives you can take away from this team. But at the same time, Tundra just overwhelm you and shut you down, and there's nothing that you can really get.
Overwhelm is a great word. That is how it feels to play against it, I'm sure. It just like, what are these guys doing? Oh, we're dead. I see.
How do we get out of this? We're stuck in the Tundra's web as they lock us down and cover us in more silk. Like, it really is just so ridiculous from Tundra, and they get this 2-0 that really looked easy for them. Maybe not the pushing part, but everything other than that looked pretty simple. And they take the 2-0 and they go to the grand final. They booked their ticket. So, well, we'll see what the panel has to say. We'll go to a quick break, bring it back to the panel, and have some highlights ready for you. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Well, that game certainly took a little bit longer. Tundra did not enjoy that high ground process against Nigma, but ultimately, I have to ask, was it Nigma with their back against the walls against Gaming Gladiators finally playing well, or was it more that maybe Gaming Gladiators has had a bad week? What's going on here?
I mean, I think Nigma did perform good when they played against Gaming Gladiators. However, I think that they were also, not looking too hot in the lower bracket semifinal. However, against Tundra here, I think they're just outmatched. Tundra are playing very, very, very good. And I mean, they're playing with confidence. They're like diving the tier 3 bottom while they're still a tier 1 bottom. They're kind of playing with their food, I feel, in this game, is the impression. And what a performance. I think a key component to their high pace that they were playing is this Pugna. I mean, he just kept them going, charging them up all the time.
Yeah, that part was really good. I do like how focused they are at diving when they have advantages. It's like they're always on the same page. I think that's really exciting to watch. I think the true MVP of the match was literally Fey Grenade. Like, by all means, Tundra did amazing things. But what Fey Grenade changes in the game is that Doom can solo kill Weaver even when he's got a Lincoln Sphere. If that isn't there, he either has to spend gold to buy an item that does it, or he has to bring an ally with, which means he gets less kills. So by being able to shut down Miracle a couple times with some Doom kills, I think that was really, really impactful. But ultimately, Skeeter played God tier in this match. He was all over the place, also got tons of kills, followed up effectively. He min-maxes every gank. He backs away from the enemy before he pulls them back towards him with Reality Rift. Like, everything's so clean with Skeeter these days.
I think his CK performance is the one you want to look towards if you want to learn how to play this hero and learn how to play it correctly. Spell usages, itemizations, how you lane. Skeeter does pretty much everything perfect in this game. he played really clean. And I think you brought up a great point there, Purge, that Fey Grenade saved him from having to buy Halberd, which normally is the item you buy, and allowed him to have that Aeon Disc with his Refresher and BKB and Aeon Disc. He was basically just standing there asking them to go on him on Doom, and that allowed him to initiate fights in an interesting way.
Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations to Tundra, right? They take that series 2-0, and we have a member from Tundra. We have the return of the Sir Action Slacks billboard overlooking over the city. And, you know, I think that this interview is going to be with Snaking. I always get confused with the Sneaking. But take it away, Slacks.
Oh, I see him on the billboard. How you doing over there? Good to see you, Snaking. You know, you are sneaking around once in a while. Let's talk about somebody who did some sneaking. Pugna, after the last patch, got nerfed, yet you still play 2 games in a row. What was your reaction when you read those Pugna nerfs?
I mean, I obviously thought the hero needed some nerfs, and the hero received some nerfs. That's all. Not too much.
So you're just that good. Yeah, you could just play it even though he's been nerfed better than anyone else, huh?
No, I just enjoy the hero, you know? That's all.
Okay, keeping it to yourself. Smart man. Your your team fights in that series were absolutely unreal, especially in game 1 against the Enigma and Darkseer Wombo combo. Did you know what Team Enigma wanted to do before they did it, or was that all like reaction time?
We kind of knew that they had to go for some Wombo combo just from the draft perspective. So at the very end, we even banned out Naga, you know, something that would even set up more for their Wombo combo, Darkseer Enigmas. And we're definitely very ready for it once we saw the Enigma was picked.
But when you saw those big black holes, I mean, they were almost instantly canceled. Your positioning on there was really good. So what was up with that? Did you kind of guess how they were going to move throughout the map, or was it just you guys playing quick?
I think we just anticipated a lot of their moves, and then when their moves happened, obviously we're very prepared for it. So it was either instantly canceled or he was focus fired as #1 priority. So I think we had a very good read on the game, and as a result, we were able to take very good fights and win the game.
Alrighty. Now, I got 2 more questions for you. I got a cruel question and a fun question. Which would you like next?
All right, let's start with the cruel so we can have a little bit of sugar at the end.
All right, cruel question for you. Any advice for Team Enigma?
I think they are a strong team once they get their mid player, who I believe is going to be their mid player. I think they're going to be a very formidable opponent. So I think they don't really have anything going against them. They're literally playing with their coach right now, and they're still doing very well. They even beat Gladiator, who's the first seed of this DPC season. So yeah, props to them.
Okay, all right, smart. Don't give the enemies advice. I like that. All right, last but not least, we've seen your fellow teammates on some of their classic heroes, you know, the 33 Beastmaster, the Skeeter CK. What heroes are your teammates really bad at? What are we never going to see them play?
I think we'll never see Skeeter play Crystal Maiden, you know? Any support he's on, we're probably in some trouble.
I don't know, man. CM can be nasty. You ever see that mid-CM stuff? I mean, she's crazy. He might be able to pull off a carry CM. I'd like to see it.
Maybe one of these days, when there's a for fun match, we can bust it out. But right now, I think in a tournament setting, we'll not be seeing it anytime soon.
We'll see. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure. All seriousness over on that team. I guess you would be serious if you were so good in Dota 2. But as for me, I'm not serious at all. So I will pass it back to my very serious panel as I fade back into my my building here. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Slacks. You know, this time you didn't start yelling at everybody to get back to work. I think he's losing his edge. Thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for that. Couldn't let anybody get away with that. Okay, we need to, I'm sorry, before we get to the analysis and anything with that, there was just a serious diss to Crystal Maiden. She got buffed just now. Come on, not believing in the OP nature of those buffs?
Where's the respect for the slow, man? The Crystal Nova into Freezing Field? You're going to be standing still. I think Skeeter would be happy to play some Boss 1 CM when he gets the chance, you know?
I just don't know about the hero's carry potential, but her ulti being better is definitely one way to do it. So that could work out, yeah. I thought he would say something like a different answer, like some carry hero that he's just bad at or something, but that was a better answer, I think. Way less flamey.
Well, he also avoided flaming Nigma. You know, Slack said, hey, why don't you give the enemy team some advice? And Snake King refused to do so, and is putting this kind of on the fact that they're playing with their coach, and maybe that's holding them back. Is that really all that's happening?
I mean, the coach thing is certainly a small part of it. Our men still played pretty solid, but I think what's important to remember is that in Game 2, they were down by like 22k, but they still made Tundra work for every single team fight. And it looked like one of those situations where if like they just played a little worse, if 3-3 didn't like refresh BKB and TP out or something like that in some of those moments, then Nigma would win those fights and they would have the ability to come back. But Tundra was just clean and they played better. So I sort of agree that Nigma, despite losing 0-2, they still played really well. Really well in most cases.
I think honestly, the fact that they are playing with a coach while they're still, you know, without a real player on the mid lane that they're used to having, I think it's pretty crazy that they are performing the way they are. The fact that they were in the winner bracket finals here on the European region. So I hope that they get someone who's going to fit well and take that position more permanently. And yeah, I hope to see them, you know, not having to play with the coach for too much longer.
And I don't think it's like a terrible position to be in for Nigma in terms of getting a good player to join their team. Because basically they're going down to Div 2. They're very likely to win that. So like they could just basically take whatever really solid mid player is available at the moment and be like, hey, you want to go to Div 1 EU? Join us. I don't think that's very difficult for them to fill, considering history.
They'd have to go to Div 2 first, though, and then go to Div 1.
By all means, it's not going to be a fun 3 months, but they'll get somebody.
Yeah, well, Nigma isn't out of this tournament yet. That's why we're talking about what can they do to get better? What can they do to maybe end up in our grand finals on Sunday? They've been knocked down to the lower bracket. They're going to face up against Team Liquid. Now, Liquid obviously struggled initially against Tundra, then did great against Gaming Gladiators. What do we expect this matchup to look like tomorrow?
I hope that Nigma are going to take the time to really look at what Liquid did against Gaming Gladiators, try and understand how they're playing there. Because Liquid is a team that always comes in very well prepared. They're going to, you know, analyze what you're doing, how you're playing. They're going to pick up on weaknesses like the repetitive type of drafts with a lot of Darkseer, a lot of, you know, Tusk and Sand King and so on. They will try to exploit these weaknesses. So I just wish that Nigma will take the time to really prepare against Liquid first and not think so much about, you know, the next match ahead of them.
Yeah, I would agree with that because of the fact that they set a clear pattern in this series. They picked Armen's hero second, but in the first phase, they either need to get a workaround solution to not doing that because, or they need to be really prepared for what Team Liquid might do to react to that. Like they need to be willing to grab other safe heroes to pair with them that leave them still kind of flexible in the draft so that they don't get out drafted. In terms of in-game performance, they played well, but the draft stuff I think worries me.
I feel they've done that in not just these two games, but in almost every game that I've remembered, is that the second pick is usually RMN's mid hero, and it's a bit too much of a tell in a meta where we have a lot of flexibility being valued super high, and they just got taken to school by a team that shows a lot of that flex potential. Tundra, they always have those openings where they can play heroes in different ways. So I think you have to learn a little bit from teams to just be more creative in your drafting.
So Tundra hasn't really had to lose too much in recent times. And one of the things that we always hear, especially about lower bracket runs, is that losing can be a huge benefit because then you kind of have to learn how to adapt and then you come back into the grand finals and you do really, really well. Tundra hasn't had the advantage of learning from losses yet. What is their weakness that you think can be exploited?
Suffering from success, not losing enough. Tundra are a tough team to crack. I think you need to have something that punishes early aggression and disincentivizes this type of fighting. If you can find exactly how to approach it, it's gonna be a tough one, but having heroes that thrive in this chaos, I think, is a good start. Maybe even something wild like having Bounty Hunter, so even if you trade even on kills, you get track kills, could be a way to approach it. Not saying he's the best hero in current patch, but you gotta think about the fact that Tundra will run at you, they will fight you a lot early on. You need to have something that benefits from this scenario.
Yeah, maybe something that helps, something that's good against when enemies overdive you. Maybe some like disruptor or some dispel thing, or maybe there's some like key hero that works, or maybe it's draft related. It's a hard question to solve because it seems clear that Tundra was super comfortable with their same opening. Pick those two heroes, pick CK first phase, protected with some bans. They're like, we'll pivot to whatever happens. So you got to find some solution if you want to beat them, or you have to outplay them in those skirmishes. But so far, they've shown that they're able to beat anybody with those early fights and the heroes they have.
You know what I would love to see? I'd love to see Liquid play their Wisp that they played in the lower bracket semifinals. If they got to play that against Tundra, would be exciting to me, because he can be really great at reacting to this type of chaos.
Well, Tundra, they're flexible, they create chaos. Nigma has a chance to face up against Tundra again when tomorrow they're going to be playing in our lower bracket finals. We will have 3 separate matches tomorrow. Remember that all of these teams are playing both for the lion's share of a prize pool to donate to humanitarian efforts, in addition to qualifying to a $4 million LAN in Riyadh in July. So make sure to join us back tomorrow. You are going to see first game of the day, RNG versus eHome. Then we're going to have O1 Esports up against Ooredoo, and then Nigma versus Liquid as our European match. Thanks for hanging out with us all day today. Thanks to Waga and Purge for all the wonderful analysis, and of course Jenkins and B-Cup for casting those games. We will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with us today.